Yi Xian found himself unexpectedly transported to a fantastical realm, yet his innate abilities proved lacking, relegating him to the role of a son-in-law. Just as Yi Xian contemplated resigning himself to this fate, a fortuitous opportunity presented itself. Ding dong! The awakening of the Xuan GEDZ system has been successfully initiated. By sacrificing 10 years of his lifespan to enhance the essence, he acquired a superior spiritual root offspring. By sacrificing 100 years of his lifespan to enhance the essence, he obtained an exquisite spiritual root offspring. By sacrificing 1,000 years of his lifespan to enhance the essence, he gained an earthly spiritual root offspring. By sacrificing 10,000 years of his lifespan to enhance the essence, he secured a celestial spiritual root offspring. Yi Xian not only could generate progeny, but also replicate their combat prowess, be it the unmatched dual pupils, the innate supreme bone, or the primordial divine demonic constitution. He could claim them all. From a mere son-in-law of the Qingxuan Sect to the sovereign of the multiverse, Yi Xian's offspring spread across the vast expanse of the cosmos. Thus, the narrative began to take on an increasingly abstract form. Earthly immortal monarch. I am a scion of the 6th lineage of the Yi family. World-subduing emperor. What a coincidence. I am a descendant of the 3rd lineage of the Yi family. Peerless fiend. I too belong to the same lineage. Empress of elegance. The son of a faithless scoundrel cannot be a good individual. Extraterrestrial fiend. Are you all from the same father? Chapter 1. Thank you for the invitation. I find myself in a foreign world, just having become a son-in-law. Our Qingxuan Sect does not accept male disciples. However, this year we are recruiting sons-in-law. If you are willing, please report to the adjacent building. This infuriates me. The Qingxuan Sect is too overbearing. A man born between heaven and earth cannot meekly endure such humiliation as your son-in-law. I, Li Gang, shall resist this under my real name. Are there any brave souls willing to depart with me? Upon finishing his declaration, the man named Li Gang raised his arm and, accompanied by several similarly scholarly companions, departed. After Li Gang's exit, the female disciples of Qingxuan Sect finally reacted, expelling the remaining men from the recruitment area with a tone tinged with indignation. Alas, the Qingxuan Sect only recruits female disciples. What am I to do now? Yi Xian felt somewhat lost. It had been a week since he transitioned from Lanxing to this fantastical world. Initially, he had believed that as a transmigrator, he would undoubtedly possess a golden finger. Yet after 2 near-death experiences, Yi Xian had ceased to harbor such expectations. Yi Xian now pondered how he could survive in this desolate and unassisted world. Gurgle. Yi Xian's stomach voiced its most earnest protest. Yi Xian lifted his gaze and beheld the Zhuangshu enrollment office as described by the female disciple of Qingxuan. As a fresh university graduate from the 21st century, Yi Xian possessed progressive thoughts and held no aversion to becoming a Zhuangshu. Confronted with the threats of hunger and death, Yi Xian resolutely stepped into the Zhuangshu enrollment office of Qingxuan. Inside the office stood several familiar strangers, diligently filling out their application forms. Among them was Li Gang, who had just made a bold statement next door, accompanied by several scholars who had left with him. Upon seeing another individual come to apply as a Zhuangshu, particularly someone who had earlier confronted them, Li Gang and his companions felt their faces flush slightly. Before Yi Xian could speak, Li Gang laid down some currency and began to nonsensically expound with utmost seriousness. The ancient emperor proclaimed that those who recognize the times are the true talents, and a great man can bend and stretch. The other scholars, not wanting to lose face, began to echo Li Gang's words. However, Yi Xian had no intention of engaging with Li Gang, considering that Li Gang had inadvertently alleviated his competitive pressure. Yi Xian approached the elderly woman seated in the grand chair, received a Zhuangshu application form and a brush, and began to fill it out. After a rigorous examination lasting an hour, Yi Xian, along with Li Gang and several other men, completed the Zhuangshu assessment at Qingxuan. As the representative of the scholars, Li Gang was tested and found to possess a low-grade spiritual root, receiving a first-grade Zhuangshu badge, which made even his plain face beam with joy. The other scholars were not as fortunate, failing to manifest any spiritual roots and receiving second-grade Zhuangshu badges. However, Li Gang's expression quickly soured to a shade reminiscent of liver when Yi Xian was revealed to possess a mid-grade spiritual root and was awarded an exceptional badge by the elderly woman. While presenting the badge, the enrolling matron advised Yi Xian that his mid-grade spiritual root talent would suffice for entry into other sects without the need to become a Zhuangxiu. Nevertheless, Yi Xian politely declined her suggestion. Was it amusing to barely qualify and engage in internal strife? As a recent graduate, enduring such strife before and after his transition was hardly appropriate. The elderly woman cast a disappointed glance at Yi Xian before conceding defeat. Since you all wish to join Qingxuan as Zhuangxiu and receive our protection, you must also bear the corresponding responsibilities. Every Zhuangxiu is required to father at least 10 offspring for the sect within 20 years. Otherwise, they will be cast into the territory of the demon clan to become their sustenance. Moreover, should any of your children possess talents of mid-grade or above, Qingxuan will reward you with a certain amount of spirit stones. To this, Yi Xian felt no surprise, as becoming a Zhuangxiu meant living under the auspices of others. Nevertheless, it was preferable to being a lowly disciple, for at least it posed less danger. That evening, the elderly woman brought a dozen female disciples, who had yet to break into the foundation establishment stage, to the small town of Qingxuan to join Yi Xian and the other Zhuangxiu. These female disciples were those who had lost hope of breaking through and did not wish to leave Qingxuan. Yet the sect could not sustain them without contribution, hence their purpose of breeding. An elderly woman brought a beautiful female disciple to introduce her to Yi Xian. Lu Wei, this young man is named Yi Xian, possessing a medium-grade spiritual root. He is the finest among this group of sons-in-law. I have taken the liberty to arrange for you and Yi Xian to become partners, which would be beneficial for both of you. The woman named Lu Wei raised her head and scrutinized Yi Xian, feeling a tinge of shyness. After arriving at this gathering of sons-in-law, Yi Xian had a hearty meal, took a bath, and changed into a new outfit, appearing significantly more refined, truly embodying the phrase as graceful as jade. At this moment, the elderly woman spoke once more, advising Yi Xian. Yi Xian, little Wei possesses a superior spiritual root, but due to her injuries, she has been unable to break through. Nevertheless, she is an exceptionally remarkable woman. Having her as your partner is a tremendous fortune. Do you understand? Thank you, Granny. Yi Xian understands. Under the matchmaking of the elderly woman, Yi Xian and Lu Wei exchanged glances, their relationship rapidly deepening. The following day, under the auspices of the Qingxuan Sect, the female disciples and the sons-in-law collectively held a ceremony to formally establish their partnership. As night fell, having indulged in some wine, Yi Xian returned to the bridal chamber, where Lu Wei sat demurely on the edge of the bed, her veil draped over her. Faced with this scene, Yi Xian felt a surge of restlessness. Having been single throughout his previous life, to suddenly marry a celestial maiden within a few days of his arrival in this realm was a challenge to his composure. Yi Xian lifted the red veil and leaned close to Lu Wei's ear, whispering, "My lady, it is late. We still have some tasks to complete." Lu Wei was bewildered, yet found herself unable to resist Yi Xian's affectionate advances, leaving her little inclination to ponder what tasks he referred to. Amidst their entangled bodies, garments scattered, the enchanting lady beneath him succumbed to his advances as the fervent battle gradually reached its conclusion. Lu Wei playfully expressed her discontent. "Husband, do not speak, just kiss me." As Yi Xian assertively embraced Lu Wei, he pondered the notification sound echoing in his mind. Ding! The Myriad Realms Emperor System has been activated. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 24 years. Occupation, breeding son-in-law. Qualifications, medium-grade spiritual root. Lifespan, 76 years. Spouse, 1 Lu Wei. Ding! The system has detected that the host is currently engaged in procreation with their spouse, whose aptitude is classified as medium-grade spiritual root. It is possible to expend 10 years of lifespan to enhance the quality of the offspring, thereby enabling the spouse to conceive exceptional spiritual root progeny. Yi Xian's mind buzzed with confusion. However, with no option to retreat once the arrow was knocked, he had no time to ponder the abstract nature of this belated boon. He resolutely chose to sacrifice 10 years of his lifespan to elevate the quality of his offspring. Chapter 2. system arrival, and strengthening offspring Yi Xian and Lu Wei had been engaged in a restless night. And had it not been for Lu Wei succumbing to Yi Xian's relentless pursuits, they might have continued until dawn. After confirming that the beauty beside him was fast asleep, Yi Xian turned his attention to his golden finger. Vanjia system. Yet, why is there only the function of strengthening life essence? And it requires consuming my lifespan to strengthen? Is it not a blatant attempt on my life? Upon reflection, Yi Xian realized that this enhancement was indeed a mandatory consumption. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was he destined to become a living eunuch just to survive? This would be more unbearable than death itself. Glancing at the beauty beside him, the system's mechanical voice chimed in once more. Ding! Host need not worry. After consumption, there is no need to expend lifespan for further dual cultivation with the same partner. Lifespan can be converted through energy materials, such as spirit stones or spiritual treasures. So, it turns out he could trade spirit stones for life. That was acceptable. It merely required earning money. With this significant apprehension alleviated, Yi Xian's heart finally settled. A few days later, Yi Xian was with his wife Lu Wei, heading to meet his mother-in-law to collect their monthly allowance when his mother-in-law immediately noticed Lu Wei's pregnancy. Congratulations, little Wei. I didn't expect you two to have this so soon. Here is your reward for being the first to bear fruit. 50 low-grade spirit stones. Make sure to keep them safe. The surrounding male and female disciples, who had come to collect their allowances, gazed at them with envy. Particularly, Li Gang's wife, Wang Furong, shot a resentful glare at her husband. She had always been overshadowed by Lu Wei, and now, even in pregnancy, she found herself trailing behind, which made her furious. Thus, she sarcastically remarked, "You conceived quickly, but given that Sister Lu had been injured previously, I wonder if this rapid conception will affect the child's health." Lu Wei chose to ignore Wang Furong's taunts. The indifference displayed by Lu Wei only served to further embarrass Wang Furong, who had no choice but to leave with her allowance in disgrace. Upon returning home, Yi Xian eagerly took a few spirit stones in hand, eager to test the conversion ratio between energy materials and lifespan. Ding! Detected energy material, low-grade spirit stone, 10, which can be converted into 10 years of lifespan. Would the host like to proceed with the conversion? Yi Xian's yearning for longevity was now profound, as it pertained to his pursuit of a blissful life. Although the system would not forcibly deduct his lifespan for dual cultivation after his partner became pregnant, he was not one to revel in bloodshed. A single misstep could lead to a grievous loss. Absorb. Yi Xian silently uttered these two words, and the 10 low-grade spirit stones in his palm dissipated into smoke. The mechanical prompt from the system sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully converting 10 low-grade spirit stones. You have gained 10 years of lifespan. 10 low-grade spirit stones had granted Yi Xian a decade of life, and with over 40 stones remaining, he had accumulated more than 40 years of reserve lifespan. However, Yi Xian decided against further absorption for the time being, opting to save the remaining spirit stones for future needs. Just as he completed the absorption, a notification from Qingxuan Sect arrived. Due to Lu Wei's pregnancy, Yi Xian would not be needed for the next year. Consequently, the sect assigned another female disciple to him for procreation. Yi Xian felt indifferent about this arrangement. After all, he was merely his son-in-law with no opportunity to resist. That very night, he entered the bridal chamber with the new disciple. Yi Xian did not disappoint Qingxuan Sect. Merely a month after the second wife arrived at Ye's household, his mother-in-law discovered that she, too, was pregnant. Once again, his mother-in-law presented Yi Xian with a reward for the second offspring, though this time it was slightly less, only 30 low-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, compared to the 10 years of lifespan he had expended to conceive with his second wife, Yi Xian still felt he had gained significantly, having claimed the first 2 offspring. It was inevitable that discontent would arise among others. Li Gang publicly expressed his dissatisfaction. It is already difficult for female cultivators to conceive, and you are merely a mortal with talent, but no cultivation. If a child without a spiritual root is born, it would squander the sect's resources. Faced with Li Gang's jibes, Yi Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, being too outstanding would only invite envy. Brotherly, your concern for the sect is commendable, but as a mere son-in-law, I would prefer not to trouble you with my family matters. Yi Xian's sarcastic retort left Li Gang flushed with anger, nearly seething with rage. Given Yi Xian's remarkable efficiency, Qingxuan Sect had no choice but to assign him yet another female disciple. Predictably, within a month, she too had conceived. Xuan once again received the reward for the third offspring in front of everyone. This time, the other son-in-laws were begrudgingly impressed, in light of Xuan's prodigious fertility. They found themselves unable to hold their heads high in front of their own wives. Time flew by, and 6 months had swiftly passed. During this period, Xuan had averaged a marriage each month, now boasting 9 concubines, all of whom were pregnant, with his first wife Lu Wei nearing delivery. The blissful life of a monthly groom had left the other son-in-laws envious and gnashing their teeth. One day, the matron brought yet another female disciple to the Yi household, marking the 10th disciple allocated to him by Qingxuan Sect. The sect had now deemed Xuan a key subject of observation due to his extraordinary ability to produce offspring, while the other son-in-laws remained entirely unresponsive. A month later, double happiness arrived at the Yi household. The first event was the birth of a daughter to Xuan's first wife Lu Wei, whom he named Yi Wei, a combination of their names. The second event was that his 10th wife, Yuan Mingqi, also announced her pregnancy. With the arrival of children in the Yi household, the other son-in-laws and female disciples, regardless of their sincerity, flocked to congratulate Xuan. Among them, Li Gang's partner Wang Furong, despite being consumed with jealousy, was compelled to go against her principles and congratulate Lu Wei. After the congratulatory visit, Li Gang and Wang Furong departed Xuan's home. Along the way, Li Gang wore a dark expression, cursing Xuan under his breath. Once, he may not have matched Xuan's talent, but he had been the only son-in-law to earn a first-grade waste token. Now, however, he had become the laughingstock of all son-in-laws for failing to produce children, and even his former companions looked down on him openly and covertly. Chapter 3. Wear it, and you shall gain infinite power, children. Children, children, it's all your fault. You useless woman. You can't even bear a child. What use are you to me? Li Gang seethed in a low growl, then, in a fit of rage, struck out at his partner, Wang Furong. But as a mere low-grade spiritual root, with no breakthroughs even to the first layer of Qi refinement, he was no match for Wang Furong, a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. This attempt to strike back only resulted in him receiving a harsh slap from Wang Furong, knocking out 2 of his teeth and sending him flying. Li Gang was left disoriented and numb after being struck, gradually regaining his senses only after enduring the pain. He hastily scrambled to his feet and rushed to Wang Furong's side to offer his apologies. "Madam, please calm your anger. I was momentarily overwhelmed by my emotions. Do not take it to heart." A look of unmistakable disdain surfaced on Wang Furong's face, as she could hardly comprehend why she had chosen such a useless partner. "Li Gong, speak the truth. Do you have issues in that regard? Otherwise, how could Xuan be so fertile while you cannot even produce an egg? You often boast that you are no worse than him." Li Gang fell silent, daunted by Wang Furong's wrath. He dared not speak ill of her, nor could he admit to his own shortcomings. Seeing him cower like a turtle, Wang Furong's contempt for him deepened. "You are utterly useless. I might as well seek Xuan for his seed." "Seed? Indeed. If Xuan can produce, I could borrow his seed, and thus we would have a child." "Madam, you are a genius." Wang Furong's face twitched. She had merely spoken in frustration, yet Li Gang seemed to genuinely consider becoming a cuckold. "Oomph. Wretched woman, how dare you speak of borrowing seed? If you truly did, wouldn't I have leverage over you? Once that wild child is born, I cannot overpower you, nor him." Though such thoughts swirled in her mind, Li Gang outwardly appeared as if he had discovered a new continent, fervently encouraging Wang Furong to seek Xuan for his seed. This unusual behavior made Wang Furong suspect she might have damaged Li Gang's head during their earlier altercation. Fearing further embarrassment by remaining in public, she swiftly dragged him home. Over the following month, Wang Furong grew increasingly exasperated with Li Gang, ultimately agreeing to his plan to borrow seed from Xuan. On a particular day, the second wife of Xuan also went into labor, delivering a daughter whom Xuan named Yishi. As the second wife was an acquaintance of Wang Furong, she seized the opportunity to arrange a private meeting with Xuan. It must be said, aside from some friction with her first wife, Wang Furong was quite a beauty, if not stunningly exceptional. Moreover, today she had applied some rouge and powder, a pampering that Li Gang had likely never experienced. Wang Furong swayed her waist and coyly approached Xuan. Noticing something amiss, Xuan bluntly stated, "Wang Furong, you mentioned you had something to discuss. What is this? Speak plainly. Do not test my patience. Yilang, I seek a favor. I hope you can assist me. Yi Xian was puzzled, unsure of how he could help Wang Furong. What assistance? I might consider it, given our connection through the second wife. Li Gang is incapable of fathering a child, and I wish to borrow your seed. The Qingxuan Sect mandates that if we cannot conceive soon, we will be expelled. Yi Xian's face twitched at this shocking revelation. Li Gong incapable? Is this true? He looks presentable, yet turns out to be a complete eunuch. Why come to me? Does Li Gang know about this? He does. Yi Xian twitched again. So, this is your mutual decision? Wang Furong nodded. Li Gang suggested it. I had no choice but to seek your help. With a slightly tipsy gaze, she appeared both pitiful and youthful. Her cultivation granting her a youthful appearance, combined with a mature charm that even the most seasoned men would find difficult to resist. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed from outside the window. Fearing misunderstandings, Yi Xian moved to check, but Wang Furong grasped his wrist. It's Li Gang. Ye Wan acclaim it. I agree to your request, but first, you must control Li Gang. Yi Xian felt an unusual heat within him, suspecting Wang Furong had slipped him something. Realizing he might not escape this situation, he reluctantly allowed Wang Furong to subdue Li Gang. Wang Furong agreed, thinking it wise to prevent Li Gang from thwarting her plans, and spent a few minutes knocking him out and hiding him. When she returned, Yi Xian was already feeling the effects of the substance she had administered. Ding! Host detected engaging in procreation with a non-spouse. Current partner's aptitude is of medium-grade spirit root. 10 years of lifespan may be consumed to enhance life essence, allowing the partner to conceive a child with exceptional spirit root. Though Yi Xian was coerced, his sense of paternal responsibility compelled him not to shortchange his offspring. Thus, he chose to expend 10 years of his life to enhance the potential of his progeny, though the decision was not entirely his own. By the time Yi Xian awoke, it was already evening. Wang Furong had kindly dressed him and tidied the area. Had he not sensed Li Gang's weakened state, he might have doubted whether it had all been a dream. On the table lay a small pouch, which Yi Xian opened to find about 10 low-grade spirit stones. Just enough to balance his fingers. Damn, the matron is quite powerful. This Li Gang is impressive. I've seen men wear cuckoldry, but this is the first time I've witnessed a man cuckolding himself. As expected, a month later, news broke that Wang Furong was pregnant, and Li Gang became the second son-in-law to have offspring. Out of obligation, Yi Xian visited Li Gang's home to congratulate him. During the visit, Wang Furong discreetly cast flirtatious glances at Yi Xian, sending chills down his spine. This woman truly fears no discovery. Has she unlocked some peculiar switch? Yi Xian felt the awkwardness mounting and considered fleeing, but his innocent second wife insisted on visiting Wang Furong, leaving him no choice but to accompany her. During their visit, Wang Furong seized an opportunity to lean close to Yi Xian, whispering sweetly, I have not been intimate with Li Gang. It is certainly yours. Chapter 4. Exceptional Spirit Roots. Or 2. Since Wang Furong's pregnancy, other son-in-law couples have also begun to experience joyful tidings. 6 years later, the eldest child reached the age for spirit root testing. While among Yi Xian's group, only his eldest daughter, Yi Wei, and second daughter, Yi Shi, were old enough. Over the past 6 years, Yi Xian had married 20 wives. And counting the yet-to-be-born children, he had 30 offspring. Had the Qingxuan Sect provided more suitable female disciples for Yi Xian, he might have already exceeded 50 wives. Notably, all of Yi Xian's children born thus far were girls, including Wang Furong's child. When Yi Xian's 10th daughter, Yi Ling, was born, the Yuan Jiedizi system awarded Yi Xian a special reward for surpassing 2-digit progeny. The reward was a manual titled Yuan Dao Chang Shengju, en upgraded cultivation technique. According to the system, this manual consisted of 2 parts, one for the mother, which could replicate the full combat prowess of the cultivator's offspring with a double enhancement, and the other, Yuan Dao Jing Lao Ju, could be passed down through Yi Xian's bloodline. Each descendant of Yi Xian would automatically begin cultivating this technique upon starting their training, establishing a spiritual connection with him. At present, Yi Xian's daughters have yet to commence their cultivation, and thus, he is unable to reap the benefits of this profound technique. Father, please walk faster. The matron is waiting for us. The little girl speaking is Yi Xian's eldest daughter, Yi Wei. This spirited child, brimming with mischief, has always dreamt of becoming a celestial being like her mother, Lu Wei. Vaya, Could you not be as boisterous as your sister Shi? Must you always behave in such a manner? Faced with Yi Xian's admonition, Yi Wei retorted with a hint of defiance. Shi is not well behaved. She cried at 5 years old. Before Yi Wei could finish her sentence, Yi Shi covered her mouth with her hand, seemingly afraid that her sister would reveal her secret. Initially, Yi Xian was not curious, but Yi Shi's reluctance to let Yi Wei speak piqued his interest. Shi, what have you done? Yi stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, prompting her elder sister, Yi Wei, to come to her aid. Father, do you remember the incident with Uncle Li Gang falling into the outhouse? That was orchestrated by Shi and her friends. They also set off firecrackers and burned Uncle Li Gang's risque illustrations. The more Yi Xian listened, the more his head throbbed. He had thought his daughters were demure little princesses, only to discover they were mischievous little rascals. To this day, Uncle Li Gang has yet to uncover the culprits. No, it wasn't me. It was Li Yu, Uncle Li Gang's daughter, an ergo from the Wang family who did it. I merely followed along. I didn't interfere. Upon hearing Li Yu's name, Yi Xian sighed in resignation. Li Yu, the daughter of him and Wang Furong, has always been a little leader, often getting into trouble. However, Yi Xian could hardly discipline her. The thought of it was already exhausting. Yet, given that it was Li Yu's doing, Li Gang had it coming. Before long, Yi Xian and his daughters arrived at the location designated by Qingxuan men for the spiritual root testing. At that moment, the testing platform was already surrounded by children eager to undergo the assessment. Alongside Yi Xian's group of sons-in-law, there were several other groups, totaling around 50 children. The matron led Yi Wei and Yi Shi to collect their numbers, while Yi Xian, having nothing to do, mingled with another group of sons-in-law to listen to their idle chatter. Hey, have you heard? It is said that a child with a suspected superior spiritual root has appeared in Qingfeng Town. It seems this year's top spot is already determined. Indeed, a superior spiritual root is quite rare within the Qingxuan Sect. I heard that the fairy up there is Li Xuanji, the current saintess of Qingxuan Sect. She possesses an exceptional spiritual root and has been designated as the successor by the sect leader. Yuan, not as well versed in the matters of Qingxuan Sect as these seasoned sons-in-law, merely followed their gaze. Upon looking over, he immediately recognized Li Xuanji, for her beauty was so striking that it seemed almost unreal, as if such a celestial being should not exist. It appeared that Li Xuanji noticed Yi Xian's gaze, turning to him with a gentle smile before vanishing from sight. Li Xuanji, what a splendid name, he mused. Her smile ignited quite a stir among the assembled sons-in-law, who began to chatter excitedly. The saintess smiled. The saintess smiled at me. She must have an interest in me. Nonsense. The saintess was clearly smiling at me. At that moment, Li Xuanji reappeared, this time directly approaching Yi Xian. With a soft voice, she spoke. You are Yi Xian? The one who has fathered 30 children in 6 years? Yi Xian was taken aback by how Li Xuanji recognized him, but still responded, Yes, Your Highness the Saintess. I am indeed Yi Xian. After confirming his identity with a nod, Li Xuanji gracefully returned to the testing platform. Her actions incited envy among the sons-in-law. After all, why would the Saintess choose to speak to him? Upon returning to the testing platform, Li Xuanji performed a spell and announced the commencement of the spiritual root assessment. First up, Wang Shu. As her voice faded, a little girl of about 6 years old hurriedly approached the verification stone. Observing Wang Shu's evident nervousness, Li Xuanji gently reassured her, Relax, place your hand on the verification stone and clear your mind. Wang Shu obediently followed Li Xuanji's instructions, placing her hand on the stone. After approximately 10 breaths, the stone erupted in a brilliant crimson light. Everyone present held their breath in astonishment. To their surprise, the very first child to be tested possessed a spiritual root, and it appeared to be quite exceptional. Li Xuanji softly announced, Wang Shu, fire attribute, superior spiritual root. Reward, 100 low-grade spirit stones and a first-class disciple token. After overseeing Wang Shu's assessment, Li Xuanji moved aside, indicating that Wang Shu was indeed the rumored child with a superior spiritual root. This was confirmed as, following Wang Shu's assessment, about 30 more children were tested, yielding merely 2 with middle-grade roots and 5 with low-grade roots. This outcome left the Qingxuan Sect feeling somewhat disappointed. Yet securing 1 disciple with a superior spiritual root was still commendable. After testing several more children, it was finally time for Yi Wei and Yi Shi to take the stage. Li Xuanji raised an eyebrow and inquired of the matron, These two little girls are Yi Xian's daughters, are they not? The matron responded respectfully. Indeed, Your Highness the Saintess, these are Yi Wei and Yi Shi. Both their parents possess middle-grade spiritual roots, making it highly likely they too have spiritual roots. I shall oversee the testing for these sisters, Li Xuanji declared, rising to stand before Yi Wei and Yi Shi, gently guiding them on how to proceed with the assessment. Her distinct treatment of them left the onlookers baffled, and the sons-in-law could only marvel at Yi Xian's fortune in garnering the favor of the saintess. As the elder sister, Yi Wei was tested first. The moment her palm touched the verification stone, it erupted with a striking azure glow, far more intense than Wang Shu's crimson light. The murmurs about Yi Xian's identity quieted abruptly, only to erupt like a volcano moments later. Heavens! What kind of spiritual root is this? Is this level of spiritual root even possible? Could it surpass Wang Shu's superior spiritual root? As the excitement reached a fever pitch, Li Xuanji finally intervened to restore order. Yi Wei, water attribute exceptional spiritual root, granting a special disciple token and entering the intersex roster. Next, Yevi. Although Li Xuanji maintained an air of calm, her demeanor was merely for show. An exceptional spiritual root was the caliber expected of successors at their level, ensuring a future position as an elder. Witnessing her sister's exceptional root, Yi Shi felt a surge of competitive spirit. After all, they shared the same father. Surely she could not fall short of her sister. With her competitive drive ignited, before Li Xuanji could speak, Yi Shi pressed her hand against the verification stone. As anticipated, the stone burst forth with a light as powerful as her sister's, but in a vibrant emerald hue. Li Xuanji's expression twitched, though she had mentally prepared herself. She had expected Yi Shi to at least possess a superior spiritual root. To her astonishment, Yi Shi also had an exceptional spiritual root, differing from her sister's as it was of the wood attribute. Yevi would attribute exceptional spiritual root, granting a special disciple token and entering the intersex roster. The crowd erupted once more, celebrating yet another exceptional spiritual root. These two young girls appear to be sisters. Whose children could they be? I could tell at a glance that one of the girls is extraordinary. Perhaps I even have some familial connection with their family. However, Yi Xian, who already knew the truth, remained unfazed. He was merely waiting for Qing Xianzong to reward him. Over the years, he had spent 300 years of his lifespan just giving birth, and if he didn't replenish it soon, he would be on his way to the afterlife. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he was unexpectedly ambushed by a female cultivator from Qing Xianzong, who covered him with a sack. When Yi Xian regained consciousness, it was already evening. "Are you awake?" A melodious voice, as sweet as silver bells, echoed in his mind. Yi Xian immediately recognized it as that of Li Xianji. "I have met the holy maiden." He hurriedly bowed, for he was still a son-in-law of Qing Xianmin and needed to adhere to its rules. Li Xianji gracefully raised her hand, casting a spell to help Yi Xian to his feet. "My subordinate was somewhat reckless. I hope Mr. Yi can be forgiving." Yi Xian shook his head, indicating it was of no consequence. "May I ask, holy maiden, what is it that you seek from me?" Yi Xian chose not to beat around the bush and decided to address the matter directly, voicing his inquiries. Li Xianji had initially intended to engage in more pleasantries, but seeing Yi Xian's straightforwardness, she abandoned the pretense. "Do you have anything to say regarding your daughters, Xiao Wei and Xiao Shi?" "I am unaware of what the holy maiden means. Indeed, Yi Wei and Yi Shi are the fruits of my union with my wife." Prompted by Xuan Yi's inquiry, Yi Xian suddenly realized that his situation was perilously precarious. Initially, he had planned to utilize the Wandao Changshengju to exploit his daughter's combat prowess and establish his own independence. However, it seemed that if he revealed his ability to enhance his offspring's aptitude, he might be reduced to a breeding machine, though the reality was already somewhat akin to that. Noticing that Yi Xian's response was evading the question, Li Xianji decided to press further. "Both Mr. Yi and Mrs. Yi possess only mid-grade spiritual roots. While the likelihood of your offspring possessing spiritual roots may indeed be higher than that of other son-in-law families, the simultaneous emergence of multiple supreme spiritual roots is rather extraordinary. Perhaps this is merely a coincidence," Yi Xian suggested. But Li Xianji remained uncertain whether the situation was as he claimed, just a stroke of luck. If Yi Xian truly possessed a secret method to manipulate the quality of his descendants' spiritual roots, it would not be wise for her to act rashly. After careful consideration, she resolved to adopt the most prudent approach, to keep Yixian within the fold of Qingxuan Zone. As long as Yixian and his daughters remained within Qingxuan Zone, the truth of any secret methods would be inconsequential. Yixian felt anxious, uncertain if he had successfully deceived Li Xianji, but he had no choice but to gamble that she was a clever woman. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Indeed, if such a remarkable secret method existed, how could it have come into your possession, Mr. Yi? Xiao Wei and Xiao Shi's circumstances must simply be attributed to good fortune. Xuan concluded, Tosin a silk boch to Xuan. This is a reward for you. I have personally sponsored a portion. Shortly, I shall instruct someone to escort you home. Yixian bowed in gratitude and took his leave, feeling that Li Xianji was far too dangerous and wishing to avoid any further entanglements with her. By the way, this is my communication token. You may contact me through it if needed. Yixian accepted the small jade token that floated before him, secured it, and departed. As night fell, Yixian returned home under the escort of Li Xianji's maidservant. Yi Wei and Yi Shi, however, had entered the inner sanctum of Qingxuan Zone with Li Xianji. The following morning, news arrived that Yi Wei and Yi Shi had been tested and found to possess supreme spiritual roots. The matron in charge even presented the Yi family with a plaque honoring them as an esteemed family. In an instant, Yi Xian's reputation among the son-in-laws soared to its zenith, with many looking up to him as a leader. Yet, these other son-in-laws would likely return home to face a scolding, as Yixian had not only produced more children, but of superior quality. While they had managed only two at most, the envy was palpable, and the son-in-laws begrudged each other their fortunes. Li Gang received the news with mixed feelings, joy at Yixian's success and worry regarding the lineage. However, under Wang Furong's counsel, he eventually found solace. For Li Yu bore his surname, not Yes. The fact that Li Yu was not truly Li Gang's child was known only to the heavens, the earth, Wang Furong, himself, and Yi Xian, leaving no one else the wiser. As long as this secret remained buried, he would be seen as the father of a supreme spiritual root celestial being, a quality progenitor capable of producing children with exceptional spiritual roots. Chapter 6 had securely placed Mu Qinggu initially. Li Gang had been troubled by the matter of borrowing seed, but now he wished fervently for Wang Furong to seek Yi Xian's assistance once more. Unfortunately, he underestimated the cunning of Yi Xian, for once Li Yu embarked on the path of cultivation at the age of 6, all truths would be revealed. In the end, Li Gang's efforts would amount to naught, like a basket fetching water, unable to take off the green hat that had been placed upon him. The hat was firmly in place. A year later, when Yi Xian's second batch of daughters reached the age for spiritual root testing, he knew it was likely he would not be able to keep his secret hidden any longer, and he had already devised a plan to address it. However, this time, Li Xianji was well prepared, intercepting Yi Xian and his 12 daughters midway. To validate her suspicions, Li Xianji brought a small testing stone to conduct individual assessments of Yi Xian's daughters. She did not afford Yi Xian many opportunities for discussion, launching directly into the testing. Third daughter, supreme spiritual root. 15th daughter, supreme spiritual root. Li Xianji's hands trembled slightly. Her worldview was on the verge of collapse. Supreme spiritual roots were not so easily found, especially within Yi Xian's household, where there were still over 10 daughters too young to be tested. The sudden emergence of over 30 supreme spiritual root seedlings promised that, in a few decades, Qingxuan Zone could dominate among the 9 grade sects. Mr. Yi, the evidence is irrefutable. If you claim this is mere luck, it is no longer tenable. Yi Xian had prepared for this moment, calmly presenting his explanation to Li Xianji. Since the Holy Maiden has uncovered the truth, I shall no longer conceal it. I may possess a unique constitution. I can enhance the spiritual root aptitude of my descendants by absorbing spiritual energy. This discovery came only after I entered Qingxuan Zone, and I hope the Holy Maiden can understand. I merely wish to survive. With this declaration, regardless of whether Li Xianji believed him, he fortified his own defense, wagering that her weapon was devoid of bullets. As long as she could not discern the truth of his words, she would not take action against him. On the other hand, Li Xianji found herself genuinely unable to ascertain the veracity of Yi Xian's claims. If she deemed it false, it would be true that Yi Xian had only ever utilized spiritual stones. Yet if she accepted it as true, She had never heard of such a miraculous constitution that could alter fate. Ultimately, she chose to believe in Yi Xian's assertion of a special constitution and led him and his numerous children back to the inner sanctum of Qingxuan Zone. Having traversed to this world for nearly 8 years, this was Yi Xian's first visit to the inner sanctum of a celestial sect. Li Xianji arranged for Yi Xian to stay in her own chambers while she took his daughters to meet the sect master, Mu Qinggu. Master, this is how the events unfolded. What should we do now? In the center of the grand hall, Qingxuan Zong's sect master Mu Qinggu furrowed her brow in deep thought. A remarkable physical constitution capable of altering the innate talents of progeny. Never before have I heard of such a prodigious trait appearing within the realm of Shenzhou. Could it be that this Yi Xian hails from the mystic domain of Shanghai beyond Shenzhou? Yet, the exquisite collection of superior spiritual roots evident in this young girl leaves no room for doubt, preventing Mu Qinggu from indulging in fanciful thoughts. Xuanji, please bring Yi Xian to me. I wish to observe her personally. Li Xuanji acted swiftly, and within moments, she presented Yi Xian before Mu Qinggu. Son-in-law Yi Xian, I pay my respects to the sect master. Mu Qinggu did not respond to Yi Xian, but soared directly from the main seat to stand before her. A delicate hand, as pure as jade, rested upon Yi Xian's chest, while azure spiritual energy swirled around, seemingly probing the secrets within her. After a quarter of an hour, Mu Qinggu withdrew her hand in disappointment, murmuring in confusion. Indeed, there was no cultivation, merely an ordinary middle-grade spiritual root. Could it truly be an extraordinary constitution of which I am unaware? After some self-reflection, Mu Qinggu turned to Yi Xian and inquired, You claim that you can rapidly absorb the spiritual energy from spiritual stones. Show me. With that, she produced an exceptionally pure spiritual stone and tossed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised her hand to catch the spiritual stone, and the mechanical prompt of the system chimed in. Ding. Energy material detected. High-grade spiritual stone. Convertible to 100 years of lifespan. Will the host absorb it? Absorb. Yi Xian had not anticipated that this single stone would be equivalent to 100 low-grade spiritual stones. However, the system was quite ruthless. Regardless of the stone's grade, it consumed everything greedily. In less than a second, the high-grade spiritual stone was reduced to ashes after exhausting its energy. Li Xuanji and Mu Qinggu were nearly left agape. Although they could absorb high-grade spiritual stones in a short time, it would not be as effortless as Yi Xian had demonstrated. Mu Qinggu hastily checked the spiritual energy within Yi Xian again, and indeed, there was none at all. This was merely stating the obvious. All had been converted into lifespan, leaving no surplus. At this point, both Mu Qinggu and Li Xuanji were mostly convinced, but the extraordinary nature of Yi Xian's constitution was difficult for them to fully accept. After a brief pause, Mu Qinggu asked Yi Xian, Is it true that you can only enhance the innate talent of your progeny to that of a superior spiritual root? Yi Xian replied, Not exactly. I have discovered that the upper limit of the talent I can enhance in progeny is also related to the innate talent of my wives, along with the total amount of my energy and my own condition. These three factors combined. For instance, if my wives possess middle-grade spiritual roots, I can at most enable them to bear children with superior spiritual roots. Beyond that, I am uncertain. Mu Qinggu realized that Yi Xian merely viewed himself as a mortal, lacking understanding of the classifications and realms of spiritual roots in the cultivation world. Thus, she prepared to enlighten him. In the realm of Shenzhou, the qualities of spiritual roots are categorized into 9 grades. Low-grade spiritual root, middle-grade spiritual root, upper-grade spiritual root, superior spiritual root, earth spiritual root, heaven spiritual root, yin spiritual root, demonic spiritual root, yang spiritual root, immortal spiritual root, and primordial spiritual root, fate spiritual root. These 9 tiers correspond to their respective limits of realms. Qi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, core formation stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, God transformation stage, integration stage, tribulation stage, and earth immortal. Yi Xian grasped the essence of this information and, after some contemplation, reached a conclusion. Sect Master, based on previous experience, I believe I could enhance the quality of my progeny's spiritual roots by 2 stages, but this would deplete a significant amount of my spiritual energy. I have yet to experiment to confirm this. Yi Xian's words startled Mu Qinggu and Li Xuanji. if Yi Xian could indeed elevate the innate talents of his progeny by 2 tiers. Would that not mean they could cultivate celestial seedlings of heaven spiritual root level for their Qingxuan Sect? Would they not possess cultivators at the god transformation stage? Would this not elevate them from a 4th grade sect to a 6th grade sect? Chapter 7, Madam. You surely do not wish for Yi Xian to lose his identity as a son-in-law, do you? Faced with the temptation of heaven's spiritual root seedlings and disciples at the god transformation stage, the gazes of Mu Qingge and Li Xuanji turned covetous. It was not that they were impure, but the allure was overwhelming. This matter is of great significance. I shall convene an internal meeting of the sect. Xuanji, you must keep a close watch on Yi Xian and ensure nothing goes awry. Understood, Master. Yi Xian felt that Mu Qingge and Li Xuanji were not preparing anything favorable for him, and began contemplating his next move. Subsequently, matters progressed beyond Yi Xian's involvement, as Li Xuanji temporarily acted as his personal bodyguard, escorting him to the inner sanctum of Qingxuan Sect for house arrest. Meanwhile, Mu Qingge convened a high-level meeting of Qingxuan Sect, prepared to stake the future of the sect on Yi Xian. Once the 8 senior elders of Qingxuan Sect had assembled, Mu Qingge revealed the existence of Yi Xian. This is the situation. I am prepared to take a gamble. If I win, we shall reap riches and honor. If I lose, we will still ascend to a higher tier. Sect Master, is it true that Yi Xian possesses such incredible abilities? Elder Yunyan, the 5th elder, expressed skepticism, as the ability to enhance the innate talents of progeny seemed utterly unfathomable to her. I have personally verified this matter. All of Yi Xian's children possess superior spiritual roots. As for whether he can truly conceive heaven spiritual roots, that remains to be tested. Sect Master, this requires careful deliberation. Just as Mu Qingge was about to finalize her plan, the 9th elder, Lu Yuanxi, interrupted with her grievances. She had just accepted a disciple named Li Yu with a superior water spiritual root, only to return and learned that superior spiritual roots had become commonplace within the sect. The disparity was too great for her to accept, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Mu Qingge frowned. She was the sect master, after all. The purpose of convening the meeting was to inform, not to solicit opinions. Why were her subordinates opposing her? I am merely informing you. This decision is final and concerns the survival of Qingxuan Sect. Should I discover anyone leaking information, do not blame me for disregarding our sect's highs. Days later, Li Xuanji approached Yi Xian with Mu Qingge's intentions and divulged their grand ambitions. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt as though he were a laborer being exploited by capitalists. With lofty promises of a better future, he promptly declared his withdrawal, stating that he would leave the matter to whoever wished to pursue it. What do you mean by that, Yi Xian? This is about revitalizing our sect. You should possess a spirit of sacrifice, should you not? This is for the collective benefit. Cannot you feel a sense of collective honor? Very well. So this is how you choose to play it. Resorting to moral coercion. Is it? Collective honor? None. Not an ounce. Holy maiden. Allow me to speak plainly. Every one of my children is my blood and soul. Your actions are simply. You've won. I understand your feelings, but this matter is crucial to the future of the sect. You must make some sacrifices. Yi Xian shook his head, adopting a pained expression as he replied, Holy maiden, you misunderstand. That is not my intent. Then what is your intent? My intent is that it requires compensation. You. Li Xuanji's face flushed with anger. She had not anticipated Yi Xian to be so obsessed with wealth. What? A grand sect like Qingxuan is unwilling to part with even 100 spiritual stones? Li Xuanji fell silent for a moment, then waved her hand, holding up 2 fingers in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's mind was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Li Xuanji's words. 100 spirit stones won't suffice. You need to request 200 spirit stones from a sect. What? Are you out of your mind? Yi Xian was taken aback. Was Li Xuanji not in her right mind? She was asking for 100 spirit stones herself, and instead of negotiating, she was actually proposing to increase the amount. Faced with Yi Xian's incredulous expression, Li Xuanji scoffed, You are the one being foolish. What I mean is, I will report to the sect for 200 spirit stones at once, and we shall split it 50-50. Now, it was Yi Xian's turn to be displeased. Damn it. I was indeed too conservative. These women are ruthless when it comes to their own kind. I barely earned 100 spirit stones and even sacrificed my vitality for it. And this woman actually wants to take advantage of me? No way. 50% is too much. It should be 20% for you and 80% for me. Li Xuanji was equally adamant, declaring that she could not accept that. Let's do 60-40. You take 60 and I take 40. Surely that's acceptable. Yi Xian could not agree, as he felt 6 parts would still leave him at a disadvantage. Thus, he proposed a compromise. No, 60% is too little. Let's meet halfway. How about 70-30? I take 70, you take 30. What do you say? Li Xuanji raised an eyebrow, but ultimately accepted Yi Xian's division of profits. Having confirmed Yi Xian's needs, Li Xuanji returned to the main hall to report the results to Mu Qingge. Master, Yi Xian requests 500 spirit stones for a child, but I managed to negotiate it down to 200 per instance. What do you think? Mu Qingge frowned slightly. Li Xuanji felt a bit anxious. She was uncertain about the situation with Lao Bideng. You report 1,000 spirit stones per instance to the third junior sister, and I will provide you with a note. The extra 800 should be deposited into my anonymous account at Xinzhou Trading House. Go ahead. Li Xuanji's mouth twitched. Compared to Mu Qingge, she was still too inexperienced. Only doubling the amount, while Mu Qingge directly multiplied it tenfold. If the truth were to be exposed, she would be the one to bear the consequences. Li Xuanji felt like crying, but could only swallow her grievances. She quickly completed the sect's tasks, and in order to cover their tracks, Qingxuan Sect specifically sent her to handle the remnants of Yi Xian's previous existence. Li Xuanji arrived at Yi Xian's home, preparing to take the remaining children back to Qingxuan Sect for secret cultivation. Although Lu Wei and others recognized this sect's holy maiden and knew she was not a villain, they were alarmed by her sudden desire to take their children, especially since Yi Xian had vanished without a trace. Their maternal instincts kicked in, sensing something was amiss. Holy maiden! What has happened to my master? Why do you suddenly wish to take my children? Observing the expressions of Lu Wei and the others, Li Xuanji estimated they were unaware of Yi Xian's secrets. The sect had shown mercy by not eliminating these women. Madam Yi, you surely do not want Yi Zhueishu to lose his life, do you? If not, then do not pursue this matter any further and come with us obediently. Li Xuanji's words carried an odd undertone, causing Yi Xian's group of wives to turn pale with fear. Fortunately, all the disciples from Qingxuan Sect were women. Otherwise, one might mistakenly think bandits had come to raid them. As for the other townsfolk, they were informed that Qingxuan Sect had acknowledged Yi Xian's significant contributions and had arranged for him to be relocated elsewhere. The other families of male dependents in the town felt nothing but envy and longing. Of course, except for Gue Gong Li Gang. Upon learning that Yi Xian had been assigned away, Li Gang was filled with regret, lamenting his missed opportunity. He had planned to have Wang Furong borrow seeds from Yi Xian a few more times, but now that Yi Xian was gone, how could he still borrow? That day, Li Gang trudged for miles to inquire about Yi Xian's new residence. If Yi Xian were still around, he would undoubtedly have to endure the humiliation of being cuckolded. Damn it! Who is cursing me behind my back? Yivwan, what are you doing? Li Xuanji arrived at Yi Xian's secret cave with a schedule and a bag of spirit stones, only to find him shadowboxing. I'm just practicing my punches, learning some martial arts. Holy maiden, is there something you need from me today? Li Xuanji handed him the schedule and the bag of spirit stones. This is the schedule arranged by the sect for you, and inside are 4,200 low-grade spirit stones. Prepare yourself. You will begin receiving clients tomorrow. Upon hearing Li Xuanji's words, Yi Xian felt a sense of unease. What did she mean by receiving clients? He was clearly aiming to expand his family. While I appreciate the spirit stones, I do not appreciate your choice of words. I hope you will be more mindful in the future. After voicing his dissatisfaction, Yi Xian glanced at the schedule and was taken aback. It was filled to the brim from the beginning of the month to the end, leaving no room for respite. Even an old ox would struggle to endure such a grind. If things continued this way, would he not end up sharpening an iron pestle into a needle? However, Yi Xian was curious about his limits, so he discussed with Li Xuanji the possibility of having an alternating schedule starting next month. After all, it would not do to indulge his second brother while causing himself to suffer. Li Xuanji thought the schedule was indeed absurd and agreed to help Yi Xian negotiate. After she departed, Yi Xian began absorbing spirit stones, and it was as if he had consumed a burst of energy. He couldn't stop. In just over an hour, he had depleted the 4,200 spirit stones along with his previous stock. Ding! Energy material, low-grade spirit stones. Absorption of 5,000 completed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 years of lifespan. Current lifespan, 5,200 years. 5,200 years of lifespan. This was already comparable to a Yuanying stage cultivator. Xuan was still reveling in the joy of surpassing 5,000 years of lifespan when the system's notification chimed again. Damn it, what kind of commotion is this? I haven't absorbed any more spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host's offspring has successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. And the double cultivation has been successfully replicated. The cultivation has been concealed. Ding. Host's offspring has embarked on the path of immortality for the first time, rewarding the host with the talent Gongxin Zhuang Moin. Oh, now this is exciting. Although Xuan was thrilled about the cultivation breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, the other reward was even more enticing. Xuan carefully examined the usage instructions for Gongxin Zhuang Moin. In simple terms, it was akin to a slow-acting enslavement mark. However, the method of application was somewhat twisted, as any woman who had born children for Xuan would gradually be eroded during the child's development, resulting in both mother and child taking on Xuan's characteristics upon birth. Wow, that is incredibly perverse, but I like it. If the effects are indeed this powerful, wouldn't I be able to effortlessly control Qingxuan Sect simply by having children? With this thought in mind, Xuan felt that his second brother was already eagerly anticipating the opportunity. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The following morning, Li Xuanji arrived at Xuan's cave, ready to take him to contribute to Qingxuan Sect. With dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night, Xuan appeared resigned to his fate, which amused Li Xuanji. Big brother, we're just going to have child. It's not like we're walking to the guillotine. Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? Xuan shot her a disdainful glance. How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of Xuan? Li Xuanji was exasperated, finding Xuan irritating despite his handsome appearance. After calming herself, she piloted the celestial vessel to a bamboo cottage nestled in the mountains. Enter, for the individual awaits your arrival within. Xuan pushed open the door, revealing a youthful and radiant maiden seated upright on the warm bed. The maiden's expression bore a hint of anxiety. As one who had taken numerous wives, Xuan could discern that she was indeed a virtuous young lady, still awaiting her suitor. Although he did not possess the sinister traits reminiscent of Cao Cao, he found that familiarity with such matters made the process significantly easier. This thought led him to recall Wang Furong from the Zhueshi regiment. It seemed that Liu had learned of his lineage the day before. However, Xuan had yet to muster the courage to reach out to her. He shook off the melancholy that clouded his mind, reminding himself that official matters must remain devoid of personal sentiment. Ding dong. The system detected that the host is engaging in procreation with their spouse. Current spouse possesses mid-tier spiritual roots. 10 years of lifespan can be consumed to enhance the quality of the offspring's spiritual roots, allowing for the potential of exceptional progeny to be conceived. Confirm the enhancement. 2 hours later, Li Xuanji, who had been waiting at the door, found herself growing weary. She had heard that men typically took only a few minutes, yet she had waited an eternity without seeing Xuan emerge. Just as she contemplated peering in with her divine sense, Xuan finally appeared. The maiden fled in a flurry, appearing as though she had encountered a frightful creature. Saintess, what are you waiting for? Please, take me back. Oh, call me aboard. I shall escort you home. During their return journey, Xuan could not resist inquiring about the well-being of his wives. After all, one day as husband yields 100 days of affection. Having shared a bed for several years, Xuan was not devoid of sentiment. Your wives and concubines are well taken care of by their respective sections. You need not worry. Simply cooperate with the sex arrangements and focus on fathering children. Ah, I see. You remain blissfully unaware, but I shall eventually mark you with a charm to transform you into my ideal form. I am eager to see if your tongue remains as obstinate as it is now. Once Li Xuanji delivered Xuan back to his residence, she took her leave. Previously, Xuan had requested a work schedule of 1 day on, 1 day off from the sect, granting him ample leisure time, which he often utilized to invent small creations from the 21st century to alleviate his solitude. Having been a science student in his past life, Xuan possessed considerable engineering knowledge. Through his observations, he noted that many physical theories in this world exhibited numerical discrepancies. Furthermore, the mathematical theories were quite antiquated. Thus, he utilized his enhanced memory to compose a foundational mathematics book. He entrusted this tome, a book of demons, to Li Xuanji, asking her to deliver it to his daughters so they might experience the trials their father endured. Chapter 9. Truly. There's not a drop left. Yixian's motto was that since he had braved a rain, he shall tear away another's umbrella. Li Xuanji, Mareli Curios, took a glance which caused her CPU to crash. This marked the first occasion Yixian witnessed Li Xuanji flee in disarray. For the following month, every 2 days, Li Xuanji would escort Yixian to the bamboo hut to mate with women arranged by the Qingxuan Sect. Today marked the last occasion of the month. Although the continuous exertion had grown tedious for Yixian, having accepted remuneration for his services, he adhered to the spirit of the contract and dutifully engaged with the unfamiliar woman. Ding dong. The system detected that the host is engaging in procreation with their spouse. Current spouse possesses mid-tier spiritual roots. 10 years of lifespan can be consumed to enhance the essence of life, allowing for the potential of exceptional progeny to be conceived. Confirm the enhancement. 2 hours later, Yixian donned his trousers and opened the door, skillfully leaping onto Li Xuanji's flying artifact. Let us depart, Saintess. Li Xuanji closed the book in her hands and began to navigate the artifact, returning Yixian to his estate. Along the way, Yixian noticed Li Xuanji casting furtive glances at him, yet he refrained from addressing it. Upon reaching Yixian's abode, Li Xuanji repeatedly attempted to voice something, yet the words caught in her throat. Well, Li Xuanji, what is it? You've been hesitating all this time. Please, speak freely. You. What do you mean, you? If you have nothing to say, I shall close the door. I have finished Dream of the Red Chamber. Please write swiftly. Li Xuanji's words were jumbled, clearly a hasty utterance, and she quickly activated her artifact to depart. What has caused this woman to become so indecisive? Wasn't that book only given to her 2 days prior? How could she read it so quickly? Since Li Xuanji chose not to elaborate, Yixian decided not to press further. 2 days later, after a lengthy wait, Yixian still did not see Li Xuanji arrive to escort him for procreation. By nightfall, the sect leader of Qingxuan, Mu Qingge, unexpectedly visited Yixian's residence. I pay my respects to the esteemed sect leader. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit today? The unusual circumstances left Yixian uncertain. Yet Mu Qingge's personal visit indicated that no peril threatened his life. Mu Qingge spoke softly. Today, Xuanji has other matters to attend to, so I shall personally escort you to the bamboo grove. If you're prepared, we may depart now. Yixian sighed in relief, realizing that Li Xuanji's absence was due to other obligations. He inhaled deeply, for Mu Qingge's imposing presence was quite formidable, and he feared losing his composure. Sect leader, I am prepared. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingge nodded and swiftly seized Yixian by the collar, soaring into the sky, reaching the bamboo grove in the blink of an eye. The discomfort from supersonic flight caused Yixian's stomach to churn, nearly overwhelming him. Yixian recognized that Mu Qingge required some guidance. He would have to educate her one day. After a brief respite, Yixian intended to proceed with the usual routine. Yet Mu Qingge pulled him back, placing a blindfold over his eyes. This particular woman is special, Yixian. Please bear with it. It may be an inconvenience, but you must wear the blindfold. Once you have finished, I shall remove it for you. Although Yixian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he chose to endure it for the sake of his grand plan. The bamboo hut was all too familiar to Yixian. Even with his eyes covered, he could locate the entrance. Upon opening the door, a familiar scent of pear blossoms greeted him, causing his heart to flutter. This aroma was unmistakably that of Li Xuanji. While Yixian anticipated this day would eventually arrive, he had not expected it to come so swiftly. Clearly, the Qingxuan Sect's desire for heavenly spiritual roots was far more fervent than he had imagined. Following the fragrance, Yixian settled beside Li Xuanji, reclining upon the bed with an air of nonchalance, casually commanding, "Today, I am indisposed. You shall mount and do as you wish." Li Xuanji, litne sing yequans au de schustemanov, felt an urge to strike him, her frustration boiling over. What? Do you not wish to serve me? Then I shall take my leave. Let it be known, I shall not refund your spirit stones. Li Xuanji, gritting her teeth in anger, reminded herself that she was here on a mission from her master, tasked with determining whether Yixian could indeed bear children with heavenly spiritual roots. After a moment of internal conflict, Li Xuanji ultimately decided to comply and take the initiative. The fragrance of pear blossoms intensified in the air, and for the first time, Yi Xian encountered 3 options for enhancing his offspring. Ding dong. The host has been detected engaging with their spouse in the procreation of offspring. The current spouse possesses the exceptional spiritual root. It is possible to consume 10 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, enabling the spouse to give birth to offspring with exceptional spiritual roots. The system chimes again, indicating the possibility of consuming 100 years of lifespan for the same purpose, this time resulting in offspring with earthly spiritual roots. Yet again, it chimes, this time allowing for the consumption of 1,000 years of lifespan to yield offspring with heavenly spiritual roots. Due to the unorthodox methods employed by Mu Qingge and his companions, engaging in acts of pleasure before settling the dues, Yi Xian found himself at odds with his principles. However, as a father, the love he bore for his child compelled him to make a choice he had initially deemed unacceptable. System, I choose the third option. With a heavy heart, he relinquished 1,000 years of lifespan, feeling a mix of sorrow and joy. After 2 hours, Yi Xian emerged from the bamboo dwelling, supporting his waist with both hands. Li Xuanji's physical prowess was extraordinary. While Yi Xian's cultivation level was rather modest, he could barely hold his own in their encounters. To his surprise, Li Xuanji seemed increasingly invigorated, and Yi Xian found himself battling not just for victory, but for the dignity of manhood. Li Xuanji followed him out, her youthful innocence replaced by a beguiling allure. She regarded Yi Xian and Li Xuanji with wide eyes, akin to one observing a curious spectacle, leaving Li Xuanji feeling somewhat embarrassed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Mu Qingge inquired whether the endurance was truly remarkable. Li Xuanji shyly nodded before transforming into a streak of light and departing. After her exit, Mu Qingge lifted the band on his blindfold. Master, perhaps we ought to reconsider the remuneration. I am utterly out of resources. Chapter 10. Li Xuanji gives birth. The young matron astonishes all. Mu Qingge was well prepared for this eventuality. Is 1,000 sufficient? Yi Xian remained stoic, aware that 1,000 was merely enough to cover costs. He was not in the business of charity. I am referring to high-grade spirit stones, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If you agree, I can dispense them to you immediately. Pleasant collaboration. Master, do remember to contact me in advance for future endeavors. I assure you of impeccable service. Yi Xian surveyed the bag brimming with high-grade spirit stones, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The exchange equated to approximately 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, or a staggering 100,000 years of lifespan, the approximate limit of a cultivator in the harmonization stage. After escorting Yi Xian back to his cave abode, Mu Qingge proceeded to the financial office of the Qingxuan Sect, presenting a reimbursement form to the third elder responsible for the sect's finances. The third junior sister, Lu Weiwei, examined the form, her small fist tightening in frustration. The sect, under the leadership of the master and senior sister, indulged in extravagant feasting with public funds, particularly the master herself. Previously, she had overlooked minor personal expenditures, but this time, the reimbursement request for 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, labeled as seed borrowing, was too egregious to ignore. Third junior sister, what is the matter? Please expedite the approval. I have already covered this expense for the sect. You cannot deny me, or I shall transfer the heavenly root child to another sect. The third elder, Lu Weiwei, nearly suffered an internal injury from indignation, suspecting the master was an undercover agent, and she had evidence to support her theory. With no other option, she reluctantly approved the disbursement of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to Mu Qingge. By exploiting the intermediary, Mu Qingge succeeded in capitalizing on the situation, securing a heavenly root spirit seedling while personally profiting by 9,000 high-grade spirit stones. Time flew by, and Yi Xian had been within the Qingxuan Sect's inner door for 11 months. During this period, he had, on average, fathered 15 children monthly. This year alone, he had proliferated 165 exceptional spiritual root offspring for the Qingxuan Sect. Curiously, the system indicated that all these children were girls, who would eventually become the backbone of the Qingxuan Sect in decades to come. However, with the bloodline heritage of Wan, Dao, Chong, Shengju, and Gong, Exine, Zhong, and Mo Yin safeguarding him, Yi Xian realized the sect's plans were merely fabricating a wedding garment for him. Furthermore, in the past year, his daughters from his time as a consort had begun their cultivation journeys. Though he did not reach out to any of the children, he was particularly concerned about Li Yu, the offspring of him and Wang Furong, fearing that she might struggle upon discovering her origins. One day, while reviewing the offspring registry, he discovered that the child within Li Xuanji, possessing a heavenly spiritual root, was nearing birth. As he was aware, the 9 elders of the Qingxuan Sect, along with Master Mu Qingge, had gathered in a secret realm, poised to welcome the birth of the sect's first heavenly root spirit seedling. After 10 hours, Li Xuanji successfully delivered a girl, consistent with the previous pattern. Embracing the infant, Mu Qingge produced a spirit testing stone and placed it on the child's forehead, a dazzling light emanating forth. Clearly extraordinary, the radiant essence confirmed the child possessed a heavenly spiritual root. It is indeed possible to produce a heavenly root. What shall our next steps be? Inquired the miserly third elder, Lu Weiwei, tentatively. After all, each birth incurred a cost of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, while the sect awaited over 200 exceptional spiritual root seedlings in need of nourishment. The Qingxuan Sect typically generated an income of merely 10 million low-grade spirit stones annually, relying heavily on past reserves for sustenance. If this trend continued, the sect would face bankruptcy. Mu Qingge recognized the dilemma, but was unwilling to surrender her financial gains. She desired more heavenly root seedlings, while also retaining her substantial kickbacks. Not wanting to relinquish the exceptional spiritual root seedlings, either. Oh, the headache! The 9 elders and Mu Qingge engaged in heated debate, oblivious to Li Xuanji's peculiar state. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was experiencing Li Xuanji's sensations and memories. One particular revelation infuriated him. He had indeed been too benevolent. Initially, he believed that only Li Xuanji profited from the procreation chain centered around him, but he had underestimated the extent of greed exhibited by Mu Qingge, the sect leader. For every exceptional spiritual root child born, she not only deducted 10 years of lifespan, but also siphoned off resources, yielding a mere 140 low-grade spirit stones for himself, while she profited 800, an outright robbery. Had she not feasted even more during the heavenly root births? My money. All this is my money. For 1,000 spirit stones, I only receive 140. I foolishly thought Mu Qingge was honorable. Indeed, the path to wealth seemed to deceive the naive. Hard work did not guarantee riches. No, I must convince Li Wen to manipulate Mu Qingge. I must swiftly seize control of the entire Qingxuan Sect. If Mu Qingge does not reimburse me, I shall not bear the surname Yi. In a secret realm, after prolonged arguments, Mu Qingge and the 9 elders ultimately resolved to halt the breeding of seedlings below the exceptional spiritual root level, channeling the sect's resources into nurturing heavenly root seedlings, postponing the development of others until their elite forces were established. The sole remaining question was who would bear children with Yi Xian next. Mu Qingge was anxiously awaiting her commission, and she felt compelled to keep a close eye on Yi Xian. If her own dealings were to be exposed, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Xuanji had just given birth, so she was naturally excluded from this round. As the leader of the sect, I was preoccupied with official duties and could not partake at this moment. Perhaps you all could discuss it among yourselves? Master, you know me well. I have never been fond of men. My inclinations lie with women. I also have to manage the sect's finances, which keeps me quite busy. Perhaps next time. Senior sister, how about I give it a try? Mu Qingge looked up, disbelief etched on her face as she regarded the elder who had spoken. 4th junior sister, you are a married woman. You need not force yourself, remarked the 4th elder. Before she could respond, another elder expressed her willingness. Senior sister, I would like to participate as well. To be honest, I too am interested, added the 6th elder. Mu Qingge looked at the 4th, 6th, and 7th elders, feeling utterly astounded. Today, she was experiencing the shocking realities of married life. My goodness, it seems that you married women have quite the adventurous spirit. Don't you ever consult your husbands about such matters? The 4th elder, eager not to be outdone, replied earnestly, It's all right. My husband will understand. Exactly. My husband and I have been trying, and if I sacrifice my purity for him to have a child with superior talent, what could he possibly complain about? The 6th elder chimed in. The 7th elder mentioned earlier that he is fine with it, and even asked if he could observe, she added. Mu Qingge's innocent worldview was momentarily shaken by the revelations from these married women. It became evident that each of them possessed remarkable skills. In that case, the 3 of you can take turns. Please discuss and inform me of the order. Chapter 11. The 3 wives battle Yi Xian the 4th, 6th. and seventh elders deliberated for quite some time without reaching a conclusion. After all, the offspring of a timeling and level spirit root was highly coveted, and none were willing to settle for lesser status. Muqinga, listening from the sidelines, felt increasingly out of place. Why was it that everyone else seemed to understand what was happening while she felt completely in the dark? Enough. Enough. Let us not argue any longer. How about I inquire if Xuan would allow you to take turns? Surely that would be acceptable? After a few moments of silence, the fourth elder nodded, and the sixth and seventh elders exchanged glances before agreeing. Seeing the consensus reached, Muqinga retrieved a jade slip and handed it to Xuan. In order to ensure Xuan's safety, she had previously allocated funds to provide him with a communication jade slip. However, this slip allowed only her to contact Xuan, and this was the first time she was using it since its acquisition. The scene shifted to Xuan's cave dwelling. "Daddy S on the phone. Daddy S on the phone," Xuan exclaimed, picking up the jade slip that resembled a smartphone. He had modified the alert specifically for this occasion, and it proved to be quite useful. "Hello, esteemed sect leader. Are you well? Let us be serious. I have something to discuss with you. Go ahead. I'm listening. The child born from the timeling has arrived, and we are very satisfied. We would like to know when you can assist us in breeding again." The words from the woman were infuriating, and Xuan thought to himself that he would eventually teach her a lesson about her tone. "Any time is fine, but this time I must insist on payment in advance. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Not a single one less." Xuan was aware that Muqinga was speaking in front of several elders, and since she had already accounted for the 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, she would have no choice but to accept his demand. Muqinga's eyelids twitched. She had not anticipated that Xuan would put her in such a predicament. But fortunately, she had not exposed herself. "All right, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for one timeling and spirit seed. This time we will order 3. That's 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Shall we set the date for tomorrow? 3? All at once? No way. That's not feasible. Xuan firmly rejected her proposal. Even the mightiest of warriors cannot toil relentlessly, especially not for 3 at once. Why not? 30,000 high-grade spirit stones is a considerable sum. Do you not wish to earn it? Sect leader, though I am accepting payment, those children will always be my offspring. I cannot engage in such a transaction." "Understood. I see your point. Just tell me how much you wish to add." "Ah, sect leader, you truly have an eye for talent. Since this is not our first collaboration, let us add 10,000 for each, shall we? Is that fair?" Muqinga hesitated, glancing at the 4th, 6th, and 7th elders. Xuan suggests adding 10,000 for each child. It is up to you to decide, as the sect is truly financially constrained. Wouldn't you agree? 3rd elder? The sect's finances were indeed tight. Perhaps you should reconsider? The 4th elder, who was already over 200 years old and had yet to bear a child, gritted her teeth and extracted 10,000 high-grade spirit stones from her savings, handing them to Muqinga. Seeing the 4th elder's willingness, the 6th and 7th elders reluctantly followed suit, digging into their own reserves. Muqinga could hardly contain her tears at the sight of her 3 junior sisters' generosity. It was not that she was ungrateful. Rather, she mourned the fact that she could not partake in this windfall herself. That night, Muqinga found herself unable to sleep. The following morning, she brought Xuan to the bamboo pavilion and handed over the 60,000 high-grade spirit stones, leaving not a single one behind. During this exchange, Muqinga was reluctant to release her hold, despite being a peak Jindan stage cultivator. In the end, it took Xuan every ounce of strength to pry the stones from her grasp. The 3 elders would not return until evening, so Xuan began absorbing the spirit stones in the bamboo house. Ding! Detected energy material, high-grade spirit stones, totaling 60,000. Would the host like to convert this in a lifespan? Convert all. Ding! Energy material, high-grade spirit stones, totaling 60,000 has been successfully converted into 6,000 years of lifespan. Xuan gazed at the over 6 million years of lifespan he had achieved, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1 million years of accumulated lifespan. The system has officially unlocked the level mechanism. Current level, LV1. To reach LV2, an additional 651,000, 010, 000, 000 years of lifespan is required. The numbers were staggering. To elevate from LV1 to LV2 would require a staggering 100 billion years of lifespan. Clearly, the revolution was far from complete, and there was still much work to be done. Yi Xian waited until evening when the 3 female elders finally arrived. The door to the bamboo house was pushed open by the 4th elder, with the 6th and 7th elders following closely behind. So you're Yi Xian? I never imagined Master would place you here. It has been years since we last visited this bamboo grove. Indeed, 4th junior sister, it has been far too long. Wait, 7th elder, what are you doing? The 7th elder did not respond, but approached a wooden box, reaching inside to retrieve something resembling a spirit tablet. Yi Xian leaned in closer and saw inscribed upon it the grand characters. Qingxuan Sect Ancestor, Jiang Qingxian S Spirit Tablet. The 7th elder placed the spirit tablet on the table and began to pay her respects. Master, please bless me with a daughter of extraordinary talent. The 4th and 6th elders quickly followed suit, mimicking the 7th elder's actions. Master, my ability to succeed hinges on your divine guidance. Master, you must bless me. Yi Xian stood by, stunned for a moment, finally coming to the realization that none of the upper echelons of Qingxuan Zone were normal individuals. Though he hesitated to disrupt the atmosphere, in order to return home earlier that evening, he had no choice but to interrupt the 3 women. So, who will go first? The 4th elder, accentuating her ample bosom, adopted a sultry tone. I am the eldest. I shall go first and let my dear sisters test the depth of the Yi family's young man's prowess. Observing the 4th elder's eager demeanor, Yi Xian felt an ominous premonition. This woman exuded a dangerously alluring vibe, and he sensed that he had encountered a formidable opponent. As the spring breeze whispered, it was once again time for Yi Xian to face a choice. Chapter 12. Breakthrough in Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Period Ding. Detected that the host is currently nurturing offspring with his spouse, Wu Qingqing. Current spouses, Wu Qingqing. Aptitude is exceptional spiritual root. The host may expend 1 year of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the spouse, Wu Qingqing, to conceive offspring with superior spiritual root. Ding. Detected that the host is currently nurturing offspring with his spouse, Wu Qingqing. Current spouses, Wu Qingqing. Aptitude is exceptional spiritual root. The host may expend 10 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the spouse, Wu Qingqing, to conceive offspring with exceptional spiritual root. Ding. Detected that the host is currently nurturing offspring with his spouse, Wu Qingqing. Current spouses, Wu Qingqing. Aptitude is exceptional spiritual root. The host may expend 100 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the spouse, Wu Qingqing, to conceive offspring with earthly spiritual root. Ding. Detected that the host is currently nurturing offspring with his spouse, Wu Qingqing. Current spouses, Wu Qingqing. Aptitude is exceptional spiritual root. The host may expend 1,000 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the spouse, Wu Qingqing, to conceive offspring with heavenly spiritual root. I choose the 4th option. How infuriating. Who is this woman-s commander, to be so audacious that even I can barely subdue her? Yi Xian lamented the difficulties of life as he reclined on the bed, the 4th elder contentedly leaning beside him. In the past, when he had to manage over 20 wives and concubines, he often observed similar expressions on the faces of those lesser-known concubines. This 4th elder, though not a maiden, displayed such insatiable desires. How incompetent could my sworn brother be to have put me in this predicament? As Yi Xian sighed, he turned his head to glance at the 6th elder, Ji Yui. The moment he did, his heart sank. He noticed Wu Qingqing gazing at him with an intensity akin to a famished wolf fixated on its prey. The 6th elder, Ji Yui, chuckled lightly upon witnessing Yi Xian's expression, waving her delicate hand, causing a fragrant breeze to envelop his mind, leaving him entranced. Ji Yui approached, pulling a chair and gently sitting beside Yi Xian, whispering softly in his ear, "Young master of the Yi family, are you well?" Yuan involuntarily shivered. His mind consumed by a singular thought. Ji Yui was truly extraordinary, her strength surpassing Wu Qingqing by several tiers. At that moment, the 7th elder, Meng Qingge, could not help but interject. 6th sister, do refrain from teasing young Master Yi. It's quite all right. 6th elder, please feel free to act as you wish. Then, let us commence our discourse. After an internal struggle, 2 more choices materialized before Yi Xian, compelling him to choose. Ding. detected that the host is currently nurturing offspring with spouses Jihui, 6th Elder, and Mengqinga, 7th Elder. Current spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga possess exceptional spiritual roots. The host may expend 2 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga to conceive offspring with superior spiritual roots. Ding. Detected that the host is currently nurturing offspring with spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga. Current spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga possess exceptional spiritual roots. The host may expend 20 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga to conceive offspring with exceptional spiritual roots. Ding. Detected that the host is currently nurturing offspring with spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga. Current spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga possess exceptional spiritual roots. The host may expend 100 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga to conceive offspring with earthly spiritual roots. Ding. Detected that the host is currently nurturing offspring with spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga. Current spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga possess exceptional spiritual roots. The host may expend 1,000 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the spouses Ji Wei and Mengqinga to conceive offspring with heavenly spiritual roots. I choose the fourth option as well. As night fell, Yi Xian sat alone in the small courtyard, having greatly benefited from the discussions with the 3 women, who subsequently departed to enter secluded meditation. If asked whether the expenditure of 10,000 superior spiritual stones was worthwhile, the 3 women would undoubtedly proclaim, absolutely, worth every bit. Following this night of intense engagement with the 3 women, Muqinga had not assigned Yi Xian any tasks for 10 consecutive months. However, Yi Xian had gleaned the truth from Li Xuanji, who was under his complete control. In short, there were too many celestial seedlings. And Qingxuan had been thoroughly drained by Yi Xian, leaving them temporarily devoid of funds. Xuan, what does your master mean by not sending her to me for offspring? How have you fared in this regard? Li Xuanji seized her foot massage, kneeling before Yi Xian with humility. Xianer is incompetent. Muqinga currently has no intention of having children with the master. Xianer has failed in her duties. Please punish me. Master. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Muqinga was indeed obstinate, a centuries-old maiden who only seemed preoccupied with corruption and had no intention of bearing children. Yi Xian had not even had the chance to plant the magic seal of the palace heart on her. With a resounding slap, Yi Xian struck Li Xuanji's pert behind, the crisp sound echoing within the cave. By the way, what are the 4th Elder, 6th Elder, and 7th Elder? Are they not in labor? Yes, Master. The 4th Elder, 6th Elder, and 7th Elder have all entered labor. They are currently in the sect's secret realm awaiting delivery. With this confirmation, Yi Xian's mood lifted slightly. At the moment these 3 women birthed their children, the magic seal of the palace heart would activate, bringing him a step closer to controlling Qingxuan. All right, you may leave now. I will contact you if necessary. Understood, Master. Li Wanji grandiful etet yit kwanskev. Resuming her usual demeanor at Qingxuan, shedding the subservient tone she had adopted in front of him. After Li Xuanji departed, Yi Xian was about to commence his own activities when the system notification chimed in. Ding! The host's offspring has broken through to the Foundation establishment period, doubling the host's cultivation. Ding! The double Foundation establishment cultivation has been successfully replicated. Congratulations to the host for becoming an initial stage Foundation establishment cultivator. It seems Xiao Wei and Xiao Shi have both broken through to the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Yi Xian pondered over his daughter's breakthrough while relishing the newfound strength of his own enhanced body at Foundation establishment. He felt that if he were to engage in battle with the 4th Elder and the 3 women again, he would no longer be in a passive position as before. Chapter 13. The envious Lu Weiwei. The scene shifted to the secret realm of Qingxuan, where all the high-ranking officials of Qingxuan had gathered, awaiting the births of the 4th Elder, 6th Elder, and 7th Elder. Muqinga sat expressionless on a stone bench, sipping tea, while the 3rd Elder, Lu Weiwei, incessantly tapped on an abacus, lamenting to Muqinga. Zong Master, last year, the sect expended a staggering 1 million low-grade spirit stones to cultivate exceptional spirit root seedlings. Li Qingxian, with her celestial spirit root, was particularly extravagant, consuming over 1 million low-grade spirit stones by herself. Our Qingxuan Sect barely earns 10 million low-grade spirit stones annually. If this continues, we might find it impossible to sustain our ordinary disciples. Lu Weiwei's incessant rambling irked Mu Qingge, who had grown weary of her complaints. Mu Qingge was well aware of Lu Weiwei's intent, which was to compel her to return the embezzled spirit stones for the benefit of the sect. Such a notion was utterly unattainable. The two had been engaged in a subtle contest for quite some time when their equilibrium was abruptly disrupted by the sound of a child's wail. Fed up with Lu Weiwei's incessant chatter, Mu Qingge seized the opportunity to vanish without a trace. How is it? Are they celestial spirit roots? Inside the delivery room, 3 radiant infants lay in a row, sparkling like stars. Upon inspection, they appeared to be quite extraordinary. Reporting to the sect master, 3 girls, each possessing a celestial spirit root. Lu Weiwei, who had been a step behind, rushed into the delivery room and immediately recognized the true nature of the 3 extravagant beings. Although they were indeed extravagant, they were also quite adorable, yet the reality of adding 3 more extravagant beings to the sect served as a stark reminder to Lu Weiwei. According to Mu Qingge's plan, every female with an exceptional spirit root in the sect was expected to contribute her strength to the sect. However, resources were limited. The firstborn children would inevitably receive more resources than those born later. No, if I do not act soon, I will miss my chance. Lu Weiwei resolved to secure this year's quota for celestial spirit root offspring for herself. As the one managing the sect's finances, it would be a simple task to grant her own child preferential treatment. Thus, under Lu Weiwei's subtle yet deliberate encouragement, Yi Xian, who had been in repose for nearly a year, finally faced a new task. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Lu Weiwei personally oversaw the entire process, even providing spirit stones on the spot to thwart any potential obstruction from the gluttonous sect master. Inside the bamboo pavilion, Lu Weiwei retrieved a piece of spirit jade from her bosom and handed it to Yi Xian. This spirit jade is worth 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Absorb it quickly so I can prepare accordingly. After accepting the spirit jade, Yi Xian settled beside Lu Weiwei, absorbing the spiritual essence while discreetly glancing at her voluptuous figure. Clad in resplendent white silk, Lu Weiwei's silhouette was enchanting, her long legs slightly bent, exuding an air of elegance and poise. Despite her appearance as a refined woman from Jiangnan, her efficiency in action was strikingly impressive, creating a profound contrast that stirred Yi Xian's emotions. Half an hour later, the energy within the spirit jade was fully absorbed by Yi Xian, extending his lifespan by an additional 1,000,000 years. I am ready. Are you prepared? Lu Weiwei expressed mild surprise at Yi Xian's speed of absorption. Although Mu Qingge had mentioned it, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. If you're ready, then let us commence. Lu Weiwei closed her eyes and reclined on the bed, adopting a posture of surrender, instantly awakening the dormant beast within Yi Xian after a year of slumber, thereby setting the stage for an inevitable clash. Ding! The system has detected that the host is currently engaging with their partner, Lu Weiwei, in the procreation of offspring. Current partner, Lu Weiwei, possesses exceptional spirit root qualifications. The host may consume 1 year of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the partner, Lu Weiwei, to conceive offspring with high-grade spirit roots. Ding! The system has detected that the host is currently engaging with their partner, Lu Weiwei, in the procreation of offspring. Current partner, Lu Weiwei, possesses exceptional spirit root qualifications. The host may consume 10 years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the partner, Lu Weiwei, to conceive offspring with exceptional spirit roots. Ding! The system has detected that the host is currently engaging with their partner, Lu Weiwei, in the procreation of offspring. Current partner, Lu Weiwei, possesses exceptional spirit root qualifications. The host may consume 100 years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the partner, Lu Weiwei, to conceive offspring with earthly spirit roots. Ding! The system has detected that the host is currently engaging with their partner, Lu Weiwei, in the procreation of offspring. Current partner, Lu Weiwei, possesses exceptional spirit root qualifications. The host may consume 1,000 years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the partner, Lu Weiwei, to conceive offspring with celestial spirit roots. I choose option 4. 2 hours later, having experienced the exquisite pleasures of the mortal realm, Lu Weiwei reluctantly sent Yixian back to his cave dwelling. Before he departed, she generously gifted him a bag of spirit stones and a piece of divine consciousness jade slip. If anyone troubles you, just contact me, and I shall support you. Yixian smiled and nodded, for no man could refuse the overtures of a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs. Yixian stored the jade slip and opened the bag of spirit stones Lu Weiwei had left behind. Inside were a full 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Why does it feel like Lu Weiwei is more generous than Mu Qingge? Who among them truly holds the title of Sect Master? As the days passed, Yixian received system notifications almost daily regarding his offspring. His eldest daughter Yi Wei and second daughter Yi Shi, being the oldest progeny, had already embarked on their cultivation journey for nearly 4 years, achieving the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, only a step away from breaking through to the core formation stage. What troubled Yixian the most was his child with Wang Furong, Li Yu, who had only recently entered the foundation establishment stage. It was not that Li Yu lacked talent. Rather, the Qingxuan Sect was now overflowing with exceptional spirit roots, and her master, Elder Jiao, was also saving resources to have children with Yixian, leading to her inferior treatment compared to Yi Wei and Yi Shi, resulting in her slower progress. Alas, they're all my children. It pains my conscience to see you struggle so. After a period of internal conflict, Yixian decided to activate the long-dormant private messaging function of the system. With a single thought, he sent a message to Li Yu. Just as Yixian initiated contact, Li Yu's in connected. However, upon connecting, Yixian found himself at a loss for words. Hello, Li, is that you? I am actually your father. I know. My mother has told me since I was young. This revelation left Yixian stunned. He had often wondered why Li Yu had always been at odds with Li Gang and frequently visited his home. It turned out that Wang Furong had long since revealed the truth to her, and he had refrained from openly showing kindness to Li Yu all these years. Your mother told you long ago? Then, do you not resent me? I do not resent you, Uncle Yi. You bestowed upon me an exceptional spirit root, a blessing that many covet but cannot attain. How could I possibly hold any resentment against you? Chapter 14. The Proud Sect Master Mu Qingge. Then, can you call me father? Father. Good daughter. Yes, father. By the way, where are you now? I asked my elder sister and second sister, but they do not know where you have gone. Mother said she wishes to find you to have a younger brother or sister for me. Father cannot disclose his location at the moment, but rest assured, I will always be by your side. You must trust your father. Also, the means by which I can contact you must remain a secret. Otherwise, it could be dangerous. By the way, do you lack spirit stones? Perhaps I could send you some? Li Yu paused for a moment before responding. Father, I do not lack spirit stones. You should keep them for yourself. I am quite formidable now, earning 100 low-grade spirit stones every month. Do you need any, father? I could share some with you. In the face of his obedient and filial daughter, Yixian was overwhelmed with emotion. Li Yu had never received genuine paternal love, yet she remained so devoted to him. Li Yu, with a mere 100 lower-grade spirit stones a month, scarcely had even 1% of what he had previously earned. Yixian could hardly fathom how he managed to survive. Yet, despite his dire circumstances, Li Yu remained devoted to honoring him. This heartfelt devotion brought Yixian to the brink of tears. If only his strength were more formidable, he would have revealed the truth to Li Yu. Fear not, my dear Yu, your father lacked for spirit stones not. Keep them for yourself. I shall transfer some to you now. Yixian retrieved his reserves, counted, and selected 50 upper-grade spirit stones to send to Li Yu. Accept this. Your father has sent you 50. I received it. Thank you, father. Good. Practice diligently. Whenever you run low on spirit stones, reach out to your father, and I shall provide. I am now disconnecting. After severing the call, the plight of Li Yu solidified Yixian's resolve to swiftly seize control of the Qingxuan Sect. Only by mastering the sect could he ensure his own protection and that of his daughters. Once the call ended, Yixian noticed an unexpected display of affection beneath Li Yu's name, indicating a favorability rating of 95%. It appeared that establishing a connection with one's offspring allowed for the assessment of their affection. No wonder Li Yu was so filial. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your daughter, Li Qingxian, has successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. The doubled cultivation replication has been returned to you, Li Qingxuan. The child of Li Xuanji has reached the foundation establishment stage at merely 2 years of age? Her heavenly spirit root truly is extraordinary. Yi Xian felt the surge of power emanating from his daughter, acknowledging that she was indeed deserving of her title. Compared to his other daughters, Li Qingxian not only surpassed them in speed, but also in quality of breakthrough, providing energy equivalent to several of her sisters combined. Since her birth, Yi Xian had yet to lay eyes on her, prompting him to request Li Xuanji to bring Li Qingxian for a visit. Before long, Li Xuanji arrived at Yi Xian's cave with a charming and adorable little girl. Li Qingxian hid shyly behind her mother, occasionally peeking at Yi Xian. Perhaps due to their blood connection, although timid, she was not frightened by her father's presence. "Qingxian, come here. Let your father have a good look at you." Li Qingxian hesitated, glancing up at her mother, her large, innocent eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing this, Li Xuanji gently encouraged her to approach her father. With her mother's approval, Li Qingxian cautiously stepped forward, curiously sniffing the air around Yi Xian. "Uncle, are you Qingxian's daddy?" Her innocent curiosity brought tears to Yi Xian's eyes. He embraced Li Qingxian tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Yes, uncle is indeed Qingxian's daddy. May I be called father?" With confirmation, Li Qingxian beamed, joyfully calling Yi Xian father multiple times. Li Xuanji, witnessing this tender moment, felt her cheeks flush, recalling the time when she and Yi Xian had engaged in their dual cultivation, and he had expressed his longing to see their daughter, insisting that she call him father. The bond between Yi Xian and Li Qingxian deepened rapidly, while Li Xuanji received a telepathic message from Sect Master Muqinga. "Father, father, mother always tells me my name is Yi Qingxian. Is your surname Yi?" Yi Xian looked up at Li Xuanji, his emotions growing increasingly complex. He had never instructed her to do such a thing. These were her own volitions. "Master, Muqinga wishes to engage in dual cultivation with you. She asks when you will be prepared." Li Xuanji's words pulled Yi Xian back to reality. He had plotted to control the Qingxuan Sect for several years, and today he had finally encountered Muqinga. Naturally, he wished for it to proceed swiftly. "Inform Muqinga that I am ready at any time." Li Xuanji nodded and conveyed Yi Xian's intention to Muqinga through telepathy. The following day, Muqinga arrived bright and early at Yi Xian's cave. Ready for their encounter. Is the sect master in such a hurry that she foregoes even the bamboo grove? Muqinga rolled her eyes, pouting slightly. "Why all the unnecessary chatter? This sect master will go where she pleases. You needn't concern yourself with it." Yi Xian merely smiled, remaining silent. Internally, he mused about Muqinga, pondering that once he had her subjugated, her tongue would not remain idle. Unaware of his thoughts, Muqinga busied herself with preparations, engaging in last-minute mental fortification. Though she feigned toughness, she was well aware of Yi Xian's prowess in that regard. After an hour of preparation, during which Yi Xian urged her to hurry, she repeatedly dismissed him with excuses of being unready. "Honestly, Mu Sect Master, if you're still unprepared, shall we reschedule? This is quite a waste of time." To Yi Xian's impatient complaint, Muqinga huffed in defiance. Fine, I'm ready. Come here." With that, Muqinga reclined on the bed, an expression of resigned determination on her face, as if to declare, "Come at me. If I utter a sound today, I shall be a dog." Yi Xian found her demeanor amusing. He cared little for her thoughts, for in the end, she would inevitably conform to his desires. Gently, he unfastened the intricate garment of Muqinga, entering a realm that had never been touched by another. Muqinga's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, exuding an allure that could tempt even Eve. The following section is omitted for brevity. Chapter 15. The Earth Spirit Root, False. So you are the greediest. Ding. Detection of host engaging in procreation with spouse. Muqinga. Current spouse as attribute is Earth Spirit Root, False. The host may expend 1 year of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling spouse, Muqinga, to conceive offspring of upper-grade spirit root. Ding. Detection of host engaging in procreation with spouse, Muqinga. Current spouse's attribute is Earth Spirit Root, False. The host may expend 10 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling spouse, Muqinga, to conceive offspring of supreme spirit root. Ding. Detection of host engaging in procreation with spouse, Muqinga. Current spouse's attribute is Earth Spirit Root, False. The host may expend 100 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling spouse, Muqinga, to conceive offspring of Earth spirit root. Ding. Detection of host engaging in procreation with spouse. Muchinga. Current spouse's attribute is Earth spirit root. False. The host may expend 1,000 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling spouse. Muchinga. To conceive offspring of heavenly spirit root. Ding. Detection of host engaging in procreation with spouse. Muchinga. Current spouse's attribute is Earth spirit root. False. The host may expend 10,000 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling spouse. Muchinga. To conceive offspring of demonic spirit root. No wonder Muchinga is the sect master. She is not of the supreme spirit root, but rather a false Earth spirit root. No wonder she did not go to the bamboo grove, but came to my cave instead. What to do? Should I negotiate for additional compensation? Xuan glanced at the dazed Muchinga beneath him, feeling somewhat reluctant. No, I cannot allow a woman to sway my resolve. I must collect what I am owed. Not a single coin less. Muchinga, I have something of importance to discuss with you. What is it? Speak freely. Xuan rose to face Muchinga, allowing for a more straightforward exchange. You are a dealing Jin, aren't you? Do not feign ignorance. I can sense the shape of your spiritual root. So what if I am? As a dealing Jin, you have the ability to nurture a child of the Mo Ling Jin, but I need to absorb 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones to gather sufficient energy. Will you choose the Tian Ling Jin or the Mo Ling Jin? No. Even in this situation, you're still so calculative? Well, even brothers settle accounts clearly. Moreover, we are merely friends with benefits at most. Which will you choose? I am on the brink of losing my patience. The Mo Ling Jin. With a flick of her thought, 10 pieces of spiritual jade appeared between them. Wow, you truly possess such wealth. Surprised as he was, Xuan swiftly began his absorption. Although Xuan had a substantial lifespan reserve, he still needed to play his part until Muchinga became his exclusive partner. System, I select option 5. After Xuan's diligent efforts, Muchinga achieved the desired outcome. As he prepared to depart from Xuan's cave, he unexpectedly encountered Li Xuanji and her daughter Li Qingxuan, who were embracing each other. Innocent little Qingxuan warmly greeted her grandmaster, unaware that this grandmaster had become one of her many mothers. Muchinga awkwardly responded to little Qingxuan and then secluded himself to nurture the child. Xuan, puzzled by Li Xuanji's presence, inquired, "How did you both come here?" Just as Li Xuanji was about to explain, Li Qingxuan chimed in. Xian wanted to see Daddy, and Mommy was worried, so she brought me to find Daddy. Li Qingxuan tugged at Xuan's disheveled robes, a hint of grievance in her eyes. This sight stirred a sense of guilt in Xuan, reminiscent of a husband caught in bed with another woman by his wife, which was oddly thrilling and somewhat addictive. He picked up Li Qingxuan and noticed that, in just one day, her cultivation had significantly increased. At this rate, it would not be long before she surpassed her older sisters. If the Tian Ling Jin is this formidable, one wonders the surprises that the Mo Ling Jin offspring in Muchinga's womb will bring. Months passed, and Lu Weiwei successfully gave birth to a female infant with Tian Ling Jin potential, naming her Lu Qingyan. After giving birth, Lu Weiwei activated her unique Palace Heart Magic Seal, completely transforming into Xuan's partner. Through subduing Lu Weiwei, Xuan learned a secret. He initially believed that Muchinga, as the leader of the Qingxuan Sect, was the most corrupt, but to his surprise, there were those above her. This included Lu Weiwei, who managed the sect's finances and appeared to act in the sect's best interests. Compared to her, Muchinga seemed quite virtuous. While Muchinga may have been greedy and taken kickbacks, Lu Weiwei was on another level. She reported half the income as her own, effectively embezzling half the sect's annual revenue in a world where such mathematics amounted to almost nothing. Fortunately, Lu Weiwei had not yet spent her ill-gotten gains, which now benefited Xuan. He planned to reclaim the funds from these parasites once he fully controlled the Qingxuan Sect, especially since he now had hundreds of children and needed to spend lavishly every day. Time flew, and soon it was the day of Muchinga's childbirth. Ultimately, the truth cannot be concealed forever. As Muchinga's belly grew, the extraordinary nature of the child within became apparent. In the 5th month of her pregnancy, the child caused a phenomenon that surpassed all other Tian Ling Jin offspring. Faced with the inquiries of her fellow sisters, Muqinga finally revealed her secret of being a pseudo-Di Ling Jin to the elders. Within the small world of the Qingxuan Sect, her dear sisters were in a frenzy around the distressed Muqinga. Even two elders who had just given birth were present. By now, it had been 4 hours since Muqinga began labor. Normally, for cultivators, childbirth was akin to a simple task, requiring just a bit of effort for the child to emerge. However, the Mo Ling Jin was so named because offspring with this spiritual root required a vast amount of energy to nourish themselves at birth. The only energy source available to the still infant child was the mother nurturing her. Therefore, bearing Mo Ling Jin offspring was akin to traversing the gates of the underworld. One misstep could result in the loss of both mother and child. Chapter 16, Blood Demon Physique, Floating Pagoda Spirit Sect. Muqinga had prepared ample energy resources for herself, believing she was well prepared, but she did not anticipate that Yixian's supply would be not only abundant, but also of exceptional quality. The child in her womb drained her centuries of savings and stubbornly refused to emerge. Even when Muqinga forcibly expelled a head, the child turned around and crawled back inside. At this moment, Yixian, the child's father, hurriedly arrived on the scene. Had he been delayed another moment, a death certificate might have been the only document needed. Yixian pushed open the door, observing the exhausted elders and the seemingly revitalized Muqinga lying on the bed, a subtle expression of amusement crossing his face. The entire Qingxuan Sect believed they had controlled Yixian, unaware that he had been biding his time and would ultimately claim the sect for himself. Moving, had vision Budurit. Thought she was seeing things when she realized Yixian had entered. Yilhuan, what are you doing here? No, wait. How did you get in? While infusing energy into the nearly birthed Mo Ling Jin child, Yixian answered her questions. Muqinga, Sect Master Mu, I have always regarded you as a clever woman. Do you not understand by now? It was never you who controlled me. Everything has been part of my plan from the beginning. And the Qingxuan Sect is merely a piece of my strategy. Such a gifted offspring. How could the Qingxuan Sect possibly bear it? Realizing the truth, Muqinga glared at Yixian, her previous illusions of an easy rise to power shattered. As Yixian stated, this immense opportunity was far beyond what the Qingxuan Sect could endure. They did not possess the legendary fortune of the heavens. Muqinga attempted to raise her hand to self-destruct alongside Yixian, but her greed, embodied in the child within her, had drained her completely. She could not even muster a shred of spiritual power and was left utterly incapacitated. Now, she could not even end her own life, but could only watch helplessly as Yixian executed his plan. What is that expression? You make it seem as if I am the villain. Well, I'm not a good person. Neither of us is wrong. You act for the prosperity of the sect, while I act for myself. In the end, I merely outmaneuvered you. Now, our child is well fed, and it is time for her to meet her parents. Change your expression. Grant the child a good impression, will you? As Yixian's words concluded, the world within the small realm darkened, enveloped in boundless blood. Ultimately, it transformed into delicate strands of blood, merging into the fetus within Muqinga's womb. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your partner has successfully conceived a child with a demonic root. This child's fate is extraordinary, causing a phenomenon in the world, possessing the unique constitution of blood demon physique. It has been doubly replicated for you. A unique constitution. Yixian closed his eyes, sensing the exceptional quality he had just acquired. He could distinctly feel his vitality surging, at least 100-fold compared to before, and he could even perceive the blood energy of those around him. Muqinga let out a delicate hum, as a strange pattern of inscriptions appeared on her abdomen. The manifestation of the palace heart seed's demonic mark indicated that she had completely transformed into Yixian's form, becoming one among the many in his harem. Yixian cradled Muqinga's child, earnestly bestowing upon her a name. From now on, you shall be called Yi Hongshan. May you, like the butterfly emerging from its cocoon, fulfill your father's high expectations. The uniquely constituted little Hongshan cheerfully sucked on her fingers, completely unlike other infants who only knew how to sleep. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged from the outside world into the core of the Qingxuan Sect's small realm, triggering intense ripples. What on earth is happening? My luck shouldn't be this dire, right? Could it be that the classic opening scenario of my daughter's birth involved the death of her parents and the destruction of our sect? Just as Yixian finished his lament, a golden-red colossal hand tore open a rift in the Qingxuan Sect's secret realm. and an overwhelming pressure paused everything within the Qingxuan secret realm. Beyond the rift, an elder brimming with blood energy, accompanied by a woman clad in a blood-red embroidered robe, flew directly before Yixian. The woman leaned closer, scrutinizing little Hong Chan carefully. Master, this little girl indeed possesses the blood demon physique, and her demonic root quality is remarkably high. The elder's face brightened, and the Qingxuan secret realm returned to its normal state. Truly, the heavens have blessed me, allowing me to encounter such a rare blood demon spirit body in this remote corner. The formidable elder and the enigmatic young woman rendered Yixian hesitant to act recklessly. Although he still had several million years of lifespan ahead, should he meet an untimely demise and the system fail to resurrect him, he would suffer an immense loss. For living is undoubtedly preferable to perishing. I apologize for not properly welcoming the esteemed seniors to our humble sect. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The elder's attention was drawn to Yixian, the only one among the three still conscious, and he curiously examined him. A mere foundational level cultivator. Yet he had not been overwhelmed by the elder's oppressive aura, maintaining clarity of thought to engage in polite conversation. Quite intriguing indeed. You, young man, are you the one in charge of this insignificant sect? Yixian wished to deny it, yet he was indeed in that very position, having just taken it up, with his seat still warm. In response to your esteemed self, I am the current leader of the Qingxuan Sect. Leader? That is a local term meaning sect master. The elder momentarily appeared distracted, but did not dwell on it, for ultimately, it was merely a title. Since you are the sect master, that simplifies matters. Listen carefully. I am Tu Xing, from the Eastern Divine Continent's Tianyi domain, the saintly land of Shumi Mountain, one of the top 3 sects among 7, the floating Buddha spirit sect. Upon passing through this area, I sensed the emergence of a celestial seed bearing the blood demon spirit body, and I have come specifically to accept a disciple. Yixian feigned astonishment, greatly satisfying Tu Xing's vanity, for as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Though Yixian was entirely unaware of the true standing of Tu Xing's sect, it was undoubtedly more formidable than the Qingxuan sect. Chapter 17, Tu Xing. The 251st girl he wishes to protect. Is the blood demon spirit body you speak of my daughter? If the little girl in your arms is indeed your daughter, then yes. However, at your age, and with your cultivation level not yet at the core formation stage, to conceive a child with such a blood demon spirit body is truly astonishing. According to the principles of spiritual root genetics in the divine continent, the higher the quality of the spiritual roots of both partners, the greater the probability of producing high-quality spiritual root offspring. In contrast, while low-quality roots may mutate, the chances are minuscule, nearly negligible. Thus, Tu Xing questioned whether Yixian was truly the father of Yi Hongchan. Tu Xing found it hard to accept, privately speculating whether Yixian's wife was also a genius of demonic roots, and thus decided to investigate personally. As he delved deeper, the true situation of the Qingxuan sect left Tu Xing questioning his beliefs. Within the entire Qingxuan sect, the highest quality spiritual root among women of childbearing age was merely a pseudo-earthly root, and there was only one. Yet, there were as many as 10 celestial seedlings with heavenly roots, top-tier roots numbered in the hundreds. Although top-tier roots were not particularly noteworthy in the floating Buddha spirit sect, it was merely a small sect on the fringes of the divine continent. Moreover, the existence of 10 celestial seedlings was remarkable, even within their floating Buddha spirit sect, where heavenly roots were only a few dozen. The peculiarities of the Qingxuan sect caused Tu Xing to exercise greater caution. This sect harbored significant issues. Tu Xing concentrated his power, releasing a colossal barrier that enveloped the entire Qingxuan sect. He then directly seized Yixian before him, questioning him with a menacing tone. Speak. How can such a trivial sect possess so many heavenly root seedlings? You better think carefully before answering, or I will ensure you never transcend this life, leaving you without a burial ground. Yixian regretted his prior complaints. Had he known, he would have simply allowed Mu Qingge to give birth to a heavenly root child. How could he have anticipated that the blood demon root would provoke such a grand phenomenon, attracting an ancient being like Tu Xing? Yixian's mind raced, contemplating whether to resort to his previous ruse, using the methods he employed for the Qingxuan sect to deceive Tu Xing. However, given the current circumstances, Other than half-truthfully revealing his abilities, it seemed he had no other means to preserve his life from Tu Xing's grasp. In response to your esteemed self, the seedlings in the Qingxuan Sect are the offspring of myself and the female disciples of the sect. Tu Xing's eyes widened in fury. He felt insulted. Such a reason would be deemed a fabrication by any reasonable person. Tu Xing, determined to make Yi Xian taste some bitter fruit, intensified his pressure. Yi Xian realized the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to explain, the intense pain overwhelmed his mind, leaving him no room for thought or explanation. As Yi Xian endured his suffering, the woman in the exquisite robe began to probe the bloodline connection between Yi Xian and the 10 heavenly root seedlings. To her surprise, as Yi Xian had claimed, all 10 celestial seedlings indeed shared a bloodline connection with him. She hastily intervened, stopping her master from further tormenting Yi Xian. Master, stop. What he said is true. Those heavenly root seedlings are indeed his children. Tu Xing, taken aback by his disciple's interruption, was bewildered. Wait, you actually tested it? How pointless. But that's not the point. Are you saying that what he claims is true? Those seedlings are his children? Yes, master. I have used a secret method to investigate. These children share a direct bloodline connection with him. They are indeed his offspring. After this confirmation, Tu Xing felt an urgent need to pause and reassess the situation. A cultivator with an average spiritual root astonishingly managed to produce celestial seedlings of the highest caliber with a female cultivator possessing an exceptional spiritual root. This is indeed a marvel beyond comprehension. After being released by Tu Xing, Yi Xian made a note of this grievance against Tu Xing in his mental ledger of grudges. He vowed to settle this score with Tu Xing eventually. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late. After a while, Tu Xing again inquired about Yi Xian. Young man, do you perhaps possess a long-lost secret method or carry a special physique? Otherwise, I find it utterly perplexing to comprehend your situation. You would do well to speak the truth. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to search your soul. If I cannot possess it, I shall not allow it to be given to another. Do you understand? Yi Xian's countenance twitched. Indeed, this old man too was not a good person. However, it was fortunate that he was greedy, or else Yi Xian would have faced a more challenging predicament. Yi Xian produced a piece of spiritual jade, inhaled deeply, and addressed Tu Xing Sr., please observe. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the spiritual jade in his hand disintegrated into fine ash, scattering in the wind. Tu Xing, aware that the spiritual jade's spiritual energy had been depleted, was astonished by the speed at which Yi Xian absorbed it. Yet, to his bewilderment, there was not a single increase in the spiritual energy within Yi Xian's body. This was a blatant violation of the law of conservation of spiritual energy. According to this law, the spiritual energy contained within a spiritual stone is merely stored temporarily. Upon absorption, there should always be an increase, albeit varying in degree. He was certain that Yi Xian had not simply cast out the spiritual energy, but had wholly absorbed it into his body, without even a trace dissipating. Absorb again, and this time take 10 pieces. Yi Xian displayed a reluctant expression. He had not anticipated that Tu Xing would still be dissatisfied. He needed to reserve his spiritual jade for nurturing his children. He could not haphazardly perform for Tu Xing Sr. It is not that I am unwilling to demonstrate, but rather that I do not possess so many pieces of spiritual jade. Tu Xing was not particularly surprised. After all, one piece of spiritual jade equated to 1,000,000 ordinary low-grade spiritual stones. It was indeed unreasonable to expect Yi Xian, a minor sect leader, to possess such an abundance. With a wave of his hand, Tu Xing conjured a bag containing dozens of pieces of spiritual jade, handing it to Yi Xian. Is this sufficient? There are 50 pieces within. Absorb them until you can no longer do so. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Yi Xian silently began to absorb the jade. Under his full capacity absorption efficiency, all 50 pieces turned to ash and were swept away by the wind in less than 3 minutes. Just as before, there was no increase in the spiritual energy within Yi Xian's body. In fact, it had diminished. The undeniable truth lay before Tu Xing, compelling him to believe. However, he still could not grasp the connection between this and the celestial seedlings. Thus, he continued to interrogate Yi Xian. Where has this energy gone? What can it accomplish? What relation does it bear with those celestial seedlings? Speak the truth. Yi Xian recognized that Tu Xing was likely beginning to trust him. It was time to create leverage for negotiation. Returning to the senior, The energy I absorb from the spiritual jade has been stored within me. Although this energy cannot aid my cultivation, I can utilize it to enhance the quality of the spiritual roots of my bloodline descendants. Otherwise, how could a small sect like mine possess so many celestial and exceptional spiritual root seedlings? Xuan affirmed. Every word I speak is the truth, and I am willing to stake my life on it, only asking that you spare my wife and daughter. Even in such a perilous situation, Xuan remained concerned for his wife and daughter, willing to sacrifice his life for their safety, which left the elegantly dressed woman momentarily astonished. Under the societal consciousness of the Shenzhou Tianyu, men generally viewed their wives and daughters as mere appendages. Individuals like Xuan were not uncommon, yet they were exceedingly rare. Women are inherently emotional beings, and even fairy cultivators are no exception. The elegantly dressed woman was moved by Xuan's willingness to risk his life for his wife, prompting her to dissuade her master, Tu Master. This young man likely possesses a powerful furnace body constitution. Why not take him and those celestial root seedlings back to the sect for secret cultivation? Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had made the right gamble as soon as the elegantly dressed woman spoke. Seeing his beloved disciple intercede on behalf of Xuan, Tu found an opportune moment to relent. Young man, consider yourself fortunate. Since Yuaner has pleaded for you, our Futu Lingzong will reluctantly agree to accept you into our sect. Now, if you have anything else to confess, do so quickly. Xuan wore a cheerful facade while inwardly cursing. That old man truly lacks shame. Were it not for his current strength overshadowing mine, I would certainly show him what surprises entail. Tu allowed Xuan only a few minutes to prepare. Fortunately, Xuan could remotely contact Li Xuanji and others, and Qingxuan Sect remained under his control. Regrettably, after striving for so long and nearing a position of prominence, he suddenly found himself reduced to servitude again, which left him thoroughly displeased. Prompting him to add another entry in his ledger against Tu Xuan swiftly instructed Li Xuanji to take good care of the sect, to develop cautiously and await his return. He then bid farewell to several female acquaintances. He particularly reminded the overly greedy Lu Weiwei to contribute her ill-gotten gains to assist with household expenses. By the time Xuan finalized matters with Qingxuan Sect, Tu and the elegantly dressed woman had already packaged several children with celestial roots. Approaching Tu Xuan calmly bowed slightly. Senior. Tu merely grunted in acknowledgement before summoning a colossal flying ship, its grandeur incomparable to that of Qingxuan Sect. Xuan gazed at it with a tinge of envy, yet he understood that to possess such luxuries, one must learn to endure. Provided his plans proceeded smoothly, he could once again achieve a leap in social status within a few years, transforming from servitude to landowner. With a flick of his wrist, Tu transported Xuan and the children onto the deck. The eldest sister with celestial roots, Li Qingxian, hurriedly approached Xuan, grasping his finger. Daddy, is Mommy not coming with us? Xuan, caught in a dilemma, was unsure how to explain to Li Qingxian. He certainly could not reveal that he was being taken away by villains for breeding purposes and that they were all hostages. Instead, he lifted Li Qingxian into his arms and offered a kind-hearted lie. Mommy will stay at home and not go out to play with Daddy and Xianxian. Xianxian must listen to Daddy from now on, understood? Xianxian understands. Xianxian always listens to Daddy. Xuan gently patted Li Qingxuan's head, smoothing her disheveled hair. Ding! Congratulations. Host, it has been detected that your bloodline descendants, Li Qingxian, Yihongshan, and 11 others, have had their fate values enhanced. Successfully returned to the host at double the rate. Damn it, the luck of having a child of destiny? It seems inescapable. If another child of destiny were to emerge, would it not lead to further complications? One could only wonder whether Futu Lingzong would withstand such challenges. Nevertheless, Xuan opened his personal information page, scrutinizing his current status. Host Xuan age, 30 years occupation, a consort of noble lineage qualification, medium-grade spiritual root lifespan, 20 million years spouse, 250 individuals, Lu Wei, Wang Furong, Li Xuanji, Lu Weiwei, Muqinga, offspring, 298, Yi Wei, Yishi, Liu, Li Qingxian, Yihongshan, cultivation level, 20-fold Jidon stage Qi pregnancy value, 200 points after 7 years. Xuan reopened his personal panel, only to discover a significant update. However, the recently updated Qi pregnancy value seemed to differ from his expectations. At this moment, Xuan remained oblivious to the utility of this value, as the system offered no explanations, leaving him to explore its implications on his own. With a lifespan of 20 million years, he noted the stark gap of 80 million years to the required 100 million years for a system upgrade, pondering the need to elevate his market price to avoid questioning his efforts over the years. Days later, following a protracted journey involving multiple teleportation arrays, Xuan and his companions finally arrived at the domain of the Futu Ling Zone. This marked Xuan's farthest excursion in the 30 years since his arrival in this world, solidifying his realization of the vastness of this realm and reinforcing his determination to conquer the continent. Upon returning to the Futu Ling Zone, Tu Xing convened a sect meeting to deliberate on the allocation of the celestial seedlings, particularly concerning Li Qingxian. Consequently, Xuan found himself assigned to a richly attired woman. The woman escorted Xuan to her private quarters, ensuring he remained under her watchful eye, grateful for her hospitality and in pursuit of furthering his own plans. Xuan resolved to employ his charm to subtly entice her. As he sensed the abundant spiritual energy within the chamber, an idea struck him. Supporting his forehead with one hand, he feigned pain, swaying before collapsing onto the ground. The woman, already favorably inclined towards Xuan, was further captivated by his portrayal of a frail beauty, and she swiftly approached to assist him. "Are you all right?" The sweet scent surrounding her enveloped her senses, momentarily distracting her. Xuan, sitting up, expressed his gratitude in a weakened voice, assuring her of his well-being. "Thank you, my lady. I am quite fine. Perhaps I am merely unaccustomed to this environment." Yet, the woman remained unconvinced, taking his wrist to probe his physical condition with her spiritual energy. After confirming he was indeed unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief, oblivious to the fact that her hand lingered on his wrist. "My lady, are you all right?" Xuan gently pulled his hand away, interrupting her thoughts. The woman, realizing her lapse in decorum, hastily withdrew her hand. "Why am I so concerned about him? Xuan's unique constitution is a strategic asset for our Futuling Zone. I cannot allow any mishap. Yes, this is precisely why I am entwined with personal emotions." "My lady." "What, my lady? Do I not possess a name?" "Oh, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself." The woman, slightly displeased, glared at Xuan and declared, "Do not call me my lady anymore. My name is Lu Qingxue, the current saintess of the Futu Ling Zone, and I shall be responsible for your affairs from now on." Yuan, sensing her irritation, feigned alarm, mindful of maintaining his persona as a weak beauty reliant on her protection. He must not break character before securing her affections. "I understand, saintess. I shall comply with the sect's expectations." Lu Qingxue's expression twitched. The distance implied in his address made her uneasy, preferring the familiarity of "my lady." "Cannot you simply call me by my name? I am neither saintess nor my lady." Recognizing her displeasure, Xuan felt he had successfully ensnared her interest, believing that with gradual progress, winning her heart would be merely a matter of time. "May I refer to you as Miss Lu?" His cautious approach stirred a sense of empathy within Lu Qingxue, who, considering Xuan's circumstances, decided not to press too hard. "Very well, Miss Lu it is. It is certainly better than being called my lady or saintess. Please rest well. I shall arrange for some provisions to be brought to you later. Once the master has made a decision regarding your situation, I will return." With that, Lu Qingxue departed like a fleeting ray of light, leaving Xuan to recline comfortably. Of course, he was not surrendering to despair. Rather, he intended to utilize the connection through the palace's magic imprint to command Li Xuanji and others to further develop his old stronghold. Initially, Xuan had planned to assume control of the Qingxuan Sect's management following Mu Qing's childbirth, but he had not anticipated being compelled to change locations and re-establish himself within the Futuling Zone. Xuan began by reallocating resources within the Qingxuan Sect, designating his offspring as first-tier disciples with privileges to reap rewards without effort. Other disciples, who bore no relation to him, were classified as second-tier, typically those of mediocre talent barely meeting recruitment standards. These second-tier disciples not only faced reduced resource allocations, but also increased performance metrics. Previously, these female disciples were tasked with missions once a month. Now, Xuan had entirely abolished their missions. All were redirected to the spiritual stone mines under the Qingxuan Sect, transforming from elevated individuals into mere laborers. The potential depletion of the spiritual stone veins was of no concern to Xuan. Once his numerous prodigious offspring matured, they would undoubtedly establish the foremost sect in the area, allowing them to seize control as needed. Furthermore, Xuan dismantled the consort system within the Qingxuan Sect, similarly assigning all individuals to the mines, relegating them to laborers. He appointed Li Gang as the overseer, confident that under his supervision, no dissenting elements would arise. After all, he had nurtured these children for years and could not act without compassion. Subsequently, Xuan conducted a thorough investigation into the internal corruption within the Qingxuan Sect. The financial officer, Lu Weiwei, unsurprisingly topped the list, having embezzled 50 million low-grade spiritual stones over several decades. Following her was Mu Qingge, the sect leader, with 20 million stones, ranking second. The remaining elders collectively fell short of their total. Li Xuanji was notably more restrained, having misappropriated less than 1 million low-grade spiritual stones, rendering her relatively virtuous in comparison to her master. Regrettably, due to the prolonged nature of their greed, most of their ill-gotten gains had been squandered, leaving them with barely 30 million low-grade spiritual stones. Xuan glanced at his upgrade progress bar, noting he had 70,000,000 years of lifespan remaining. After contemplating his newfound financial burden, he ultimately resolved to allocate 30 million to raise a child, for despite his own hardships, he could not let the child suffer. Once he settled matters with Qingxuan Zong, Xuan found himself with little to do and decided to indulge in a languid respite. That evening, Lu Qingxue sent over a collection of items, predominantly those used by disciples of the floating pagoda spirit sect, including an exquisitely embroidered robe adorned with carvings of the floating pagoda Arhut, along with some everyday necessities. Additionally, she presented Xuan with a white jade card, the purpose of which the delivering disciple did not disclose. A week later, having nearly exhausted his idleness, Xuan finally received a task. An elder from the floating pagoda spirit sect, under the assurance of Tu Xing, decided to verify the authenticity of Xuan's unique constitution. Although the evidence of his demonic spirit root seedling was quite persuasive, the sect chose to participate throughout the process for added caution. When Lu Qingxue conveyed this news to Xuan, her expression was grim, and her tone was laden with resignation. The situation was thus. The woman in question possessed a soil spirit root, and Xuan pondered how many spirit stones would be required to ensure she bore a child with a demonic spirit root. After careful consideration, he concluded that, considering the stature of the floating pagoda spirit sect, they would undoubtedly possess a significant amount of spirit stones, prompting him to elevate his asking price. Miss Lu, the process of nurturing a demonic spirit root offspring is rather taxing for me. Previously, I exerted the full strength of my sect just to meet the requirements, and I fear the sect may not be amenable to my request. Chapter 20. Hua Yurong. Lu Qingxue raised her teacup, employing a tactical sip, and in a calm demeanor, inquired, "How many spirit stones do you require?" Xuan raised a finger, stating 10 million high-grade spirit stones, or alternatively, 1,000 pieces of spirit jade would suffice. Moreover, I will need to rest for a month thereafter, lest my foundation be compromised. In the next moment, Xuan observed Lu Qingxue exhale a sigh of relief, causing him to realize he had underestimated the might of the floating pagoda spirit sect. Had he known, he would have directly requested 10,000 pieces of spirit jade. Though 1,000 pieces was no small sum, it was within the means of the floating pagoda spirit sect. In fact, he could have asked for more. "Please wait until tomorrow. I shall report this to my master." Xuan felt a pang of regret. Chastising himself for being overly cautious, he resolved to seek an opportunity to increase his asking price. The following day, Lu Qingxue arrived early with 1,000 pieces of spirit jade, informing him that the date for the task was set for half a month later. Xuan was indifferent to the timing, as he was already accustomed to it. The eager iron rod was fully prepared for the expedition. As time sped by, half a month later, under Lu Qingxue's guidance, Xuan found himself in a secret chamber, meeting the woman arranged by the floating pagoda spirit sect. Upon seeing the woman, Lu Qingxue displayed signs of annoyance and dissatisfaction. After delivering Xuan, she seemed to have made a resolute decision and promptly departed. Once Lu Qingxue left, The woman approached Yi Xian, scrutinizing him closely. Upon realizing that he was not the grotesque figure she had imagined, but rather an attractive gentleman, she greeted him with enthusiasm. "Young master, I am Hua Yurong. May I inquire your name?" Yi Xian's extensive experience with women informed him that this Hua Yurong was certainly not to be underestimated. However, adhering to his professional ethos of conducting transactions without unnecessary pleasantries, he replied, "There is no need for names. Our relationship is purely transactional. You need only lie back, and I shall handle the rest." Hua Yurong's expression shifted slightly, though she refrained from reacting overtly, recognizing the significance of this matter to the floating pagoda spirit sect. She reclined back onto the bed, and Yi Xian soon joined her. After a familiar sequence of actions, the long-anticipated system notification chimed once more. Ding! Detected that the host is currently engaging with the partner, Hua Yurong, to conceive offspring. Current partner, Hua Yurong, possesses a soil spirit root. The host may consume 1 year of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the partner to conceive an offspring with a high-grade spirit root. Ding! Detected that the host is currently engaging with the partner, Hua Yurong, to conceive offspring. Current partner, Hua Yurong, possesses a soil spirit root. The host may consume 10 years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the partner to conceive an offspring with a top-grade spirit root. Ding! Detected that the host is currently engaging with the partner, Hua Yurong, to conceive offspring. Current partner, Hua Yurong, possesses a soil spirit root. The host may consume 100 years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the partner to conceive an offspring with a soil spirit root. Ding! Detected that the host is currently engaging with the partner, Hua Yurong, to conceive offspring. Current partner, Hua Yurong, possesses a soil spirit root. The host may consume 1,000 years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the partner to conceive an offspring with a celestial spirit root. Ding! Detected that the host is currently engaging with the partner, Hua Yurong, to conceive offspring. Current partner, Hua Yurong, possesses a soil spirit root. The host may consume 10,000 years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the partner to conceive an offspring with a demonic spirit root. System: I choose to consume 10,000 years of lifespan to conceive a demonic spirit root. Ding! Confirming host's choice. The life essence for the demonic spirit root quality has been prepared and is ready for release. As the system notification concluded, Yi Xian, having mastered the timing of the release, promptly initiated it. After completing the task, Yi Xian donned his clothing expressionlessly, leaving Hua Yurong with only his departing silhouette. Watching him leave, Hua Yurong ground her teeth in frustration, resembling a spurned woman. Yi Xian stepped outside the chamber, spotting Lu Qingxuan nearby, and ambled over. Still engaged in her tea, Lu Qingxuan turned to see Yi Xian approaching and asked in surprise, "Why are you out? Aren't you working on the task?" Yi Xian took a seat opposite her and replied nonchalantly, "I have already completed it. Shall we depart after finishing our tea?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's response, Lu Qingxuan nearly dropped her teacup, but Yi Xian reacted swiftly, catching it just in time to prevent it from shattering. "Miss Lu, what seems to be the matter? Are you unwell?" Awakened by Yi Xian's inquiry, Lu Qingxuan regarded him with a reassuring glance. "You needn't feel inferior. I am unconcerned." Yi Xian realized he had acted too quickly, leading Lu Qingxuan to perceive him as overly assertive. He found no desire to clarify the misunderstanding. As it was not something easily explained, he could hardly suggest she experiment herself. Yet, the thought was not entirely implausible. Yi Xian smiled, and Lu Qingxuan returned the gesture, the two reaching an unspoken understanding. Lu Qingxuan drained her cup of nurturing spirit tea, and as if struck by a revelation, she probed Yi Xian with her spiritual sense, ensuring no abnormalities were present. Subsequently, she earnestly advised him, "Keep your distance from that Hua Yurong. She is not of good character. Her husband is the 6th elder of our sect, known for his lasciviousness. Years ago, due to an issue with his cultivation method, his temperament changed drastically, and it is rumored he is unable to perform. Hua Yurong may well be engaging in mischief." Ye Wan nodded, relieved that he had already fortified his heart against any emotional entanglements and was solely focused on physical pursuits. "So, you're suggesting that Hua Yurong is acting on behalf of her husband? Will that lecherous elder hold any grievances against me?" Lu Qingxuan waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, this matter is entirely voluntary on his part. You need not blame yourself. Even if he were to have second thoughts afterward, both Master and I would intervene. With Lu Qingxua's assurance, Yi Xian felt considerably more at ease. Moreover, once Hua Yurong has given birth, he would be privy to first-hand information. Should any danger arise, he would flee without hesitation, not lingering for even a moment. After completing his task and fulfilling his KPI, Yi Xian enjoyed a well-deserved rest of 10 months. Throughout this period, he diligently monitored updates regarding his partner and children, most of which were positive. However, there were occasionally a few pieces of unfavorable news. For instance, a conflict had erupted at Qingxuan Sect, instigated by Li Gang's tyrannical behavior at the mine, leading to a severe beating at the hands of miners arranged by Li Yu. He still lay in a hospital bed, recovering from his injuries. Chapter 21. Acquiring the Empowerment Buff, a Thought of Demons and Buddhas. Upon reading this news, Yi Xian could only silently pray for Li Gang, for he had not instigated Li Yu's actions. Another noteworthy piece of information was concerning Li Qingxuan's breakthrough. Leveraging the vast cultivation resources of the Fu Tu Ling Zone and her exceptional Tian Ling Jin, she successfully surpassed her elder sisters at the tender age of 4, reaching the pinnacle of the Jidan stage. Simultaneously, the other 9 daughters also exhibited their remarkable Tian Ling Jin qualities, with the least accomplished among them already having surpassed the foundation-building stage. Observing the accomplishments of his younger daughters, Yi Xian could not help but marvel at the potency of their innate gifts, as they managed to outpace their elder sisters despite their youth. However, their rapid cultivation was indeed beneficial for Yi Xian. As his daughters advanced in their practices, so too would his own strength increase. Once he attained a position of prominence, any lingering historical issues would naturally resolve themselves. The scene shifts to the secret realm of Fu Tu Ling Zone. The senior members of the sect had gathered here for a singular purpose: to verify the authenticity of Yi Xian's physique, a matter of utmost importance to Fu Tu Ling Zone. Among them, a particularly anxious bald man felt the scrutinizing gazes of his fellow disciples upon him. He turned to his senior brother, Tu Xing, and inquired with displeasure, "Why are you staring at me like that? It's quite uncomfortable." Tu Xing, caught off guard, managed a nervous smile, unsure of how to respond. It was hardly appropriate to comment on the peculiar color of his hair, which seemed to have taken on a greenish hue. Yet, being the focus of such attention was intolerable. So Tu Xing placed a reassuring hand on the bald man's shoulder and said earnestly, "Junior brother, to navigate life comfortably, a touch of green is necessary. Just go with the flow. Life must continue, especially since we are dealing with a child of the demon spirit root. Try to be more open-minded." The bald man finally understood the reason for the peculiar gazes directed at him. How frustrating. It turned out they were viewing him through tinted lenses. "I'm unfazed. Contributing to the sect is my duty, even if it means allowing Hua Yurong to borrow a seed. If you can produce a child of the demon spirit root, I shall have no qualms about assisting." Tu Xing was flustered, his anxiety palpable. The others present could not help but chuckle inwardly. It was a rare sight to behold someone who had been so publicly shamed still defending the one responsible for it. Only Lu Qingxue, standing at the periphery, wore a grim expression. She understood that if Hua Yurong were to bear a child of the demon spirit root today, it would not only threaten her position as the Holy Maiden, but also compel Yi Xian into a state of relentless labor. Both outcomes were undesirable to her. However, while she could not alter the latter, she could take action regarding the former. She herself possessed only a Tian Ling Jin, and if she were to pursue cultivation, she would never stand a chance against a child of the demon spirit root. If one cannot defeat, then one must join. Over the years, she had accumulated some resources, though she was uncertain whether Yi Xian could produce a child of the Xianling General. Once she had a child of the Xianling Jin. When her master stepped down, she could assume the role of sect leader. Her daughter would become the Holy Maiden, and Yi Xian could serve as her consort. What a splendid plan. This scheme was a triumph for all, and indeed, a triple victory for herself. In truth, Lu Qingxue was not the only one with ulterior motives. The others present also harbored their own ambitions. As Fu Tu Ling Zone was not as monolithic in influence as Qingxuan Zone, Fu Tu Ling Zone was, in fact, composed of several cultivation families, forming a collective of interests. Tu Xing and Lu Qingxue represented a distinct lineage, being the descendants of the sect's founding patriarch, unlike the other followers. In this generation, Tu Xing had taken only Lu Qingxue as his disciple, and barring any unforeseen events, she was destined to become the next sect leader. This was because she did not belong to any particular follower family, enabling her to balance the rights of various factions. Since Yi Hongshan had aligned with the sect leader's faction, maintaining a certain level of power was essential. However, the current test subjects were somewhat weaker, belonging to the Yin Fu Tu faction. Should Yi Xian's extraordinary abilities be validated, the next step would likely involve a distribution of power. Time passed, and with the sound of a child's wailing, a celestial phenomenon unfolded. A radiant light illuminated the heavens, while blood-red hues transformed into an enraged Buddha. Though these two phenomena appeared to alternate, they were, in truth, manifestations of a singular occurrence. This was the manifestation of the demon Buddha's thought. The child truly possessed the demon spirit root. Furthermore, they bore the body of the demon Buddha. The elders of Fu Tu Ling Zone were no fools. They quickly recognized the origin of the child's accompanying phenomenon. With the manifestation of the demon Buddha's thought now evident, it was time to discuss the distribution plan for Yi Xian. As for the child, it was of little concern to those outside the Yin Fu Tu faction. After all, they were not part of the family. Remaining to observe would lead the Yin Fu Tu to suspect ulterior motives. As for the subsequent distribution plan, the Yin Fu Tu faction had little interest in participating as it did not pertain to their interests. They would rather observe the child, even if not their own, as they were still connected to the wife of one of their own. The scene shifts again within the Holy Maiden Hall of Fu Tu Ling Zone. In a side chamber, Yi Xian leisurely sipped tea and basked in the sunlight when a mechanical voice in his mind shattered this rare tranquility. Ding! Congratulations, host, on securing a child of the demon spirit root, accompanied by the buff demon Buddha's thought. This has been copied and enhanced to the advanced version thought of demons and Buddhas. Please check your inventory. Once more, he had obtained a child of the demon spirit root with an accompanying buff. The potency of this thought of demons and Buddhas remained uncertain in comparison to Xiao Hongshan's blood demon body. Alas, it seemed his days of leisure were drawing to an end. He was about to plunge back into the rigors of life, and he felt a twinge of reluctance. Already foreseeing the nature of his future existence, Yi Xian, after a moment of contemplation, abruptly rolled over and resumed his slumber. He slept soundly until the evening, at which point Yi Xian rubbed his neck and attempted to sit up. Just then, he caught sight of Lu Qingxuan sneaking around, her intentions unclear. Yi Xian was bewildered. Was not this side chamber her domain? What mischief was she up to? For safety's sake, Lu Qingxuan had deliberately concealed her presence, and thus remained unaware that Yi Xian had already spotted her. She stealthily approached a stone slab and gently tapped it. A hidden door opened quietly, making not a sound. After glancing around to ensure she was unobserved, she stepped into the secret chamber. According to reason, Lu Qingxuan had already exercised considerable caution, deliberately dispersing all her disciples and shutting down the entire array defense of the Shengdian. However, she failed to anticipate that Yi Xian had a system assisting him in remaining invisible. Chapter 22. Lu Qingxuan's secret stash after entering the secret passage. The invisible Yi Xian followed closely behind, eager to discern Lu Qingxuan's intentions. The passage was narrow and cramped, squeezing Yi Xian, a man, rather uncomfortably. Moreover, it seemed that no one had entered this passage for years, for it was exceedingly damp. The passage extended for a considerable length, and it was only after a quarter of an hour that Yi Xian observed Lu Qingxuan halt her steps. Frowning, Lu Qingxuan glanced back along the passage, her sixth sense alerting her to the presence of someone following her. Yet, despite her earlier attempts at probing on the way here, she had detected no anomalies. Clearing her mind, she refocused and began to open the second grand door. Just as Yi Xian was on the verge of excitement at uncovering Lu Qingxuan's little secret, the three pathways revealed behind the door doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Goodness, how tedious is this woman? Did she traverse several kilometers of secret passage merely to reach this second fork? While Yi Xian grumbled, Lu Qingxuan chose the third path among the three and proceeded onward. After another quarter of an hour, yet another grand door appeared before them. Lu Qingxuan repeated her previous actions and opened this door once more. The door did not disappoint Yi Xian, for indeed, three passages lay beyond it. Lu Qingxuan, without hesitation, selected the third path again. Another quarter of an hour passed, and once more, they encountered a grand door with three pathways. Yi Xian was becoming increasingly numb to this routine. Lu Qingxuan, however, patiently repeated her prior actions, opening the door and choosing the third path yet again. This process was repeated by Lu Qingxue with Yi Xian for a total of 9 times, reminiscent of the terror instilled by a mathematics class. Previously, he had even authored a math book to educate his offspring, yet today, he found himself schooled by Lu Qingxue. Regrettably, the secret passage always led to the third option without variation, rendering the safety factor in Yi Xian's eyes nearly non-existent. After several hours of navigating the secret passage, Lu Qingxue finally arrived at her destination. She pushed open the grand door, igniting a light with a command, and thus, her secret base was laid bare before Yi Xian. Inside the secret chamber, there were not numerous rare treasures or divine artifacts that would be difficult for outsiders to locate. Yi Xian could not fathom what mundane items could be worth Lu Qingxue's considerable effort to conceal. While Yi Xian observed discreetly, Lu Qingxue opened several chests and pressed a hidden latch. A concealed compartment sprang open behind the chest, revealing a treasure basin filled to the brim with spirit jade, piled high like a small mountain. Through the system's sensing, Yi Xian discerned that there were over 9,000 pieces of spirit jade in total, indeed a substantial sum. His decision to switch to the Futu Lingzong had proven to be extraordinarily wise, albeit forced. The Qingxuan Sect was, after all, too impoverished. The reserves of Lu Qingxue, the Futu Saintess, could rival the earnings of the Qingxuan Sect over a century. In the next moment, Yi Xian watched as Lu Qingxue meticulously removed all the spirit jade from the treasure basin and stored it in her personal storage bags. Due to the sheer quantity of spirit jade, one bag was insufficient. Lu Qingxue specifically divided the jade into dozens of storage bags, ultimately nesting bags within bags until the task was completed. After retrieving her little treasury, Lu Qingxue tidied up and prepared to depart. Observing her actions, Yi Xian hastily took the initiative to leave first, knowing it would be troublesome if Lu Qingxue realized he was not in the side hall. His concerns proved justified. Just as Yi Xian was readying himself, Lu Qingxue entered his room. After exchanging pleasantries, she departed. Days later, Lu Qingxue, accompanied by senior members of the Futu Lingzong, sought out Yi Xian once more. The child of Hua Yuron was born, a girl possessing a unique constitution that harbored both Buddha and demon traits. Destined to become a prominent figure in the realm of Shenzhou, Yi Xian maintained a calm demeanor, for he had already been privy to this information. However, he understood the necessity of upholding his facade as a dependent, at least for the time being. Therefore, what was the intention of the sect leader and the elders? They had deliberated on a monthly basis, with the remaining 8 families taking turns, the next being from the lineage of the Grand Elder. The date was set for mid-next month. It was the Grand Elder's granddaughter, Yuan Ling, who possessed heavenly roots. They inquired whether he could cultivate seedlings of celestial spiritual roots, and if so, how many spirit stones he would require to supplement the energy. Lu Qingxue's tone was somewhat peculiar as she conveyed this information, and Yi Xian discerned that she had something further to communicate. It should indeed be feasible, considering the previous ratios. Cultivating celestial spiritual roots would require at least 10,000 pieces of spirit jade or 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. Miss Lu, feel free to speak your mind. I assure you, I shall not reveal it to anyone else. I solemnly promise. Realizing her thoughts had been uncovered, Lu Qingxue hesitated before resolutely addressing Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I wish to ask for your assistance. Feigning surprise. Yi Xian replied, Miss Lu, do not jest. I am but a humble man. What merit do I possess to aid you? No, you are the only one who can assist me. Lu Qingxue insisted urgently. Miss Lu, if you believe I can be of service, please elucidate. If I am indeed able to help, I shall do so without hesitation. At this juncture, Yi Xian had begun to surmise Lu Qingxue's intentions. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, allowing her to express herself. I wish for you to help me conceive a child with celestial spiritual roots. Miss Lu, why would you go to such lengths? Are the higher-ups of the Lingzong pressuring you? Please wait. I shall seek justice on your behalf. Yi Xian feigned to depart, yet his movements were leisurely. Upon realizing Yi Xian had misunderstood her, Lu Qingxue grew anxious, swiftly grasping his arm to clarify. Yuan, it is not that the sect is coercing me. This is entirely my personal desire. I truly need a gifted child to solidify my standing in the Futu Lingzong. This would not only better protect myself, but also allow me to safeguard you. Yi Xian and Lu Qingxue exchanged glances, his expression shifting from confusion to understanding, then to resignation, and finally to acceptance. It is due to those already born and those yet to come, is it not? Their talents are too formidable, their growth too rapid, posing a threat to you, Qingxue. Lu Qingxue felt a surge of delight at Yi Xian's sudden use of her name. Yet the weight of his question filled her with disappointment. She feared he would perceive her as a cold-hearted, opportunistic woman. Chapter 23. Lin Pinru's devastating ensemble after much contemplation. Lu Qingxue resolved against deceiving Yi Xian, the man who stirred her heart. Indeed, I only possess the talent of heavenly roots, which pales in comparison to that of demonic roots, and certainly cannot match the heavenly spiritual roots. If I do not find a solution, my fate is all too predictable. Yi Xian, you are my only hope. Besides, I am not unattractive. I have never taken a partner. I am still a maiden. Although I am not a furnace body and cannot aid in your cultivation, I am pure. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Lu Qingxue spoke earnestly. Rest assured, even if it is only for a few moments, I will not hold it against you. You shall be the only partner I ever have. Lu Qingxue's expression was resolute, her tone unwavering, causing Xuan to question himself momentarily. The doubt cast on his manhood incited a deep fury within him, the consequences of which could be dire. What do you mean by just a few minutes? Have you misunderstood something? How could it possibly be merely a few minutes? Lu Qingxue regarded Xuan's rebuttal as mere stubbornness, yet out of concern for his feelings, she simply nodded in response. Do you possess any spiritual jade? Spiritual stones would suffice. I intend to demonstrate that I am not limited to just a few minutes. Upon hearing Xuan acquiesce to her proposal, Lu Qingxue hurriedly retrieved her years of accumulated savings, smiling as she offered it to him for absorption. The amount surpassed the over 9,000 pieces she had presented just days prior, indicating that she had earned even more during this time. Here are 11,451 pieces of spiritual jade. Absorb as much as you can. Don't be frugal. What's meant to be spent should be spent without hesitation. It must be said, Lu Qingxue truly treated Xuan well, warming the heart that had been cold and sealed from years of hardship. Xuan began to absorb the spiritual jade, estimating that once he finished, he would have amassed enough lifespan energy for the system upgrade, which required a staggering 100 billion years. After a quarter of an hour, the mound of spiritual jade vanished, transformed entirely into Xuan's lifespan energy. At the moment he gathered enough energy, the system notification chimed. Ding. System notification. The host has met the conditions for a system upgrade. Please proceed with the upgrade promptly. System upgrade me. Ding. Confirming host command. The system is currently upgrading. Xuan watched as the numbers in his lifespan attribute column plummeted, feeling a pang of regret. This was all hard-earned through the sale of his own flesh and blood. True sweat and toil. Could the upgrade not occur without deducting funds? Ding. System upgrade complete. Current level, LV2. To reach LV3, an additional lifespan energy of 216 billion years is required. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to the esteemed LV2 user status. New features added include lifespan gift functionality, luck value distribution, and customized offspring talents. With the system upgrade, several new functions were acquired. However, Xuan had no time to ponder them as he needed to uphold his dignity as a man in front of Lu Qingxue. Today, she wore a flowing moonlit gauze robe, its texture light and cool, akin to the delicate skin of an infant, accompanied by a subtle, enchanting fragrance. Combined with Lu Qingxue's naturally aloof and regal countenance, she was utterly captivating. The thought that she had yet to take a partner only heightened Xuan's enthusiasm, stirring the molten lava within his chest. Seeing that Xuan had completed his absorption, the eager Lu Qingxue inquired with concern, Xuan, are you ready? Please teach me how to proceed. I have no experience. Xuan reached out, gently caressing Lu Qingxue's cool and smooth face, causing a faint blush to rise on her fair skin. The beauty's reaction was as explosive as oil boiling in cold water. A mere glance could ignite an inferno. Rest assured, I will handle everything. I will show you my prowess, so that no one doubts my capabilities. Lu Qingxue turned her head, her cheeks flushed, reclining on the bed, seemingly recalling something, and gently patted Xuan's back. Wait. In the midst of the fervor, Xuan was momentarily perplexed. Wait, are you really trying to call a halt? I must tell you, that's not an option. If you dare to stop, I shall declare myself your son today. In the next moment, Lu Qingxue gracefully gestured, retrieving an unknown set of shameful garments from her storage pouch. The largest piece fell onto Xuan's head. Upon inspecting it, Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth? A black silk ensemble, black and white stockings. So this world possesses such things. His earlier annoyance dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. These were obtained from a captive of the Qingxuan Sect. She claimed it could enhance a man's prowess, so I brought it along. So these belong to Pinru? No wonder the fragrance differs from what you usually use. How do you know her name is Lin Pinru? Ah, so it truly is Lin Pinru. Xuan was left astounded. The captive from the Qingxuan Sect indeed bore that name. Yet, that detail was inconsequential. What mattered was proving himself to Lu Qingxue. Xuan set the playful ensemble aside, eager to first experience the genuine essence of Lu Qingxue. As the two engaged in their playful endeavors, the ritual commenced. Qingxue, Lu Qingxue, having been lulled by Xuan's sweet words, softly replied in affirmation. As Xuan and Lu Qingxue synchronized their actions, the system options were triggered. Based on Xuan's experience, as long as he had not selected a tier, it would be as if he had consumed a piece of chewing gum. Impossible to stop. With such a bug, even 10 Lu Qingxus would be futile. Today, he must ensure Lu Qingxue was thoroughly devoted to him. Ding! Detecting that the host is currently cultivating offspring with partner, Lu Qingxue. Current partners, Lu. Aptitude is of the heavenly spirit root. The host may consume 1 year of lifespan to enhance the offspring's spiritual root quality, with an anticipated result of a superior spiritual root offspring in 10 months. Ding! Detecting that the host is currently cultivating offspring with partner, Lu Qingxue. Current partners, Lu. Aptitude is of the heavenly spirit root. The host may consume 10 years of lifespan to enhance the offspring's spiritual root quality, with an anticipated result of an exceptional spiritual root offspring in 10 months. Ding! Detecting that the host is currently cultivating offspring with partner, Lu Qingxue. Current partners, Lu. Aptitude is of the heavenly spirit root. The host may consume 100 years of lifespan to enhance the offspring's spiritual root quality, with an anticipated result of an earthly spiritual root offspring in 10 months. Ding! Detecting that the host is currently cultivating offspring with partner, Lu Qingxue. Current partners, Lu. Aptitude is of the heavenly spirit root. The host may consume 1,000 years of lifespan to enhance the offspring's spiritual root quality, with an anticipated result of a heavenly spiritual root offspring in 10 months. Ding! Detecting that the host is currently cultivating offspring with partner, Lu Qingxue. Current partners, Lu. Aptitude is of the heavenly spirit root. The host may consume 10,000 years of lifespan to enhance the offspring's spiritual root quality, with an anticipated result of a demonic spiritual root offspring in 10 months. Ding! Detecting that the host is currently cultivating offspring with partner, Lu Qingxue. Current partners, Lu. Aptitude is of the heavenly spirit root. The host may consume 10,000 years of lifespan to enhance the offspring's spiritual root quality, with an anticipated result of a celestial spiritual root offspring in 10 months. What are you in such a hurry for? I shall choose in due course. Chapter 24. Ah, now you understand my prowess. Xuan waited for an entire hour and 2/4, had it not been for Lu Qingxue's mastery of water attributes. He might have long since ground a needle from an iron pestle. How is it? Do you now recognize my strength? Look at you. How could you ever doubt me? Lu Qingxue playfully tapped her small fist against Xuan's robust chest, her delicate hand warm and flushed with excitement, her face aglow with a captivating allure. Clearly nearing her limits. Having released his pent-up energy, Xuan was reluctant to continue teasing Lu Qingxue any longer. System. I choose the celestial spiritual root. In the secluded chamber's bathing pool, Xuan embraced Lu Qingxue, indulging in a blissful bath together. The inexperienced Lu Qingxue began to reveal her emerging charm. Xuan pulled Lu Qingxue into his arms, savoring the exquisite form crafted by the heavens. Yixian, you are indeed quite persistent. However, during your last encounter with Hua Yurong, it lasted scarcely a quarter of an hour. Are you perhaps reluctant to engage in dual cultivation with him? Hua Yurong pales in comparison to you, Shuai. Yet, I find myself more intrigued by the captive of the demon sect, Lin Pinru. Why don't we discuss her instead? Lu vink pilaifu li pinchet ye wan se veist, e presink her dissatisfaction. What is this? Am I not enough for you now? You still think of that Lin Pinru, that wretched woman. She is a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, and her rank is not low. Perhaps she has already been shared by many men. Do you possess some peculiar penchant? Not at all. I am merely curious about how she creates those black and white stockings. After all, they are quite effective. Yixian's teasing brought to Lu Qingxuan's mind the memory of when it made her wear that embarrassing item, instantly flushing her skin a rosy hue. Nevertheless, she found those garments rather comfortable and aesthetically pleasing. She initially intended to interrogate Lin Pinru to acquire the method of creation. But as for arranging a meeting between Yixian and her, she decided against it. At that moment, within the dungeons of the Qingxuan Sect, Lin Pinru, constrained by numerous seals, suddenly sneezed. Who is cursing me? Should I catch you? You will surely regret it. Oomph. It must be that vile Lu Qingxuan. Once I escape, you'll pay dearly. However, the pressing matter at hand is how to escape from here. That wretched woman took several of my garments. I wonder if she intends to use them to entice men. Oomph. She appears so innocent, yet she is truly a seductive temptress. Just days ago, Lu Qingxuan inexplicably came to interrogate her, solely to inquire how she engaged in dual cultivation with men at the Qingxuan Sect. If she had asked about anything else, it might have been manageable, but the questions Lu Qingxuan posed left her utterly perplexed. She had only crossed into this world last month, and upon discovering herself within the Qingxuan Sect, she had fled immediately. Unfortunately, just as she escaped the borders of the Qingxuan Sect, she was captured by that vile woman, landing her in this dungeon. A most unjust fate. As for her reasons for fleeing, it is essential to delve into the memories of the original owner. According to Lin Pinru's recollections, she was raised as a furnace cauldron by the sect master of the Qingxuan Sect, treated as a cherished daughter and lavished with rare resources. The abundant supply of high-grade spirit stones was never lacking, awaiting her cultivation to the Jindan stage before they would harvest her, enabling a significant breakthrough in their cultivation. The original owner was a fool, but she, as a transmigrator, was not. That very night, she had stealthily fled, only to find herself escaping from the tiger's mouth, only to fall into the wolf's den. As Lin Pinru pondered her predicament, a stranger appeared before her. Lin Pinru was bewildered, having no awareness of when this man had materialized. Before she could utter a word, the man called out a familiar password. Tian Wing Guide You, activated by her DNA. Lin Pinru instinctively responded, Bao Ta Zhen Hiao. Yixian was elated and quickly continued, San Si Wu. Lin Pinzu et si te li ziplit, san san za lao hu. With their exchanges aligning perfectly, coupled with the man's expression, Yixian was overwhelmingly convinced that this Lin Pinru was indeed his fellow townsman. Fellow townsman? Where are you from? Fellow townsman. Fellow townsman. I hail from Chuanyu. Oh, marrying a Chuanyu woman. One enjoys a life of fortune. Lin Pinru, caught up in the moment, brushed off Yixian's teasing and regional jibes, recognizing the rarity of their meeting in this foreign world as a bond forged through countless lifetimes. If we are not fellow townsmen, how did you find your way here? This is the dungeon of a prominent sect. No, you weren't captured by that woman, Lu Qingxuan. Were you? If you too are a captive of hers, we are in dire straits. Yixian rubbed his temples, surprised by Lin Pinru's erratic behavior. I'm not captured, though it could be argued that I am. Lin Pinru widened her eyes, compassion flooding her expression. Buddy, can we skip the literary banter? What do you mean you're not captured, but also consider yourself captured? Yixian shrugged nonchalantly. I am different from you. I am a son-in-law, while you are captive. Upon hearing Yixian's assertion of being a son-in-law, while she was merely a captive, Lin Pinru immediately bristled. What do you mean, buddy? So what if I'm a captive? I'm not consuming your family's rice. Actually, you did eat my family's rice. That vile woman who captured you is my wife. Lin Pinru was incensed, her chest heaving with indignation. She had not expected Yixian to be so brazen, so shamelessly proud of his status as a son-in-law, leaving her incredulous. However, realizing that her escape might hinge on Yixian, she swiftly altered her demeanor, adopting a sweet tone as she implored, Good brother, please help your sister out for the sake of her shared hometown. Will you? Lin Pinru's sudden sweetness nearly startled Yixian. If you keep putting on that sickly, sweet voice, you can forget about ever leaving. Yixian's abrupt warning was highly effective. Lin Pinru instantly reverted to her previous state, reminiscent of a Chuanyu woman. But brother, can you truly bear to see a weak woman like me confined in this dark dungeon? What is there to feel sorry for? If you escape with your innate physique, you might end up in an even worse situation. Who knows, you could encounter goblins the moment you step outside. Lin Pin Ru crossed her legs, clearly intimidated by Yi Xian's words. No, it can't be that bad, right? Yi Xian shook his head. I believe you are entirely ignorant. Ignorant? What do you mean? Chapter 25. The weak and powerless Lin Pin Ru. You must have seen those specialty films, right? Women with your innate physique, if captured by men, would meet the same fate as the heroines in those films. Upon hearing this, Lin Pin Ru felt a chill run down her spine, suddenly relieved that she had been captured by Lu Qingxuan. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Suddenly, Lin Pin Ru looked at Yi Xian with terror, jumping back significantly. Yi Xian was a man, after all, and in this deserted dungeon, with her hands and feet bound by chains, if he had any ill intentions, she would be utterly helpless. Yi Xian discerned Lin Pin Ru's thoughts and decided to continue teasing her. Pin Ru, my dear, what are you doing? You know you are making it very difficult for your brother here. Yi Xian raised his hand, brushing against Lin Pin Ru's cheek. The icy sensation akin to an electric shock. Lin Pin Ru was terrified. Hey, what are you doing, brother? I was wrong. Please don't come any closer. Lin Pin Ru's voice trembled with a hint of a cry, clearly frightened. Having achieved his goal, Yi Xian lost interest, retracting his hand and stating firmly, enough. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you for the time being. I only came here after learning of your existence from Lu Qingxuan to ascertain whether you hail from Blue Star. Lin Pin Ru regarded him with suspicion, her delicate face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, her voice tinged with a sob as she asked, Is that true? Yi Xian sighed in exasperation, finding her exceedingly dull. Were it not for her being the first fellow townsman he had encountered in 20 years, he would not have bothered to engage with her. Do you believe I have any reason to deceive you? Lin Pin Ru pouted, expressing her indignation through her actions. Then, as if struck by a thought, she instantly transformed her expression into one of ingratiating plea. Brother, could you take me out? We are fellow townsfolk. Should we not support one another? She continued, rest assured, once I achieve success, I will certainly repay you. The saying that a woman's words are deceitful resonated deeply with Yi Xian. After all, in this realm of cultivation, where the populace is known for their simplicity, he adhered to the philosophy of joining rather than opposing, long past the point of being blinded by mere women. Enough. Save your breath. If you wish to step into the limelight as the leading lady of a romantic tale, I can release you now. Otherwise, remain here quietly until I occasionally come to check on you. Having spoken, Yi Xian did not afford Lin Pin Ru a chance to respond and activated the system to vanish from the dungeon. He could still faintly hear Lin Pin Ru passionately performing the essence of national culture from within. Upon returning to the side hall, he found that Lu Qingxuan had already departed, leaving her Saintess token behind for him. With her token in hand, Yi Xian had gained permission to leave the Saintess Palace. Regrettably, Lu Qingxuan had not anticipated that Yi Xian had no intention of departing from the palace. If he wished to leave, he could do so without her token, simply activating his invisibility to exit. Depart? What a jest! Isn't the life of ease, where one is served hand and foot, far more delightful? Yi Xian was currently focused on a life of leisurely indulgence. Moreover, this world possessed the concept of fortune. His two daughters, born with innate magical roots, were destined for great fortune. Who could guarantee that within the floating pagoda spirit sect, there were no yet-to-awaken children of destiny? If he inadvertently fell victim to the sacrifice aura of a child of destiny, whom would he turn to for justice? Thus, after a few days of languor, the long-absent Tu Xing sought him out personally, leading him deep into a hidden realm within the floating pagoda spirit sect. Go on, lad. Today marks your good fortune. The old man Yuan's granddaughter is quite extraordinary. Yi Xian surmised that within this hidden realm awaited the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, the foremost rival of Lu Qingxuan. He did not hesitate, knowing he would eventually have to confront her, and there was no need for any awkwardness. He simply needed to face her with a smile. Upon entering the hidden realm, a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped him. What obscures my vision? Yi Xian attempted to push aside the substantial evil that pressed against his face. It feels somewhat soft. Wait, why does this sensation resemble a 36D? Have you had your fill of touching? A lively, youthful voice chimed in his ear, devoid of any sense of disdain, merely inquiring. This voice, this 36D, Could it be that the Grand Elder's granddaughter possesses the allure of a youthful beauty with ample proportions? The prospect of encountering such an enchanting figure excited Xuan, and he eagerly peered into the darkness to behold the visage of this exquisite maiden. However, upon glimpsing the face of the voluptuous girl, he was taken aback. Before him stood a woman with a countenance as cold as frost, exuding an air of aloofness, far removed from the youthful beauty he had envisioned. Before Xuan could utter a word, the cold-faced beauty spoke again in her spirited, youthful tone. "Greetings, Xuan. I am Xuan Xian." Xuan Xian's introduction shattered Xuan's fantasies. He was now utterly convinced that the striking beauty before him was indeed the embodiment of his imagined youthful allure, a genuine 36D. Well, while she may lack the youthful appearance, the measurements are indeed real. Xuan adjusted his demeanor, recognizing that he was being compensated for his services and thus should maintain a professional attitude. "Could you refrain from speaking in that voice? It feels rather strange." Duan Xin, with a frosty expression, replied apologetically, "I am sorry, but I have no control over my voice." "Why is that?" Seeing no deceit in Xuan Xian's eyes. "Ye wan curiously presidon." "Did the sect master not inform you?" "No, the sect master merely brought me here. He did not share anything else." Duan Xin Chukge. Yet her facial expression remained unchanged. "No wonder you're like this. My sister and I actually share a dual soul and body. However, we have encountered issues with our cultivation techniques recently. At the moment, I am manifesting through my sister's physical form and cannot control my facial expressions. So please bear with me. I am Xuan Xn, the younger sister, and my sister is Xuan Qi." Oh, Xuan now understood why Tu Xing had claimed he was fortunate. In Xuan Xian's situation, he was essentially facing two opponents at once, and they were sisters to boot. Who could withstand such an encounter? Yivwan? Yivwan? Xuan Xian waved her hand before his face, rousing him from his reverie. "Chapta Haimusao, Juan Xin, Juan Qi." Li Yu encounter trouble. Awakened from his daydream, Xuan composed himself, striving to appear calm, though internally he was anything but. "Yivwan, shouldn't we attend to some serious matters?" Xuan Xian deliberately reminded him. "Then by all means, do not hold back." Xuan, having absorbed the spiritual jade on the way, felt ample life energy within him. Today, he intended to engage thoroughly with the enchanting Xuan Xian, who embodied such striking contrasts. Xuan, I'm not very experienced in these matters. Let me summon my sister. You can be with her instead." As her words fell, her pupils shifted to a shimmering crimson hue, and her flowing dark hair transformed into a silvery cascade reminiscent of moonlight. White hair and red eyes. Just as Xuan felt a surge of excitement, he watched as Xuan Xian's curvaceous form began to shrink rapidly after her transformation into Xuan Qi. The once voluptuous 36D beauty had morphed into a petite figure with a childlike appearance. Gazing at the innocent face of the slender girl before him, Xuan lamented his misfortune. She was so grand, and now, poof, she is gone. "You, come here." Xuan Qi's voice was ethereal and frigid, exuding an aura of distant rejection. Yet, as Xuan beheld Xuan Qi's youthful visage, an impulse to playfully spank her arose within him. How peculiar! The combination of a voluptuous figure with a cold demeanor, alongside the familiar spirit of a lively soul, created an absurd juxtaposition. I truly give up. I might as well have taken Xuan Xian directly. This was indeed a grievous loss. "Sister, would you let your sister come out instead?" Xuan attempted to negotiate. Yet, all he received in response was Xuan Qi's silent, icy demeanor. "Xuan Qi, what do you mean by this? Could you refrain from that expression?" Xuan could no longer suppress the urge to admonish Xuan Qi. Although he understood she merely preferred silence, he could not ignore her teasingly smug expression. Even a woman as frigid as Xuan Qi began to stir with desire under Xuan's spirited teasing. With flushed cheeks, the white-haired girl emitted warm, gentle breaths. Xuan could only imagine how splendid such a demeanor would appear if manifested in Xuan Xian's alluring form. Slow down a bit. Although Xuan Qi's words could hardly be deemed passionate, they were a significant improvement compared to her initial reluctance to speak at all. However, her impudent expression still provoked irritation. Thus, even in the face of the icy pleas from the elder sister, Xuan remained steadfast in his ways, showing no signs of retreat. "You little rascal, prepare yourself." Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged in procreation with a partner, Yuan-Shi. The current partner, Yuan-Shi, possesses the aptitude of a celestial spirit root. The host may consume 1 year of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the partner to conceive offspring with a superior spirit root. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged in procreation with the partner, Yuan-Shi. The current partner, Yuan-Shi, possesses the aptitude of a celestial spirit root. The host may consume 10 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the partner to conceive offspring with an exceptional spirit root. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged in procreation with the partner, Yuan-Shi. The current partner, Yuan-Shi, possesses the aptitude of a celestial spirit root. The host may consume 100 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the partner to conceive offspring with an earth spirit root. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged in procreation with the partner, Yuan-Shi. The current partner, Yuan-Shi, possesses the aptitude of a celestial spirit root. The host may consume 1,000 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the partner to conceive offspring with a celestial spirit root. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged in procreation with the partner, Yuan-Shi. The current partner, Yuan-Shi, possesses the aptitude of a celestial spirit root. The host may consume 10,000 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the partner to conceive offspring with a demonic spirit root. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged in procreation with a partner, Yuan-Shi. The current partner, Yuan-Shi, possesses the aptitude of a celestial spirit root. The host may consume 100,000 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the partner to conceive offspring with the immortal spirit root. I choose to consume 100,000 years of lifespan to enhance the quality of the immortal spirit root seed. In an effort to educate the impudent Yuan-Shi, Xuan exerted considerable effort. Once completed, he entered a sage mode, sitting by the bed and gazing with satisfaction at his handiwork. After several hours of strenuous endeavor, the impudent visage of Yuan-Shi had diminished significantly. At that moment, Yuan-Shi's body began to radiate with a soft glow, gradually transforming into the elegant form of her younger sister. Yuan-Shi, is this a reversal? No. You little rascal, have you become timid? Yuan-Shi opened her eyes and shot a disdainful glance at Xuan. Xuan, why do you behave like a dog? My sister is experiencing her first dual cultivation with her partner. She has asked you to take it slow, yet you continue to be so aggressive. Our family, the Yuan family, is quite conservative. If you take the bodies of both sisters, that makes you our husband. I personally do not mind, but my sister's impression of you is rather poor. She has expressed her desire to never see you again. I have yet to experience anything, and as my husband, you cannot expect me to live in solitude. Next time I come to find you, do ensure you apologize to my sister. For today, I shall take my leave. Xuan felt quite speechless. After all, it was Yuan-Shi's impudent face that was too easy to provoke anger. Nevertheless, he was not afraid. As long as he had the Gongxin seed's magic imprint, even the coldest of women would be easily subdued by him. I understand. You may return for now. Next time, I shall have a proper discussion with your sister. After Yuan-Shi departed, Xuan opened the system message notifications that he had not viewed for quite some time. As he scanned through the multitude of notifications, he found hundreds of messages. Most of them pertained to a certain child's cultivation breakthroughs, with the Wan Daojing Lao Ju providing feedback to Xuan. After reading a few of these messages, he began to automatically filter them out. Continuing to scroll down, he discovered several messages marked in red by the system. Upon opening the first one, he was taken aback to find it was about Li Yu. Chapter 27. Rescuing Li Yu, Lu Qingxu's childbirth. Ding. Your offspring Li Yu has suffered damage to her Dao foundation due to the influence of the heart of Dao's darkness, resulting in the total loss of her talent. Xuan sprang to his feet in alarm, bewildered as to how Li Yu could have sustained damage to her Dao foundation, leading to such a devastating outcome. Li Yu was one of his earliest children, and he regarded her with equal importance as he did Li Wei and Li Shi. Although Li Yu possessed merely an exceptional spirit root, she had always been exceptionally intelligent. Furthermore, the Qingxuan Sect did not assign them tasks that required their own daughters to earn spirit stones. They lived a life of privilege. How could she possibly have fallen victim to the heart of Dao's darkness? In a state of frantic urgency, Xuan hastily opened the earlier marked messages, praying to uncover the reason behind Li Yu's plight. Ding! Your offspring Li Yu ventured into the mortal world, developing feelings of longing for her father. Ding! Your offspring Li Yu, having failed to locate her father, left the Qingxuan Sect in frustration, forming a heart not due to her longing. Ding! Your offspring Li Yu's heart not has transformed into a demon, severely tormented by her inner demons, and she has descended into the demonic path. How could this happen? Yuer has fallen into the demonic path because of me. Xuan felt a deep sense of guilt for failing in his role as a father. He had believed that as long as he provided his daughters with material wealth, they would grow up healthily, even in the absence of paternal love. Although only Li Yu had encountered such a problem, it also indicated that she was more attached to him. Did it not? This cannot stand. I must make amends with Yuer. Xuan clicked on Li Yu's now dimmed avatar, establishing a mental link with her. Yuer, can you hear your father? A faint response came from the other end of the connection, indicating that she was on the brink of death. Xuan quickly allocated 1,000 years of lifespan to Li Yu. This was the first time he had utilized this feature since acquiring it. On the other end of the mental link, upon receiving the 1,000 years of lifespan, Li Yu felt a resurgence of vitality. Her back no longer ached, her legs no longer felt fatigued, and her mind became clear. Father, is it you, father? Yuer has finally found you. As Xuan observed Li Yu's revitalized avatar, he felt a temporary sense of relief. Yes, it is I. Yuer, you have suffered. It is I who has wronged you. Wait for me. I will make amends. No. Father has not wronged Yuer. Yuer simply misses you too much. Where are you, father? Yuer wishes to see you. Be patient, my dear. I have some very important matters to attend to. Once I finish, I will return to find you. Are you going to take action now? Action? What action? Just wait and see. Xuan accessed the 2 new features unlocked upon upgrading to level 2 in the system. Within the talent customization options, he added a trait called Flawless Dao Heart for Li Yu to prevent her from experiencing despair in the future. However, this feature was indeed exorbitantly priced. The Flawless Dao Heart was merely a golden talent in Li Yu's talent list, yet it cost Xuan a staggering 10 million years of lifespan. Were it not for the abundance of lifespan he possessed, he might have found himself drained of vitality by attempting to add more traits. Furthermore, Xuan allocated the remaining 200 points of fortune value, giving Li Yu 100 points. This raised her fortune value from 0 to 100 points, transforming it into a blue fortune. It is worth noting that even the demonic spirit root, Yahongshan, possessed only 100 points of fortune value. Yuer, did you receive it? Father has fortified your Dao heart, ensuring you will no longer fear its shattering. Simply focus on your cultivation, and all will be well. Thank you, father. Yuer thought she would never see you again. When will you return? Yuer misses you. Be patient, my dear. Once I conclude my tasks, I shall certainly return to see you. After rescuing Li Yu, Yixian conversed with her for a while. However, Li Yu was preoccupied with the desire to meet Yixian, who repeatedly deflected her requests. Ultimately, he severed their mental link, confident that Li Yu would not become overly absorbed in her practice. Fortunately, this mental connection could only be initiated by Yixian. Otherwise, he feared his daughters would overwhelm him with their insistence. Having resolved Li Yu's concerns, Yixian continued to peruse the messages from his daughters. Thankfully, no further incidents akin to Li Yu's had arisen. Concluding his assessment of his children's circumstances, he re-entered a sage-like mode, contemplating deeper matters. Time flew by, and 10 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Yixian had facilitated 8 pairings for the Futo Zone. Despite the varying qualities of the women involved, each possessed at least a celestial root. In just 1 year, Futo Zone had welcomed 10 new offspring with celestial roots. It is worth noting that a single celestial root represents a potential future celestial sovereign, and now Futo Zone boasted 10 such progenies, qualifying it as a premier sect within the Shenzhou Qianyu. Yixian calculated that Lu Qingxue was nearing her time to give birth, and Yuan Qi's time was not far behind. The sect placed immense importance on the births of these 2 women, akin to a calamity of utmost severity. Even while residing in the Holy Maiden Hall, Yixian sensed the heightened vigilance of Futo Zone. The massive protective array had been activated for a full fortnight, with every member of Futo Zone who had reached the Golden Core stage conducting relentless patrols around the sect, maintaining an all-encompassing state of readiness. Meanwhile, Within the secret realm of Futu, Tu Xing anxiously awaited outside Lu Qingxue's birthing chamber. Tears streamed down his face, embodying the sorrow of a father whose prized cabbage has been ravaged. As time ticked away, it had been 12 hours since Lu Qingxu entered the chamber. The skies of the secret realm swirled with chaotic energy, painting visions of ancient epics. At that moment, the entirety of Futu Lingzong was shrouded in a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Originally, the sect had constructed an array to contain such phenomena, ensuring the smooth arrival of their celestial root seedlings. However, they severely underestimated the grandeur of a peak-quality celestial roots manifestation. From the instant the phenomenon emerged, the protective array was rendered ineffective. This was merely the result of one celestial root's arrival. Starting this month, a new celestial root seedling would be born each month, accompanied by a corresponding celestial phenomenon. Chapter 28. Celestials bestow their blessings. Eternal life bestowed upon the offspring. The scene shifts back to the small world within the secret realm of Futu Lingzong. The skies transformed as white clouds coalesced into resplendent jade towers, radiating an incomparably pure light. In the heavens, the jade towers stood, 12 floors and 5 cities, with the celestial beings bestowing blessings, granting longevity. A resounding sound of profound truth echoed throughout the small world. Tu Xing and the others were compelled to bow their heads in reverence, overwhelmed by the extraordinary pressure emanating from this celestial sound. Following this, a figure clad in snow-white robes, whose features were obscured, descended gracefully. Though the white-robed celestial made no overt movements, a palpable sense of disconnection from this world emanated from her. Merely standing there instilled a profound fear within Tu Xing and the other powerful cultivators, rendering them incapable of even contemplating resistance. The white-robed figure stood motionless before Lu Qingxue's birthing chamber, as if waiting for a destined event. After a quarter of an hour, Tu Xing and the others found themselves kneeling, their peak divine transformation bodies inexplicably marred by myriad fine cracks. At that moment, Tu Xing regretted coming to witness Lu Qingxue's childbirth. If this continued, he feared he would meet his end before the child even emerged. The thought of enduring this scenario 10 more times over the next year left him trembling. Just as Tu Xing was on the verge of despair, a baby's cry finally ignited his will to survive. With the child's birth, the white-robed celestial finally reacted. The pallor of Tu Xing's face transformed into sheer joy. "I won't die. I am spared." At that moment, the white-robed celestial vanished and appeared beside Lu Qingxue. Weak from childbirth, Lu Qingxue instinctively became wary upon seeing the unfamiliar figure. As a new mother, despite her frailty, she summoned a formidable protective instinct for her newborn. Cradling her daughter in her arms, she regarded the seemingly perilous white-robed figure with cautious eyes. The celestial, shrugging her shoulders, lamented in a voice that lacked the ethereal quality of before. How is it possible for such a fragmented world, with incomplete celestial laws, to produce such perfect celestial roots? And 10 of them. Now I must descend to issue a birth certificate. This is truly absurd. The celestial's complaints left Lu Qingxue bewildered, akin to a state of confusion. However, she sensed that the celestial bore no malice toward her or her child. "Hey, the mother over there. Have you named the child yet? Hurry up. Once the registration is complete, I must return to my card game." Lu Qingxue was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Never mind. I'll handle it myself." The celestial produced a page imbued with the essence of celestial laws. If Yi Xian were present, he would immediately recognize that the words birth registration were inscribed in ancient Huaxia characters on the document. The celestial recited a mantra, and the blank page began to fill itself out. Name: Yi Xuexin. Qualification: perfect celestial root, undying true phoenix bloodline. Residence: 251 Futu Lingzong, South Tianyu, Shenzhou Tianyu. 3,000 worlds. Mountain Sea Celestial Domain Mother. Lu Qingxue, Celestial Root. Father. Garbage Text Registrar. Nangong Jing. What in the world? Why is there an error on the registration form? At this moment, our celestial, Nangong Jing, had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation and resorted to the universally applicable repair method, hammering the registration page vigorously. The page flickered in response. Yet the father's section remained garbled. Only then did Nangong Jing realize she was dealing with the illegitimate daughter of a significant figure. Her gaze toward the infant Yi Xuexin shifted entirely. Oh my, little ancestor. Why didn't you mention your father was an important person? I'm going to face salary deductions when I return. Forget it. Let us finish this quickly. Nangong Jing tucked the page away and stamped a seal onto the delicate bottom of baby Yi Xuexin. The speed was so swift that it seemed as though the entire event had never transpired. By the time Lu Qingxue regained her senses, Nangong Jing had already slipped away. After Nangong Jing's departure, the magnificent jade towers and 12 celestial buildings transformed into pure spiritual energy, nurturing Yi Xuexin and Lu Qingxue. In an instant, Lu Qingxue, who had been shrouded in gloom due to childbirth and the injuries sustained during her cultivation, felt all her ailments restored. Even her cultivation level saw a significant increase, now merely a step away from breaking through to the transformation stage. The sudden surge of happiness left Lu Qingxue momentarily disoriented. The thought that all of this was attributed to Yi Xian made her cheeks flush with warmth, and she could hardly suppress the urge to engage in a prolonged battle with him. Of course, her inclination was also influenced by the influence of the Gongxin Xuan demon seal. The news of the celestial blessings bestowed upon the floating pagoda spirit sect could not be concealed, especially given the expansive scale of the Bayou capital and the 12 cities with their 5 towers. That very evening, several sect leaders from the southern divine region united to confront the supreme leader of the Shumi Holy Land, lodging a formal complaint. As for Yi Xian, he remained blissfully immersed in the joy of receiving numerous rewards from the system following the birth of Yi Xuexin. To his surprise, the offspring of a celestial spirit root could yield such abundant treasures. The bloodline of the Nirvana true phoenix, and even a drop of the supreme ancestral dragon's essence, alongside the seed of the primordial world. What a tremendous windfall. He pondered how to utilize this supreme ancestral dragon's essence. Beep. Supreme ancestral dragon's blood, red quality supreme treasure. Effect. The user will gain a 100 true dragon bloodline, with a 1 feasibility of obtaining the ancestral dragon bloodline. Usage method. Break and then establish. Die and then be reborn. So it was a life-saving item, the quintessential gear for a child of destiny. The system sending him this as a reward implied a looming danger. Drawing from years of reading novels, Yi Xian felt a strong likelihood that his suspicions were valid. Who could possibly wish him harm? As he pondered, he was astonished to find that the first name that surfaced in his mind was Li Gang, a scheming figure who had long since ceased to have any interactions with him. It made sense. He had rarely clashed with anyone, and Li Gang was likely the only one harboring resentment. However, given Li Gang's talent, it was doubtful he had even reached the foundational stage after all these years, making it improbable for him to pose any real threat to Yi Xian's safety. Eliminating Li Gang from his list of potential adversaries, Yi Xian wondered who else could endanger him. In Chapter 29, titled The 4 Foolish Sect Leaders and the Shumi Holy Lord, Yi Xian could not identify anyone who might wish him harm after much contemplation. Eventually, he decided to abandon the thought, feeling a headache coming on. Regardless, he possessed a life-preserving treasure. He would not perish, even if he could not evade danger. After examining the supreme ancestral dragon's essence, Yi Xian turned his attention to another reward. Beep. Seed of the primordial world, red quality great pre-celestial treasure. Effect. Core of a subworld, a great pre-celestial treasure, can attach to the host, forming a small world within, capable of evolving into a chaotic small world. Usage method. Ingest. A growing treasure? Another quintessential item for the protagonist. Without hesitation, Yi Xian swallowed the dark seed of the primordial world. It bore no peculiar taste. It was crispy and reminiscent of chicken. Beep. The seed of the primordial world has successfully attached. The host can consume lifespan energy to catalyze the formation progress of the primordial small world. Current level, LV1. To upgrade to LV2, an additional 100,000,000,000 years of lifespan energy is required. What the hell? This damned system is utterly ruthless. Upgrading to LV2 requires 100 billion years, while even its main body needs only 10 billion years to upgrade. If it's that powerful, why not go seize it? The more Yi Xian thought about it, the angrier he became. The adage out of sight, out of mind rang true. He promptly closed the system interface and continued to relish his laid-back life. The scene shifted to the Shumi Holy Land, within the Holy Lord's main hall. A splendidly dressed, striking woman sat gracefully on a high platform, resting her chin on one hand, her eyes closed. Below her, for slightly weaker cultivators, 3 men and 1 woman, were taking turns accusing the floating pagoda spirit sect. Your Holiness, today, a celestial being graced the floating pagoda Holy Land, and I personally witnessed the vast Bayou capital and the 12 towers and 5 cities. Surely, an extraordinary celestial seed of spirit roots has emerged. That old cur, Tu Xing, dared to hoard celestial spirit roots. He must harbor treachery. Indeed, Your Holiness, this is not the first time. A year ago, the floating pagoda Holy Land also reported a celestial phenomenon, albeit not as grand as today's. Yet, it was still a spirit seed of demonic roots. I initially thought you were already aware, but it seems that Tu Xing has been plotting for quite some time. Yes, Your Holiness, that scoundrel Tu Xing must have discovered some ancient secret techniques and is scheming something nefarious. The sect leaders continued their accusations against Tu Xing and the floating pagoda spirit sect, completely oblivious to the displeasure that flickered across the Shumi Holy Lord's face. The woman opened her eyes, revealing a pair of overlapping pupils. Enough. Silence. Her seemingly casual words carried an immense weight of authority. Wherever her gaze fell, an oppressive aura enveloped all. The 4 sect leaders hastily knelt, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After a moment, the woman's eyes returned to normal, though her pupils appeared significantly deeper and hauntingly void. She closed her eyes once more and casually inquired of an elderly woman in the audience, Yuan Fong. What is your perspective? The elder named Yuan Fong shook her head and ambiguously replied, reporting to Your Holiness, this matter is rather peculiar. I believe we should rely on first-hand observation. The Shumi Holy Lord fell silent, seemingly contemplating the veracity of the situation. The myriad beast's heavenly domain is eyeing us covetously, and the demon abyss heavenly domain is also poised to strike. In our southern divine region, we possess only 5 celestial roots. This suspected 6 celestial roots emergence may signify a change for our region. Very well. I shall personally investigate this matter. I hope it aligns with my expectations. Rise and follow me to confront this change. With the Holy Lord's command still echoing, the 4 sect leaders felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly followed the Holy Lord with utmost respect. In the floating pagoda spirit sect, chaos ensued. What should we do? Sect leader. The Linghai spirit sect, Tianluan spirit sect, Bihai spirit sect, and Qingxuan spirit sect have reported to the Holy Lord. What are we to do? Indeed, sect leader, we cannot simply hand over our hopes of rising. How about this? We surrender Lu Qingxue and her child to preserve the remaining celestial spirit seeds. Good idea, I support that. I support it too. I support it. Tu Xing was already overwhelmed, and now these selfish individuals wanted him to surrender his disciples and grandchildren for their own benefit. Truly despicable. You support your grandmother. If you wish to sell my granddaughter, don't expect to keep your own lives. Tu Xing's furious outburst left the entire hall in stunned silence. It was then that the Grand Elder, Yuan Yang, stepped in to mediate. Sect leader, do not be hasty. Elder 7 spoke too rashly. The immediate priority is to explain to the Holy Lord. Before Yuan Yang could finish, a suffocating aura descended upon the hall, with Yuan Yang feeling the brunt of it, embedding him into the floor. The others could only watch helplessly, too fearful to even contemplate providing aid. Tu Xinxiang bore the oppressive weight, intermittently and with utmost respect, uttering the words Gong Gong welcomes the Holy Master. Just as Yuanyang's aura was on the verge of dissipating entirely, the terrifying majesty slightly diminished, granting Yuanyang a fleeting chance at survival. With his spirit utterly depleted, Yuanyang strained to rise, kneeling before the Shumi Holy Master seated at the head of the hall, bowing deeply and repeatedly. I am grateful for the Holy Master's mercy. I am grateful for the Holy Master's mercy. I am grateful for the Holy Master's mercy. Such is the plight of one whose strength pales in comparison. Despite being the vanquished, he must express gratitude for merely surviving. The Shumi Holy Master regarded Yuanyang's actions with indifference, seemingly blind and deaf to his pleas. At that moment, the 4 great sect leaders, who had arrived in a flurry, were equally disappointing. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they immediately began to interrogate Tu Xinxiang aggressively. Tu Xinxiang, do you not know your crimes? Indeed, Tu Xinxiang, do you not know your crimes? The Holy Master is all-knowing, and it is not too late for you to take your own life and admit your faults. Rest assured, considering our friendship spanning thousands of years, I shall look after the women of the floating pagoda spirit sect. The words of the Qingxuan Sect leader were ill-timed, failing to maintain the formation of the Qingxuan Sect leader and Linghai Sect leader, provoking disapproving glances from them. The only female sect leader, the Baihai Sect leader, who had not yet spoken, gazed at the Qingxuan Sect leader, Linghai Sect leader, and Qingxuan Sect leader with disbelief. The Xumi Sect leader, visibly displeased, promptly sent all 4 sect leaders flying with a single slap. Tu Xinxiang speak. What is the matter with the Xianling Jin? The tone of the Xumi Holy Master was as calm as water, suggesting that this issue was merely a minor inconvenience. Yet, only Tu Xinxiang, as a fellow sect leader, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Whenever the Xumi Holy Master chose to speak, it signified her utmost seriousness. Within Tu Xinxiang's sea of consciousness, tumultuous waves surged as he frantically operated his thoughts, attempting to devise a reasonable explanation for the Xumi Holy Master. After a prolonged silence, he found himself unable to utter a single word, inciting the Xumi Holy Master's discontent. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure crushed the entire grand hall into dust. As Tu Xinxiang struggled to formulate an explanation, he suffered a severe blow, and the other elders fared no better, with Yuanyang sustaining further injuries. What? Tu Xinxiang, do you truly intend to rebel? Even now, you refuse to provide a reasonable explanation. The 4 great sect leaders, who had just returned, appeared relieved amidst the chaos. The Baihai Sect leader blushed furiously. Before the Holy Master could strike down Tu Xinxiang, she actually sent me away, fearing I might be harmed. The Holy Master is truly... I am at my wit's end. Ah, Holy Master, I, Baihai, am willing to be your loyal servant for eternity. Faced with the fervent devotion of the Baihai Sect leader, the other 3 male sect leaders instinctively chose to distance themselves from such sycophancy. Sycophants. In the end, they have nothing to show for their efforts. Indeed, perhaps the volume of their voices was too loud. The Baihai Sect leader shot them a fierce glare, retorting, "What are you all saying? Do not think I am unaware of your little excursions to the Demon Abyss Sky Domain to visit the Succubus Tower. Be careful, or I shall expose you." The 3 men flushed with embarrassment. "Baihai, do not slander us. We were merely gathering intelligence. We ventured into danger, risking our lives. We nearly did not return. How can you make such baseless accusations? You know full well what you were up to." The scene shifted back to the Grand Hall, now reduced to ruins. Tu Xinxiang, devoid of storytelling talent, had abandoned his struggle and resolved to truthfully report the matter concerning Yi Xian to the Xumi Holy Master. Just then, Lao Lu emerged, and with tears brimming in his eyes, Yuanyang preemptively disclosed the situation regarding Yi Xian to the Xumi Holy Master. Reporting to the Holy Master, the matter concerning the Xianling Jin was solely the decision of Tu Xinxiang and has nothing to do with us. Please, Holy Master, discern the truth. It was Tu Xinxiang who discovered a unique individual named Yi Xian with a special physique. Tu Xinxiang remained silent in the face of Yuanyang's betrayal, well aware that even if he wished to defend himself, the Xumi Holy Master would not lend an ear. At this moment, the Xumi Holy Master sought not why the floating pagoda spirit sect had failed to report on the Xianling Jin, but rather the origin of the Xianling Jin itself. Yuanyang, gravely injured, spoke in fragmented sentences. The Xumi Holy Master activated her powerful eyes, channeling a vast amount of life force into Yuanyang, almost instantly restoring him to full health. Now fully recovered, Yuanyang understood the Xumi Holy Master's intent and proceeded to recount everything regarding Yi Xian in meticulous detail. Reporting to the Holy Master, 2.5 years ago, Tu Xinxiang returned from excursion, bringing back a blood demon physique and 10 celestial root seedlings, along with a man named Yi Xian, who possesses the ability to enhance progeny roots. Initially, we other elders intended to report this to the Holy Land, but under Tu Xinxiang's authority as sect leader, the matter was shelved, including the verification of Yi Xian's physique, which was overseen by Tu Xinxiang and his disciple, Lu Qingxue. The recent anomaly in Baiyu Jing and the arrival of the true immortal were caused by the birth of Lu Qingxue's child, who is also blessed by the immortal. That child is still being nurtured within the secret realm. Yuanyang cleverly mentioned only Lu Qingxue's child, omitting any reference to the offspring of the other sex, clearly attempting to preserve his own interests. After all, Fortune favors the bold, and if he could keep this secret, they could all prosper together. He was wagering that Qingxuan's feelings for the floating pagoda spirit sect and their late master would prevent him from reporting the matter, thus providing Yuanyang with an opportunity to conceal the truth. However, he had grossly underestimated the Xumi holy master, who had already discerned that Yuanyang was no good-natured individual. Therefore, it was now Qingxiang's turn to explain himself, though it was crucial that they meet Yi Xian. Qingxiang, the Xumi holy master called out. "Here, holy master." Qingxiang acknowledged, "I do not deny the words of Elder Yuanyang. I indeed conceal the matter regarding the Xianling Jian. This was solely my decision and has nothing to do with my disciple, Lu Qingxue." As the Xumi holy master interrogated Qingxiang once more, Yuanyang felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off. Qingxiang's attachment to the floating pagoda spirit sect and its revered ancestor was profound enough that he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his life, for their sake. While Yuanyang silently rejoiced, Qingxiang continued, pleading for the Holy Master's clemency. "I implore the Holy Master to consider the merits of my disciple, Lu Qingxue, for nurturing a celestial root for South Shenzhou and show leniency towards her actions." Upon finishing his plea, Qingxiang knelt, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground. His posture was the epitome of humility, vividly illustrating the harsh realities of the rigid hierarchy and the brutal power dynamics within the realm of cultivation. "You are permitted. One day hence, enter the Wan Yao Tower, and you shall never leave." "Thank you, Holy Master, for your grace." The Xumi Holy Master, of course, would not concern herself with the internal strife of the floating pagoda spirit sect. Qingxiang had committed the grave sin of deceiving the Holy Master, and thus he must face punishment. Naturally, Yuanyang and his accomplices were also destined to suffer repercussions. "Bring forth the seedlings of the Xianling Jian. I wish to see them for myself." With the Holy Master's command, Yuanyang and the others hurriedly vied to present themselves. However, Qingxiang had already made arrangements. He had instructed someone to notify Lu Qingxue, who was presently en route. Before long, Lu Qingxue hurriedly brought her daughter, Yi Xuexin, who had already attained the Jidan cultivation level and was rapidly advancing, to the once majestic but now ruined hall of the Futuoling Zone. Disciple Lu Qingxue pays homage to the Holy Master. Holding her daughter made it difficult for Lu Qingxue to perform a proper bow. The Xumi Holy Master was not overly strict about formalities, and upon seeing Lu Qingxue, she sensed a thread of karmic entanglement between them, seemingly originating from the same man. Chapter 31. Lu Qingxue's plea. The Xumi Holy Master was momentarily taken aback. Who was that man? She found herself unable to perceive him. Her karmic divination could not trace back to him, as an insurmountable force disrupted her calculations. A smirk graced the Xumi Holy Master's lips. Indeed, as she suspected, this child, no, the father of this child, was the greatest variable in the celestial domain of Shenzhou. The Holy Master cast a spell to take the child from Lu Qingxue's arms. Her smile grew increasingly sinister as she discovered that the child's aptitude not only reached the level of a celestial root, but was also merely a step away from the legendary fate root. "Has this child been named?" The Holy Master inquired of Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue found herself in a dilemma. The Holy Master's question clearly indicated a desire to name the child, yet the celestial being who had descended from the heavens had already bestowed a name upon her. Unsure whether to say it had not been named or to disclose the name, she hesitated. "If you do not speak, I shall assume it has not been named. What is the surname of the child's father?" Reporting to the Holy Master, "My husband's surname is Yi." Lu Qingxue sighed. She felt powerless to intervene further and decided to let the Holy Master and the celestial being contend with one another. She could not control it. Upon hearing Lu Qingxue refer to her husband, the Holy Master felt a flicker of displeasure. According to the karmic insight she had glimpsed, the father of Lu Qingxue's child was intertwined with her own fate. What else could a man's connection to a woman be but a bond of marriage? That man was Lu Qingxue's husband, which made him significant to her. Your marriage star is vacant. How can there be a husband? Since his surname is Yi, let the child be named Yi Xuexin. Lu Qingxue was taken aback by the name the Holy Master had chosen. Yi Xuexin was indeed the name spoken by the celestial being, and she had yet to share the specifics of the celestial encounter with anyone. However, the Holy Master had selected the exact same name. It seemed that everything was guided by divine providence. Hearing her name bestowed by the Holy Master, Xuan, having just been born, erupted into innocent giggles, emitting a series of silly chuckles. This child, along with the one possessing the demonic root, shall return to the Qingxuan sacred land with me tomorrow, where I will personally cultivate them. The other high-ranking elders of the Futualing zone, upon hearing the Holy Master's decree, felt the immense weight on their hearts lift at last. One after another, they joyfully echoed the Holy Master's command. We shall adhere to the Holy Master's orders and serve you with unwavering dedication. Only Lu Qingxuan's complexion turned ashen. Xuan was her child, the fruit of her 10-month pregnancy, and now, barely a day after birth, she was to be taken from her. For a mother, nothing could be more painful. Moreover, Xuan had yet to even lay eyes on the child. She felt too ashamed to face him. Gathering her courage, Lu Qingxuan looked up at the Holy Master and implored, "Great Holy Master, I beseech you, could you delay taking Xuan for a while, allowing her father, my husband, to see her? I humbly request this of you." The elders of the Futualing zone, witnessing Lu Qingxuan's audacity, immediately interjected with fierce reprimands. "Holy Master, please quell your anger. The saintess speaks without restraint, offending the holy will. She deserves the gravest punishment. The Holy Master should take the child. Holy Master, please forgive. Lu Qingxuan, you have transgressed the boundaries of respect and offended the holy will. You deserve the utmost punishment. Do not hesitate to take your own life here to atone." Standing nearby, Tu Xing glared fiercely at the two instigators of the chaos, Yin Futuo and Yuan Yang. While he could understand Yuan Yang's nature, he was shocked to see Yin Futuo colluding with him. "You old, bald donkey, did you not claim to be indifferent? Why this sudden malice? You are clearly acting like a petty villain." Despite his anger, Tu Xing knew better than to intervene. In the face of absolute power, any effort would be futile. Lu Qingxuan paid no heed to the elder's accusations and focused intently on the Qingxuan Holy Master. The Holy Master observed Lu Qingxuan and could not help but silently commend her. Though her talent was average, her character and resolve were commendable. Few dared to voice opposition after she had spoken. "Little girl, you possess considerable courage. But is it worth such risk for a man?" Upon hearing the Holy Master's voice, Lu Qingxuan sensed a glimmer of hope. After all, speaking meant an opening. An opening could lead to further negotiation. She remembered the words Xuan had long imparted to her. Though they may sound strange, they hold truth. Reporting to the Holy Master, "I believe he is worth it. Have you thought this through? Defying my will naturally incur a price. You possess little of value to me, save for this insignificant life. If the Holy Master would permit the child to meet her father, I would willingly offer my life in exchange." A flicker of approval crossed the Holy Master's mind. Such a devoted woman was rare in the world. This only heightened her interest in the man entangled in their fates. "Since you have made up your mind, then let us proceed." With a flick of her wrist, terrifying energy enveloped Lu Qingxuan. The overwhelming agony left her visage contorted in suffering, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to emit a sound. Tu Xing, unable to bear witnessing his disciple's torment, turned away, closing off his senses like a turtle retreating into its shell. The onlookers trembled with fear, their legs shaking. The four great sect masters who had just returned clung to one another in terror. Yuan Yang silently congratulated himself for his foresight. Otherwise, he would be the one enduring this unbearable pain. At that moment, outside the hall, a figure rushed toward the interior. Upon closer inspection, it was Xuan. The Qingxuan Holy Master fixed her gaze on Xuan, astonished. With her cultivation, she had not sensed when he had arrived in the hall. The powerful resonance of fate emanating from Xuan captivated her attention. The atmosphere in the hall fell into a deathly silence as Xuan swiftly approached Lu Qingxuan, lifting her effortlessly, disregarding the terrifying energy surrounding her. He gently wiped away the tears that streamed from her eyes due to her suffering, soothing her in her agony. "I'm sorry, Qingxuan, I'm late." Though Lu Qingxuan had succumbed to unconsciousness, upon hearing Xuan's voice, she instinctively responded. Soaked in sweat, she leaned into Xuan's embrace, her frail hand gripping his shoulder tightly. Chapter 32. Misunderstanding. Lu Qingxuan was, after all, a Yuanian cultivator, while Xuan had merely reached the Jidan stage. Even with the enhancement of dual names, the power he could unleash was still limited to the Jidan realm. Moreover, he offered no resistance, resulting in several wounds on him as Lu Qingxue subconsciously sought solace. "Swear, do not fear, I shall escort you home." Upon witnessing Xuan's intention to take Lu Qingxue away, Yuan Yang and Yin Futu expressed their dissent. The fate of Lu Qingxue was secondary. Xuan harbored too many secrets, and Yuan Yang had initially intended to find an opportunity to personally deal with him later. As for Yin Futu, his sole desire was to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. "How audacious, Xuan! How dare you offend the Holy Lord? I shall cleanse the sect on behalf of Futu Lingzong." Yuan Yang unleashed a palm strike towards Xuan, prompting Yin Futu to join in with fervor. The combined might of two transformation stage cultivators erupted, creating a tempest of spiritual energy and a cloud of thick smoke. Yuan Yang, ensuring absolute certainty, exerted all his strength in that strike, while Yin Futu, influenced by Yuan Yang's fervor, similarly held nothing back. As the smoke cleared, Xuan remained standing, cradling Lu Qingxue. Puzzled, Xuan wondered if this world adhered to a principle of no harm amid smoke. If so, he would have to stand to the right of Bo in the future. Before Yuan Yang and Yin Futu could express their astonishment, a terrifying pressure from the Tao forced them to the ground, causing cracks to radiate from their center. "It ends here." The ethereal voice of Shumi Shengzhu reverberated once more, maintaining an unchanging tranquility. Xuan found himself puzzled. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation, and today was not the day he would face dire consequences? She did not err in her judgment of you. She merely awakened. As soon as Shumi Shengzhu's words fell, Lu Qingxue opened her eyes, fully aware of everything that had transpired, though she had been unable to control her body. Blushing, she gazed at Xuan, deeply moved by his daring act to rescue her amid perceived danger. However, the pressing matter at hand was not to engage in flirtation with Xuan. Lu Qingxue wriggled free from his embrace and knelt before Shumi Shengzhu, exclaiming, "Disciple Lu Qingxue, I express my gratitude for the Holy Lord's grace of rebirth." Her words left the hall in bewilderment. Had not Shumi Shengzhu intended to kill Lu Qingxue? They had witnessed the energy strike, and Lu Qingxue had indeed been enveloped in a shroud of death. "Fear not. We cultivators should not be constrained by innate talent or consciousness on the path to immortality. This method merely assists you in breaking through your limits. Ultimately, your journey depends on your own efforts." Xuan grasped the situation. The woman referred to as the Holy Lord was not intent on harming Lu Qingxue, but rather aiding her in elevating her cultivation potential. It was no wonder that the precious blood of the supreme ancestor dragon was of no use, for this was not the appropriate scenario for such a treasure. The plot had yet to unfold fully. Shumi Shengzhu, having assessed Lu Qingxue, turned her gaze to Xuan. "Ah, quite handsome, possessing admirable qualities and a unique physique, albeit not original, a slight demerit. You are Xuan, the special furnace?" Shumi inquired abruptly, causing Xuan to nearly falter in response. "Yes," Xuan responded calmly, maintaining his composure, for he was certain Shumi Shengzhu posed no threat to his life, rendering any need for subservience unnecessary. If anyone were to offer homage, it should be her to him. The onlookers were collectively anxious about Xuan's demeanor, fearing his attitude might provoke Shumi Shengzhu's ire and lead to dire consequences for all. Even Lu Qingxue was prepared to plead on Xuan's behalf. However, Shumi Shengzhu had a different perspective, not servile nor intimidated by authority, commendable, barely passable. If others were privy to Shumi Shengzhu's inner thoughts at that moment, they would likely be utterly astonished. This was not surprising. As Xuan was indeed connected to Shumi Shengzhu by fate, it was only natural for him to be somewhat exceptional. As Shumi Shengzhu remained silent, the crowd held their breath, the tension reaching a boiling point. Just as they felt they might suffocate, Shumi Shengzhu finally spoke. "Are you willing to accompany me back to Shumi Holy Land? You may bring her along." This not only shocked the 4 grand sect leaders and the higher-ups of Futu, but also left Lu Qingxue in disbelief. "What? Did I hear that correctly? The Holy Lord is actually asking this man named Xuan if he wishes to return to Shumi Holy Land with her? A woman as noble as Shumi Shengzhu would ask an unknown man to come home with her. This is utterly preposterous. Even if Xuan possesses a unique physique, it cannot possibly be enough. After all, she is Shumi Shengzhu. In the entirety of the divine continent, Shumi Shengzhu stood as the only female among 5 holy lords. a formidable practitioner of the late tribulation stage, the ultimate dream of every male cultivator. Lu Qingxue was equally flabbergasted, struggling to comprehend Xumi Xingzhu's intentions. If Xumi Xingzhu truly aimed to compete for Xuan, her chances were negligible. She could not possibly contend with such power. Lu Qingxue, filled with trepidation, inquired of Xumi Xingzhu, "Holy Lord, do you mean to say you wish to take my husband to Xumi Holy Land for cultivation?" Xumi Xingzhu did not respond to Lu Qingxue's question, instead continuing to fixate on Xuan. As for Xuan, he now felt so awkward he could dig a hole in the ground. Oh no, I've caught the eye of a wealthy woman. No, why does she phrase her words in such a manner that invites misunderstanding? What does she truly mean? Is she interested in me? Or does she intend to take me back as a breeding stallion? No, I must inquire further, if she plans to make me a breeding stallion. Her strength is far too overwhelming for me to negotiate. Holy Lord, I do not comprehend your intentions. Do you wish to bring me back to Xumi Holy Land as a disciple, or do you have other plans? Xumi Xingzhu contemplated for a moment. Her primary motivation for bringing Xuan back was the entanglement of fate and the uncertainty involved, rather than a relationship with Xuan that could enhance the quality of his offspring's spiritual roots. Although spiritual roots are significant, their growth cycle is lengthy, requiring substantial resources. A few days, months, or even years difference in birth timing is inconsequential. Ultimately, after deliberation, Xumi Xingzhu decided to bring Xuan back, ensuring her reasoning was not overly peculiar to avoid raising suspicion among the other 4 Holy Lands. Your unique physique allows you to become a disciple of the Holy Land, safeguarding you from mortal peril. Should you refuse, I shall not compel you. This calmed the emotions of the 4 grand sect leaders. Indeed, how could their noble Holy Lord possibly take an interest in an individual of unknown origin? They had all misjudged the situation. Chapter 33. The Allure of the Wealthy Matron. The reasoning provided by Xumi Xingzhu was quite logical. As the sovereign of the Holy Land, she possessed the authority to oversee all cultivators in Nanshenzhou. As the owner of a unique physique emerging in Nanshenzhou, Xuan naturally warranted her protection. Lu Qingxue tugged at Xuan's sleeve, intending to remind him to choose wisely. Xuan glanced at Lu Qingxue, then at the subdued Yuan Yang and In Futu, followed by the timid Tu Xing and the other 4 sect leaders. Presently, within the Futu Lingzong, Lu Qingxue was the only one truly in his corner. However, with Tu Xing's downfall, Lu Qingxue's position had also become precarious. Previously, the other elders of the Futu Lingzong were under the suppression of Tu Xing, allowing him to enjoy a carefree existence. Now that Tu Xing has fallen, these cunning wolves and tigers, perhaps under the watchful eye of the Xumi Xingzhu, will not openly oppress him, yet it is inevitable that they will engage in some underhanded tactics. What a pity! If only he could manage to deal with the Xumi Xingzhu. The growing frustration of being forced to strive against his will left Yi Xian in a rather foul mood. He despised this feeling of being compelled to exert effort. Before him lay 2 paths. Either remain at the Futu Lingzong, constantly wary of the scheming of certain individuals, or choose to switch maps once more and accompany the wealthy Xumi Xingzhu to the Xumi Sacred Land, where he would only need to contend with her, though the future remained uncertain. After much contemplation, Yi Xian made his choice and stepped toward the Xumi Xingzhu. "Thank you for your favor, esteemed Xingzhu. May I inquire when we shall depart for the Xumi Sacred Land?" The Xumi Xingzhu felt a surge of delight within her. Indeed, her allure was undeniable, for with just a beckoning hand, no man could resist her temptation. "Once you are ready, we can set off at any time. Esteemed Xingzhu, I have one more request." "May I?" Yi Xian's request seemed to irk the Xumi Xingzhu, causing a flicker of displeasure to cross her features. Those present believed Yi Xian had finally provoked the Xingzhu's wrath, and they began to inwardly revel in his misfortune, their faces betraying a hint of scorn. Yet, in the next moment, the Xumi Xingzhu's response would deliver a stark blow to their expectations. "What is your request? Speak it all at once." "Huh? Is this truly the same revered Xingzhu who demands absolute respect?" Yi Xian, possessing striking good looks and a unique constitution, stirred confusion among the onlookers as they wondered why the Xingzhu exhibited such tolerance toward him. This was unacceptable. Yi Xian sensed the drop of supreme ancestral dragon blood within him and confirmed it was unresponsive, realizing that the Shengzhu genuinely wanted him to articulate his request. Emboldened, he grew increasingly audacious. Esteemed Qingxu, I must confess, I suffer from PTSD, commonly known as a grudge syndrome. The two individuals attempted to kill me just moments ago. And now, recalling that harrowing experience, I find myself unable to eat or sleep, constantly fearing their potential schemes against me. Thus, would you be so kind? Yi Xian's unabashed behavior elicited a chorus of astonished murmurs from those present. Yuan Yang and Yin Futu had sought to eliminate Yi Xian, and thus, his desire to leverage the Shengzhu's power to eradicate them was universally understood. However, what was the Shengzhu's status? She was the most esteemed female sage in the realm. Would she truly condescend to personally eliminate a mere junior cultivator? Yet in the next instant, the crowd was once again stunned into silence as the Shengzhu flicked her fingers, conjuring two dark red orbs that struck Yuan Yang and Yin Futu. Despite being high-tier cultivators at the transformation stage, were unable to emit even a cry of pain before their very souls were obliterated into ash. Very well, they are dead. As for their families, let them be dispatched to the borders to construct the demon suppression Great Wall. By Hai, you should make the arrangements. The designated by Hai, the leader of the Ling Zone, quickly regained his composure and assented to the Shengzhu's command. Yi Xian's actions once again reinforced his significance in the eyes of the Shengzhu. To her, Yi Xian's cunning maneuvering was deemed prudent, avoiding future troubles, a wise decision. In her view, harboring grudges was not a flaw. A man who could not remember his grievances would be seen as weak and cowardly. And such a man was of no interest to her. Therefore, do you have any further requests? Yi Xian pondered briefly before casually responding. Not at the moment. I shall inform you once I have formulated my thoughts. Internally, the onlookers were aghast, thinking, how infuriating. When we meet the Shengzhu, we tremble in fear of uttering a single word that might displease her, yet you maintain such a casual demeanor and repeatedly make requests. More vexing still is how the Shengzhu dotes upon you. What do you possess that we do not? However, with Yuan Yang and Yin Futu's demise still fresh, the crowd chose to suppress their reactions, fearing they would incur Yi Xian's wrath and face dire consequences. By the way, the Yuan family and the Yin Futu family should still have a woman bearing children with demonic and celestial roots. Esteemed Shengzhu, would you wish to take them as well? Yi Xian's unexpected statement left the Shengzhu momentarily unsettled. Were there not only one? You now tell me there are several celestial root seedlings yet to be born. Yi Xian, what did you say? Repeat that. Yi Xian was perplexed. It seemed illogical. The Shengzhu, capable of easily dispatching Yuan Yang and Yin Futu, should at least be a tribulation stage master. How could she struggle to comprehend his words? Clearing his throat once more, he spoke in a resonant voice. I said, the Yuan family and the Yin Futu family still have several children with demonic and celestial roots yet to be born. Would you like to take them back to the Shumi sacred land? It appears that Yuan Yang did not exaggerate your capabilities. You truly can frequently produce celestial root seedlings. However, let us discuss this matter at a later time. Ensure those women are included as well. It is far too dangerous for them to remain at the Futuling Zone. With a single command from the Shengzhu, the families who had attempted to conceal their pregnant women were left in despair, compelled to surrender their kin and offer substantial treasures to the Shengzhu as restitution. Due to the unborn nature of the children, their failure to report was somewhat excusable, and the Shengzhu did not press the matter further. She inadvertently delegated the task of receiving gifts to Yi Xian, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment. So this world is rife with corruption. Even the esteemed Shengzhu is aware of such dealings. I cannot let her down. I must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of the Shengzhu's trust. Chapter 34. A frenzied accumulation of wealth, upgrading to level 3 after the curtain fell on the matter. Yi Xian transformed into an imperial envoy, carrying forth the Shengzhu's intentions as he extorted from household to household. No, second elder. This EC Night Pearl of yours is quite remarkable, and this Millennium Blood Ginseng is also quite appealing. The elderly second elder, faced with Yi Xian's brazen insinuations, was compelled to swallow his pride and concede. If you like it, take it. Please, take as much as you wish. Very well with your assurance. I shall not hold back on this EC Night Pearl. And as for the Millennium Blood Ginseng, After a full hour of gathering, Xian departed from the second elder's family, his arm wrapped around the waist of the second elder's granddaughter. Wife, have you collected the dowry your grandfather prepared for you? The second elder's granddaughter's face twitched. Husband, you have already taken enough. This dowry is for raising children. Do you wish to take this as well? Xian shot a sidelong glance at her, exasperated. Women are truly short-sighted. If I take it, you can simply ask for it back when you return. Such foolishness. Second elder's granddaughter. Enough with the enough. Come, let's go to the third elder's house. Take whatever you fancy, understood? The second elder's granddaughter gazed at Xian with a slightly deranged expression, excitedly replying, Husband, is this really appropriate? Xian was speechless. Her expression betrayed her intentions completely. Just tell me if you intend to take it or not. Yes, that's more like it. Now go knock on the door. Okay. The second elder's granddaughter responded with a nod, and then, with a gently rounded belly, she skipped lightly towards the door of the third elder's residence. This sight reminded Xian of a famous saying from Lanqing. When a child is on the way, a mother begins to leap with joy. An hour later, Xian and the second granddaughter, brimming with treasures, set off towards the fourth elder's house, followed by a forlorn little girl. This little girl was none other than the granddaughter of the third elder, who had just been plundered by Xian and the second granddaughter. She had once been the second granddaughter's close friend, but alas, that was no longer the case. As the trio approached the fourth elder's doorstep, Xian called the third granddaughter forward and earnestly advised her to learn well from her second sister and to be resolute, not to show mercy. Once inside, take whatever you desire, as long as you can carry it. Seize it with all your might. The bewildered third granddaughter's eyes sparkled with understanding. And without needing further instruction from Xian, she boldly knocked on the door of the fourth elder's home. Another hour passed, and the third granddaughter successfully reconciled with the second granddaughter, restoring their bond of friendship. However, the consequence was that the fourth elder's granddaughter severed ties with the two scheming women. Subsequently, Xian employed the same tactics, and soon, the fourth granddaughter also joined his band of marauders. The looting continued until evening, with Xian and the women from 7 families amassing a substantial haul. Xian collected their spoils and divided them into 10 portions, keeping 9 for himself and leaving 1 as a reward for them. Even that single portion was of a staggering value, as women in this world possessed remarkable purchasing power, especially in a scenario of zero-cost shopping. As night deepened, Xian dedicated time to impart early education knowledge to the remaining 7 women and provided each with a primary school mathematics book for their study, emphasizing the importance of mastering these skills for teaching their children, a fundamental principle of the Yi family. By the way, it is worth mentioning that the compulsory education materials from Qingxuan Sect had been upgraded to middle school mathematics, receiving positive feedback, and he was contemplating whether to elevate them to high school mathematics. Early the next morning, the leader of Bai Sect sent a woman, who was none other than Yuan Qi, or rather Yuan Xian. Although it was the elder sister who was carrying the child, Yuan Qi's lowly body was deemed unsuitable for childbirth, so the responsibility was entrusted to her younger sister, Yuan Xian. In truth, Xian was quite apprehensive about meeting the sisters, as Yuan Yang sought to harm him, yet Yuan Xian and Yuan Qi had not wronged him. The sisters were also reluctant to seek out Xian, but with the Yuan family gone, they had no choice but to find the child's father to take responsibility. Despite Xian's reluctance, he took the sisters in. Moreover, Bai acted with integrity, not seizing the Yuan family's wealth and resources. After settling accounts with the Yuan family, she placed all the assets into a storage ring and handed it to Xian. After some contemplation, Xian ultimately decided to gift the storage ring to Yuan Xian. As for the child with the magic root from Hua Yurong, Xian resolved to take them both to the Su Mi sacred land, along with Yi Hongchuan. The previous batch of children with heavenly roots was entrusted to the leader of Bai for return to Qingxuan Sect, along with a substantial sum for their upbringing. After parting ways with Bai, Xian spent some time converting the spoils of his plunder into lifespan energy. At this point, his lifespan energy had amassed to a staggering 99,987,000,000 years, just 3 million years short of upgrading to level 3. Thus, Xian gathered a small portion from each of his 9 women, ultimately accumulating the required 10 billion years of lifespan energy. System upgrade to level 3. Ding. Confirming host's request. Deducting 10 billion years of lifespan energy. System level successfully upgraded to level 3. Remaining lifespan energy, 10,000 years. Ding! System level 3 unlocks new functionalities as follows. Intermediate spiritual root life source enhancement. Demon-type life source enhancement. The two new features unlocked at level 3 were enhancements of the existing functionalities at level 2. Xuan felt a pang of regret, realizing he might have preferred to invest the 10 billion in upgrading the origin seed of the world instead. Nevertheless, he opened the feature explanations to examine the specific improvements. Intermediate spiritual root life source enhancement. Effect allows enhancement of 3 types of celestial spiritual roots for offspring's life source. True immortal, blue auspicious spiritual root. Profound immortal, purple auspicious spiritual root. Golden immortal, golden auspicious spiritual root. It appeared that the level of auspicious spiritual roots at the Xuan level was not limited to just one type. Golden immortal was the upper limit for intermediate offspring roots, making one wonder how formidable the superior offspring roots could be. Xuan was stunned for a moment, then thought it was still too far from his current status, so he chose not to dwell on it. He then turned his attention to the introduction of the second new function, Demon-type life source enhancement. Effect assures that a true man need not fear. Even non-humans can give birth. The host can conceive offspring with qualities akin to spiritual roots with non-human races. He could understand the demon race. But how could one give birth with beast folk? Is it possible that beast girls truly exist in this world? Chapter 35. The indulgence of Su Mi's sacred master beast girls are delightful. In his previous life, Xuan had indulged in enchanting fox demons, chocolate, and vanilla. In the early days of his obsession, he had spent 3 days and nights with his plush cat, Xiao Bai, but alas, Xiao Bai stubbornly refused to transform into a cat girl. Little did he know that he would have the chance to make amends for the regrets of his past life through this journey. In the afternoon, Xuan and his wives tidied up before boarding the celestial vessel bound for Su Mi's sacred land. This celestial vessel was a treasure of Su Mi's sacred master, boasting remarkable speed, comparable to a luxurious car from launching, akin to a Maybach GSL 600 with a boss's effortless control feature. The thought of owning such a vessel was irresistible to Xuan. During the return journey, Su Mi's sacred master summoned Xuan for a private audience. When Xuan arrived at the designated platform of the celestial vessel, Su Mi's sacred master was meditating, her ethereal, transcendent aura captivating Xuan momentarily. As hours slipped by unnoticed, Su Mi's sacred master concluded her contemplation and gained a newfound understanding of Xuan. Indeed, he is patient and composed, not one given to restlessness. He possesses great potential. She believed Xuan to be profoundly patient, while in truth, he was merely entranced by her presence. I have summoned you for a singular purpose. Do you know what it is? Xuan was at a loss for words, pondering whether all these prominent figures reveled in such theatrics, insisting on their audience to articulate what they themselves wished to convey. How was he to know what Su Mi's sacred master intended to discuss? The sacred master is wise beyond the heavens. I am but a fool, too afraid to speak freely. I dare to speculate it concerns the spiritual roots. Su Mi's sacred master found Xuan's flattery amusing, a smile gracing her features, though her words remained authoritative. Indeed, foolishness is present, yet not entirely devoid of sense. Today, your summons does relate to the spiritual roots. Please take a seat while I elaborate. Xuan stepped forward and chose a meditation mat to sit upon, eager to discern the true purpose behind Su Mi's sacred master's words. The world knows that those who possess spiritual roots may glimpse the path to immortality. Yet few understand the hardships and obstacles along this path, among which the most treacherous is the fate of the Tao. In the realm of transcending tribulations, a powerful being must not solely rely on their own strength to overcome the heavenly calamity. They must also depend on the enigmatic forces of fate. Only by intertwining their various paths of destiny can they hope to shatter the barriers of enlightenment and ascend to immortality. Xuan comprehended this notion, though not entirely. His cultivation primarily hinged on the return of his daughter's powers, and he remained uncertain whether he would face the trials and tribulations described by the Xumi Holy Master. Thank you, Holy Master, for elucidating this matter, Xuan expressed, though he pondered the relevance of it all to himself. The Xumi Holy Master paused before continuing, to put simply, the avenues of fate in the divine continent are limited. The more cultivators with celestial roots there are, the harder it becomes to consolidate this fate, making the path to enlightenment increasingly arduous. Yi Xian's expression grew solemn, his previously nonchalant demeanor dissipating, yet he maintained his composure. So, my constitution is appealing to cultivators lacking celestial roots, yet poses a dual-edged sword for those with celestial roots, potentially endangering my life. The Shumi Holy Master chuckled softly, pleased with Yi Xian's ability to remain calm in the face of such weighty revelations. She recognized that his understanding stemmed from the assurance that she would not harm him. Had it been another holy master capable of influencing the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, he would have been contemplating escape by now. Thus, I must temper my ambitions, ensuring that I only nurture offspring of the demonic root level, while refraining from attempting to cultivate those of celestial roots, correct? Ye wan idiot. The Shumi Holy Master nodded, then shook her head slightly. Yes, but it is not entirely so. Yi Xian understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The Shumi Holy Master must have her own motives, as eliminating him would have been the simplest solution otherwise. Esteemed Holy Master, what would you have me do? I shall not decline any task within my capabilities, he offered. The Shumi Holy Master moved closer, taking a seat directly across from Yi Xian, allowing him to catch a whiff of her unique fragrance. She then produced a pre-prepared contract of celestial fate and presented it to him, indicating for him to review it. Upon glancing at the celestial contract, Yi Xian was taken aback. What? This woman intends to support me. What should I do? Should I refuse? But she is a wealthy benefactor. If I decline, will she become enraged? His heart raced uncontrollably, and he unwittingly unlocked an achievement in his life, becoming a kept man under a wealthy patroness. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, he read through the entire celestial contract, which essentially stipulated that by Meng Yan, the Shumi Holy Master's true name, wished to become his partner in the pursuit of enlightenment, binding their fates together. Though it appeared to be a contract of patronage, in truth, it was akin to a marriage certificate with celestial validation, requiring only his signature to become effective. Yi Xian was puzzled by the Shumi Holy Master's intentions. What could be so significant that she would commit herself? Regardless, it seemed advantageous for him. Not only would he gain a spouse of unblemished beauty, power, and cultivation, but his own status would also ascend dramatically. He would become one of the most esteemed men in the southern divine continent, albeit uncertain of the implications it might entail. However, becoming the Holy Master's consort would not come without peril. His inadequate cultivation, combined with a constitution that posed a significant threat to other factions, rendered him constantly vulnerable to schemes and treachery. Yet, considering his newfound status as the Holy Master's husband, he realized that such visibility could mitigate overt threats. The other 4 sacred lands could hardly afford to make an enemy of him publicly. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian resolved that since he had already embarked on this path, he might as well embrace it wholeheartedly. Hiding in the shadows would eventually lead to exposure, and he preferred to live openly and boldly. After all, he possessed the blood of the supreme ancestral dragon for protection, and should the need arise, he could always seek a new life. Before responding to the Shumi Holy Master, Yi Xian had one matter to clarify. Holy Master, I'm unclear about the nature of this partnership. Is it merely a facade, or do you intend for it to be genuine? His heart raced with apprehension, for the Holy Master's attitude towards this relationship would significantly influence his perception of her. The Shumi Holy Master's expression darkened, her voice tinged with disappointment. What do you mean? Do you think I would joke about my purity or wield it as a political bargaining chip, as if I were a heartless woman? Her retort made her stance evident. She did not view their partnership as a trivial game. Yi Xian's identity was one that allowed for intimate relations, and he wondered if he could breach her defenses. With the weight of his concerns alleviated, Yi Xian felt a sense of relief. If he could indeed share an intimate moment with the Shumi Holy Master, the magical seal of the palace heart would not disappoint him. It would be remiss of Yi Xian not to consider his escape routes. In his previous life, he had failed to understand the nuances of a certain fairy and had even disparaged her. In this life, he sought to empathize with her and perhaps even become one himself. Indeed, the essence of humanity is rooted in selfishness. None are at fault, save for the world itself. Yi Xian drew forth a drop of his blood, allowing it to fall upon the celestial contract, and boldly inscribed his name, Yi Xian, before returning it to Bai Mengli. She took the celestial contract, mirroring his actions, and, after a few moments, completed the final stroke. The contract radiated brilliant light, soaring skyward while emitting a resounding celestial sound. Ritual complete. Contract established. Those who violate shall perish. What is that ruckus? The ongoing game of mahjong was interrupted by the grand celestial sound, prompting a curious Lu Qingxue to investigate. Observing the celestial contract on the deck, she was filled with confusion. What agreement have my husband and the Holy Master reached to necessitate such a grand contract? At that moment, Lu Qingxue was blissfully unaware that a certain woman had stealthily claimed her husband, as she urged her companions to return to their game. After all, she had just lost all of her child's milk money, and if her companions decided to quit, it would spell disaster for her. Back at the Celestial Vessel's platform, Bai Mengli utilized her powers to retrieve the celestial contract, storing it within the realm of her Dongtong. Yi Xian gazed enviously at her Chongtong, marveling at its stunning beauty. He pondered whether, if he and Bai Mengli were to have children, they might inherit such a remarkable talent. The system's talent customization feature required pre-existing talents, and he currently possessed only 3, 2 from the demonic root and 1 from the celestial root. Bai Mengli closed her Chongtong, her aura stabilizing once more. She looked at Yi Xian and stated, "Upon our return to the Holy Land, I will first publicly announce your identity and extend invitations to the other sacred lands, planning a ceremony to take place in 1 year. Do you have any objections?" Yi Xian was indifferent, but he needed to make arrangements for Lu Qingxue and the others. Bai Mengli, in her desire to maintain dignity, would likely not permit Lu Qingxue and the others to reveal their relationship. Having them join the Holy Land would be her greatest act of leniency, and Yi Xian was not one to be greedy. He preferred to know when to stop. "I have no objections. You may proceed as you see fit. However, what about Lu Qingxue and the others?" Bai Mengli appeared calm, seemingly unconcerned, yet internally she harbored a flicker of anger. What does this fellow mean? Is my presence not sufficient? Is he still thinking of other women? I have already shown considerable tolerance by accepting them. Haven't I? As for them, I have my own arrangements. You should focus on yourself. Although Bai Mengli's tone shifted only slightly, Xuan was perceptive enough to notice. Indeed, she cares deeply. It seems that future visits must be conducted in secrecy. After all, the system's invisibility is exceptionally effective. So long as one is not caught, it ceases to exist. The Gongxinzong magic seal, while potent, merely compels women to wholeheartedly submit to Xuan. It cannot alter the inherent nature of the recipient. Bai Mengli would still deal with Xuan's extramarital affairs, but she would do so with an unyielding forgiveness and enduring love for him. Thus, while the Gongxinzong magic seal is indeed useful, one must not indulge excessively. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussions regarding other specific matters, and Xuan confirmed Bai Mengli's requirements. She sought an offspring endowed with talent surpassing that of the Xianlingen level, with a minimum threshold of Xianlingen, so that she could utilize her fortuitous discovery of a secret method alongside her and her blood relatives' destinies, to ultimately transcend the tribulation period and attain the Tao of true immortality. Curious, Xuan inquired why she did not seek other holy lords, to which Bai Mengli replied that it would not be feasible, setting aside the fact that her union with another male holy lord would not guarantee the birth of a Xianlingen offspring. There is also the concern of whether that individual harbored malicious intentions. Furthermore, this secret method could only connect with blood relatives. Even if they successfully bore a Xianlingen offspring and the other person bore no ill will, the absence of a blood relationship between the couple would hinder the connection. However, the offspring and the parents are related by blood, which could lead to an average fortune being transformed into the parents being drained simultaneously by the child. Upon hearing this, Xuan was utterly astonished. The breakthrough method Bai Mengli had obtained was simply outrageous. It felt tailor-made for him, leading him to question whether the system had deliberately cast it aside for her to discover. As a mid-grade spiritual root, he, according to Bai Mengli's calculations, could not serve as a link, thus perfectly circumventing the offspring draining scenario. Moreover, he could ensure that he and Bai Mengli's offspring would be at least of Xianlingen level, and if they surpassed it, it would further enhance Bai Mengli's chances of successfully attaining the Tao. No wonder Bai Mengli was willing to forge a Tao partnership with him through the Great Tao Immortal Contract. Had he been in her shoes, he would have felt the same. Having resolved the doubts in his heart, Xuan departed from the Xinzhou Wudao platform and returned to the cabin to see Lu Qingxue and the others engaged in a game of mahjong. The two sets of mahjong tiles were indeed rented for their amusement, and after a day of play, it was time to collect his dues. As Xuan pushed open the cabin door, he was greeted by a tantalizingly alluring scene. At that moment, Lu Qingxue had lost so much that she had even wagered her splendid immortal attire. She was left with nothing but a belly band and an undergarment. Lamenting her need to borrow some money from Xuan, determined to reclaim her losses, she had become a pitiful gambling addict. In truth, Lu Qingxue was not the only one suffering losses. Primarily, it was Xuan who had depleted her savings a year prior, leaving her with far less than her other granddaughters, who had just recently experienced significant losses. This accounted for her dire situation. Feeling guilty, Xuan resolved to assist Lu Qingxue in seeking vengeance. He tossed a set of male immortal attire to her. "Put this on, you spendthrift. Luckily, you're losing at home. Otherwise, my reputation would be in tatters because of you. And you lot, why are you laughing? Do you not realize she is your elder sister? Is it appropriate for you to be so ruthless? Gulme, gather around and play with me." After a day of discussing the Tao, I wish to engage in a few rounds myself. Xuan sensed trouble. Based on her understanding of Xuan, he was undoubtedly up to no good. Regrettably, she realized this too late to escape. Chapter 37. It's over. The losses are catastrophic. The other granddaughters had fallen victim to Xuan's cunning, as he had orchestrated the game and possessed a backup plan. Even without resorting to it, he had achieved a glorious record of winning 35 million from a mere 20 with a bloodbath of victories, earning him the title of gambling prodigy. Controlling this group of novices who had only played for a day was as easy as pie for him. Unaware of the impending danger, the granddaughters thought they finally had a chance to turn the tables against Xuan and were excitedly caught up in the moment. Xuan beckoned the granddaughters to take their seats, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to unleash the iron fist of capitalism upon them. Sticking to his old tactics, Xuan lost a few rounds while feigning anger, cleverly manipulating the granddaughters into a frenzy. Before long, all but Xuan had taken the bait, while Xuan remained cautious, only placing small bets to avoid significant losses or substantial gains. This impressed Xuan. It seemed Xuan had figured it out. It appeared she would not be easily ensnared today. Xuan discreetly signaled to her with his eyes, and whether she understood or not was inconsequential. Regardless, it would either enhance their collaboration or not matter at all. To his surprise, she did grasp his intent. It was clear he wished for her to act as his informant. Biting her lip in anger, Xuan contemplated whether to assist Xuan in deceiving her granddaughters. Nevertheless, her bond with them could not withstand the innate competition among women. After a brief internal struggle, she ultimately decided to help Xuan without guilt. Thus, she returned him a knowing glance. At the mahjong table, the second granddaughter won a hand, shortly followed by the third granddaughter. After their victories, another granddaughter also won, leaving Xuan as the only player without a winning hand. According to the rules of Bloodbath, winning a hand allowed continued play, while losing meant continuous losses. As the last tile was claimed by one of his granddaughters, Xuan had failed to win a single round, marking his 9th consecutive loss. Each granddaughter had walked away with ample winnings. Lu Qingxue, watching from the sidelines, could barely contain her frustration, her eyes reddening with urgency as she implored Xuan to stop betting. Yet he seemed oblivious, continuing to play undeterred. Feeling it was time to strike, Xuan decided to turn the tables. After revealing his hand, he pulled out the spoils he had collected from the 7 great families the previous day and placed them on the table. With fiery eyes and a tone laced with indignation, he declared, "I refuse to believe this. I wager my entire fortune. Who dares to challenge me?" The granddaughters felt uneasy and hesitated, sensing something was amiss. They were wary of Xuan's intentions. At this moment, the informant Xuan stepped forward. To the granddaughters, she was now at odds with Xuan, making it improbable for her to collude with him against them. Xuan cast aside a ring containing the remnants of the Yuan family's legacy onto the mahjong table. "I will bet against you. Furthermore, if you lose this round, I shall not claim your money, but I want that ring back. However, I have one condition. If you lose this round, you must absolve me of the Yuan family's status as a sinner." Upon seeing this, the granddaughters realized Xuan was all in. That ring held the entirety of the Yuan family's inheritance, worth more than all their combined fortunes. With Xuan leading the way, the granddaughters found themselves at a loss. The second granddaughter was the first to succumb to temptation, for the stakes on the table had already reached several 100 billion ling stones. This gamble was akin to wagering a sesame seed for a watermelon. To abstain from participating would be foolish. By the heavens, I shall join, she exclaimed, slamming her storage ring onto the table. Once one person joined, others soon followed suit. With the second granddaughter setting the precedent, the other granddaughters eagerly chimed in. I join. I join. The momentum surged, and soon all the granddaughters were ensnared in the game. Xuan silently marveled. Indeed, the people in this world possessed a simple and unrefined nature, consumed by greed, necessitating his capitalist iron fist to discipline them. With a big fish caught, Xuan began to reel them in. He manipulated the card-dealing mechanism of the mahjong table, first granting the three granddaughters who were playing a glimmer of hope with nearly winning hands. The second granddaughter, the quickest, found herself just 2 tiles away from victory after drawing her second round, her lips curling upward in anticipation, likely already imagining the pile of winnings amassed before her. After several rounds, all 3 granddaughters were on the brink of winning, each visage alight with the joy of anticipated triumph. Alas, this was merely a beautiful dream fabricated by Xuan. He was acutely aware of the cards in their hands, and there was no chance of their victory. Feeling the moment was ripe, he decided to reap the harvest, activating his cunning mode. Xuan picked up a tile, placed it among his own, and then pushed it forward. I win. The granddaughters, initially confused, leaped in excitement, embracing one another in a frenzy of joy. I won. I won. Indeed, my dear wife. Your support is invaluable. I have won money, and you seem so delighted. It truly moves me. It was this proclamation that jolted the eldest granddaughter back to reality. Yes, if Xuan had won, it meant she was destined to lose. The game continued, and after another round, the second granddaughter and her companions still had not won. But Xuan triumphantly declared another victory. The 3 granddaughters comforted themselves with the illusion of future opportunities. After winning again, Xuan continued to draw tiles, yet still received cards of no worth, only to triumph again with an even higher multiplier. With the number of tiles dwindling, the 3 granddaughters became increasingly anxious. Akin to ants on a hot pan, if they failed to draw a winning tile, they might end up losing everything. The game progressed, and once more, only Xuan emerged victorious, claiming yet another high multiplier, reducing the stake pile by half. Those with a modicum of intelligence sensed something amiss, yet lacking evidence. They could only watch the game unfold. After winning 2 more rounds, Xuan secured 2 additional high multipliers, leaving the pot nearly empty, enough for just one final round. In this last, most desperate round, the 3 granddaughters watched helplessly as Xuan claimed victory once more, leaving them with naught but empty pockets and even incurring debts. In a fit of frustration, the second granddaughter slammed her palm down on the mahjong table, her face flushed with indignation as she accused Xuan of cheating. You are playing dirty. You must have cheated. You were losing consistently. So how could your luck suddenly turn so favorable? This round doesn't count. Return my money. People are inherently social animals, particularly women. With the second granddaughter leading the charge, the others glared at Xuan, their eyes filled with grievance and disbelief. Standing at the door, Yuan Xian marveled at her own cleverness, aware that Xuan's devious schemes were far from exhausted. She slyly opened the door and slipped out, leaving behind a magical seal to ensure it remained shut. Xuan shot a glare at the second granddaughter, who momentarily wilted, but upon remembering her 6 supportive companions, she regained her composure and returned the glare. What? Do you intend to deny your debts? Think carefully. The granddaughter, acting as the mouthpiece for the beleaguered sisters, defiantly retorted. You are the one cheating. This round doesn't count. Ye wan disdain full simukit. You claim I'm cheating. Do you have any evidence? If you cannot present proof, then I shall have to enforce family discipline. The second granddaughter found herself at a loss for words, for they had no evidence of Xuan's supposed dishonesty. It was clear to her that he was cheating, which was utterly infuriating. Unable to produce evidence, Xuan proclaimed, Then I shall enforce family discipline. He rose from his chair, brandishing a small whip he had produced from who knows where. The sound it made as he flicked it through the air was sharp and menacing. The second granddaughter's face flushed with embarrassment and fear. She recognized the implement from her youth when she had witnessed her father using it on her aunt, a memory that still haunted her. For that aunt had been left with a rather ample posterior. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I will resist. I'm a gold core cultivator. Be careful, I do not harm you. Oh, you dare to threaten me? It seems family discipline is indeed necessary. Qingxuan, hold them down. Today, I shall rectify the principles of our household. Qingxuan, blessed by the celestial touch and the grace of the Xuan Saint, was merely a step away from the transformation stage, easily capable of subduing the 7 gold core girls. The moment she took action, the rebellious little concubines immediately complied, lining up obediently on the mahjong table. Xuan licked his lips, a perverse expression on his face, instilling fear in the 7 defiant little concubines. Outside, Xuan, hearing the commotion from within, was driven by curiosity to sneak a peek through the slightly ajar door. She quickly spotted the plastic sisters being soundly punished by Xuan with a whip. Feeling relieved for her hasty departure, she also experienced a twinge of guilt for her companions. Fearing that Xuan might turn his attention to her, she quickly retreated. The following day, the celestial vessel officially arrived at the realm of Xuan Sacred Land, where Xuan was taken aside by the Xuan Saint, while the granddaughters, their posteriors having expanded significantly, were ushered to a specially prepared secret realm. On the very day Xuan arrived at the Xuan Sacred Land, a divine decree was proclaimed throughout the land. A monumental announcement was made to the entire celestial domain. The Xuan Sacred Land had acquired a son-in-law. The most sacred and untouchable flower of the domain had been plucked by some fortunate man. As this news spread, the entire celestial domain erupted in excitement, all eager to discover the identity of this suddenly revealed son-in-law of the Xuan Sacred Land. Some speculated it was one of the 4 male saints, while others claimed it was an unparalleled prodigy who had been hidden away for ages. Even more rumors suggested that the Xuan Saint had secretly nurtured a youthful husband. The tales grew increasingly extravagant, and ultimately, the Xuan Sacred Land was compelled to issue a clarification, publicly revealing Xuan's name, likeness, and some basic information. With this revelation, Xuan achieved unprecedented fame, not merely igniting interest, but exploding into a sensation. The cultivation level of Xuan merely reached the dance stage, and his aptitude was notably poor. He lacked even a distinguished background, aside from his unparalleled beauty. It was perplexing how he could ascend to the status of the foremost by Guang in the entire realm, becoming the consort of the Xuan Saint Lord. In an instant, men across the realm found themselves reflecting upon their own shortcomings, bewildered as to how they fell short compared to Xuan, questioning why the Xuan Saint Lord had not chosen them. Although Xuan faced unfavorable opinions among male cultivators, his cold, ethereal beauty garnered him considerable admiration from female cultivators. One day, while wandering leisurely in the Xuan Sacred Land, Xuan was greeted by numerous women, all eager to extend their salutations. He responded to each with a smile, leaving the male disciples seething with envy. Xuan, however, felt quite innocent. He could hardly help it if he was favored by the female disciples. As such encounters became commonplace, he found himself increasingly enjoying his daily strolls in the Xuan Sacred Land. Consequently, the male disciples would turn and avoid him at the mere sight of him, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. After spending half a month in the Sacred Land, the time for Xuan's childbirth arrived. The Xuan Saint Lord, Bai Mengli, had been well prepared. Prior to the celestial phenomenon of the White Jade Capital and the 12 Towers, she utilized secret methods to confine the phenomenon within the Xuan Sacred Land. Just like when Lu Qingshua's child was born, the celestial being Nan Gongjing made her appearance once more. The pressure emanating from Nan Gongjing, a true immortal, was something only Bai Mengli could barely withstand, earning her a scrutinizing glance from Nan Gongjing. After all, amidst the incomplete laws of the divine continent, those who reached the peak of tribulation were not to be trifled with. However, in the eyes of true immortals, as long as one had not attained immortality, they remained as mere ants, with Bai Mengli being merely a slightly more robust ant among them. Xuan's labor proceeded smoothly, and Nan Gongjing promptly completed the necessary formalities in less than a quarter of an hour. As for the name, Xuan had long since prepared it. He named Xuan's child Xuan, placing them in the lineage of the character Shui. He had also devised names for the other 7 unborn children, which he had previously communicated to their mothers. In order of their expected arrival, they were named Yixuoming, Yixui, Yixuodia, Yixueshi, Yixuomei, Yixuan, and Yixueching. In the subsequent year, Nan Gongjing visited once a month, resembling a routine inspection of the Xumi sacred land. However, her visits were not entirely unwelcome. The formidable presence of the immortal inspired many disciples within the sacred land to surpass their own limits. Numerous elders of the sacred land broke through bottlenecks they had struggled with for millennia. Thus, Bai Mengli, the Saint Lord, showed little inclination to intervene, as her presence merely conveyed a symbolic stance. The Xumi sacred land, having tasted the sweetness of such occurrences, eagerly anticipated more frequent visits from Nan Gongjing. However, the truth, like fire, could not be concealed indefinitely. News of the 8 successive appearances of true immortals from the Xumi sacred land eventually leaked through infiltrators from other sacred lands. The pivotal factor was that Nan Gongjing had not made an appearance for 3 consecutive months. With no benefits to be gained, the infiltrators relayed the information back. This prompted discontent among the 4 other saintly domains, leading them to initiate an investigation. They quickly recalled the son-in-law who had self-destructed at the Xumi sacred land a year prior. Initially, they had assumed Yi Xian to be merely a fortunate pretty boy, but it now appeared that he was far more than that, having been misled by the Xumi Saint Lord. Consequently, the focus of their investigation shifted to Yi Xian. However, Bai Mengli had intended to keep the truth hidden for as long as possible, so the other sacred lands swiftly uncovered Yi Xian's life history. Upon analysis, they discovered that Yi Xian had an exceptional ability to bear offspring, having fathered nearly 300 children within a span of over a decade, all possessing spiritual roots. A majority bore superior spiritual roots, with some being of heavenly and earthly origins, as well as 2 demonic roots and 1 immortal root. Connecting this to the 8 appearances of true immortals since Yi Xian's arrival at the Xumi sacred land, the 4 great sacred domains reached a consensus. This Yi Xian was likely to possess a previously undocumented special constitution, allowing him to control the quality of his offspring's spiritual roots. This revelation posed a significant threat to the 4 saints. As the greater the number of immortal root cultivators in the divine continent, the lesser the chances of them attaining true immortality. Moreover, those who had received blessings from immortals were protected by the laws of the Tao. Should they be forcibly harmed, not only would they face backlash from the Tao, but their fortunes would also diminish, making even their subordinates unable to avoid such repercussions. Thus, eliminating Yi Xian became the sole solution for safeguarding their own interests. To deliberate on how to eliminate Yi Xian, the 4 saintly leaders, Qingxuan, Qingjian, Chongyun, and Gu Yuan, secretly convened. Are we all gathered? Indeed, it seems Gu Yuan is absent. As Chongyun questioned, a silent figure clad in black emerged from the shadows behind him, startling him. Damn it, Gu Yuan. Are you out of your mind? You always frighten me. Gu Yuan remained silent, yet his aura surged, as if to challenge anyone who dared to oppose him. At this moment, Qingxuan and Qingjian hurriedly intervened to mediate the tension between Chongyun and Gu Yuan. Hey, calm down. You two should take it easy. Every time we meet, it's not a fight. Don't forget our purpose today. Chongyun snorted dismissively, as though he was above such disputes. Seeing Chongyun attempt to act superior, Gu Yuan swiftly drew his sword, ready for a confrontation. Chongyun, realizing Gu Yuan was serious, immediately backed down. Gu Yuan was the strongest among them. Although he could not kill Chongyun, a good beating was inevitable. Chongyun merely sought to provoke, not genuinely to fight. This was not the first time such a scenario unfolded, and Qingxuan quickly released Chongyun to assist Qingjian in restraining Gu Yuan. After much persuasion, they finally subdued Gu Yuan's fury, allowing them to settle down and discuss the course of action regarding Yi Xian. Qingxuan initiated the conversation. Have you tested the inclinations of the other old fellows? The old Taoist on my side refuses to interfere. As soon as Qingxuan finished speaking, Chongyun, known for his verbosity, chimed in. The Tianshan Tong Lao and that woman from Xumi are in cahoots. You should know that. Did I even need to ask? Subsequently, Qingjian added, Duan Tiandao will not involve himself either. I have inquired. After sharing their intelligence, the trio turned their attention to Gu Yuan, who merely shook his head, remaining enigmatically silent. Chongyun, feeling cheeky, revived his tendency to provoke. What does your headshake mean? Can't you utter a word? In response to Chongyun's taunts, Gu Yuan again drew his sword. Qingxuan and Qingjian quickly intervened, while Chongyun had already distanced himself from the chaos. After a brief interval, Qingxuan and Qingxuan managed to pacify Xuan once more, allowing Qingxuan to rejoin the discussion. Qingxuan proposed, "Let me speak, if it's yes. Shake your head, if it's no, nod. Does that work?" Xuan nodded, indicating his agreement. In the desolate mountains, the Holy Master of Qingxuan questioned the Holy Master of Longyuan regarding his intention to intervene in a certain matter. The Holy Master of Xuan shook his head in response. Observing this, the Holy Master of Qingyuan immediately interjected with a retort. "What the hell? That guy Longyuan has been infatuated with Xumi for thousands of years. Yet he remains passive even after being cuckolded. He deserves to be a green-haired turtle." The conversation was abruptly interrupted, and the Holy Master of Qingxuan, frustrated by the lack of clarity, bellowed at the Holy Master of Qingyuan. "Will you kindly shut your mouth?" Qingyuan, noticing the intense gazes of the three others upon him, reluctantly fell silent. After Qingyuan ceased his chatter, the Holy Master of Qingxuan continued. "So, is it true that Longyuan is unwilling to intervene in this matter?" The Holy Master of Xuan shook his head once again. This left the three masters, Qingyuan, Qingxuan, and Qingxuan, completely bewildered, whether he intended to intervene or not. He kept shaking his head. What exactly did he mean? Finally, the Holy Master of Xuan spoke up, his tone resolute and independent. "I forgot to inquire." At this, the other three masters were momentarily speechless, collectively exclaiming in frustration, "You truly are infuriating." After a brief moment of calm, they decided to analyze the situation. The Holy Master of Qingxuan remarked, "Ever since Longyuan was rejected by Xumi, he has been in a state of despair, still residing in that dilapidated mountain village. However, based on my understanding of him, he must be aware of Xumi's announcement regarding her partner. The fact that he has not reacted this long indicates he is heartbroken and likely to act if he were to be pushed further." The Holy Master of Qingyuan played with a die in his hand, remarking with a hint of amusement that green-haired turtle is probably afraid that if he kills Yixian, Xumi will hold a grudge against him. He is likely just pretending to be dead. The Holy Master of Qingxuan chimed in with his analysis. Thus, it can be concluded that Longyuan will not intervene. He will neither assist Xumi nor take action against Yixian. Our focus should be on dealing with Xumi, Tonglao, and that dog-like holy mother, Xianxiansu. Agreed. Chapter 42. The Great War. Imminent. All right, it's settled then. Xumi is inviting us next month to witness her union with her partner. Let's surprise her. Meanwhile, as the four holy masters were plotting how to eliminate Yixian, Baimengli was also busy. She had arranged her wedding with Yixian a year ago, and invitations were sent out when Xumi announced Yixian's identity. She was well aware that this endeavor would be perilous. However, if Yixian could survive this ordeal, he would be much safer afterward. Over the past year, it was uncertain whether it was destiny protecting Yixian or mere luck, but nothing untoward had transpired. Nonetheless, she remained cautious. She had contacted Tonglao from Tianshan and the righteous partner Xianxiansu, both of whom were willing to help protect Yixian. Yet, she still needed to prepare for contingencies. Should Yixian fail to evade this calamity, she must ensure that at least a descendant remained to align with the secret arts of balanced destiny. That night, within Yixian's abode, he was nonchalantly lounging, devoid of worldly desires after a year without intimacy. He had attempted to resolve his predicament himself, but his second brother, who had experienced countless battles, was not easily deceived. Presently, he had no interest in maidens of lesser celestial ranks than Lu Qingxue. However, it was not entirely disadvantageous. During this year, Yixian's cultivation had progressed significantly, reaching the initial stage of the golden elixir, albeit this bore little relation to his efforts. Now, he bore numerous advanced buffs, allowing him to effortlessly contend with peak Yuan Ing or early transformation stages. Moreover, his daily routine had become remarkably disciplined, with early nights and mornings, and he indulged in substantial amounts of sacred fruits and elixirs. His lifespan had successfully returned to 100 million years. Glancing at the clock he had made, it was already 10 o'clock, signaling bedtime. He stood up and made his way to the bedroom, humming a cheerful tune. However, as he entered, darkness enveloped him, as if someone had thrown a sack over him. The next moment, he felt himself being lifted, soaring in a familiar space, yet devoid of spatial awareness. Nevertheless, the essence of the supreme ancestral dragon within him showed no signs of alarm, indicating he was not in immediate danger. Yixian forced himself to calm down and deduced who had ensnared him. Who else could it be but Bai Mengli, the master of the Shumi Holy Land? Yet, what could she possibly want at such an hour? Did she have a peculiar penchant for blindfolded play? Yi Xian's face flushed with embarrassment, a hint of excitement stirring within him. But in the next instant, his senses were completely obscured, and he could only feel a pair of icy, jade-like hands exploring his body, leaving him utterly frustrated. This was a situation he had never encountered before. After a while, he received a notification from the system. It was the same prompt that compelled him to choose the quality of his offspring. Ding! Detected that the host is currently engaging with the daughter of destiny, Bai Mengli, to conceive offspring. The current partner, Bai Mengli, possesses the qualification of celestial spirit root. The host may consume 1 year of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling the partner, Bai Mengli, to bear offspring with superior spirit root. Chapter 43. Now, have you been hit by your father? Ding! Detected that the host is currently engaging with the daughter of destiny, Bai Mengli, to conceive offspring. The current partner, Bai Mengli, possesses the qualification of celestial spirit root. The host may consume 10 years of lifespan energy to enhance life essence, enabling the partner, Bai Mengli, to bear offspring with exceptional spirit root. Ding! Detected that the host is currently creating life with the daughter of destiny, Bai Mengli. The current partner, Bai Mengli, possesses the qualification of celestial spirit root. The host may consume 100 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling the partner, Bai Mengli, to bear offspring with earth spirit root. Ding! Detected that the host is currently engaging in reproduction with the daughter of destiny, Bai Mengli. The current partner, Bai Mengli, possesses the qualification of celestial spirit root. The host may consume 1,000 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling the partner, Bai Mengli, to bear offspring of heavenly quality spirit root. Ding! Detected that the host is currently creating a crystallization of love with the daughter of destiny, Bai Mengli. The current partner, Bai Mengli, possesses the cultivation qualification of celestial spirit root. The host may consume 100 million years of lifespan energy to enhance life essence, enabling the partner, Bai Mengli, to bear offspring of white quality destiny child. Ding! Detected that the host is currently engaging with the daughter of destiny, Bai Mengli, to conceive offspring. The current partner, Bai Mengli, possesses the qualification of celestial spirit root. The host may consume 1 billion years of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling the partner, Bai Mengli, to bear offspring of blue quality destiny child. Given that Bai Mengli possesses the qualification of celestial spirit root, according to the system's usual practice of enhancing maternal attributes for 2 stages during conception, it is possible for Bai Mengli to bear offspring of blue quality destiny child. This level of qualification surpasses the upper limits of the Shenzhou Tianyu system. Within the intermediate offspring quality system, the qualities are categorized from low to high as follows. R quality white destiny child, white primordial spirit root. SR quality blue destiny child, blue primordial spirit root. SSR quality purple destiny child, purple primordial spirit root. UR quality golden destiny child, golden primordial spirit root. These correspond to the 4 tiers of cultivation: Lu Xian, Zhen Xian, Xian Xian, and Jin Xian. Yi Xian felt as though he were back in his previous life, spending money on gacha draws from a gaming company. Mimo Yo demands payment. While here, the stakes are life and death. I never anticipated that I would one day be the father of fated child, although the price is rather unappealing. 1 billion years of lifespan. He has just upgraded his system and lacks such an abundance of lifespan. Yet his paternal responsibility compels him to provide the best for his child. Yi Xian is filled with anxiety, blaming Bai Mengli for insisting on this dreadful sack play. Otherwise, he would have simply asked her for money. No, I must give this woman a reminder. Nevertheless, despite racking his brain, Yi Xian could not devise a suitable plan. Ultimately, he resolved to endure. For as long as he had not chosen an option, his vital essence would remain intact within him due to the system's peculiar nature. He could only persist, competing to see who would crack first, he or Bai Mengli. After enduring for 3 days and 3 nights in the cloud, Bai Mengli finally relented and untied Yi Xian from the sack, bringing an end to this wretched game. Upon witnessing the light again after 3 days and nights of confinement, Yi Xian was met with a pair of enormous malevolent eyes. Chapter 45. The Child Bride of the Little Dragon Lord, by Qingxuan. Yi Xian distinctly sensed an impending danger approaching him, prompting his agitation to warn him. Tong Lao, how many people do you think will come and kill me? Yi Xian excitedly inquired of Tian Shan Tong Lao, his peculiar tone rendering her momentarily speechless. Aren't you afraid? Several powerful beings in the tribulation stage have their sights set on your life, and you still dare to ask such questions. Ye Wan Shuruk nonchalantly. If I were to fear, would my dread prevent them from killing me? No. To them, your existence poses a significant threat. You must die. Then it's settled. Since they intend to kill me regardless, what is there to fear? A direct confrontation is easier to deal with than a hidden ambush, so why not be forthright? Yi Xian's open-mindedness led Tian Shan Tong Lao to re-evaluate him. Even amidst peril, his mindset was commendable. Choosing Yi Xian as a partner for Bai Mengli was not a waste for such a gifted woman. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt the ancestral dragon blood within him becoming increasingly agitated, compelling him to activate his defenses as his body instinctively sought to evade danger. In the next moment, a terrifying blade of light struck the very spot where Yi Xian stood. Tian Shan Tong Lao reacted swiftly to rescue him. The assailant was none other than Xuan Shengzhu, one of the four great sovereigns. Fortunately, Yi Xian had sensed the danger in advance and was protected by several defensive treasures gifted by Bai Mengli, though he still sustained some minor injuries. Tian Shan Tong Lao extricated Yi Xian and brought him to the heart of the protective formation of Sumi Shangdi. She then took flight, heading to the battleground designated for their tribulation stage warriors. At that moment, in the sky above, Kongshan Shengzhu, Qingxuan Shengzhu, Chengyun Shengzhu, and Guyuan Shengzhu confronted Bai Mengli and Tsang Xianso. Despite being outnumbered 4-2, Bai Mengli displayed no hint of fear. Clad in a red celebratory gown and wielding a silver-white snow sword, she exuded confidence, pointing her sword at Guyuan Shengzhu, ready for battle. Tian Shan Tong Lao's timely support made the seemingly uneven odds appear more balanced. Of course, the main reason was that Chengyun Shengzhu was rather inept, while Bai Mengli was exceptionally formidable. The four sovereigns, wary of potential complications, decided that three of them would hold off Bai Mengli and Tsang Xian, so while Chengyun would attempt to eliminate Yi Xian. Bai Mengli immediately discerned their intentions. Seizing the initiative, she unleashed a sword technique that struck Chengyun unexpectedly. However, she herself fell prey to a flaw exploited by Guyuan, ultimately failing to thwart Chengyun's plan. Bai Mengli could only silently pray for Yi Xian, hoping he could survive this ordeal. Otherwise, she would be left to face the challenges of single motherhood. Back at Sumi Shangdi, the sudden turn of events had thrown the wedding ceremony into disarray. Although Guyuan Shengzhu's strike was an ambush, he exerted significant force, resulting in many guests, who were merely there to witness, suffering collateral damage and being sent to the next life prematurely. The elders of Sumi Shangdi, following Bai Mengli's prior instructions, established layers of protection around Yi Xian, fearful of any mishaps befalling him. However, Yi Lao Lu had different thoughts. If he didn't perish in this instance, how could he awaken the ancestral dragon blood within him? Furthermore, he intended to venture into the territory of the demon clan to seek out the cat-eared maiden. He must die, for the sake of the cat-eared maiden. Chapter 46. 18 years later, Yi Xian looked around eagerly until he finally spotted Chengyun approaching at great speed, his face lighting up with delight. It was as if fortune had come knocking at his door. Chengyun, clutching his injured side from Bai Mengli's earlier attack, began to gather power in his right hand, preparing to break through the defenses of Sumi Shangdi to eliminate Yi Xian. Although Chengyun was considered a disgrace among the tribulation stage beings in the Divine Land, he was bold enough to confront those below his level and excelled at it. Moreover, he specialized in formations, making him adept at dismantling such defenses. Yi Xian feigned a posture of readiness, enhancing himself with numerous buffs: the Blood Demon Constitution, Nirvana Phoenix Bloodline, Indestructible Sword Body, and Chaotic Energy, all prepared for action. He awaited the moment Chengyun would breach the formation, intending to charge at him and use his strength to harness the ancestral dragon bloodline before seeking out the cat-eared maiden in the demon realm. Everything was unfolding perfectly, all part of his grand design. Unfortunately, Chengyun was woefully inadequate. After laboring against the defensive formation for what felt like ages, he could not shatter the protective array of Sumi Shangdi. Frustration mounted, causing Chengyun to question his abilities. He prided himself on his mastery of formations. Why was he struggling so today? It must be that woman from Sumi targeting him. No wonder she dared to invite them to her engagement ceremony. She must have prepared, strengthening the array specifically against him. Though Qingyuan was ineffectual, he remained determined to kill Yixian. Reluctantly, he retrieved a peculiar cup-shaped artifact from his storage ring. If I can bring this out, you can consider it a fitting end. Qingyuan activated the cup, and a cloud of black, indistinct liquid surged forth, transforming into a dense black mist. The mist spread rapidly, enveloping the array's focal point where Yixian and the others stood. The protective formation emitted ominous sounds, and fine cracks began to appear on its surface. The elders of Sumi Shangdi wore grave expressions, having heard rumors that Gu Yuan Shengzhu possessed a powerful artifact capable of countering various formations, which he seldom used. Today, they witnessed its true terror. Indeed, even a tribulation stage underachiever was not something they, mere peak integration stage cultivators, could contend with. With a crash, the protective formation shattered, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy and thick smoke. Yixian, feeling hindered, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to don several formidable buffs. Qingyuan, having retrieved his artifact, began gathering power in his hands, planning to execute a fatal blow against Yixian. Yet, as he prepared, a chorus of profound, resonant sounds filled the air. Qingyuan's expression shifted, fearing that Bai Mengli had summoned additional allies. What an astonishing spectacle! With a multitude of extraordinary phenomena, Qingyuan remained in a state of shock, while Yixian had already manifested several grand manifestations of the Tao before him. A forceful slap, infused with Yixian's utmost power, landed squarely on his face. Qingyuan was left utterly dazed, his ears ringing with the taunts from Yixian's surprise attack. So you think you can show off? Qingyuan stood frozen for 2 seconds before reacting, covering his face with one hand in a fit of angry confusion. Did you just slap my face? Another mighty slap from Yixian followed suit. Chapter 47. Qi Yun Zc by Si Xian. Qingyuan attempted to evade but failed. What is your problem? Qingyuan bellowed furiously as he endured yet another slap. How dare you slap my face? My mother has never slapped me. With a resounding crack, Yixian retaliated with another slap to the other side of Qingyuan's face. What about your father? Qingyuan raised his other hand to shield his remaining cheek. His eyes bloodshot as he yelled, "You little brat. Neither my mother nor my father has ever slapped me, and you've slapped me 3 times today. I will make you pay." Before Qingyuan could finish his threat, Yixian delivered a swift kick to his groin. The sound of a cracking egg echoed, and Qingyuan doubled over in agony, neglecting even his swollen cheeks. Your mother may not have slapped you, but your father certainly did today. Yixian's shameless actions did not go unnoticed by the elders of the Holy Land who had come to assist him. The assembled elders covered their faces in embarrassment, more ashamed of Yixian's brazen behavior than impressed by his ability to injure a formidable cultivator like Qingyuan. What kind of despicable tactics are these? Slaps and low blows, accompanied by shameless mockery. However, some elders were curious to inquire about Yixian's technique that could harm a cultivator in the tribulation stage, acknowledging its efficacy despite its crude nature. Nevertheless, Qingyuan, being a cultivator of the tribulation stage, quickly regained his composure, awkwardly standing with his legs clamped together while shielding his face with one hand. You little brat, you're dead meat. I will make your death a miserable one. Yixian found Qingyuan's endless threats amusing. He had already humiliated him and saw no need to engage further, bewildered by how Qingyuan had achieved the tribulation stage. Enough of your blabbering. Whether you're a mule or a horse, let me see what you can do. Fine, you asked for it. Today you shall witness my most powerful move. Tremble, you ant. The Grand Elder, sensing Qingyuan's seriousness, was uncertain about Yixian's true capabilities and how this once unremarkable son-in-law had suddenly transformed into an extraordinary prodigy with numerous manifestations. To be cautious, he decided to pull Yixian away. My lord, we shall hold the rear. You leave first. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. In an instant, Yixian was whisked away for several kilometers. Yixian felt utterly bewildered. Could you not interrupt my plans so abruptly? He was exasperated with the elder's antics. With a surge of power, he broke free from the elder's grasp and charged back into the fray, delivering yet another slap to Qingyuan. Qingyuan exploded in fury. Damn it, die already. Qingyuan unleashed his full might, with Yixian still in the center of the storm. A spiraling abyss of darkness materialized, its formidable gravitational pull voraciously consuming everything around. The elders of Xumi Holy Land struggled to resist with all their might. One elder in the late integration stage, attempting to save Yi Xian by getting too close, was ground to pure spiritual energy before he could utter a final word. Indeed, the tribulation stage cultivators were far beyond the reach of these integration stage individuals. Changyan, having been humiliated repeatedly, was now in a frenzied state, his previously ordinary face marred by dark veins of blood. Chapter 48. The Nine-Turn Flower of Time. Changyan, clearly in a state of madness, frantically poured his spiritual energy into the abyss. His complexion shifted from rosy to pale, then to a ghastly pallor, until he was utterly drained, reduced to mere skin and bones. The abyss continued its relentless operation until Changyan was completely depleted. As the spiraling abyss dissipated and the gravitational pull weakened, the Grand Elder and others regained their ability to move. The Grand Elder prayed fervently for Yi Xian's safety while anxiously searching for any remnants of him, preparing for the worst. Those with less experience prayed, while the Seasoned Ones inquired if there was any hope for salvation. "My lord, is there a chance for salvation?" The Grand Elder searched tirelessly, but found not even a trace of Yi Xian. His mind began rehearsing his apologies, knowing that if Yi Xian perished, the Holy Lord would surely not spare him any leniency. The commotion on the ground caught the attention of Bai Mengli and others fighting in the void above, who understood that the outcome had been decided. Both sides ceased combat, descending to the ground to settle matters. Those who owed debts prepared to pay. Bai Mengli had braced herself for the worst, but, upon landing, sensed not only Yi Xian's aura, but even his remains were nowhere to be found. Enraged, she could hardly believe Changyan's cruelty, leaving not even a fragment of him behind. Drawing her sword, she resolved to eliminate Qingxuan, the wretched dog, to accompany Yi Xian in death. At this critical juncture, Tian Shantong Lao and Tsang Xian Su intervened to prevent Bai Mengli from making a grave mistake, emphasizing the importance of the greater good. After all, no matter how inept Qingxuan was, he was among the few tribulation stage cultivators in the realm, essential for defending against the demon abyss and the 10,000 beast domain. Bai Mengli's anger only intensified, yet she found herself at odds with the moral high ground, her friends failing to comprehend her plight. Outnumbered 5-1, she had no opportunity to exact her revenge on Qingxuan. Guilt consumed her as she reflected on Yi Xian's fate. Despite his constitution foreshadowing such an end, she lamented that had it not been for her selfishness, Yi Xian might have lived many more years. "My beloved, worry not. Once our child is born, we shall avenge you upon these 4 scoundrels, honoring your spirit in the heavens." With that, Bai Mengli severed a lock of her hair and combined it with a strand of Yi Xian's from her storage artifact, using a secret method to merge them into her azure sword. This act symbolized her vow to forever remember the vengeance for her husband's death until the sword shattered and she followed him into oblivion. The 4 great holy lords, witnessing Bai Mengli's resolute determination, were filled with dread. They knew that among them, the strongest, Gu Yuan, could barely match her prowess. All they desired was to settle the debts and return home to their mothers. After completing her ritual, Bai Mengli cast one last menacing glance at the 4 holy lords before tearing through the void and departing. Having sustained some injuries herself, she needed to recuperate for the sake of her unborn child, the legacy of Yi Xian. With Bai Mengli gone, discussions regarding compensation would now fall to Tian Shantong Lao and Tsang Xian Su. In the realm of the system, Yi Xian observed everything that transpired after his demise. He began to question whether he should have perished at Qingxuan's hands, but the thought of the beast woman awaiting him filled him with resolve, and he no longer regretted his fate. Rationality ultimately triumphs over reason. Given his innate disposition, it is certain that he will attract numerous women in the future. To treat them all equally, one must possess a heart as cold and unyielding as iron. Ding dong! The supreme blood of the ancestral dragon is prepared. Shall the host be reborn immediately? Yes. My beastly companions await my return. At the Xumi Holy Land, intense discussions regarding compensation are ongoing. The 4 great sovereigns are willing to offer 500 billion spirit jade to Xumi Holy Land, while the elder insists on a sum no less than 1 trillion spirit jade. Unable to reach a consensus, the 4 sovereigns propose a compromise, hoping the elder will find a middle ground. However, the elder refuses to budge, citing the loss of his beloved son-in-law from Shumi Holy Land. Thus, they're left to wait it out, seeing who will exhaust their patience first. Suddenly, a fissure filled with the aura of ancient chaos tears open above Qingxuan, and a drop of blood, encircled by golden dragon shadow, bursts forth. The presence of the golden dragon is overwhelmingly majestic, emanating a terrifying aura from the primeval chaos that seems to freeze one's very marrow. The blood continues to swell until it transforms into an embryo nurturing a small golden dragon. The embryo appears starved for nourishment, and the dragon's shadow surveys the surroundings before coiling its long tail around Qingxuan and swallowing him whole. Qingxuan struggles fiercely within the dragon's belly, his recently replenished spiritual energy visibly drawn out and siphoned away to nourish the embryo. Xuan, Qingxuan, and Qingxuan attempt to rescue Qingxuan, but are repelled by the dragon's shadow with ease. As inhabitants of the Shenzhou Qianyu, they share both glory and misfortune. Thus, Song Xiansu and Tian Shantong Lao cannot sit idly by while their comrades are attacked, especially by a monstrous dragon. This dragon is peculiar. Everyone, let us unite. Upon witnessing Song Xiansu and Tian Shantong Lao intervening, Yi Xian, controlling the dragon's shadow, curses under his breath. These two are utterly useless. He had previously thought they were acting by Meng Li's benefit, but now they dare to turn against him in his presence. He realizes he's been too lenient with them. This time, Yi Xian holds nothing back. The dragon's massive claws descend with ferocity, severing the spiritual roots of Xuan, Qingxuan, Qingxuan, and Song Xiansu, while with a single slap, he crushes Tian Shantong, Lao's already wicked form. Yi Xian had intended to teach these brats a lesson, to show them who the true leader is, but the system alerts him that his energy is sufficient, and he is about to be transported to the myriad beasts' heavenly domain. He resolves to return later to deal with them. The dragon's shadow melds into the embryo and vanishes from Shumi Holy Land. A few months later, in the myriad beasts' heavenly domain within the demon god palace, excitement fills the air. It moves. It moves. The young dragon lord is about to be born. Quick, inform the dragon mother. What a ruckus. The slumbering Yi Xian is jolted awake by cacophony. He feels his curled-up body and experiences discomfort, his surroundings shrouded in darkness. With a sudden surge, he breaks free from his shell, and Di Jia appears before him. Yi Xian forces his eyes open. Upon opening his eyes, he sees a dozen beastly maidens of various races smiling at him. Am I not in the myriad beasts' heavenly domain? Could this be paradise? Yi Xian scans the room, recognizing several distinct species, such as catgirls, tigresses, and fox spirits, while the others remain unfamiliar. At that moment, a figure pushes through the throng of maidens surrounding him and envelopes him in a warm embrace. The overwhelming presence of the woman nearly takes Yi Xian's breath away. Dragon Mother, please be gentle. You're suffocating the young Dragon Lord. The woman, referred to as Dragon Mother, finally realizes and gently places Yi Xian back on a soft bed. Yi Xian soon discovers that he has shrunk in size, now resembling a child. Gazing into the large crystal mirror beside the bed, he is astonished to find that he is transformed into a 1-meter-long golden divine dragon. However, this is not a significant issue. With beastly maidens around, he has every reason to assume his human form. Yi Xian accesses the system interface and promptly locates the transformation button, pressing it without hesitation, for he is accustomed to his human shape. As his dragon form envelopes in golden light, he gradually transitions into his human guise. The surrounding beastly maidens and dragon mother gaze at him in awe, fearful of interrupting the esteemed young dragon lord. Moments later, Yi Xian emerges as a youthful figure, adorned with golden runes and sporting a pair of dragon horns atop his head. His platinum hair flows freely, and his striking, slit pupils exude an otherworldly charm, though his features remain largely unchanged from his previous life. Noticing that Yi Xian is unclothed, Dragon Mother removes her ornate garments and drapes them over him. As she dresses the young boy, she expresses her relief, proclaiming, "Heaven bless our myriad beasts' heavenly domain. Heaven bless our dragon clan." Such talent in a young dragon lord is truly rare. Within a century, he shall undoubtedly lead our myriad beasts to unify the mountain and sea immortal domain. The surrounding maidens chime in, cheering, "Heaven bless the demon race. Heaven bless our myriad beasts' heavenly domain." amidst the adoration of beautiful, beastly maidens and an alluring, mature woman. Xuan feels a rush of confusion. Sisters, who are you? Where's this place? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he decides to gather information about his current identity. Dragon Mother gently pats Xuan's head and replies, "Silly child, this is the Demon God Palace. I am the priestess of the palace, called Ao Shi, and these are the holy maidens of the demon race. Your name is Ao Xian, the newly appointed holy son of our demon clan and the future master of the Demon God Palace." Xuan's heart swells with joy, realizing that the bloodline inherited from the ancestral dragon directly grants him the status of heir to the throne within the demon race. This is simply exhilarating. Understood. Sister Ao Shi, he responds. Seeing Xuan's quick comprehension, Ao, she is quite pleased. You are truly remarkable. Look at them, my dear. Which of these maidens do you favor? Would you allow her to be your maid? Xuan's eyes light up at the proposition. While the charming, mature woman is enticing, he certainly does not wish to overlook the beastly maidens either. The maidens stand in a row, each hoping to be chosen by Xuan as his attendant. In the demon race, the quality of bloodline surpasses all. While hard work may yield some benefit, it is never sufficient. Xuan, born of the supreme golden dragon bloodline, possesses an insurmountable gap compared to these maidens. Even Ao Shi, the leader of the dragon clan and a great demon in the tribulation stage, has a bloodline inferior to Xuan's, although referred to as maidens. This is merely a traditional practice, allowing successive dragon lords to select a young bride from among the holy maidens, ensuring that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the chosen maiden will one day become the queen of the demon race. However, Xuan was temporarily unaware of these circumstances and merely assumed that she was seeking someone to care for her. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found that the white-haired, red-eyed fox demon clan's saintess aligned best with his aesthetic preferences. It was not that he disliked the others. He simply preferred not to reveal himself too hastily. Little did he know that had he expressed his desire for all of them, the saintesses would have readily remained, taking turns to serve him. Sister Ao Shi, I wish to choose that white-haired sister, he declared, pointing at the fox demon saintess, who became ecstatic, a provocative smile illuminating her delicate features. The other demon saintesses glared at her with gritted teeth, wishing they could tear apart this opportunistic rival and take her place. The fox demon saintess, however, paid no heed to these defeated opponents and approached Xuan with a seductive sway. I am Bai Qingxiu, honored by the affection of the little dragon master. She released her embrace and set Xuan down. He walked up to Bai Qingxiu, playfully tugging at the hem of her skirt, signaling for her to hold him. Enchanted by Xuan's charming visage, Bai Qingxiu understood and scooped him into her arms. From a distance, she was alluring. Up close, she was even more captivating, and Xuan felt fortunate to have chosen her. The overwhelming allure of her presence was enough to bring him immense comfort. As Bai Qingxiu held him, she turned around, adopting a victorious stance to tease the other demon saintesses, inciting envy among them. They too wished to embrace Xuan, accompanying him as he grew, playing a nurturing game akin to a husband and wife relationship. Suddenly, Xuan had a thought and leaned in to sniff Bai Qingxiu. Fortunately, you do not have the odor of a fox. Rather, there is a delightful fragrance. Sister Qingxiu, you smell wonderful. What is that scent? Xuan complimented, to which Bai Qingxiu, beaming with joy, leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Little Dragon Master, would you like to know? I can take you to my room and show you. Would that be all right? Xuan's heart raced, his cheeks flushing. Could this enchanting fox be a hidden temptress, intending to teach him, a little boy, the ways of adulthood? No, I am a morally upright youth of the new era. How could I succumb to such trivial temptations? I must refuse. All right, let us go quickly, Sister Qingxiu. With Xuan's agreement, Bai Qingxiu blushed and immediately whisked him away. After their departure, the other saintesses hurried to complain to the Dragon Mother. Dragon Mother, look at that shameless Bai Qingxiu. If she gets to take the little Dragon Master, this is a matter of familial honor. We request you revoke your decree and select a proper attendant for the little Dragon Master. Yes, Dragon Mother, please reconsider Bai Qingxiu's selection as a saintess attendant. The group of saintesses clamored, ultimately demanding that Xuan be assigned a child bride once more. After they quieted down, the Dragon Mother raised her voice in admonition. Enough. The selection of attendants for the Dragon Master is a collective decision among the clans. Are you attempting to disrupt the established order? However, Bai Qingxiu is notoriously jealous and unruly. Should she be entrusted with guiding the little Dragon Master, she would surely lead him astray. If Yi Xian were still present, he would have surely commended Bai Qingxiu and her rebellious nature, for what he needed was precisely that sort of chaos. Any trouble that arose could easily be attributed to her. Yes, Dragon Mother, please reconsider. Dragon Mother was well aware of Bai Qingxiu's true nature and the dangers she posed to Yi Xian. Yet, the ancestral laws of the demon tribe could not be ignored. Once Yi Xian had chosen Bai Qingxiu, she was to be his attendant. Very well. Once the young master reaches maturity, I will organize another election. At that time, you can all demonstrate your worth, and whomever Xianer selects shall be his attendant. Is that acceptable? Seeing that the Dragon Mother had reached a compromise, the Sanuses had no choice but to relent, for should the Dragon Mother retract her promise, they would have no grounds for complaint. Thank you, Dragon Mother, we understand. From that point on, the Sanuses frequently visited Bai Qingxiu's chambers to foster a bond with Yi Xian. Bai Qingxiu lodged complaints regarding this, but to no avail. Time flew by, and 18 years had passed since Yi Xian had been reborn as a dragon. In those years, many events transpired, such as Yi Xian's cultivation reaching the harmonization stage. All the demon clans believed that the little Dragon Master possessed immense talent, when in reality, it was merely due to the several celestial spirit root daughters who had successively broken through to the same stage, a benefit conferred upon Yi Xian by the system. Additionally, Bai Mengli's blue fortune spirit root offspring was finally born a month ago. After 18 years of gestation, Bai Mengli gave birth to a daughter, whom she named Bai Xuan. As revealed by the system's information, Bai Xuan was extraordinary, entering the world with an auspicious beginning. On the day of her birth, the Xumi sacred land witnessed the arrival of 10 true immortals and 1 profound immortal. The profound immortal attempted to negotiate with Bai Mengli, offering a white ascension pill in exchange for the child, but Bai Mengli refused. Consequently, the Xumi sacred land was obliterated by the profound immortal. Had Yi Xian not seen that Bai Mengli was still alive and that his offspring were unharmed in the partner list, he would have sought retribution against the profound immortal long ago. Yi Xian realized that his current fortune value was insufficient to offer complete protection to his children. If it exceeded his limit, the classic tale of the fortune child would unfold. As for Bai Xuan, as a blue-quality SR-level fortune child, she was burdened with the most tragic beginning, a case of parental disappearance, the destruction of her sect, and being abducted. However, there was a silver lining. Following the destruction of the Xumi sacred land, his daughters united to form the Qingxuan sacred land, collaborating with the Stupa sacred sect and the Qingxuan sect. Moreover, Bai Xuan's birth granted Yi Xian a new talent, the Supreme Bone. Currently, Bai Xuan had only developed 1 segment. Thus, Yi Xian possessed 2 segments, corresponding to 2 vertebrae. Aside from these events, the past 18 years have been relatively uneventful. Today marked Yi Xian's 18th birthday and the day of his coming-of-age ceremony as a dragon. Although Yi Xian had long surpassed 18 years in age, he retained the heart of an 18-year-old. After all, youth is meant for play, though such enjoyment often comes at a cost that ordinary individuals could scarcely imagine. While Yi Xian was lost in thought, Bai Qingxiu and Ao Shi entered his chamber. Yi Xian had had his own quarters since he was 5 or 6 years old, and Bai Qingxiu had moved in alongside him on that very day. Ao Shi, as affectionate as she had been 18 years ago, fully embraced her role as an older sister. Xianer, how are your preparations? Today is the day you make your debut as the new Dragon Master. Do not feel any pressure, all right? Yi Xian closed the system interface and turned to Ao Shi with a smile, reassuring her, do not worry, dear sister. I am now a prodigy at the He Dao stage, more than capable of handling these minor situations. As for anything else, ISNT it's simple. Just leave it to you, dear sister. Ao Shi looked affectionately at Yi Xian, who had grown taller than her, and playfully reminded him, all right. If there is anything that Xian cannot resolve, I shall take care of it. If anyone dares to challenge you today, I will ensure they regret it. She then added, oh, Xian don't forget, you still need to select the new Yao Queen today, understood? After speaking, Ao Shi glanced at Bai Qingxiu beside her, who displayed an air of confidence, showing no sign of crisis. He was grateful that he had secured the opportunity for a reselection 18 years ago. She wondered whether by Qingxiu had perhaps enchanted Yixian in some way to be so certain that Yixian would ultimately choose her. Well, as long as you know, let us head out. The entire Yao tribe in Wan Yao Tianyu is awaiting the sight of their new dragon lord. All right, just watch. Yixian replied with a playful tone, following Ao Shi and by Qingxiu toward the sacrificial platform of the Yao God Temple. At that moment, the sacrificial platform was adorned with various rare, heavenly materials and treasures. For the Yao tribe, most of these treasures held little effect, but they were gathered nonetheless to avoid waste and used as offerings to the dragon ancestor. They were merely waiting for Yi Xian, this young dragon lord, to preside over the ceremony, hoping for the blessings of the ancestral dragon to commence a sacred rite for all Yao. Upon arriving at the platform, Yi Xian gazed longingly at the abundance of treasures, yearning to pocket them all. With such a plethora of heavenly materials, using them purely as a source of energy for the Yao was a sheer waste, he thought. Chapter 54. Ascension of the Dragon Lord, Selection of the Dragon Queen. No, I must find an opportunity to consume these treasures. Even if I cannot use them now, I can save them for my daughters in the future. Heavenly materials are energy substances, and the system could absorb them, although the conversion efficiency was not as high as directly absorbing spirit stones. In Wan Yao Tianyu, heavenly materials were also considered part of the Yao tribe, yet the survival of the fittest prevailed. Most plant-based Yao lacked self-defense mechanisms, naturally becoming targets of bullying. Moreover, the production of spirit stones was exceedingly low due to the relentless exploitation by the abundant plant-based Yao, leaving the animal-based Yao with scarce resources for cultivation. Thus, the animal-based Yao adopted the mindset that if they could not overpower their rivals, they would have to treat them as expendable resources. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, contemplating how much of the heavenly materials he could consume alone, heard a faint sound coming from the nearest pile of herbs, resembling that of a girl. He followed the sound, puzzled. What on earth is that noise? Confirming the source was indeed the herb pile, he felt a surge of indignation, convinced someone was infringing upon his property. Who asked the little rascal? You better hope I don't catch you, or you'll regret it. Yi Xian began to lose his composure at the sacrificial platform, prompting Ao Shi to facepalm, realizing that had she known by Qingxiu would influence Yi Xian this way, she would have insisted on selecting a maid for him. Feeling frustrated, Ao Shi shot a fierce glare at Bai Qingxiu, her eyes brimming with hostility. In her eyes, there was no bad younger brother, only the bad woman leading him astray. Bai Qingxiu, feeling the weight of her gaze, shivered, her fluffy tail quivering in response. Turning around, she found Ao Shi glaring at her with a murderous intent. Please, Yi Xian's transformation has nothing to do with me, she protested, feeling wrongfully accused. The entire Yao tribe believed she had led Yi Xian astray, yet only she knew the truth. She had no idea how many times she had been blamed for Yi Xian's antics over the past 18 years. It was one thing for Yi Xian to tease the little beast girls. It was an honor for those little Yao to be noticed by the Dragon Lord. But to pilfer the offerings of the old Dragon Lord was certainly not her encouragement. It was Yi Xian who led her to do so. Yet, reflecting on the effects of the sacred fruits offered to the dragon ancestor, which had enabled her to leap from the early stages of transformation to the initial stages of fusion, she found herself wishing she could steal from the offerings once more. Back at the sacrificial platform, Yi Xian finally captured the culprit. In the center of the herb mound squatted a little girl, her bare body hidden only by a few herb leaves, crying as she stuffed herbs into her mouth with remarkable speed. Yi Xian felt a mix of anger and disbelief. How dare she consume his property? He struck her soft, pale backside twice in frustration. Whose little rascal are you? You better compensate me. You want to leave without paying me billions today. The little girl, ignoring Yi Xian's furious shouts, continued to stuff her mouth with herbs. Chapter 55. I want it all. Being disregarded, Yi Xian's face turned ashen. It seemed that only by showing her who was in charge would she understand. Hey, little brat, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? His tone grew harsher, causing the girl to momentarily pause, but she then resumed her rapid consumption of herbs. Are you possessed by a starving ghost? Call your mother here. I need to have a word with her. The girl hesitated again, but then picked up speed once more. Stop eating. Turn around. Yi Xian could no longer contain his displeasure. He believed he had been patient enough, yet this little girl was far too ungrateful, compelling him, a good youth, to take action. The girl reluctantly turned to face him, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face that could only be described as enchanting. Xuan would dare say this was the most stunning visage he had ever encountered. However, it was regrettable that, at such a young age, she appeared malnourished, lacking any semblance of development in her chest. Nonetheless, she was still adorable, and Xuan was not one to be picky. No need to call your mother. We can converse just fine. Go ahead, eat as much as you want. I want us to be friends. Ah, no, I'm not a bad person. The little girl, trembling in fear, took a step back, her delicate voice quivering. Please don't eat me. I taste bitter and am not delicious. Do not be afraid. I adore little sisters like you. How could I ever eat you? I'm not a man-eater. But my grandfather told me that if I am caught by animal-based Yao, I will be eaten. The plant-based and animal-based Yao bore little difference in their aura. Initially, Xuan thought she was merely a female companion of the Yao tribe present. But now it appeared she belonged to the plant-based Yao. It was considerably more challenging for plant-based Yao to cultivate into human form compared to their animal counterparts, as they were typically rare and extraordinary herbs. Such a potent elixir would certainly not be utilized as a sacrificial offering. It appears that this little girl is a rare treasure in the form of a newly manifested herb. However, her true nature remains a mystery. Moreover, the girl's demeanor suggests a lack of cunning, rendering her easily deceived. Fear not, for I shall not consume you. If you accompany me, I can offer you protection. The little girl bit her finger, her large, watery eyes shimmering with wisdom. Really? You mustn't be deceiving me. Rest assured, I would never mislead you. Transform back to your original form. This appearance is rather inconvenient. Xuan cast a glance downward, feeling a pang of regret within. Oh, Princess Taiping. Yet the little girl seemed oblivious to any sense of shame, likely due to the fact that plant-based demonkin are often naive regarding matters of gender. Having never faced the harshness of society, she genuinely believed Xuan's words and promptly reverted to her true form, floating delicately into Xuan's palm. Although Xuan was unfamiliar with her original species, this posed no challenge for him. Chapter 56. Emotions stirred, surprises unveiled. Unexpected joys, Xuan envisioned a scene of harmony between himself and the little girl, then accessed the system's partner list, discovering a newly unlocked unknown entry at the bottom. Partner personal information, inactive, name, Yui Chui Chui race, demon clan, Qingxuan Sui Yuhua, age, 9,000 years. Little herb. Your true form is the Qingxuan Sui Yuhua? Ye Wan Inuited. The little flower trembled slightly, replying with uncertainty. I think so. Grandpa Tree told me that was its name, but I can't recall the specifics. Do you have a name? I cannot simply call you Little Flower forever. Grandpa Tree said my mother's surname is Yui, and he calls me Chui Chui. So, I should be called Yui Chui Chui. You could just call me Chui Chui. Oh, dear, someone is coming. What should we do? Xuan tucked Yui Chui Chui in the shoulder of his robe. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. In the Demon God Palace, no creature would dare search the person of the Dragon Lord. Xuan straightened his robe and turned to face the hurriedly approaching Ao Shi. Sister, what brings you here? Has something happened? Ao Shi bolted. In her eyes, her brother could do no wrong, yet sometimes her presence was necessary to mediate. Xinair, what were you doing just now? You suddenly appeared among the sacrificial offerings. The elders below are somewhat displeased with you. However, I have already silenced them. You should proceed with the ritual promptly. Understood? Ye Wan nodded obediently. He held deep affection for his sister Ao Shi and mused that perhaps one day he might even dare to reverse their roles. I understand, sister. I will attend to it immediately. But Xuan made a knowing expression toward Ao Shi, who sighed in exasperation. Oh, here we go again. Very well. Do as you wish, but don't overdo it. Ao Shi gazed at Xuan with indulgence. Her brother was commendable in many aspects, though he did have a slight obsession with wealth. Still, such traits are not uncommon among boys. Yet the next moment, Ao Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she noticed the plant perched on Xuan's shoulder. Xuan, were you sifting through the herbs solely to find this flower on your shoulder? Xuan was taken aback, responding with confusion. Yes, sister. What is so special about this little herb? It is merely an extraordinary elixir, and our family possesses many such plants. Ao Shi sighed, her expression growing serious. While it is true that extraordinary elixirs are not rare, do you know what this particular herb is? Xuan shook his head. I do not know. Of course, you have only been alive for 18 years. It is understandable that you are unaware. This herb is known as Sui Yu Chao. Legend has it that Sui Yu Chao undergoes a cycle every 1,000 years, growing a new leaf with each cycle. Each reincarnation manifests upon the ordinary Sui Yu Chao. It is said that after 9 cycles, the Sui Yu Chao blooms, transforming into the Xuan Sui Yu Hua. Beasts consuming this flower gain the chance to grasp the laws of time during their tribulation period. It is essential to note that the power of laws can only be comprehended after achieving immortality. I observe that the bud on your shoulder shows signs of impending bloom. Perhaps it has been reborn. Show it to me, and let us see how many leaves it has grown. The little herb on Yi Xian's shoulder trembled. Chapter 57. A sleepless night for the Sanuses. The enigmatic Yui Chui, a sense of unease enveloped Yi Xian. The little herb on his shoulder trembled, transmitting its anxious emotions to him. As Yi Xian reached for his shoulder, Yui Chui became frightened, inwardly exclaiming that Yi Xian was a deceiver. He had promised not to consume her, yet now he intended to hand her over to that terrifying woman. Overcome with fear, Yui Chui transformed into her human form, attempting to flee. However, Yi Xian swiftly grasped her slender waist, pulling her back into his embrace. Yui Chui pounded on Yi Xian's thigh while kicking her delicate legs in protest. Bad person, you promised not to eat me. You are a villain. Let me go. Chui wants to return to find Grandpa Tree. Yi Xian disregarded Yui Chui's protests, gently stroking her little head. Be good. I assured you that I would not consume you, and I shall keep my word. Now be quiet. However, gentle reassurances proved ineffective. Yui Chui not only ignored Yi Xian's words, but also bit down on his hand. At this, Yi Xian was displeased. So, you choose to disregard my kindness? He had no choice but to employ other means. Yi Xian extricated his hand from Yui Chui's mouth and, with a swift motion, delivered a firm smack to her derriere. One strike was insufficient, so he followed with several more, watching as her expression transformed from anger to humiliation, and finally to a look of grievance adorned with tiny tears. Now, do you comprehend who the true master is? If you wish to avoid being consumed, obey me, understood? With her head adorned with glistening tears, Yui Chui nodded vigorously, indicating her understanding. Yi Xian then turned to Ao Shi, who was utterly astonished. Sister, you have witnessed it for yourself. I promised this little girl that I would not eat her. Perhaps we should let it be. Yi Xian spoke with conviction. After all, consuming Yui Chui would merely grant him a chance to comprehend the laws of time during the tribulation period. However, should he and Yui Chui bear a child, he would almost certainly acquire the power of the laws. It was clear which option was more desirable. Indeed, the most benevolent sister, Ao Shi, agreed to Yi Xian's request without a moment's hesitation. After all, he was her brother. However, Xian if the Xuan Sui Yu Hua goes missing, the elder trees of the Mu Yao clan will undoubtedly come searching for her. Should you encounter that elder tree, do not engage in battle. You must contact me at the earliest opportunity, understood? Yi Xian nodded, though his thoughts were far from compliance. Previously, he had managed to contend with a nascent tribulation phase opponent, Qingxuan. Although Qingxuan was notorious for being at the tail end of tribulation candidates, he had been injured by Meng Li at the time and was not in peak condition. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the outcome of Yi Xian's victory. Now, having reached the initial stage of the fusion phase, he felt a surge of restlessness. He had long yearned for a worthy adversary from the tribulation phase to test his skills. However, Yi Xian, drawing from years of experience as the 6th child, understood that knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to triumph in every battle. Thus, he resolved to inquire with Ao Shi about the intelligence concerning the wood demon old tree. By the way, sister, you let me see the old tree and then ran off, but you didn't even tell me about its capabilities. I can't just flee upon encountering a tree demon. So please enlighten me about that old tree. Ao Shi, noticing Yi Xian's cautious and eager demeanor, couldn't help but smile with appreciation. Chapter 58. Qui esse disapiran sol right. Let me tell you, Xianer, listen closely. This old tree demon has existed for 100,000 years, reaching the pinnacle of the transcendent stage, and is the strongest among wood demons, known as Qing. Its true form is that of a boya willow tree. Legend has it that an ancient immortal fished beneath its shade, and upon leaving, to express gratitude for the shade provided, bestowed enlightenment upon it, leading it to embark on a path of cultivation and ultimately becoming a tree demon. Xian grasped the essence of She's cryptic words. In summary, this tree demon Qing was a child of extraordinary fortune, blessed by an immortal, akin to the immortal who had favored his own daughter by Xian. However, this demon was not taken back to the mountain and sea immortal domain, but was instead left in the 10,000 demon heaven domain. Uncertain if there were ulterior motives at play, Xian, seasoned in the ways of the world, sensed that something was amiss. The immortal of the demon race clearly had some scheme in mind. Oh dear, overthinking gives me a headache. Never mind, let events unfold as they may. As long as my lifespan remains intact, the system will surely prevent my demise. Otherwise, how could the system maintain its reputation? If the host perishes at will, it would only invite ridicule from other systems. She glanced at the sun, calculating the time, and felt she had lingered at the sacrificial altar for too long. She urged Xian to hasten the ceremony, for after the ancestral dragon's blessing, there was still the matter of selecting a dragon lord awaiting him. There were numerous tasks at hand, and if they were not completed today, he would be unable to leave. I understand, sister. I will get to it immediately. Yuan affirmed. She nodded and departed the sacrificial altar, returning to the assembly of demons. Xian then led Cui to the center of the altar, preparing to activate the grand blessing array left by the ancestral dragon using his own dragon bloodline. This was precisely why, despite Xian's unreliability, he was the only one capable of presiding over the ceremony. No one else could do so, not even she, the leader of the dragon clan. Xian forced out a drop of his essence blood, letting it fall onto the dragon pearl at the center of the array. He transformed into his golden dragon true form, channeling his burgeoning dragon aura into the pearl. The array gradually came to life, and the medicinal materials began to vanish, converting into pure energy that flowed into the bodies of the demons beneath the altar. Yet, Xian remained resolute in his mission, observing the slowly disappearing herbs with a heavy heart. In an effort to maximize his gains, he decided to slow the conversion speed of the ancestral dragon's blessing array. However, he managed to maintain the threshold perfectly. The demons below felt neither excessive discomfort nor rapid depletion of the herbs. Originally, the array consumed 10,000 herbs per minute, but Xian controlled it to a rate of around 7,000 herbs per minute. This approach only yields a 30% profit, which is simply too disadvantageous. Xian lamented, tapping his head as an excellent idea sprang to mind. Cui, quickly contact your grandfather tree. I know you have a way to reach him. Inform him that you are at the dragon clan's sacrificial altar and urge him to come to your aid. Cui, bewildered, wanted to retort, questioning Xian's sanity. If grandfather tree discovered she was on the territory of the beast demon clan, he would likely uproot her in haste, rushing over in a panic. Chapter 59. The true identity of the unknown immortal, however, having been frightened by Xian's previous reprimands, Cui dared not defy his command. She activated the unique connection she shared with her grandfather tree, a method she had previously employed to contact him when the grass demon needed to replenish energy. In a matter of moments, she successfully reached her grandfather tree. Grandfather tree, can you hear me? Can you hear me? On the other end, a venerable and commanding voice, filled with urgency, inquired, Cui, is that you? Where are you? Quickly tell grandfather, and I will come to rescue you. Upon hearing the voice of the old tree, Cui's tears flowed uncontrollably, as if a dam had burst, and she sobbed desperately. Grandfather tree, I am at the dragon clan's sacrificial altar. I am so frightened. Please come and save me. On the other end of the mental link, the old tree, known for its graceful branches, suddenly erupted in fury, startling the other ancient trees in the forest, causing many branches to snap. Cui, do not be afraid. Grandfather will be there shortly. Ensure that those beast demons do not discover you, especially the new dragon lord of the clan. I have heard that he is not a good demon and often harasses virtuous women. You are beautiful. If that dragon demon lays eyes on you, I cannot even imagine the consequences. Cui glanced at Xian, momentarily at a loss for words. So in grandfather tree's eyes, this fellow is so unworthy? Is there some misunderstanding? He may be fierce, but he has also protected me, hasn't he? Perhaps all of this is merely external misinterpretation. If Xian were to learn of Cui's thoughts, he would surely commend her for her insight. She sighed, realizing how rare it was to find a kindred spirit, as if one had found a soulmate. "Oh, Grandfather Tree, please hurry and save Chui Chui. Do not worry, Kui Kui. Grandfather is already uprooting himself. I will be there as soon as I am done. I'm almost finished." Chui Chui thought to herself, "I have something to say, but should I say it or not?" Ultimately, she decided, "Forget it, Grandfather Tree, please hurry. I will hang up now to avoid being discovered." Chui Chui severed her mental connection with the old tree and, under Yi Xian's urging gaze, reported back to him. "Grandfather Tree is aware of my presence at the Dragon Clan's sacrificial altar. He'll be here shortly. Are you satisfied now?" Kui Kui was no fool. Her agreement to summon the old tree was not without her own intentions. She held absolute confidence in the old tree's strength and feared not that he would fall into Yi Xian's trap. In fact, it was Yi Xian's suggestion to contact Grandfather Tree that had provided her with a chance for aid, and a legitimate one at that. Yet, Chui Chui's limited worldly experience hindered her understanding of Yi Xian's true motivations for wanting her to reach out to the old tree. Upon learning that the old tree was en route, Yi Xian exchanged a knowing smile with Chui Chui. Indeed, the thoughts of plants seemed to be rather simplistic. "Understood. You need not concern yourself further. Remain there and await my return. Do not think that the old tree can simply take you away. Even if he intends to, he must bring another along." Chui Chui, blissfully oblivious, scratched her head, pondering, "Am I the only flower in this garden? Who else could Grandfather Tree possibly bring along?" Chapter 60. Seeking Revenge. Chui Chui, the naive little grass, completely failed to grasp the underlying implications of Yi Xian's words. She remained perplexed about who else the old tree could possibly take with her, unaware that there were other sacred wood entities within the Dragon Clan. Chui Chui's not-so-bright mind raced, yet she could not conceive of anything the Dragon Clan possessed that could rival her own nobility. According to tradition, the blessing from Zulong must last for at least an hour. However, to the astonishment of all the elite members of the Demon Clan, halfway through the blessing, the old willow tree unexpectedly brought a few of its wooden demon subordinates directly to the doorstep of the Dragon Clan. This was intolerable. How she was filled with rage on the spot. Although she had no idea why the old willow tree would suddenly attack the Dragon Clan from Wan Yao Jisen, being confronted at her own doorstep was certainly aggravating. She was no soft persimmon to be easily bullied. The towering willow transformed into an elderly man with green hair and white robes, exuding an oppressive aura as he threatened Ao Shi. "Ao Shi, hand over my granddaughter, Tsue Tsue, and I shall let the matter pass." Fuming, Ao Shi soared into the sky to meet the elder's gaze, matching his imposing presence. "Qing Liu, I am aware of your formidable strength, but your arrogance knows no bounds, daring to leave Wan Yao Jisen to wreak havoc in my Dragon Clan. You refuse to surrender my granddaughter, Tsue Tsue. Then do not blame me for using my might against you." Qing Liu's aura surged as he transformed into his true form, a colossal willow, releasing a terrifying force that escalated the pressure in the atmosphere. Ao Shi's expression tightened. Her cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, slightly inferior to Qing Liu. However, fighting on home turf under the blessing of Zulong, she believed she could manage to hold her own. "Oh dear, my head aches. Had I known I should not have acted so boastfully in front of Xuan Air. It appears I must brace myself." With a swift transformation, Ao Shi engaged in combat with Qing Liu, daring not to show any complacency. She immediately revealed her true form as a white dragon and began to duel. Ao Shi roared, her dragon claws slicing through the air, creating faint spatial rifts in their wake. The willow summoned its branches, launching an assault from all directions, moving faster than the white dragon. In an instant, the two had exchanged thousands of blows. Meanwhile, several other great demons from the Beast Clan attempted to assist Ao Shi, only to be entangled by the wood demons. The battlefield fell into a stalemate, returning to the clash between Ao Shi and Qing Liu. Their battle had reached a fever pitch, destined to yield a victor. As neither could gain the upper hand in close combat, they decided to unleash their spells. Ao Shi was positioned poorly on the left side of Xuan's vantage point, while Qing Liu stood to the right. Xuan, distressed for a while, had initially planned to sabotage the scene, while Qing Liu created chaos, claiming the materials were destroyed, thereby pocketing half for himself. But who would have thought that Ao Shi and Qing Liu, both powerful tribulation stage cultivators, would engage in melee first, leaving him in a state of desperation. The more fiercely they fought, the quicker the sacrificial herbs on the altar would diminish, soon to be depleted by half. With a resounding boom, two waves of energy collided, sending energy scattering chaotically. Xuan looked up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Finally, they're exchanging blows. This is my chance. Strike me. Strike me. Xuan's enthusiasm was palpable, resembling a ritualistic dance. Beside him, Sui looked at him with a gaze of disbelief, pondering how Xuan could be so foolish. As others feared the repercussions of a battle between tribulation stage powerhouses, this fellow, at the initial stage of integration, was actually eager to be struck. Was he perhaps a masochist? Lost in her thoughts about the term, Sui barely noticed an energy beam shooting towards the protective formation of the sacrificial altar. Recognizing the opportunity, Xuan swiftly unleashed a plus version of a smoke misfire technique on the altar. Dense smoke instantly engulfed the interior space, followed by a series of explosive sounds as the altar's formation shattered. In that moment, amidst the smoke, Xuan promptly interrupted the blessing from Zulong, halting the consumption of the herbs. He then frantically retrieved materials from his storage ring, leaving no trace behind within moments. Sui watched in astonishment, never expecting Xuan to devise such a scheme. Did he not fear divine retribution? Yet, this scene gave her an oddly familiar feeling, having lost the blessing from Zulong. How she was slightly weaker than Qingliu. Sensing something amiss with the blessing, she hastily ceased her spell exchange, narrowly evading a crisis. She wanted to rush back to ascertain the situation, but Qingliu would not allow her to easily leave the battlefield. Relentlessly, the willow branches pursued Ao Shi, who found it impossible to escape and was forced to continue her struggle with Qingliu. The other tribulation stage great demons of the Beast Clan were not significantly affected. Despite losing the blessing, they continued to battle fiercely against their wooden demon counterparts. The holy maidens of the Beast Clan, unable to intervene, could only watch helplessly, for they could not participate in such high-stakes conflict. Bai Qingxiu, witnessing her father transformed into a nine-tailed white fox, being pushed back by a tree demon, could not contain her indignation, exclaiming, "These accursed wood demons!" To seize the opportunity during our Beast Clan-esque grand ceremony to launch a surprise attack. If not for our great demons being engaged in battle with the human race of Shenzhou Qianyu, how could we allow them such audacity? Indeed, these wood demons are as despicable as the humans. This truly infuriates this great Miao. Enough complaining. The altar has encountered issues. Let us check on the young dragon lord first. Where has you gone? Have you seen you? I haven't seen her, Miao. Wait, that stinky fish has already gone to the altar. This is infuriating. Meanwhile, the mermaid maiden, Lamia, was diligently propelling her specially styled fishtail, striving to be the first to rescue Xuan. Oh no, those foolish women have caught on. I must swim faster. If I don't reach the young dragon lord first, all my efforts will be in vain. Shifting back to the altar, Xuan had assumed the role of overseer, urging Sui to work quickly to destroy the scene using the energy of the wood demons. Sui, are you aware of how slow you're working? Hurry up. Don't even think about slacking off. Sui felt utterly speechless. Before her reincarnation, she was the sole holy maiden of the wood demons. How could she be reduced to such menial work? Yet, under Xuan's oppressive presence, she reluctantly became his subordinate. As Xuan sensed someone approaching the altar, he immediately instructed Sui to halt her actions, transforming back into her true form, the Jiu Zhuan Sui Yuehua, to hide upon him. Although Xuan was not concerned about Sui being exposed to the Beast Clan's view, adhering to his principle of avoiding unnecessary troubles, he simply wished to remain idle. Just as Sui settled in, the mermaid, Maiden Lamia, arrived at the scene, observing the altar in disarray due to Chui's meddling. Her worry deepened as she searched for Xuan's figure. Recognizing Lamia, whom he had encountered a few times before, Xuan concealed his presence. Gazing at Lamia, clad minimally with an outstanding figure, he could not help but think, whose daughter is this? Come forth, and include this dragon lord into the harem. Such pristine shells and magnificent fishtails. Lamia sensed the aura emanating from Yixian and hurriedly sought him out. Young dragon lord, are you unharmed? Have you sustained any injuries? Yixian waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, I am fine. However, the medicinal herbs on this altar have been incinerated, and the blessings of the ancestor dragon can no longer proceed. Lamia shook her head, her tone urgent as she said, No, no one will blame you. Young Dragon Lord, it is the fault of that old tree demon from the Muyao clan. Yi Xian cast a satisfied glance at the Xiao Yin he had conjured using the birth treasure technique and casually instructed, Wait here. As soon as someone enters, you must leave immediately. Yes, master. Yi Xian grinned mischievously, unable to suppress a sinister chuckle. After completing his task, he tore through the void and vanished. The scene shifted to a small town beneath Yusu Mountain. The Xiaoyan master and disciple duo, whom Yi Xian had intentionally allowed to escape, were hiding in a state of panic. Master, what should we do now? At this point, I can only take you somewhere to hide. Chapter 62. Assisting Bai Mengli in Overcoming Tribulations. It is all because of his disregard for martial ethics, launching a surprise attack on my beast demon clan, leading to the destruction of the herbs. Not your fault, young Dragon Lord. Qi Chui Chui exclaimed, calling Yi Xian a sycophant, which inflated his vanity. Those who know me, it is you, little mermaid. Yi Xian raised his hand and stroked Lamia's head, causing her cheeks to flush like a ripe red fruit, irresistibly alluring. The atmosphere between the boastful charmer and the classic little fangirl quickly heated up. Suddenly, an energy laser shot towards the sacrificial platform, resulting in a violent explosion. Yi Xian transformed into a golden dragon, enveloping Lamia within, shielding her from the majority of the area of effect damage. His physical form was extraordinarily resilient, capable of withstanding the residual waves of a perfected tribulation, but Lamia, a mere embodiment, would not fare well. Even a slight ripple could severely injure her. Damn it, that wooden post. Did I show you too much kindness? You dare strike at me? Seeking death, are you? He initially intended to wait until both sides were nearly at a stalemate before intervening to turn the tide, teaching the old willow tree a lesson while showcasing his prowess before all. Unexpectedly, this old tree was so unreasonable, initiating the attack first. Yi Xian released Lamia from his dragon form, and her adoring gaze intensified. Little mermaid, wait here for me. I shall deal with that old willow tree. Lamia nodded vigorously, completely unperturbed by Yi Xian's audacity to confront a perfected tribulation tree demon with his initial stage of harmonization, now utterly infatuated. Yi Xian set his sights on the clash between Ao, Shi, and Qing Lu, transforming into a streak of golden light and dashing forth. As soon as Yi Xian departed, the late arriving Bai Qingxiu and a group of holy maidens arrived at the sacrificial platform, shocked by the devastation before them. However, they soon spotted the golden lightning formed by the golden dragon, knowing that Yi Xian was unharmed. The scene shifted to the battlefield where Ao, Shi, and Qing Lu were engaged in combat. Both were faring poorly. Ao, Shi's dragon form was marred with lash marks, her once resplendent scales now peeling off, while Qing Lu had lost several branches, his bark stripped in places. Ao Shi felt recalling that their previous conflicts had merely been verbal sparring, with occasional physical skirmishes. Never had they fought with such desperation as today. Surely, the precious Jiu Xuan Suiyu grass could not justify such reckless abandon. Ao, she began to suspect there was more to this than met the eye. Qing Lu swung his willow branches once more, intent on battling Ao, she for another 300 rounds. Observing this, Ao, she hastily twisted her dragon form, unleashing her claws and tail upon the old tree. At that moment, Yi Xian had arrived at the battlefield, producing a massive fire staff from seemingly nowhere and swinging it at the old willow tree. Yi Xian launched a surprise attack. The old tree had no time to evade, and the staff struck him squarely. The flames from the staff spread to Qing Lu, who gasped in astonishment. Dao Tian Zhenyan, how could this young dragon possess such a heavenly, innate flame? Ao, she was utterly shocked. She, as the elder sister, had no idea her brother had mastered such a formidable ability. He could repel a perfected tribulation major demon with his initial stage of harmonization. To ensure success, Yi Xian activated several passive skills simultaneously, forcibly elevating his initial stage harmonization to the perfected tribulation level. Of course, Yi Xian possessed more buffs, but these were primarily enhancement-type buffs similar to Blood Demon Body and Song Tianba Body, lacking any special effects like the Invincible Heavy Eye. Yi Xian wielded the fire staff, relentlessly striking at Qing Lu without any flourish, relying solely on brute force. With Yi Xian's intervention, The old willow tree was gradually pushed back by their combined onslaught. Let's be frank. What strength do you possess, old tree? Kneel before me. The old willow tree could not withstand the relentless assault from both attackers, and after a few more exchanges, he made a critical mistake. Yi Xian seized the opportunity to amplify the power of Dao Tianjunyan, striking Qing Lu into the ground. As he was being relentlessly beaten, Qing Lu couldn't help but voice his frustration. I refuse to accept this. Even if this brat is the son of the ancestor dragon, he shouldn't be this powerful. What did I do wrong to encounter such a monstrous junior? Yi Xian, realizing the fire staff was no longer effective, casually discarded it, reducing it to ashes. The staff was merely a vessel for the Dao Tianjunyan. The true source of its prowess was Yi Xian himself. Aoshi's heart was tumultuous. She had not anticipated Yi Xian's combat prowess. Initially, she thought it remarkable that he had reached the initial stage of harmonization in just 18 years. Little did she know she had underestimated her brother, who could now stand alongside her in battling a perfected tribulation Qing Lu. Yi Xian intended to use the life essence from his heavy eye to heal Aoshi, but he hesitated, unsure if she had seen Bai Mengli. Should she have? Using the heavy, I would reveal his secrets. Aoshi had treated him well, and he did not wish to harm her, nor had he placed any sinister mark upon her, so he opted for other healing elixirs instead. Though she might not require them, he felt compelled to express his intentions. Yi Xian selected several rare elixirs, such as Shang Fu Ling Chao and Baigu Roshan, forcefully feeding them to Aoshi. Sister, you are injured. Quickly consume these elixirs. I do not wish for you to suffer. Unable to resist Yi Xian's insistence, Aoshi obediently swallowed each elixir he offered. Despite the bitter taste, her heart felt sweetened, and her gaze towards Yi Xian took on a new light. Women are inherently attracted to strength, and female demons are no exception. Previously, Aoshi believed herself stronger than Yi Xian, regarding her feelings for him as mere sisterly affection. Now, witnessing the young dragon she had nurtured turning around to protect her, her sentiments transformed entirely. Sister? Are you feeling better? Is there anywhere else that hurts? I have plenty of elixirs. Take as many as you wish. She shook her head, reorganizing her thoughts. Sister, it's all right now. Xuan, yeah? Swiftly check on that old fellow Qing Lu. If he still lives, keep him hanging. I suspect he harbors a grand conspiracy. Yi Xian felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that she would arrive at the same conclusion as him. Understood, sister. I shall attend to it immediately. Yi Xian flew to Qing Lu's side and kicked him twice, attempting to revive him. The Dao Tianjunyan had inflicted excessive damage upon the demon race, particularly as Qing Lu belonged to the Wood Demon clan, thus suffering the full brunt of the attack. Hey, old Bai Deng, you're not dead yet, are you? Take a look at this. Yi Xian waved the essence of the Qingxuan Sui flower before Qing Lu. Seemingly stimulated by this sight, Qing Lu performed a sit-up on the spot. Return Shui to me. Return Shui to me. Wait, old Bai Deng. I merely intended to show you that she is still alive. Yet you dare to attempt to seize her from me? You truly deserve to die. Qing Lu's expression was defiant as he struggled to speak. I will exchange news concerning Wan Moyuan for my life and Chui's. How does that sound? Yi Xian's face darkened. He suspected Qing Lu's sanity was in question. Old Bai Deng, it appears you have yet to grasp your current predicament. You wish to barter information for your life? I could simply probe your soul to extract the information and then eliminate you without needing your cooperation. Qing Lu chuckled, seemingly unfazed. I anticipated such a response. However, the information regarding Wan Moyuan is concealed within my primordial consciousness. Your soul search would yield nothing of value. Very well. However, you may only come to retrieve Chui 3 days hence. I have matters to discuss with her, but rest assured, I will ensure her safety. Qing Lu, not being a beast demon nor a human, failed to comprehend the implications of Yi Xian's words. It is settled then. Chapter 63. Returning to the Qingxuan sacred ground, Yi Xian, disinterested in engaging with the obstinate Qing Lu, clutched the essence of Qingxuan Sui flower and returned to the Beast Demon clan. Following Qing Lu's defeat, several other Wood Demon clan members undergoing tribulation were captured as well. The demon race lacked the unity of the human race in resisting external threats, resulting in these tribulation stage demons being severely injured. Yi Xian observed this with a heavy heart. All of them were his. With a wave of his hand, the injured with demon clan members transformed back into their true forms and came into his possession. The gathered demons were displeased, daring to bargain with Yi Xian, the brigand. Have I shown you too much kindness? Sit down. Does that fool wish to challenge me? Come forth, and I shall show you what it means to be haunted by nightmares. A hush fell over the crowd. Ao Shi, behind him, pressed her forehead in exasperation. Never had a dragon lord been so greedy and ruthless, taking nearly all the spoils for himself and leaving only scraps for his subordinates. Let me handle this, she said, stepping forward, urging Yi Xian to return to the altar. Yi Xian preferred not to reason with the common folk, as they would not listen anyway. Instead, he would rather return to his little admirers, who were far more pleasing to the eye than these brutish figures. As for why he spared Qing Lu, it was certainly not for any information regarding Wan Moyuan. He adhered to the notion that it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. His primary concern was to uncover the schemes of the immortal behind Qing Lu, as this matter, due to Shui, had evidently intertwined with his fate and required resolution. The solution was quite simple. Qingxuan Sui flower was of the highest grade, and its offspring would undoubtedly be a child of fortune. Wait, the child of grass? The thought of Shui's offspring being a child of grass sent a shiver down Yi Xian's spine, leaving him covered in goosebumps. Surely it could not be a Qingxuan, based on Yi Xian's accumulated experience. The birth of a child of fortune in this peculiar world would undoubtedly trigger a classic beginning, and thus he spared Qing Lu's life for the time being. Upon returning to the altar, a throng of various maidens swarmed around him. Young Dragon Lord, you truly are exceptional. To defeat an elder demon of the tribulation stage with mere combined cultivation. They were on the verge of fainting. Get away, you silly cow. If you're going to faint, do it somewhere else, and do not disturb my time with the young Dragon Lord. Exactly. Can someone get this cow removed? Yi Xian was utterly speechless. Indeed, in a harem, there were always a few who could not keep up with the main court's rhythm. If only he had a bucket of popcorn and a drink. He could watch the women squabble all afternoon. Bai Qingxiu, with a focused gaze, gracefully approached Yi Xian, producing a handkerchief to wipe his hands. The stark contrast between her seductive demeanor and the virtues of a devoted wife was striking. Yi Xian regarded her with a serious expression. Bai Qingxiu blinked her large eyes and asked, Husband, what troubles you? Ye vuan fronit. Qingxiu, did you not wash before going out? There is a distinct odor of fox mixed with saliva. Bai Qingxiu's fair, delicate hand froze mid-air, her pretty face darkening in response. Internally, she fervently repeated, Do not be angry. Do not be angry. I am accustomed to it. He is my man. Hey, Qingxiu, I'm speaking to you. Why are you silent? Bai Qingxiu, who had just regained her composure, trembled slightly as she clutched the handkerchief. Oof. With that, Bai Qingxiu tossed aside the handkerchief and fled without a backward glance. Yi Xian quickly retrieved the handkerchief, offering a wry smile. Ah, the little fox is angry again. I shall have to coax her tonight. Following the blessing of the ancestor dragon came the selection of the new dragon lord's consort. Bai Qingxiu had borne the brunt of blame for Yi Xian for over a decade, and many within the Beast Demon clan were dissatisfied with her. They would undoubtedly oppose her ascension. Yet, Yi Xian, embodying rebellion, determined that if old Bai Deng did not wish to see Bai Qingxiu ascend, then he would insist on her becoming the chief consort. Not only did he desire Bai Qingxiu, but he wanted all the other Sanuses as well. However, he planned to surprise Bai Qingxiu, which was why he had deliberately angered her. He reckoned she would think he had compromised and did not wish to choose her as the demon queen, leading her storm off. After more than a decade, Yi Xian had thoroughly understood Bai Qingxiu's temperament. Just wait until you've cleaned yourself up. I'll see how you serve me tonight. Fairies, let us proceed. The next event awaits us. At Yi Xian's command, the previously noisy Sanuses fell silent, entering the final round. With a charming smile, Yi Xian transformed into a streak of golden lightning, departing the altar at great speed toward the demon god temple. Chapter 64. Acknowledging kinship in the sacred ground Sanuses. Witnessing the fleeting golden lightning, rushed to follow, fearing they would be too late to attain even the title of demon consort. The scene shifted to the martial square of the demon god temple, where thousands of mirror demons were broadcasting the coronation ceremony of the Dragon Lord throughout the myriad demon realms. In the audience, the high-ranking officials from the Wanyao Tianyu were eagerly anticipating the commencement of the grand ceremony, while also indulging in the captivating performance of the scantily clad female demons. whose skin glistened like freshly fallen snow as they danced the sacrificial dance. Ah, Huang, it seems the Xiao Longzhu truly knows how to entertain. The previous ceremonies of the Yao Shendian were dreadfully dull. Where were such enchanting little demons to dance? You insufferable bear. Can you not keep your mouth shut for once? Focus on the performance. Huang scoffed. Following the sacrificial dance, a strikingly beautiful female demon, dressed even more provocatively than the enchanting dancers, made her entrance. Ahem. A brief announcement. This segment is brought to you by Xiao Longzhu of the Yao Shendian. For male demons seeking vitality, look no further than Shunbao. 1 bottle invigorates the mind, 2 bottles banish fatigue, and 3 bottles grant immortality. Shenbao, the choice of discerning male demons. For those interested, please visit the Yao Shendian for limited purchases. Bear, will you buy some? This Xiao Longzhu's offerings are whimsical, yet undeniably effective, the Dog King remarked, slapping Huang across the face in a fit of frustration, exclaiming, "You should be the one purchasing." Rather than retaliate in anger, Huang merely replied, "Fine, if you won't buy it, will you at least buy it for me?" The female demon just said there's a limit of 1 per person. Get lost, bear. If you want to buy it, do it yourself. I'm not doing it for you. Huang retorted, narrowing his eyes. I know your capabilities well enough. Just don't let me catch you making a purchase. The two of them continued their banter in the audience while the central ceremony in the arena officially commenced. After an elaborate preparation that stretched over an hour, it was finally time for Yi Xian and the candidates for the position of Yao Ho to make their appearances. In the center of the arena, she placed a crown crafted from celestial gold upon Yi Xian's head. Go forth, Xianer, our king. Lead the demon race towards prosperity. Yi Wan nodded, turning to the high-ranking demons present, solemnly declaring, I, Xian, supreme of the demon race, son of the ancestor dragon, hereby inherit the position of Dragon Lord of the Yao Shendian. I shall lead the demon race into battle across the heavens. May the heavens bless the demon race. His passionate oath resonated with the other demons, prompting billions within the demon race to echo his cries. May the Dragon Lord be blessed. May the demon race be blessed. The entirety of the Wan Yao Tianyu reverberated with the shouts of the demons, except for the territory of the Mu Yao clan, leading one to mistakenly believe the demon race was in revolt. Once Yi Xian deemed it sufficient, he raised his hand, signaling for silence among the crowd. Instantly, the audience quieted, for the high-ranking officials understood that the time for distributing benefits had arrived. The selection of the Yao Ho. As the Dragon Lord of the Yao Shendian, Yi Xian possessed a veto power amounting to half of the total votes for the Yao Ho candidates. A significant concentration of authority. However, he could not repeatedly decline the nominations from the elders and clan leaders. Yi Xian took his seat upon the throne suspended in the sky, while she returned to the guest platform. The most elite among the various clans' holy maidens stood upon the floating platforms in the arena, yet one designated platform remained empty. Bai Qingxiu had unsurprisingly not arrived. It seems I must hasten, lest my little fox prepares to return home. The presiding elder recited the names and clans of each holy maiden in turn. Dragon Lord's special selection. Yi Xian inscribed Bai Qingxiu's name upon a stone pillar, and before he could stop at one, he intended to inscribe a second name. The presiding elder, noticing this, hurriedly attempted to intervene, having already mended the half-etched name of Lamia. Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord. A Yao Ho can only be inscribed with one name. Yi Xian cast a glare at the presiding elder, halting his engraving. How dare you prevent me from inscribing? I will not reveal that you were the one who stopped me. She sighed, as Yi Xian always behaved in such an erratic manner during serious and significant moments. The holy maidens, however, began to communicate secretly, speculating on the identities of the two names Yi Xian had inscribed. Each holy maiden claimed it was herself, presenting logical arguments to support their assertions. Yi Xian, harboring mischief, had no intention of secretly informing Lamia or the others. He originally planned to inscribe everyone's names as Yao Ho, and he absolutely would not relent. As the subsequent proceedings unfolded, Yi Xian needed only to wait. Should a candidate he disliked emerge, he could exercise his veto power. According to the protocol, Yi Xian was required to select 1 Yao Ho and 4 Yao Fei, making a total of 5. There were 14 holy maidens present, and per the established procedure, those not selected would return to their clans, forever barred from marrying, remaining lifelong celibates, akin to nameless concubines. After the selection of the Yao Ho, Bai Qingxiu's name was passed to the elders and clan leaders. According to the rules, Bai Qingxiu's election would require the approval of more than half of them. Unsurprisingly, Bai Qingxiu did not pass the vote, despite the clan leader of the Qingxiu Fox clan promising benefits and fervently campaigning for her. The reasoning provided was that Bai Qingxiu's character was flawed, stubborn, and had engaged in numerous misdeeds, making her unfit for the role of Yao Ho, as she had sullied the Dragon Pearl. Yi Xian felt further insulted and noted the name of the elder Bai Deng, who voted against her. He would certainly not inform Bai Qingxiu of the identities of those who opposed her. Yi Xian found the Fox clan leader to be rather foolish. Instead of offering benefits to garner votes, he should have approached Yi Xian directly. He felt a tinge of fear that the foolishness of Bai Qingxiu's father might be inherited by their future offspring. It was decided, upon returning, he would infuse Bai Qingxiu with superior genes to enhance her lineage. He truly was benevolent. Dragon Lord, following the deliberations of the Elder Council and the clan leaders, you are required to select a new holy maiden as Yao Ho. The presiding elder announced, erasing Bai Qingxiu's name back to its original state. Yi Xian paid little heed, once again inscribing Bai Qingxiu's name. The presiding elder glanced at him, hesitating to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Yi Xian's decisive action. Remove it. Inform them of the name, and let them figure it out. The presiding elder trembled under Yi Xian's intimidating gaze, fearfully announcing Bai Qingxiu's name. The elder council and clan leaders were furious to see Bai Qingxiu's name once more. They had not anticipated Yi Xian's assertiveness, yet they felt an inexplicable confidence. Thus they rejected Yi Xian's choice again. The presiding elder reported back to Yi Xian. The elder council and clan leaders' lack of gratitude irked Yi Xian significantly, leading to serious consequences. Oh Bai Deng, have I been too amiable towards you? Is this Dragon Lord's election, or yours? Xuan unleashed en overwhelming aura, far surpassing even the peak strength of the demon race, exerting an immense pressure that crushed downwards. None of the demons present could withstand it, all struggling to preserve their lives. The demon race is drawn to strength, and the holy maidens even more so. Although they too were caught in the crossfire of Yi Xian's wrath, their faces reflected not fear or humiliation, but rather genuine joy and admiration. Yi Xian's commanding presence was the epitome of the perfect Prince Charming in their eyes, the sole individual capable of possessing their hearts and souls. Xuan, your actions contravene the primary teachings. Admit your mistake now, comply with the Elder Council and the clan's decision, and we can overlook this matter. An elder, leading the opposition against Yi Xian, spoke again, but Yi Xian intensified his pressure, silencing him. Yi Xian rose from his throne and approached the old turtle, placing his foot upon the creature's head, which had already reverted to its original form. What? You aspire to be the prominent turtle, do you? Then perish. With a forceful push, Yi Xian pierced through the old turtle's head. The body of a great demon in the tribulation period was laden with treasures, and Yi Xian naturally would not let the old turtle escape unscathed. With a deft flick of his fingers, he easily dismantled the old turtle, known for its formidable defenses. As if it were mere parchment, he stored the useful parts away, while the unusable remnants were left to roast on the spot. After taking a bite, he found the meat too tough and unpalatable, casting it aside. He then took out a handkerchief from Bai Qingxiu to wipe his mouth. Oh dear, could it be that Qingxiu hasn't tea-bathed today? There is quite an odor. Bai Qingxiu sighed. It must be that scoundrel A.O. Xian who is speaking ill of me. I shall gather my belongings and return to Qingxiu at once. The scene shifted back to the martial arts plaza. Now, does anyone have any objections? If so, feel free to step forward, and I shall reason with you. The crowd remained silent, with expressions that seemed to implore Yi Xian to remove the threatening demeanor written across his face. After a few moments of silence in the plaza, Yi Xian declared, "If you choose not to speak, I shall assume there are no objections. Speak up if you have any." Moments passed with no dissent, only the sound of his garments rustling in the absence of wind. Very well, let the ceremony continue. With a snap of his fingers, the oppressive aura dissipated, as though the preceding events had never occurred. The old turtle's elder, in a fit of despair, rushed out, weeping over the roasted turtle. "Grandfather, your death is such a tragedy. Your scent is so delightful." Yi Xian turned his attention and captured the old turtle's many great-grandchildren. Holding two little turtles, he jested with the bashful maidens. "These little turtles seem tender. Let us prepare a braised turtle dish and a nourishing turtle soup this evening." The maidens blushed and smiled. uncertain of who among them would face the consequences later that night. Yi Xian gestured for the presiding elder to continue. The elder, treading cautiously, feared that this fierce new dragon lord might also turn him into a meal. As the ceremony proceeded, the title of Demon Queen was proclaimed as by Qingxuan of the Fox clan. Following this, the selection for the demon consort began. Although the maidens present were not chosen as Demon Queen, they still sought to compete for the title of Demon Consort, each showcasing their most enchanting appearances for Yi Xian. Dragon Lord, please inscribe your favored consorts, the presiding elder urged. This time, he had learned his lesson and refrained from advising Yi Xian to limit his choices to 4. Yi Xian, however, paid no heed and began inscribing names on the stone pillar with fervor. Lamia, Ao, Inxue, Xuan, Zhao Ling, Lu Yundan, Zhu Yeqing Bai Ling, Miao Wu, Wang Yahui, Wu Mingxian, Qi Yumu, Bo Yun, Qing Yu, and Hui Cui Cui. Hey, what was the name of that cold Tian Mangyu clan member? I seem to have forgotten. It's Niu Niu, the Dragon Lord was informed, her face flushed with indignation. Ah, yes, our large cow-like Niu Niu. All right, presiding elder. Come read these names. The elder, glancing at the list brimming with names, recalled Yi Xian's unpredictable nature and steeled himself to relay the names to the assembly of elders and clan leaders below. They surmised that given the length of time Yi Xian had spent writing, the number of names must exceed the limit. Yet they were taken aback to discover that not only had he included all, but he had even added an extra name. By the decree of the Dragon Lord, let it be known across the demon realm, the Demon Queen by Qingxuan of the Fox clan, the Demon Consorts Lamia of the North Sea Merfolk, Ao Inxue of the East Sea Dragon clan, Xuan of the Blazing Tiger clan, Zhao Ling of the Polar Bear clan, Lu Yundan of the Rainbow Deer clan, Zhu Yeqing of the Emerald Scaled Python clan, Bai Ling of the Immortal Phoenix clan, Miao Wu of the Shadowy Feline clan, Wang Yahui of the Silver Wolf clan, Wu Mengxian of the Golden Ape clan, Qi Yumu of the Moon Chasing Steed clan, Niu Niu of the Tian Mangyu clan, and Qing Yu and Hui Cui, among others, shall be honored as demon consorts. The presiding elder recited the names and clans of the several maidens, officially bestowing titles upon them in the presence of the countless demons of the realm. Though Yi Xian's actions did not adhere to ancestral customs, no one dared to challenge him. After all, when faced with the choice between maintaining order and preserving their lives, it was evident which path they would choose. With Yi Xian's boldness, not only had he claimed all the maidens, but even the clan leaders dared not voice dissent. The fate of the last bold demon who had opposed him had ended in being roasted, and even his many great-grandchildren were on the verge of becoming a dish at Yi Xian's table. The elder assembly and the clan leaders, having learned their lesson, wisely refrained from opposing Yi Xian's audacious decision, and he tacitly acknowledged their compliance. Come, my demon consorts, the ceremony has concluded. Let us return to the demon divine palace together. The bashful maidens, with glances filled with allure, eagerly flocked to Yi Xian, vying to be the first to enjoy the turtle feast. Yi Xian, eager to return and tidy up for Bai Qingxiu, did not wait for Lamia and the others. Chapter 65. Visiting Wang Furong. Enhancing descendant bloodlines in full view of all, Yi Xian transformed into a streak of golden lightning and returned to the demon divine palace. The scene shifted to the palace, whereby Qingxiu was joyfully unpacking her belongings from her storage ring. She had originally prepared to return to her family, but upon receiving news that Yi Xian had defied the odds and even slain the old turtle elder to crown her as the Demon Queen, her heart swelled with emotion, dispelling her previous bitterness and despair. In truth, she did not necessarily yearn for the title of Demon Queen. As a woman, all she desired was Yi Xian's acknowledgement. Bai Qingxiu was diligently adorning herself, wishing to present her most beautiful self to Yi Xian. Suddenly, Yi Xian kicked open the door to her chamber, displaying a disregard for decorum befitting his esteemed status as the Dragon Lord. Qingxiu, where are you? Hurry, I caught 2 little turtles today. Get the pot ready. We shall feast on braised turtle tonight. Bai Qingxiu found herself exasperated. Despite her meticulous preparations to celebrate their long-standing relationship, Yi Xian's boisterous nature shattered the moment. Forget it. This isn't the first time Yi Xian has disrupted my carefully arranged plans. I should be used to it by now. Bai Qingxiu emerged and took the 2 little turtles from Yi Xian's hands. Xian, 1 braised and 1 clear soup? Yi Xian smacked his lips. Comfortably reclining on Bai Qingxiu's bed, exuding an air of entitlement. Alternatively, we could grill them. Just remember to add plenty of cumin. Over the past several years, Xuan had occasionally brought home unfortunate creatures for a feast, and by Qingxuan, as his designated chef, had long mastered the art of cooking. Once she confirmed his preferences, Bai Qingxuan rolled up her sleeves and, with the two terrified little turtles in tow, made her way to the secret kitchen she and Xuan had set up. Seeing that there was still ample time and a fierce battle awaited him later that evening, Xuan decided to take a brief nap to conserve his energy. A few hours later, Xuan was awakened by Qingxuan, who had prepared the two little turtles in 3 different styles: cumin grilled, braised, and a nourishing turtle soup. Xuan divided 3 dishes into 16 portions and instructed the maidens of the Yao Shan to deliver one to each saintess. Bai Qingxuan's malevolence stirred slightly. How audacious of Xuan to bestow such nourishing delicacies upon the other saintesses. Was he planning to visit every concubine in a single night? She would never allow such an occurrence. Bai Qingxuan, wagering her pride as a fox spirit, was determined to ensure that Xuan would not escape her chamber tonight. The effects of the dish were indeed potent. Midway through their meal, Bai Qingxuan and Xuan felt as though they were under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Unable to suppress the surging heat within, the innate desires of dragon and fox intertwined, igniting a passion akin to dry tinder meeting fierce flames. The meal was abandoned as they tumbled onto the bed. Bai Qingxuan's complexion flushed, her eyes glistening with desire, and her fair skin was heated by the restless blood coursing within her. Xuan pinned Bai Qingxuan beneath him, their shared breaths mingling, an intoxicating rush of hormones enveloping them in an overwhelming yearning. Qingxuan, you? Xuan, you? Qingxuan, have you not bathed? I can detect a hint of fox odor. Dugman, you. Before Bai Qingxuan could finish her retort, her lips were captured by Xuan. His tongue skillfully breached her delicate defenses, entangling itself with her quivering, nervous little tongue. Xuan's expertise in the art of the French kiss was far beyond what a novice like Bai Qingxuan could withstand. Soon, her mind swam in a haze, nearly succumbing to his fervent kiss. As Xuan released her, Bai Qingxuan greedily gasped for air, barely regaining her senses before Xuan nibbled at her collarbone, leaving a vivid mark upon her pristine skin. Xuan, that hurts, speak gentle, she protested softly, her mild resistance only fueling his excitement. The more she resisted, the more fervent he became. Unyielding, he continued his exploration, trailing kisses down her neck to her ear, fully aware that both her fox ears and human ears were her vulnerabilities. Xuan caressed her fox ears with one hand, leaning in to whisper sweet nothings. Qingxuan, I do not mind your fox odor. Internally, Bai Qingxuan thought, you scoundrel, is this truly a matter to be overlooked? Qingxuan, I can no longer restrain myself. My desires are overwhelming. Please bear with me. As the night unfolded, Xuan, after a long hiatus, once again encountered the system's notification interface. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently conceiving offspring with the spouse, Bai Qingxuan. The current spouse, Bai Qingxuan, possesses the celestial demon root. The host may expend 1 year of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the spouse, Bai Qingxuan, to bear offspring of superior demon root. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently conceiving offspring with the spouse, Bai Qingxuan. The current spouse, Bai Qingxuan, possesses the celestial demon root. The host may expend 10,000 years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the spouse, Bai Qingxuan, to bear offspring of demonic root. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently conceiving offspring with the spouse, Bai Qingxuan. The current spouse, Bai Qingxuan, possesses the celestial demon root. The host may expend 100,000 years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the spouse, Bai Qingxuan, to bear offspring of celestial demon root. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently conceiving offspring with the spouse, Bai Qingxuan. The current spouse, Bai Qingxuan, possesses the celestial demon root. The host may expend 1 million years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the spouse, Bai Qingxuan, to bear a child of white quality fortune. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently conceiving offspring with the spouse, Bai Qingxuan. The current spouse, Bai Qingxuan, possesses the celestial demon root. The host may expend 1 billion years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, allowing the spouse, Bai Qingxuan, to bear a child of blue quality fortune. It has been many years since I last saw this interface. How could the system not offer a returning discount to an old user? Unsurprisingly, the only response from the system was silence. The system's stinginess had not changed in the slightest. I choose to expend 1 billion years of lifespan. As the night wore on, Bai Qingxiu nestled in Yi Xian's embrace, her slender fingers caressing his body, fearful that he might be tempted to seek out other women. However, Yi Xian was in no such mind, for nearly 20 years had passed, and his sage mode was still on cooldown, requiring more time to recover before he could reignite the splendor of his former nights. Since arriving in the Yuan Yao Tianyu, Yi Xian had been fervently amassing wealth for 18 years, acquiring countless treasures and an abundance of lifespan energy. Yet, he refrained from hastily upgrading the system to level 4, intending to wait until he ascended to the Shanghai Xinyu before doing so. The seed of the origin world he had previously obtained was now fully realized. Having reached 100% completion and had become a fully functioning microcosm, Bai Qingxiu noticed Yi Xian's contemplative demeanor and, aspiring to be a supportive wife, immediately sought to alleviate his worries. "Ah Xian, do you have any troubles? Please share, and I shall help you find a solution." Yi Xian cast a sidelong glance at Bai Qingxiu. "You, the calamity-bringing demoness, wish to become a virtuous wife?" Bai Qingxiu pouted adorably, her expression endearing. "Who says fox spirits are all wicked? I possess a strong ambition, you know. Very well then, you may choose for me." Bai Qingxiu's face brightened at his words. "Are you familiar with the Xuan Sect? Bai Qingxiu nodded. "My elder spoke of it. What of it?" "Gui is the Xuan Sect. Otherwise, do you think the Wood Demon clan would dispatch their powerful beings to seek her?" Bai Qingxiu's eyes widened in surprise. "Gui Chui is the one you designated as a demon consort? I had no idea she was the Xuan Sect. Why not simply refine and consume her? My father said that refining the Sui Yuhua could potentially grant one the laws of time. No need. I have a better method to acquire the laws of time. Moreover, I suspect the elder tree demon of the Wood Demon clan has connections with the celestial realm. Allowing him to return serves to bait a trap, to see if the hidden hand behind him will reveal itself. My current consideration is whether to conquer the Shenzhou Tianyu first or to subjugate the Wood Demon clan before proceeding to the Maoyuan Tianyu. Please assist me in making this decision." Bai Qingxiu bit her nails, pondering carefully before replying. "Ah Xian, I recommend that you first subjugate the Wood Demon clan and then proceed to conquer the Shenzhou Tianyu. As you mentioned, the Elder Tree Demon likely has ties to the celestial realm, which poses a significant threat. With such celestial beings present, our assaults on either Shenzhou Tianyu or Maoyuan Tianyu would be precarious. The Elder Tree Demon is willing to risk the entire Wood Demon clan to rescue Gui Chui, indicating that she holds great importance in his schemes, particularly to the celestial being behind him. You have already cast a line with Qing Lu. Let us wait for a week. If there is no movement from the celestial being after that time, we must take decisive action and eliminate Qing Lu. The overall strength of Maoyuan Tianyu is somewhat weaker than that of Shenzhou Tianyu. Once we have assimilated Shenzhou Tianyu, we can then turn our attention to Maoyuan Tianyu. Furthermore, we have yet to ascertain the precise location of Maoyuan Tianyu, making any assault currently impossible. Yi Xian contemplated for a moment, finding Bai Qingxiu's reasoning quite sensible. Furthermore, he began to think of his daughters, and he still had an unresolved matter with the tribulation cultivators of Shenzhou Tianyu. After determining his recent plans, Yi Xian fell asleep with Bai Qingxiu. Early the next morning, he dragged Bai Qingxiu to Ao Shi, expressing his desire to delegate the daily affairs of the Dragon Lord to Bai Qingxiu. He did not allow Ao Shi the opportunity to refuse. After speaking, he left Bai Qingxiu behind and went off to enjoy himself with Lamia and the others. With no other option, Ao Shi had to let Bai Qingxiu temporarily take over Yi Xian's duties. In the following days, Yi Xian diligently followed the schedule he had devised, sowing seeds with Lamia and other enchanting concubines. Through 7 days and nights of intense effort, he achieved the remarkable feat of 14 offspring in just 7 days. Witnessing Yi Xian's tireless endeavor to propagate his superior bloodline, Ao Shi turned a blind eye to his negligence in managing state affairs. After all, Yi Xian's supreme golden dragon bloodline was extraordinarily potent. Theoretically, he might never leave behind descendants, yet he had managed to produce 14 in merely 7 days. Akin to a sewing machine. As the 8th day arrived, with 1 queen and 14 concubines all expecting offspring, There was no reason for Qingxuan to receive any special treatment. Xuan had anticipated that Qing Lu might employ some tricks. Thus he intentionally saved Qingxuan for last. Under the cover of night, Xuan sought out Qingxuan's palace, pushing open the door to her chamber, where he found her calmly seated by the window, gazing vacantly at the moonlight outside, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Xuan felt that something was amiss with Qingxuan, yet he could not quite articulate it. "What troubles you?" Upon hearing Xuan's call, Qingxuan turned her head to face him. "Nothing, just recalling some matters." "You are here today for dual cultivation, right? Then let us proceed. Do not mind me." Qingxuan replied with an unruffled demeanor, rising to lie down on the bed. Xuan was puzzled. They had only been apart for a few days, yet Qingxuan seemed to have transformed entirely. Noticing Xuan's continued silence, she calmly remarked, "If you no longer wish to engage in dual cultivation, then I shall rest. You may do as you please." Xuan felt a surge of anger. What did Qingxuan mean by that? Was he not the one in charge of their relationship? The words coming from her mouth made it seem as though she were the one in control. Approaching the large bed, Xuan leaned over her, pinning her hands down and spreading her legs apart, positioning her in a vulnerable state. "Woman, it appears I have indeed been too lenient with you. After mere days of neglect, you have learned to challenge me, have you? Today, I must show you what colors truly are. Otherwise, you shall not learn your lesson." Qingxuan remained as tranquil as ever, as if the man above her were not her own. "You ought to be quicker in your actions. Mere bravado serves no purpose." Xuan's anger flared further. This woman was truly incorrigible. Qingxuan's nonchalant demeanor ignited a different feeling within him, despite her departure from her previous cold and indifferent nature. "Very well. If this is how you wish to play, then I shall oblige." Ding. Detection of the host engaging in procreation with the spouse, Qingxuan, confirmed. Current spouse, Qingxuan, possesses the quality of a white-grade fortune daughter, awakening, allowing the host to expend 1 year of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, enabling the spouse, Qingxuan, to give birth to offspring with superior spiritual roots. Ding. Detection of the host engaging in procreation with the spouse, Qingxuan, confirmed. Current spouse, Qingxuan, possesses the quality of a white-grade fortune daughter, awakening, allowing the host to expend 10 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, enabling the spouse, Qingxuan, to give birth to offspring with excellent spiritual roots. Ding. Detection of the host engaging in procreation with the spouse, Qingxuan, confirmed. Current spouse, Qingxuan, possesses the quality of a white-grade fortune daughter, awakening, allowing the host to expend 100 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, enabling the spouse, Qingxuan, to give birth to offspring with earthly, spiritual roots. Ding. Detection of the host engaging in procreation with the spouse, Qingxuan, confirmed. Current spouse, Qingxuan, possesses the quality of a white-grade fortune daughter, awakening, allowing the host to expend 1,000 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, enabling the spouse, Qingxuan, to give birth to offspring with heavenly spiritual roots. Ding. Detection of the host engaging in procreation with the spouse, Qingxuan, confirmed. Current spouse, Qingxuan, possesses the quality of a white-grade fortune daughter, awakening, allowing the host to expend 10,000 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, enabling the spouse, Qingxuan, to give birth to offspring with demonic spiritual roots. Ding. Detection of the host engaging in procreation with the spouse, Qingxuan, confirmed. Current spouse, Qingxuan, possesses the quality of a white-grade fortune daughter, awakening, allowing the host to expend 100,000 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, enabling the spouse, Qingxuan, to give birth to offspring with immortal spiritual roots. Ding. Detection of the host engaging in procreation with the spouse, Qingxuan, confirmed. Current spouse, Qingxuan, possesses the quality of a white-grade fortune daughter, awakening, allowing the host to expend 1 million years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, enabling the spouse, Qingxuan, to give birth to a child of white-grade fortune. Ding. Detection of the host engaging in procreation with the spouse, Qingxuan, confirmed. Current spouse, Qingxuan, possesses the quality of a white-grade fortune daughter, awakening, allowing the host to expend 10 million years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, enabling the spouse, Qingxuan, to to give birth to a child of blue-grade fortune. Ding. Detection of the host engaging in procreation with the spouse, Qingxuan, confirmed. Current spouse, Qingxuan, possesses the quality of a white-grade fortune daughter, awakening, allowing the host to expend 100 million years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, enabling the spouse, Qingxuan, to give birth to a child of purple-grade fortune. What? Qingxuan is actually a daughter of fortune? What does awakening mean? Could it be that her memories from her past life are being unsealed? No wonder she seems like a different person. The consumption of 100 million years of lifespan for a child of purple-grade fortune is staggering. Her individual requirement is equivalent to what I used in 7 days for 14 offspring. Truly a voracious consumer of resources. Although Xuan was astonished by the prospect of consuming 100 million years of lifespan, it was not beyond his means. Fine. If it is 100 million years, then so be it. My lifespan energy is still ample. Ultimately, Xuan expended 100 million years of lifespan energy, opting to enhance his life essence to that of a child of purple-grade fortune. Enhancing the life essence to the purple-grade level was an exceedingly demanding task, draining considerable mental energy. Even with Xuan's vast reserves of life essence, this endeavor was burdensome, a feat not easily accomplished by ordinary individuals. Merely simulating a single evolution of life essence with Qingxuan left Xuan feeling more fatigued than before, rendering him utterly exhausted and forcing him into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Qingxuan continued to delve into the mysteries of the laws of life, persistently breaking through her limitations. By midday the following day, Xuan awakened from his soul's slumber. To his surprise, Qingxuan was nowhere to be found. Initially, he thought perhaps she had come to her senses. But upon extending his consciousness to search for her presence, he found no trace of her throughout the entire Yaoshan Palace. A sense of foreboding began to swell within him, prompting Xuan to hastily stop a maidservant to inquire if Qingxuan had left her chambers. The answer he received was astonishing. Qingxuan had never departed from her quarters. Xuan's expression darkened, confirming his suspicions. Qingxuan had vanished into thin air. Without making a sound, Xuan erased the maid's memories and hurriedly rushed toward the territory of the Mu Yao clan. In mere minutes, propelled by his utmost speed, he traversed from the Yaoshan temple to the forest where Qing Lu resided. A tempest of terrifying power descended upon the area, with Xuan at its epicenter. A whirlwind of unprecedented velocity ruthlessly battering the demon trees below. With every passing second, numerous members of the Mu Yao clan succumbed to Xuan's overwhelming might. Qing Lu, surrender, tume. I might consider leaving you with an intact corpse. At this moment, Xuan was no longer concerned with the unknown Xian. Qing Lu's abduction of Qingxuan was a blatant affront to him, and he believed death was too lenient a punishment. Qing Lu, desperately braving Xuan's formidable pressure, stepped forward. My Lord Dragon, please quell your rage. My Lord Dragon, please. Memories of his prior beating at Xuan's hands flooded back, and he found himself tormented by the haunting recollections, likely never to forget the experience, which had become a psychological demon. Seeing that Qing Lu uttered not a word about Qingxuan, but instead knelt before him in supplication, Xuan suspected this old fool was attempting to evade punishment. In frustration, he delivered a kick to Qing Lu's chest. You dare play tricks on me? I will make you regret it. With each phrase, he kicked again, defeating overten blows. Had he not controlled his strength, Qing Lu would have been reduced to mere pulp. Qing Lu writhed in agony on the ground, still pleading for mercy. My Lord Dragon, spare me. The immortal lady has returned to the upper realm, and I cannot contact her. Xuan halted his assault, meticulously analyzing Qing Lu's words. Immortal lady? Return to the upper realm? Qing Lu, reveal all that you know to me. No, I shall directly extract the memories. Xuan seized Qing Lu's head, invading his consciousness with divine awareness to glean every memory he held regarding Qingxuan. A millennium ago, the reincarnation Xian knew, a 9-turn golden immortal, had reincarnated. So it was after delving into Qing Lu's memories, Xuan finally comprehended the intricacies of the situation. The figure who had once favored Qing Lu was none other than Qingxuan. Although at that time, she was known as the reincarnation Xian knew, a pinnacle practitioner among Xianxians. To break through to the golden immortal realm, She had transformed into the ephemeral grass of time, reincarnating in the Wan Yao Tianyu, following a sliver of opportunity found within the laws of reincarnation. No wonder Yi Chui had felt so different yesterday. Her memories as the reincarnation Xian knew had resurfaced. Why then? Was she still willing to engage in dual cultivation with him? Could it be that he was the breakthrough opportunity she had sought? No, it must be the child within her. As Yi Xian pieced together the truth, a sense of unease washed over him, akin to being used by another. Ikui, you shall pay for this. Once I reach the upper realm, you will not have a pleasant fate. The greater the talent, the longer the gestation period for offspring surpassing the fate spirit root. Bai Xian had taken 72 years to give birth to Bai Mengli. The child within Yi Chui had reached a purple quality, the caliber of an SSR luck child. How long would it take to gestate? The Palace Heart Demon Seal would only take effect after the child's birth. Until then, Yi Xian could not contact Yi Chui. But she would not escape his grasp. His seed was not so easily borrowed, having been violently invaded into his consciousness. Qing Lu was now in a state of near death, rendered utterly useless. The history of the Mu Yao clan was drawing to a close. Yi Xian contacted by Qing Xiu, instructing her to gather and assimilate the Mu Yao clan. Implicitly, he meant for Bai Qing Xiu to take trustworthy subordinates to seize the clan's resources before handing the mess over to the elders of the council. Bai Qing Xiu proved adept, clearing out all valuable resources from the Mu Yao clan in less than 3 days, leaving no spear hurt behind. Days later, under Yi Xian's leadership, a vast army of demon clans assembled in the Wan Yao Tianyu, heralding the call to war against the Shenzhou Tianyu. Naturally, the vanguard consisted of various smaller demon clans and the council's forces, while Yi Xian's faction primarily handled logistics. He undertook this strategy to weaken the power of those not aligned with him. Although Yi Xian possessed the strength to dominate the entire demon clan by himself, he would eventually ascend to the upper realm. To ensure that his successors could easily manage the unified Shanhai Xianyu, these measures were essential. The Shanhai Xianyu comprises the Shenzhou Tianyu, Wanyao Tianyu, Mo Yuan Tianyu, and several smaller realms. While the immortal realm exists as an independent world, separate from the Shanhai Xianyu, this demon army advanced towards the Shenzhou Tianyu with no intention of concealing their movements, thus attracting the attention of scouts from both the Shenzhou Tianyu and Mo Yuan Tianyu. At this moment, within the Mo Yuan Tianyu, in the Tian Mo Palace, a seductively dressed demoness, adorned with black horns and a long magical tail, reported her findings. Reporting to the Demon Lord and Demon Queen, the Wan Yao Tianyu has assembled an army of billions and is advancing towards the Shenzhou Tianyu, and the newly appointed Dragon Lord is among them. The rugged Demon Lord furrowed his brow, appearing to contemplate something, yet his demon generals remained silent, unable to elicit a response from him. Ultimately, it was the Demon Queen who spoke, commanding the Tianmo army to prepare for deployment and to dispatch 10 succubi to infiltrate the Wan Yao Tianyu army and ascertain the true nature of the Dragon Lord. May, carry out the Demon Queen's orders. Wait, take Hua with you. The two of you sisters must uncover the Dragon Lord's true nature. Understood, Demon Queen. After making her decision, the Demon Queen cast a disdainful glance at the Demon Lord and, amid the accustomed gazes of the demon generals, departed with her voluminous robe trailing behind her. The scene shifts to the front lines of the Shenzhou Tianyu, at the headquarters of the Shenzhou Cultivator Alliance. Our old acquaintances, Tian Shantong Lao, Song Xian Su, and Kong Shan, along with Jian, Gu Yuan, and others, were all present. Additionally, the foremost sect of the Shenzhou Tianyu, Taishang Dao's leader, Wuxian Daozun, was there, along with the first swordsman of the Shenzhou Tianyu, Duan Tian Dao, and the cold-hearted sword master Long Yuan. All cultivators in the Tribulation Transcendent stage had gathered here. Of course, the already slain Cheng Yun Shengzhu was absent, and Bai Mengli was also missing. Now that we are all present, I shall not linger on the suspense. The demon army approaches, and this scale far exceeds any prior engagement. There are 15 demon kings of the Tribulation Transcendent stage, including the newly enthroned Dragon Lord, whose strength remains unknown. The grand formation of the Shenzhou Tian, you cannot withstand this many demons. This is likely to be the decisive battle between our human race and the demon race. Long Yuan, shaking the pitch-black sword in his hand, spoke coldly. With Mengli missing, I shall protect the Shenzhou Tianyu. If any of you are afraid, feel free to leave. Even if I stand alone, I fear nothing. Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over Long Yuan. Duan Tian Dao, sitting opposite him, could no longer contain his laughter, placing a hand on Long Yuan's shoulder and teasingly advised, "Brother, let me give you some advice. Don't be a lapdog. Stop being the one who licks boots. Get lost." Long Yuan impatiently swatted Duan Tian Dao's hand away, glaring at him with a fierce expression. The rejected Duan Tian Dao was not offended. He found the situation amusing. "Fine. If you wish to be a lapdog, then so be it. I cannot persuade you otherwise." At this moment, the venerable Taishang Daozuan emerged once more to mediate the situation, redirecting the meeting's focus back to the pressing issue of countering the invasion from the Wanyao Tianyu. The opposing side boasted over a dozen Dujia Du Jijieki grand demons, while our Shinjo Tianyu could muster only 8 Dujia Du Jijieki practitioners, a stark disparity in high-end combat strength. What strategies do you propose to break this stalemate? The 3 dog-like sovereigns exchanged glances. Wasn't it the case that the female cultivators of Qingxuan Sect were all exceptionally talented, capable of slaying enemies of higher ranks? 10 individuals confronting a Chuki, Da Yao, Diao, should be manageable. Even if they could not vanquish the foe, they could at least delay it. Why not assign them to defend the front lines? The 3 sovereigns presented this suggestion, and discerning minds recognized it as an opportunity to settle personal scores under the guise of confronting the demon invasion. Nevertheless, Qingxuan Sect had little connection to their animosity, and others harbored similar thoughts of using Qingxuan Sect as cannon fodder, yet hesitated to voice such ideas themselves. The venerable Xuan narrowed his eyes, seizing upon the words of the 3 sovereigns to echo their sentiments. This calamity concerns all beings in Shinjo Tianyu. Qingxuan Sect bears the responsibility to engage in battle, and I wholeheartedly support the proposal of the 3 sovereigns. As soon as the others observed the venerable Daozuan's agreement, they felt emboldened to join in, raising their hands in concurrence. Long Yuan had initially considered that Qingxuan Sect shared some ties with his beloved Bai Yuguang, Xumi Shengzhu, yet upon witnessing the approval from Tianshan Tonglao, he felt compelled to align with the group. In an unexpected turn of events, everyone unanimously endorsed the abhorrent proposal to use Qingxuan Sect as expendable pawns. The 3 newly born sovereigns could hardly contain their glee. Just as the venerable Daozuan was about to relay this resolution, a terrifying aura suddenly located the 8 Du Jijieki, human cultivators from an unknown source. You truly are naive, allowing you to lead the human race. It is no wonder that despite holding dominion over the most affluent celestial domain of the Shanhai Xinyu, your strength pales in comparison to the demon and devil races. The 8, now marked, found themselves in a state of utter disarray. The venerable Daozuan, suppressing his unease, clasped his fists and inquired, "Who might you be, esteemed one? Why do you conceal your form? Why not reveal yourself? What, has it been so long that certain individuals no longer recognize me?" Tianshan Tonglao pondered this, uncertain, for in her understanding, that man had perished, having taken down a Du Jijieki, sovereign with less than Hitiki cultivation, and at the time of his death, his essence had completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. The 3 newly born sovereigns felt an eerie familiarity with the voice, yet could not recall where they had heard it. The others, however, were utterly bewildered, having no inkling of the identity of this suddenly appearing mysterious powerhouse. Truly, the esteemed often forget. You may not remember me, but I have not forgotten you. Today, I have come to present you with a grand gift. As a mysterious powerhouse's words fell, a fissure appeared in the protective barrier of Shinjo Tianyu, and turbulent temporal and spatial chaos surged violently through the breach. The 8, gripped by panic, hastily channeled their energy to mend the rift. Yet, Yi Xian would not grant them such an opportunity. A pair of dragon claws pierced through the fissure, and with a forceful tear, the once man-sized crack expanded into a chasm stretching thousands of meters. The 8 were filled with dread, exclaiming that it was impossible. This was a realm wall of unparalleled stability. While they could manage to tear a few small openings, creating a rift spanning thousands of meters was beyond their capabilities. The venerable Daozuan trembled in fear, his usual composure shattered. Had he not realized escape was futile, he would have fled long ago. Upon tearing the fissure, Yi Xian transformed back into human form, his gentle visage striking terror into the hearts of the three sovereigns and Tianshan Tonglao, causing them to collapse to the ground. Tianshan Tonglao, trembling, pointed at Yi Xian beyond the fissure, incredulously repeating, "Is it really you? How can this be? You clearly died 20 years ago." The three sovereigns were not faring much better. Qingxuan Sect struggled to maintain his composure, desperate to flee. Yi Xian had ventured to Shenzhou Tianyu alone. Unable to suppress his desire for vengeance against the three sovereigns, not a moment longer could he endure. The venerable Daozuan forcibly quelled his internal trepidation, having begun to suspect Yi Xian's true identity. Yet he could not fathom how someone presumed dead for 20 years could resurrect and transform into a formidable demon dragon. Yi Xian flipped his hand, summoning the three sovereigns before him, delivering several resounding slaps. "My friends, it has been 20 years. You seem to have fared quite well. I wonder if you recall the grievances between us?" The three sovereigns quaked in terror, having believed Yi Xian's ability to counterattack Cheng Yun was merely a desperate, sacrificial retaliation. They had never anticipated that Yi Xian had not perished, but had returned seeking vengeance. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they valued their lives. The three sovereigns hastily pleaded for mercy, attempting to preserve their existence. Qingxuan Sect, reacting the fastest, ingratiatingly offered, "Yi Shangzhu, please temper your wrath. I understand my errors. If you spare me, I, Qingxuan, willingly offer the Qingxuan Sect. We possess countless spiritual veins and an abundance of spiritual jade. You will surely be pleased." Following Qingxuan, Kanjian Shengzhu also vied to present his Tianjian Shengdi, desperate for Yi Xian to show him mercy and grant him a reprieve. Gu Yuan, who could hardly utter a word in centuries, managed to string together a lengthy plea, expressing his willingness to offer Gu Yuan Shengdi and serve Yi Xian as a loyal subject for eternity, merely seeking forgiveness for his past transgressions. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. The three sovereigns believed they had secured his clemency and let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, Yi Xian's demeanor shifted dramatically, contorting into a grotesque expression. "The conditions are indeed generous, but I must decline." With a mere thought, Yi Xian obliterated the souls of the three sovereigns, rendering them irretrievably dead, devoid of even a chance for reincarnation. The other onlookers could only watch in horror as Yi Xian annihilated the three sovereigns' very souls, paralyzed by fear, aware that even if they intervened, they would likely not harm him in the slightest. Embracing the philosophy that a miserable existence was preferable to death, they resolved to test the waters of surrender. Even serving Yi Xian as a dog was better than facing annihilation. After all, they had not been involved in the plot to eliminate Yi Xian. Tianshan Tonglao and Xuan so had even protected him. Surely, Yi Xian would not be ungrateful. The venerable Daozuan signaled Tianshan Tonglao to appeal to Yi Xian's emotions. Tianshan Tonglao felt anxious. Uncertain of Yi Xian's current disposition, she nevertheless decided to take a chance. "Yi Shangzu, you have avenged your great grievance. Now that you're no longer angry, we wish to submit to you. Do you see?" Before Tianshan Tonglao could finish her sentence, Yi Xian seized her in a manner akin to how he had captured the three sovereigns. "Oh, isn't this Tonglao? I hadn't even sought you out, yet you have come forward." Tianshan Tonglao feigned calmness, but her heart raced. She sensed Yi Xian's tone hinted at her impending doom, yet could not fathom how she had provoked him. "Yi Shangzhu, you jest. Do you not remember that when Qingxuans foresought to kill you, I defended you?" Yi Xian's expression turned playful, a strange smile gracing his features. "Defended? Indeed, you have protected me, but did you truly exert yourself?" The expression of Tianshan Tonglao subtly shifted, realizing something amiss. Logically, Yi Xian should not have been aware of subsequent events after his disappearance for 20 years. Initially, Yi Xian was indeed oblivious to what transpired after his departure, but since Bai Mengli gave birth to Bai Xian, he had gleaned some insights into those past events through the magic seal of the palace heartseed on Bai Mengli's body. "What? Tonglao, do you truly believe I am unaware that you seemingly assisted Bai Mengli in protecting me, while secretly aiding the fourth holy lord?" Tianshan Tonglau's pupils constricted, her gaze devoid of light. She had disapproved of Bai Mengli's relationship with Yi Xian, as it was evident that Yi Xian was entirely unworthy of Bai Mengli. As a close friend of Bai Mengli, she was unwilling to witness Bai Mengli's decline, Thus, while ostensibly protecting Yixian, she covertly assisted the Third Holy Lord. Otherwise, with Bai Mengli's strength at that time, she could not have been held back by Xuan, Qingxuan, and Yuan. Although Yixian's plan was to feign death, he could choose to appear dead, but you, Tianshan Tong Lao, must not intervene. Wretched woman, I once regarded you as a good person, yet in truth, you are no different from the Fourth Holy Lord. The roots of this divine land are rotten and must be uprooted. Hence, I invite you all to death today. Xuan aura surgi violently, capturing the bewildered Taoist Xuan and others before him. My esteemed friends, please proceed. With a flicker of his consciousness, the 5 formidable cultivators of the tribulation stage met their demise instantaneously, their souls extinguished utterly. Yixian gazed upon the 8 lifeless forms before him, his eyes flashing with demonic light, as a demonic soul soared from his body. This was a talent inherited from one of Yixian's daughters, replicated by the system. It was his first time utilizing this demonic soul buff, yet due to the system synchronizing his daughter's proficiency, Yixian wielded it with remarkable fluidity. This demonic soul could control unclaimed corpses and formless souls, refining them into corpse slaves, which could unleash greater power than in life. The 8 corpses of tribulation stage cultivators served as excellent materials. In mere moments, Yixian completed the refinement of the 8 corpse slaves. Meanwhile, the demon army remained oblivious to their commander, having penetrated the high-end forces of the Divine Land, still hastening towards the Divine Land. Yixian intended to use these 8 corpse slaves to guard the borders of the Divine Land, commanding them to engage in battle against the demon army, drawing out the forces of the demon abyss as well, ready to ensnare them all. As for the tribulation stage, great demons of the 10,000 demon domain, he would gladly see them perish. After all, those who died were primarily from the elder council of the demon race and various clans, with no direct relation to him. Yixian's status among the demons was akin to that of an emperor, yet an emperor must balance the interests of the literati and military officials, as well as the major clans, to gain support. However, Yixian desired centralization. Ultimately, coercing through force would only lead to superficial compliance. True mastery over the clans was the solution. Yixian contemplated secretly eliminating those clan leaders to refine them into corpse slaves, yet their intelligence was too low, merely focused on combat, rendering them inadequate for controlling the various demon clans. Yixian ultimately resolved to utilize the 3-way war among the Divine Land, the 10,000 demon domain, and the demon abyss to settle accounts with the tribulation stage cultivators of these realms. Furthermore, he considered that tribulation stage cultivators from the mountain and sea fairy realm required a certain amount of fate to achieve the true immortal status. Some tribulation stage cultivators could only cultivate to that stage due to their inherent talent, which did not support their ascension to true immortality, yet they occupied a portion of fate. Among Yixian's tribulation stage first kills, Qingxuan Sect barely reached the tribulation stage, akin to squatting in a latrine without doing anything. Since the total amount of fate was finite, Yixian could only target those already in the latrine, eliminating them to release the occupied fate. Only by liberating this fate could Yixian's children, endowed with the potential of true immortals, break through the tribulation stage, achieve true immortal status, and ascend to the immortal realm, allowing him to follow suit and continue to enhance his power. After all, there exists a fundamental distinction between immortals and cultivators. Even if Yixian could harness the strengths of numerous offspring, he remained a cultivator, capable of contending with ordinary true immortals, yet likely unable to breach the defenses of profound immortals. The scene shifts. Yixian dispatched the 8 corpse slaves to the front lines to await the demon army, while he followed the resonance of the Palace Heartseed's magic seal to search for a certain location within the Divine Land. As for whether the demon army would notice their dragon lord's absence, he harbored no concerns. His sister Ao, she would naturally assist in concealing him. A day later, guided by the resonance of the Palace Heartseed's magic seal, Yixian arrived in a secluded mountain deep within the heart of the Divine Land. According to the resonance, Bai Mengli was in seclusion here, and out of respect for her retreat, Yixian refrained from interrupting her. Instead, he constructed a wooden cabin to reside in. This day lasted for half a year. Yixian's plan proved highly successful. The 8 corpse slaves, leveraging the home field advantage and protective formations of the Divine Land, withstood the onslaught of the 10,000 demon domain. Exchanging Qingxuan and Qingxuan for the lives of 4 tribulation stage great demons from the 10,000 demon domain. During this time, upon witnessing the human and demon races engaging earnestly, the demon abyss also intervened in the 3rd month. Consequently, all realms under the jurisdiction of the mountain and sea fairy realm were compelled to become embroiled in Yi Xian's schemes. However, Yi Xian paid little heed, for he had long made arrangements. His daughters had not received orders to head to the front lines, instead reaping the benefits in logistics. One day, as Yi Xian idly awaited by Meng Li's emergence from her seclusion, he was jolted awake by a powerful surge of energy. This energy aura signified by Meng Li's success. She was about to emerge. No sooner had Yi Xian's words left his lips than the previously clear sky gradually unveiled a terrifying tribulation cloud that obscured the sun. By Meng Li's aura soared, and the dread of the tribulation cloud intensified. Yi Xian observed the spiraling tribulation cloud, his gaze sharpening, contemplating whether he could lend Bai Meng Li a hand. Yi Xian accessed the system panel, recalling Bai Meng Li mentioning that the secret technique she employed could balance the fate between her and their daughter Bai Xian. Therefore, if he allocated some fate to Bai Xian, could it not indirectly enhance Bai Meng Li's fate? Without hesitation, Yi Xian acted. Over the years, he had amassed considerable fate value, which held little use for him. Glancing at his account, he noted approximately 10 million points of fate value. Yi Xian resolved to retain 1,000 points for emergencies, allocating the remaining 9,000 points entirely to his youngest daughter, Bai Xian. Yi Xian was uncertain how the 9,000 points of fate would affect Bai Xian in the immortal realm. Yet he distinctly sensed that Bai Meng Li's aura had significantly strengthened. Thunder rumbled. The spiral-shaped tribulation cloud unleashed a terrifying roar, and a bolt of tribulation lightning, the size of a bowl, descended. It struck directly towards the mountain where Bai Meng Li was located. Chapter 68. The succubus turns out to be an old acquaintance. Bang, 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 boom, rumble. The tribulation lightning struck the mountainside, erupting into thick smoke and countless fragments of rock. In the next moment, the collision of the two energies unleashed shockwaves that shattered the entire mountainside. Within the smoke, Bai Meng Li, clad in white as pure as snow, wielded a treasured sword. Resisting the formidable and terrifying tribulations of the thunderous calamity, a bolt of lightning struck down. Another bolt followed. A third bolt unleashed simultaneously. The color of the calamity changed. It had been a quarter of an hour since Bai Meng Li officially began facing the thunder tribulation. The initial strike, as thick as a bowl, transformed into 2 consecutive strikes, and then into 3 bolts attacking Bai Meng Li all at once. After successfully enduring the 10th round of the thunder tribulation, the terrifying storm began to gather strength once more. The brief pause in the tribulation granted Bai Meng Li a moment of respite. Her pristine white robe had already suffered damage, a garment specifically crafted to withstand the tribulations. Not only precious, but also exceedingly difficult to create. However, after enduring 10 rounds of the calamity, this precious robe was now at its limits. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Meng Li regulated her breathing, releasing the life essence from her dual pupils to heal her wounds, and consumed several pills emanating an exotic fragrance and an unusual glow. In just a few breaths, her aura returned to its peak. Yi Xian was uncertain whether intervening to assist Bai Meng Li in resisting the tribulation would lead to the heavenly rules deeming her efforts a failure. So he refrained from rashly intervening. However, he was confident that Bai Meng Li would not perish during this trial, for he still needed to lead her to their daughter. Bai Xuan. As Yi Xian momentarily lost focus, the spiraling storm clouds completed their accumulation, coalescing the immense thunder energy into a Qilin composed of lightning. In less than a breath, this thunder calamity Qilin fully formed, roaring and charging towards Bai Meng Li at an astonishing speed. Bai Meng Li gripped her sword with one hand, positioning it across her chest, while with the other hand, she formed a seal to invoke a celestial spell. Unfazed, the thunder dragon surged forth with an unstoppable momentum and terrifying energy, launching its assault upon Bai Meng Li. In the face of the thunder dragon, Bai Meng Li's spell was at the ready. Path of gung metal. Thunder restraining needle. Bai Meng Li summoned a celestial needle radiating with razor-sharp gung metal energy. Upon contact with the needle, The thunder dragon withered as if a mouse encountering a cat. Yet, its energy remained, and Bai Mengli directed the tip of her sword towards the needle, transferring a portion of the raging energy from the tribulation into her own body. The scriptures had stated that the essence of the thunder calamity aimed to aid the cultivator in enhancing their physical form and tempering their soul through relentless trials. Bai Mengli cleverly utilized the gung metal power to create a protective artifact, attempting to absorb the thunder in stages. Although the thunder beast lacked intelligence, the storm clouds of the tribulation still held authority, and they were decidedly dissatisfied with Bai Mengli's act of deceit. Consequently, they unleashed the next round of thunder energy, revealing several thunder beasts at the heart of the storm clouds. Bai Mengli's expression shifted slightly. While the needle could barely withstand one thunder beast, resisting two would prove challenging. At that moment, Yi Xian resolved to act. If this continued, Bai Mengli would be reduced to a sieve. Transforming into a dragon, he executed a simple dragon's tail sweep, obliterating the newly appeared thunder beasts. He collected the energy released upon their demise using a secret method. Bai Mengli gazed at the imposing dragon before her, utterly perplexed as to why this dragon would assist her, and astonished by its immense power. Had the demon race already invaded the Shenzhou Tianyu during her secluded training? Noticing Bai Mengli's gaze, Yi Xian nodded slightly, entirely unaware that his identity had transcended that of a mere human. Yi Xian clutched a thunder spirit pearl filled with thunderous energy in his claw, then reverted to human form and approached Bai Mengli. She rubbed her eyes, fearing it was yet another of someone else's tricks, a deception of feelings. Bai Mengli pinched her dual pupils and retrieved several antidote pills from her bag, anxious that everything before her was an illusion born from an unseen maze. Yi Xian arrived before Bai Mengli, flicking his fist open to reveal the thunder spirit pearl brimming with thunderous power. Mengli, I have come to assist you in facing the tribulation. This is the thunder spirit pearl. Use it first, and I will gather more for you. As Yi Xian turned to continue absorbing the thunderous power, Bai Mengli grasped his hand tightly. Bai Mengli was certain that everything before her was neither an illusion nor a maze. The tribulation was the genuine thunder tribulation. The thunder spirit pearl was indeed authentic, and Yi Xian was undeniably alive. Yi Xian, is it truly you? You are alive. But how have you become part of the demon race? Bai Mengli's tone was fraught with excitement, not from a tribulation, but from the joy of seeing Yi Xian again. Yi Xian placed the thunder spirit pearl in Bai Mengli's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. My lady, please endure the tribulation first while I gather more thunderous energy. Once you have broken through, I shall explain everything. Bai Mengli, ever wise and understanding. Despite her elation upon learning that Yi Xian was alive and her heart brimming with thoughts to share, did not neglect the matter at hand. She knew that Yi Xian would eventually share what he wished to convey, and prying for information would yield no results if he chose not to disclose them. The two coordinated seamlessly. Yi Xian assisted in resisting the thunder, extracting the useful portions of the calamity to craft genuine thunder spirit pearls. Bai Mengli focused solely on absorbing the pearls to break through to the true immortal realm. After 2 hours, Yi Xian had collected over 1,000 thunder spirit pearls. Following her absorption of over 1,000, Bai Mengli's physical form finally broke through to the true immortal realm. Yi Xian now comprehended why it was so challenging to advance to the true immortal realm in the Shanghai immortal domain. Setting aside the intensity of the tribulations, the sheer demand of over 1,000 pearls was staggering. Given Yi Xian's unique circumstances, his ability to extract thunder spirit pearls directly was a rare advantage. Otherwise, following traditional methods, one would have to endure over 1,000 strikes. Each strike consumed a portion of the heavenly fortune, which explained why the four great lords had been willing to sever ties with Bai Mengli to eliminate her. The demand was simply overwhelming. Yi Xian surmised that without his intervention, even with an added fortune value of 4,500, it would not suffice for her needs. As Bai Mengli consumed the last thunder spirit pearl, ending her cultivation state, she regarded Yi Xian with astonishment. Even after her breakthrough to the true immortal realm, she could not fathom the depths of Yi Xian's power, leaving her greatly surprised. Now, a true immortal, she could dominate the 3 great heavenly realms, effortlessly dispatching anyone she deemed unsatisfactory. Yet, when she looked at Yi Xian, she could only discern his cultivation at the integration stage. and it was inconceivable that someone at that level could disregard the true immortal tribulation. However, Bai Mengli was a wise woman and refrained from probing further. Yi Xian took Bai Mengli's hand, gazing at her affectionately. He had committed to memory the vow she made upon their marriage, cherishing her position in his heart as equal to that of his true wife, Lu Wei. Mengli, you have broken through to the true immortal realm. How long can you remain in the Xinzhou Tianyu? Upon mentioning the immortal realm, Bai Mengli's countenance fell slightly. 2 years prior, on the day she gave birth to their child, Bai Xuan, the mysterious immortal had taken the newborn away. She had fought desperately against it, causing harm to the Xumi sacred land and sustaining grave injuries herself, had it not been for the repeated interventions of Nangong Jing. Warning that her death would affect Bai Xuan's fate, she might have perished in the Xumi sacred land. Upon reminiscing about the events of the past, Bai Mengli's hands clenched into tight fists, her inner fury surging like tumultuous waves, relentlessly crashing against her heart. Husband, Mengli has failed. I could not protect our child. She lamented, whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall harbor no grievances. Bai Mengli's expression was earnest, her gaze unwavering as she fixed it upon Yi Xian. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. I am already aware of the matter. Even if all beings of the Xinzhou Tianyu united in resistance against that Xianxian, it would amount to naught but a multitude of corpses. Your survival is indeed the best outcome, and moreover, that Xianxian did not harm Xiao Xuan. Flipping through the recent developments of their daughter Bai Xuan, Yi Xian discovered that she was indeed extraordinary. At merely 2 years of age, she had already reached the late Yuanying stage. If this continued, she might attain the true immortal realm before the age of 10. Yi Xian did not comprehend whether special enhancements existed for cultivation in the immortal realm. His other daughters were able to cultivate rapidly due to the aid of several bloodline-based techniques. Yet even among them, the most accomplished had only reached the early stage of He. As he continued to peruse, he found that Bai Xuan was now a disciple at the Xinji University, living quite well, though she lacked the warmth of maternal and paternal love. Yi Xian feared she might go astray, and he resolved to contact his little daughter through the divine thought channel at an opportune moment. Mengli, you must remain calm. That incident was beyond your control. Once you ascend to the immortal realm, do not seek vengeance. We shall address it together when I ascend, and I will ensure our family is reunited. Bai Mengli's eyes sparkled with longing, yet her words remained resolute. Husband, Mengli is guilty. If you do not punish me, my heart cannot find peace. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. How had he not previously noticed that Bai Mengli was so singular-minded? Then let this be your punishment. Bear me another child. You shall wait patiently. Bai Mengli's cheeks flushed. Their first encounter had been rather unfortunate, and this time she wished to make amends with Yi Xian. Yes, husband, Mengli understands. Let us proceed to the Qingxuan sacred ground. Qingxuan sacred ground? Husband, when did this arise? Yi Xian then recalled that the Qingxuan sacred ground had been established after the destruction of the Xumi sacred ground and the disappearance of Bai Mengli. She was unaware of it, which was quite understandable. The Qingxuan sacred ground was established after your disappearance, when Xu Exin and others united with the Qingxuan Sect, the Futureling Song, and some disciples from the Xumi sacred ground. He added, it could be considered my territory, if you will. It is a family enterprise, you see. I see. It is truly wonderful that Xu Exin and the others are doing well. Yi Xian, guided by Mengli, following the sensation of the magic imprint within the palace, flying for roughly 3 hours before they finally located a vast sect concealed within a dense forest formation. Upon arriving at the mountain gate of the Qingxuan sacred ground, the gatekeeper disciple scrutinized them both with a serious expression, his alert stone poised to sound an alarm at any moment. Who are you? What business do you have at the Qingxuan sacred ground? Yi Xian did not take offense. It was only natural that the gatekeeper did not recognize him. Having never visited the Qingxuan sacred ground before, given the unique circumstances of the sacred ground, it was prudent for the disciples to be vigilant. Noticing that Yi Xian and Bai Mengli remained silent and attempted to advance further, the gatekeeper decisively crushed the alarm stone, causing a resonant alarm to echo throughout the entire Qingxuan sacred ground. In an instant, the disciples stationed at the sacred ground surged forth, each wielding a sword, their presence formidable. A formation of several thousand disciples began to gather energy, preparing for combat, when one disciple exclaimed in surprise, "That woman bears an uncanny resemblance to the sacred master." Indeed, She truly resembles the former sacred master. At that moment, an elderly woman stumbled forward from the back of the formation, her eyes filled with excitement as she repeatedly called out, "Sacred Master, is it truly you? Have you returned? Are you here to save our Shumi sacred ground?" Bai Mengli glanced at the elderly figure and, recognizing her by the aura of her soul, immediately identified her as Lin Yun, a former elite disciple of the Shumi sacred ground. "Lin Yun, how have you changed so drastically? Were you not merely over 200 years old?" Upon confirming Bai Mengli's identity, Lin Yun's emotions oscillated between sorrow and elation. "Sacred Master, your return is what truly matters. With you back, our Shumi sacred ground has found its backbone." Bai Mengli waved her hand, her gaze shifting to Yi Xian as she gently remarked, "Since the Shumi sacred ground has perished, it signifies the end of its mission. The Shumi sacred ground no longer exists. Only the Qingxuan sacred ground, which has inherited all it once was, remains. Enough of this talk. Tell me, who has robbed you of your lifespan, transforming you into this state?" "Sacred Master, the Shumi sacred ground is not lost. We, the disciples of the sacred ground, shall never abandon it." Lin Yun, stubborn and unyielding, insisted on reviving the Shumi sacred ground, completely disregarding Bai Mengli's words. Yi Xian began to understand that the Qingxuan sacred ground was rife with discord. However, it was also apparent that the Qingxuan sacred ground was primarily composed of 3 factions, and it would indeed be strange if they were harmonious. This revelation prompted Yi Xian to realize that he needed to cleanse the internal strife within the Qingxuan sacred ground, with Lin Yun being the first target. Bai Mengli, equally incensed by Lin Yun's obstinacy, thought to herself, "I have stated that the Shumi sacred ground is no more." Chapter 69. You have bitten before. You demand that I lead you in a revival and revolution, yet you insist on courting disaster. I cannot save you now. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's discontented gaze, Bai Mengli resorted to a spell to silence Lin Yun. Following Lin Yun's outburst, the others finally grasped the situation. The visitors were none other than the long-missing sacred master of the Shumi sacred ground. As this news spread, several former disciples of the Shumi sacred ground emerged one after another. Among these disciples, many approached Bai Mengli to discuss the reconstruction of the Shumi sacred ground. Yi Xian understood that this was due to Bai Mengli's immense prestige as the sacred master of the Shumi sacred ground. With her existence uncertain, the disciples were eager to ally themselves with the Qingxuan and Qingxuan Sect for their own safety. Now that Bai Mengli had returned, and with her cultivation having advanced, these individuals wished to discard the burdensome past. Bai Mengli, revered and supported by the people, brought Yi Xian joy. However, he disapproved of their desire for independence. Bai Mengli, equally at a loss for words, solemnly reiterated, "I am grateful to all of you for remembering the former glory of the Shumi sacred ground, yet it no longer exists. What has taken its place is the Qingxuan sacred ground. I shall not rebuild the Shumi sacred ground. You must all let go. The Qingxuan sacred ground shall surpass the Shumi sacred ground and forge a brighter future. Will you join the Shumi sacred ground, Sacred Master?" Bai Mengli was left speechless. She was set to ascend in just a few days. Did they expect her to forego her ascension to assist them in their endeavors? In a matter of days, even if she exerted her physical prowess, could they withstand the challenges? No, I have already broken through to the true immortal realm and shall ascend on a chosen day. Joining the Qingxuan sacred ground would only invite trouble. Yi Xian, dissatisfied, cleared his throat to signal Bai Mengli to refrain from excessive discourse with these individuals. Throughout this encounter, Bai Mengli had not introduced Yi Xian, nor had he revealed his strength, leading everyone to perceive him merely as Bai Mengli's attendant, hardly paying him any mind. At this moment, Yi Xian's interruption of Bai Mengli's conversation drew the ire of the remnants of the Shumi sacred ground. A multitude of remnants, eager to reconstruct the sacred land under the auspices of Su Mi Shang Zhu, cast discontented glances toward him, attributing their dissatisfaction to Yi Xian's influence over Bai Mengli, believing it was she who prevented the restoration of Su Mi Shangdi. A particularly audacious remnant of the restoration boldly stepped forward to confront Yi Xian, inquiring about his identity and the reason for his interference in matters concerning the disciples of the sacred land and their esteemed leader. Was he perhaps a former ally of their lord, seeking favors? No one anticipated that Yi Xian before them was, in fact, the son-in-law of the sacred land from 2 years ago, having perished alongside Qingyuan in a spectacular confrontation witnessed by all. Yi Xian, with an air of disdain, refrained from responding to the Restoration Remnant's inquiries, instead questioning their true allegiance. Were they disciples of Qing Xian Shengdi or Sumi Shengdi? The response from the remnants of the sacred land pleased Yi Xian. They claimed to have never joined Qing Xian Shengdi, merely being a group of peripheral disciples connected to their senior sister. Bai Meng Li's expression shifted subtly. She no longer wished to be involved, allowing Yi Xian to proceed as he saw fit. Applauding the remnants of the sacred land, Yi Xian's applause echoed like the harbingers of doom. As far as I know, this territory belongs to Qing Xian Shengdi. With so many of you brandishing weapons here, I can only assume you intend to assault Qing Xian Shengdi. I have a history with them and cannot stand idly by as you threaten them. So, I bid you farewell. With these words, Bai Mengli understood Yi Xian's resolve was unshakable, and she actively cast a spell to seal the surrounding realm. With a mere wave of his hand, Yi Xian beheaded the remnants one by one, their lifeblood nourishing the very earth of Qing Xian Shengdi. This sudden spectacle instilled fear in the nearby disciples of Qing Xian and Fu Tuling Zone, who watched in trepidation, concerned that this formidable being might bear a grudge against them. Bai Mengli, observing the fallen disciples of the sacred land, felt a twinge of discomfort, though she recognized that many who clamored for the restoration of Sumi Shengdi were driven by selfish motives. Yet, this thought was quickly dismissed. These individuals were merely cowards, lacking the spirit of true comradeship with Sumi Shengdi. At that moment, Yi Qianxiu, having received word, rushed back, and upon witnessing the sea of blood at the mountain gate, was ready to act. Yi Xian recognized the powerful auras of several young women before him as his daughters. However, they did not recognize him, and their mother, along with other sisters, was still en route. Bai Mengli, fearing discord between Yi Xian and his daughters, hastily intervened. "Stop! Do you not know who he is? Lord, your return brings us joy. But do you truly intend to protect one who has slain our kin?" Bai Mengli did not respond to the woman's retort, but solemnly declared, "He is your father." The fierce woman was momentarily stunned, reeling from the weight of this revelation. "He is my father? But I thought he was dead." Yi Xian approached Bai Mengli, gently inquiring, "Is your mother here? I sense her absence." Yi Qianxiu stared blankly for a moment. She was the daughter of the second elder of Fu Tuling Zone and had grown up in Sumi Shengdi like a princess, but had never met her father. When she asked her mother, she was told he had perished. "Mother is not here. She is at the military headquarters." "Are you truly my father?" "Of course, who else could I be? Did your mother never mention me?" Ye Wan replied. Yi Qianxiu awkwardly admitted, "Neither my mother, nor my aunt, nor my stepmother ever said you were alive. I was gravely injured and fell into a deep slumber." Yi Xian aimed to correct his daughter's misunderstanding of him, but they all said you were dead. "Fine, it seems correcting this will take time." Ye Wan Sikit. "Are your other aunts and sisters not present at the sect?" "They are all at the military headquarters, handling logistics. The demon tribe has invaded, but we rushed back as soon as we received the news. I was the fastest." After saying this, Yi Qianxiu looked into the distance. Shui Xian has returned. In the next moment, a figure draped in white, like snow, descended gracefully before them. Yi Shui Xian bowed to Bai Mengli before inquiring, "Qianxiu, what has transpired? Why are there so many dead?" Ye Yin Qi gesturet towards Yuan. That was his doing. Yi Shui Xian was left speechless, unable to comprehend her sister's words. Their unreliable father had been dead for nearly 20 years. "What are you talking about? Our father has been gone for ages. Su Xin, come here and let your father see you. I have missed your mother dearly." Yi Xian allowed his aura to emanate fully, revealing his bloodline. As his presence washed over her, Yi Shui Xian felt a thrill deep within her bloodline, confirming that the man before her was indeed her father, who had supposedly died nearly 20 years ago. Having never met Yi Xian, her only knowledge of him stemmed from Lu Qingxuan's fervent admiration. Yet, Yi Shui Xian had always been independent, both in thought and life, so she was not overly influenced by Lu Qingxuan. The reunion between father and daughter was awkward, and as for the remnants of the sacred land, they were not familiar enough to warrant any connection. Yi Shui Xian led Yi Xian into the grand hall of Qing Xian Shengdi and promptly relayed the news to her hundreds of sisters and aunts. The lower-ranked aunts, such as Lu Wei, had long resided in the depths of Qingxuan Sect, protected within its family-like structure, and had been shielded from the outside world. Upon hearing the news, Lu Wei and her peers hurried to the Grand Hall. Nearly 30 years had passed since their last encounter, and Lu Wei's beauty had faded. Even though cultivators could extend their lifespan, her lower aptitude meant only minimal gains. Despite Yi Xian's efforts to procure longevity herbs for her, the enhancement was limited due to her innate qualities. In the realm of Shenzhou Qianyu, there were few treasures capable of elevating one's potential. Lu Wei, like many of Yi Xian's early wives, faced a similar fate. Approaching Yi Xian timidly, Lu Wei performed a respectful greeting. "My lord, it is such a relief to see you safe and sound." Yi Xian promptly assisted Lu Wei, infusing her with a pure essence of energy. "You've aged. With age comes diminished beauty. I remain youthful, and I prefer not to have an elderly lady as my wife," Yi Xian jested, producing a package of rare herbs from the demon tribe's treasury. "Here, open your mouth and take this." Yi Xian extracted a unique longevity herb known as the Qingxuan Sect, consisting of two fruits, the Shengua and the Shigua. When consumed, the two fruits would interact in their respective bodies, allowing the user of the Shigua to transfer their lifespan of 200 years to the user of the Shengua. This rare fruit was a closely guarded treasure of the Wan Yao Tianyu, with only about 100 in existence even after millennia of accumulation. After Lu Wei consumed the fruit, Yi Xian distributed a Shengua to each of the aged concubines, urging them to partake. He himself indulged in a significant quantity of the Shigua. After Yi Xian bestowed a portion of his lifespan, a remarkable surge of vitality flowed from within him into the bodies of Lu Wei and others, effectively extending their lives by 200 years. In this act, Yi Xian willingly transferred his own lifespan of 12,400 years to Lu Wei and her companions. While this figure may seem substantial, it pales in comparison to Yi Xian's immense reservoir of vitality. Had it not been for the fact that this miraculous fruit could only be consumed once, he could have easily repeated the gesture. Lu Wei and the others, feeling the invigorating surge of life, rejoiced immensely. Who wouldn't desire to live a few more years? However, Lu Wei noted that the lifespan she gained was directly siphoned from Yi Xian, prompting her to express concern for his well-being. "My lord, will this transfer harm your health?" Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, "Not at all. I possess ample vitality. Were it not for the limitations of this fruit, I would gladly share more with you. As for other medicinal herbs, I fear they may overwhelm your spiritual roots, so I shall refrain from offering them. Instead, I will seek out items that can enhance the quality of your spiritual roots, and then we shall all attain longevity together." He then began distributing the herbs, proclaiming them to be miraculous elixirs for beauty and rejuvenation, claiming they would restore their youthful appearances. Lu Wei trembled slightly as she held the herbs. Her lord was no longer the mere son-in-law of Qingxuan Sect, and despite the vast differences in their status, he had never forgotten the humble women around him. Tears of happiness welled in Lu Wei's eyes, and she felt an overwhelming urge to bow to the late matron who had cared for them. After distributing the beauty-enhancing herbs, the women eagerly consumed them, for what woman does not cherish beauty? Upon consuming the herbs, Lu Wei's beauty reached its zenith, and she appeared even more radiant than before. Although she could not rival the likes of Lu Qingxue and Bai Mengli, she had the advantage of being a wife. After these moments, Yi Xian asked a question that had long lingered in his mind. "Xiao Wei, do you know why Fu Rong did not come along? I can sense that she is indeed within the sacred land." Lu Wei sighed, her eyes filled with melancholy. "My husband, you may not be aware, but when you were confronted Li Gang, everyone condemned her for her actions, tarnishing her reputation. Had it not been for Wang Fu Rong revealing Yuer's background, she might have faced expulsion from Qingxuan Sect. However, this matter was ultimately a misstep by Wang Fu Rong and Yi Xian against Li Gang, and after Li Gang's departure, no one dared to mention it again. Consequently, Yuer and Wang Fu Rong became increasingly marginalized. Yet, Yuer is inherently resilient and proud. She refused to accept favors from the sect, choosing instead to seek her own means of sustenance for herself and her mother. After leaving with some funds, Yuer disappeared for several years, only to return with her powers vastly enhanced, possibly due to some fortuitous encounter. Upon her triumphant return, she caught the attention of the esteemed Mu Qingge, who arranged a commendable position for her within the sect. Eventually, the sect merged into what is now the sacred land of Qingxuan, and her several talented sisters appreciated Yuer, facilitating her placement within the military. Thus, their lives improved considerably. Listening to Lu Wei's recounting, Yi Xian reminisced about the time he had aided Li Yu from afar, not only bestowing upon her a talent, but also granting her 100 points of fortune. With his assistance, it was no wonder she returned as a conqueror. Xiaowei, I wish to. Yi Xian hesitated, unsure of how to express his desire to seek out a woman without a formal title and his illegitimate child. Fortunately, Lu Wei understood the myriad thoughts of her one and only husband. Chapter 70. The Upper Realm. Despite Yi Xian's many faults, he had always treated his wives and concubines with genuine kindness, not just materially but emotionally as well. Lu Wei grasped Yi Xian's hand and placed it over her heart. My husband, do you feel that? My heartbeat. It is rapid, isn't it? This is because, as your wife, my heart races at the sight of you once more. Therefore, I believe Fu Rong feels the same. You should go and see her. With tears in his eyes, Yi Xian felt profoundly grateful for such a wife. Xiaowei, thank you. I shall return to accompany you later. Lu Wei nodded and turned, using her former status as the head wife to gather Yi Xian's earlier wives and concubines back to him. Not only did Lu Wei convince herself to share Yi Xian with another woman, but she also managed the affairs of his other wives. It was overwhelming for Yi Xian. Wiping away tears of gratitude, Yi Xian's determination solidified. With a grand gesture, he led his earlier wives and concubines back to the depths of the sacred land of Qingxuan, entrusting the remaining arrangements to Lu Wei. He sought the presence of Wang Fu Rong, following her aura to a desolate little courtyard on the fringes of the sacred land. Pushing open the wooden door, he found Wang Fu Rong, who, though her beauty had faded, now exuded an air of tranquility. Inside, she was having dinner alone, setting 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the stone table, one for herself, one for her husband, and one for her children. Hearing the door creak open, Wang Fu Rong assumed it was her daughter, Li Yu, returning home, and without turning, she waved her hand, inviting the guest to join her for dinner. As her household was unique and seldom received visitors, Yi Xian remained silent, taking a seat across from her and began to eat heartily. Despite having long since ceased to consume ordinary food, preferring exquisite delicacies or legendary beasts to satisfy his appetite. Upon seeing the man before her, Wang Fu Rong's hands trembled, and she nearly dropped her bowl. Yi Xian, using his mental prowess, steadied her bowl, then gently placed it back in front of her. Ignoring her stunned expression, he continued to eat. You should eat. This is the first time I've had a meal prepared by you. While it may not compare to the cuisine of a master chef, I find it delightful. Gradually, Wang Fu Rong emerged from her shock and silently lifted her bowl to eat. The meal, though simple and somewhat meager, was enjoyed thoroughly, even in the absence of conversation. As the meal concluded, Wang Fu Rong hastily cleaned the dishes, seeking a temporary reprieve from Yi Xian to calm her internal turmoil. She took over an hour washing the bowl, fearing even the sturdiest of materials would not withstand her scrubbing. When she finally returned to the front courtyard, Li Yu had just arrived home. After nearly 20 years apart, Li Yu had blossomed into a striking young woman. She burst through the door and enveloped Yi Xian in a bear hug. Father, father, father. Her repeated calls, shifting from shock to reproach to elation, expressed her longing for paternal love. Yi Xian gently patted Li Yu's back, comforting the daughter he felt he had wronged the most. Be good, Yuer. I am here. After a lengthy embrace, she reluctantly released him upon Wang Fu Rong's gentle prompting. Father, where have you been all these years? I thought you had truly passed away. I haven't even had a chance to honor you properly. I went to distant lands, he replied. Enough of that. Let's not dwell on such matters. Now that I, your father, have acquired considerable wealth, come, allow me to present to you my treasures. With a grand gesture, Yi Xian first bestowed upon Wang Furong a special herbal remedy for rejuvenation, then unveiled an array of rare and exquisite treasures for Li Yu to select from. Wait, Li Yu had long since changed her name. She is now known as Yi Yu, sharing her father's surname, Yi. Upon receiving the herbs, Wang Furong displayed no reluctance. She accepted them with grace. Without hesitation, she consumed the herbs, her once faded beauty rejuvenated, restoring her to the youthful visage of 17 or 18, even more radiant than before. Furong, do you wish to have another child? Are you not content with the number you already have? Another would not be out of the question. If it's a boy, he could accompany me in your stead. Wang Furong was unaware if Yi Xian had son. But to her knowledge, after departing from Qingxuan Sect, he had only fathered daughters. Should he still lack a son, she would relish the competition. While the two were engrossed in their affectionate exchanges, Yi meticulously perused the treasures, experiencing the joys of a wealthy young lady for the first time in her life. After a careful selection, she ultimately chose several herbs for health and longevity, most of which she deemed unnecessary, appearing to be intended for Wang Furong. Yi Xian immediately admonished her, insisting that Wang Furong's needs were his responsibility, urging her to select items for her own use. Reluctantly, Yi Yu complied and began anew. In this instance, Yi Xian presented a variety of materials sourced from demonic beasts, though he was uncertain of their intended use. Following that, a heartwarming moment ensued as Yi Xian sent Yi Yu away to join her sisters for the evening, citing the need for a private discussion with his mother. Yi Yu delightedly took her leave, pleased to witness her parents' growing affection, and sought out her sisters, Yi Shi and Yi Wei, who had just returned to the sect. After Yi Yu departed, the atmosphere between Yi Xian and Wang Furong grew increasingly intimate, one a lonely beauty after many years, the other a man eager to expand his lineage. What more could be said? As night deepened, the door was firmly shut. Beep. Detected that the host is engaging in procreation with spouse, Wang Furong. Current spouse, Wang Furong, possesses mid-grade spiritual roots. The host may expend 1 year of lifespan to enhance the life essence, enabling the spouse, Wang Furong, to conceive offspring with superior spiritual roots. Beep. Detected that the host is engaging in procreation with spouse, Wang Furong. Current spouse, Wang Furong, possesses mid-grade spiritual roots. The host may expend 10 years of lifespan to enhance the life essence, enabling the spouse, Wang Furong, to conceive offspring with extraordinary spiritual roots. Calm down, system. I shall take my time. Yi Xian toiled through the night, ultimately deciding to allow Wang Furong to conceive once more, this time with a child of exceptional spiritual roots. And he invested a considerable sum to endow this child with the innate talent of a blood demon physique. As for the limitation of spiritual roots, Yi Xian had a premonition that once the system upgraded to level 4, he would devise a solution. At that time, he would ensure that all his children possessed the gifts of true immortals. As for his wives and concubines, he would contemplate methods to address their circumstances, perhaps even pursuing their reincarnations to rekindle their fates. The following noon, nearly all of Yi Xian's children, having received news, hastily returned to the Qingxuan sacred land, including Li Xuanji, Mu Qingge, and Lu Weiwei. Previously, while Yi Xian was far away in the myriad demons' domain, he had lost contact with them. Thus, they were unaware of his survival. Yi Xian seated himself at the head of the great hall, with Bai Mengli accompanying him on the left and Lu Wei, as his primary wife, seated on his right, bestowing upon him significant honor. Gazing upon his daughters, each unique and breathtakingly beautiful, Yi Xian could not help but smile with satisfaction. Today, I have summoned you all for a singular purpose, to enhance your innate qualities. I possess the blood demon physique, the nirvana true phoenix bloodline, the supreme ancestral dragon bloodline, the indestructible sword body, chaos essence, supreme bone, invincible heavy eyes, flawless Tao heart, one thought of gods and demons, the vitality of all living beings, the innate Tao body, the 9 profound heaven physique, the 10,000 Tao longevity technique, and 18 other special physique buffs. Each of you may choose one, and I shall bestow that physique upon you. Now it was the turn of Bai Mengli and others, who already possessed such special physiques, to become unsettled. They had no inkling that Yi Xian possessed so many and could bestow them upon his progeny. As a true immortal cultivator, Bai Mengli found it incomprehensible. The invincible heavy eyes were unique to him in the Shenzhou celestial realm, while her daughter, Bai Xuan, had inherited this trait. She was taken to the upper realm at birth. Such innate special physiques were presumed to be inherently possessed. Otherwise, one could only seize or usurp them from others. The notion of bestowing such gifts was unheard of. My husband, do not boast. Each of these physiques is innately possessed. They cannot simply be conferred upon children. Yi Xian waved dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance. Women possess long hair, yet short sight. Just watch as I demonstrate. With full force, Yi Xian unleashed all 18 buffs. A wondrous power and aura circulating within him, harmoniously balanced rather than conflicting. Bai Mengli could hardly contain her disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment, her composure shattered by the sheer brilliance of the spectacle before her. Yi Xian reveled in the expressions of his wives and daughters, turning to ask Yi Xuexin, "You already possess the undying, true Phoenix bloodline. Besides elevating it to the Nirvana, true Phoenix bloodline, I can grant you an additional buff. Which would you prefer?" Yi Yuijin, taken aback, pointed to herself and exclaimed, "Father, I wish to have my younger sister's invincible heavy eyes." "Very well, my dear. Come here. Rest assured. The process will be painless." Yi Xuexin felt a chill run down her spine. She could not quite grasp why Yi Xian's assurance of a painless experience felt so peculiar. Yet for the invincible heavy eyes, she was resolute. Standing tall, nearly matching Yi Xian's towering height of 185 centimeters, she had indeed inherited his fine genes. "Xuexin, are you prepared? I shall begin." Yi Xuexin, unable to suppress a nervous gulp, bravely declared, "Father, I am ready. Please proceed." Confirming her readiness, Yi Xian wasted no time in accessing the system's offspring talent customization page, locating Yi Xuexin and modifying her buff section. He forcefully altered the undying in her undying true Phoenix bloodline to Nirvana, then added the invincible heavy eyes, finalizing the transaction, deducting nearly 10 billion years of lifespan. Were it not for his ample remaining lifespan, Yi Xian might have feared an untimely demise. However, this endeavor to enhance the abilities of hundreds of offspring would necessitate some adjustments even for one as affluent as Yi Xian. The scene shifted back to the Grand Hall of Qingxuan Sacred Land. Upon confirmation, a phoenix apparition materialized around Yi Xuexin, the fiery red creature, beginning its metamorphosis. First, its feathers transitioned to a golden red hue, followed by a slight increase in size. Ultimately, the transformation culminated in the emergence of a new, radiant beast with shimmering golden red feathers. Yi Xuexin, drenched in sweat, found the agony of the bloodline enhancement unbearable. She could only think to tell Yi Xian, "I trusted you, you old rascal." Yet just as she caught her breath, she clutched her eyes and began to wail in pain, as if beset by an unknown torment. Several sisters of the same age as Xuan wished to assist her, but were sternly reprimanded and halted by Xuan. "All of you step back. Xuan will be fine. Yiyu, it's your turn next." The bloodline suppression emanating from Xuan was particularly effective against these stunning celestial maidens. As the human psyche is inherently steeped in notions of seniority and filial piety, Yiyu, being the first of Xuan's offspring to experience such a buff, had already endured the excruciating pain associated with it, despite Xuan's insistence that it was not painful at all. Under the worried gazes of her sisters, Yiyu stepped forward, kneeling before Xuan and bowing her head 3 times. "Father, I wish to obtain the blood demon physique of Sister Hanshan. I implore you to grant my request." "As you wish." Xuan opened Yiyu's personal interface and, following the flawless Dao heart, bestowed upon her the blood demon physique. Upon completion, an endless surge of bloodline energy erupted from all corners of the Grand Hall, converging into Yiyu's body. The infusion transformed her fundamentally, and she knelt silently before Xuan, her brow furrowed in concentration. The fusion of the buff would take some time. Thus, Xuan decided to expedite the process by bestowing buffs upon his daughters while awaiting their completion. He surveyed the room without making any particular selections. As he could not yet discern who was who, "Father, I volunteer. I choose the indestructible sword body." This proclamation came from a strikingly beautiful yet aloof young lady, though her voice contradicted her appearance, bearing the tone of a lowly. Instantly, Xuan thought of Yuanxin. "Are you the daughter of Yuanxin?" "No, wait. Is your mother Yuanxi or Yuanxin?" Yuanxin and Yuanxi were one entity with dual souls, leaving Xuan uncertain about how to classify this young woman. "All right, next, who is it?" Reporting to father, "My mother possesses a dual soul. I embody both halves." Xuan responded with a thoughtful emem. "Very well, since you have chosen the indestructible sword body, allow me to present you with a sword. This weapon, known as the Evergreen Sword Willow, is crafted from a branch shed by the ancient demon of the 10,000 demons realm, Chiolyo. It will serve you well until the transcendent stage." Yu jumped with joy. fully aware that the Qinglu demon tree was a formidable being at the peak of the transcendent stage. The sword made from his body would certainly be of a superior caliber, likely surpassing even the accessories of the Holy Master by Mengli. Thrilled, Yu promptly knelt again to express her gratitude to Xuan. Xuan's eyelid twitched. This girl was delightful in many ways, but inherited a peculiar blend of traits from her two mothers, creating an odd impression, a silly yet striking young lady. After bestowing the evergreen sword willow upon Yu, Xuan proceeded to her interface and added the indestructible sword body to her existing talents. The indestructible sword body was remarkable, and with Yu already adept in swordsmanship, she immediately fused the evergreen sword willow into her innate divine sword. Although the fusion was successful, as expected from the system, Yu could not escape the inevitable pain that accompanied the process. Following Yu, more daughters volunteered to receive buffs from Xuan. Blood Demon Physique, Blood Demon Physique, Blood Demon Physique. Invincible Double Pupils, Nirvana, True Phoenix Bloodline, Blood Demon Physique. Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Blood Demon Physique. Indestructible Sword Body, Blood Demon Physique, Chaos Energy, Innate Tao Body. Blood Demon Physique, All Living Beings Physique, 10,000 Ways of Longevity Technique, Blood Demon Physique. After several hours, Xuan successfully granted at least one buff to each of his hundreds of daughters and bestowed numerous rare treasures and extraordinary divine weapons. However, to Xuan's surprise, the Blood Demon Physique was the most frequently chosen. In this world, a cultivator's potential is largely constrained by the quality of their spiritual roots, making a physique like the Blood Demon, which does not discriminate based on cultivation level, particularly sought after. Consider the scenario where two individuals with exceptional spiritual roots reach the pinnacle of their cultivation. One possesses the indestructible sword body, renowned for its resilience, while the other wields the Blood Demon Physique, ultimately leading to a drawn-out battle. Despite the indestructible sword body's formidable attack power, the Blood Demon Physique's rapid recovery of health and mana ensures that as long as the cultivator is not instantly vanquished, they will ultimately prevail. Speed alone does not equate to victory. Survival until the end is the true measure of success, aligning perfectly with Xuan's philosophy. This endeavor, however, had depleted a considerable portion of Xuan's lifespan. Though he possessed an abundance of lifespan, the sheer number of daughters was staggering, and bestowing buffs was quite costly. Xuan resolved that henceforth, any daughter seeking buffs would need to demonstrate significant contributions to the Yi family. After a while, Xuan, the first daughter to receive a buff from Xuan, finally regained her composure. Upon the completion of her fusion, she eagerly tested her newly acquired double pupils. Possessing exceptional talent, Xuan surpassed, even by Mengli, the source of the double pupils, in aptitude. Just after obtaining her new abilities, she successfully unleashed the Annihilation Divine Light and the Rebirth Divine Light, both manifestations of her double pupils. This speed was such that even by Mengli, the originator of the double pupils, felt inferior. Unbeknownst to Xuan, she believed that the light of the double pupils could be easily unleashed once acquired. Eager to gain more experience, she hurriedly sought guidance from her nominal master, who was in reality her stepmother, the Holy Master Bai Mengli. As a caring stepmother, Bai Mengli generously recorded her memories onto a memory stone and presented it to Xuan, advising her to ask any questions while she had yet to ascend, promising to elucidate each one. Xuan treasured the stone, repeatedly expressing her gratitude with bows to both Xuan and Bai Mengli before departing with the memory stone in hand. As time passed, more daughters completed their talent fusions, forming circles of diverse talents, led by the original owners who shared their cultivation insights for collective advancement. Bai Mengli observed this scene, glancing at the man beside her, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After 20 years apart, Xuan had bestowed upon her countless surprises, not only his extraordinary physique and cultivation level, which had reached astonishing heights in less than 20 years, but also the vastness of his vision. If possible, she wished to delay her ascension to the immortal realm to aid Xuan in realizing his ambition of unifying the mountain and sea immortal domain. However, she sensed an unseen force descending, attempting to guide her to the immortal realm. Nevertheless, this perception was merely a reflection of her affection for him, clouded by an emotional lens. While Xuan generously granted various extraordinary physiques and talents to others, The ultimate beneficiaries remained his offspring, the newly established Yi family. He lavishly squandered precious materials and bestowed extraordinary divine weapons upon his children, as it was more beneficial to enhance their strength while reaping the rewards himself. After enduring Bai Mengli's gaze for an extended period, Xuan felt a slight chill run down his spine. Given his cultivation level, such a reaction was unusual. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "What are you thinking?" Bai Mengli smiled softly, "Oh, just pondering a few things." Xuan raised an eyebrow, his expression questioning her sincerity. But Bai Mengli feigned ignorance. Bai Mengli chose to remain silent, and Yi Xian was not inclined to probe deeper. For the influence of the Gongxin Zhuang demon seal assured him that Bai Mengli would not wish him harm. On the second evening after his return to the Qingxuan sacred land, Yi Xian summoned his several hundred wives and numerous children to host a grand banquet. The ingredients utilized were exquisite materials Yi Xian had procured from the treasure vault of the Yaoshan temple, including some rare and nourishing beast demon meat, with even the chopsticks crafted from the branches of the ancient Qinglu demon. This banquet, crafted from such lavish ingredients, was likely unprecedented in the Tianyou Shenzhou. Each dish, even if merely inhaled, offered an unparalleled enhancement to one's vitality. The evening was filled with joyous song and dance, and as Yi Xian reminisced about the time of his arrival in this realm, he recalled his initial state of destitution, reduced to being a son-in-law to the Qingxuan Sect. Fortunately, he had made the right choices. After a few years of carefree living, he was once again compelled to serve as a son-in-law in the Futuling sect, ultimately finding himself in the Shumi sacred land under the same title. Yi Xian realized that his journey to prosperity seemed to be intertwined with the role of a son-in-law. However, being a son-in-law was not without its merits, for he had grown stronger over time. As the banquet concluded and the wine flowed freely, his numerous wives and daughters returned to their respective homes, leaving Yi Xian unsure of whom to accompany. Well, there was one daughter who was no longer in this realm. Bai Mengli was with her. In front of the altar of the Qingxuan sacred hall, Bai Mengli, clad in a flowing blue gown, approached Yi Xian with 2 cups of tiger bone wine and seated herself beside him, both gazing at the full moon hanging in the sky. Bai Mengli initiated the conversation, inquiring about his thoughts. Yi Xian snapped back to reality, lifted a cup of tiger bone wine to his lips, took a sip, and jokingly replied, "I was contemplating which wife's bed I should sneak into tonight. What do you think? Care to join me?" Bai Mengli took a sip of her wine and retorted, "You scoundrel." After speaking, she stood up from the steps, turned, and positioned herself in front of Yi Xian. The tiger bone wine was brewed from a peak-level tiger demon at the harmonization stage, possessing potent effects. During the banquet, he had refrained from allowing his weaker wives to consume too much, each receiving but a small cup. However, he imposed no such limitations on Bai Mengli, being a genuine true immortal in her own right. Yet, as the moonlight illuminated her cheeks, a faint blush appeared, enhancing her enchanting beauty. She had not utilized her cultivation to dispel the wine's effects. Leaning closer to Yi Xian, emboldened by the alcohol, she proposed, "Let us have another child." Yi Xian was elated, for it was Bai Mengli who had broached the subject. He swiftly lifted her into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Wife, you proposed this. I still remember your actions from 20 years ago, and today you must experience the feelings I had back then." Recalling her previous playful antics, Bai Mengli's face flushed deeper, and with a hint of pride, she turned her head away, softly replying, "As you wish." Her demeanor ignited Yi Xian's playful spirit. "As I wish. Then I believe this grand hall is quite suitable." Upon hearing Yi Xian's teasing suggestion, Bai Mengli quickly turned her face back, firmly rejecting, "No, not here. Let's go to the back hall." Yi Xian momentarily felt a twinge of disappointment, but he was merely jesting with Bai Mengli. He was not particularly inclined towards such spontaneous escapades. Observing Yi Xian's stillness, Bai Mengli feared he might take advantage of the situation, and without further ado, she led him into her own dual-pupil world. With a swift transition, within the dual-pupil world Bai Mengli, she reclined on the bed, striking a pose she deemed alluring, ready to playfully tease Yi Xian. Not one to indulge her whims, Yi Xian swiftly discarded his outer garments and proceeded with fervor. The system chimed, ding. The host is detected to be nurturing offspring with spouse, Bai Mengli. Current spouse, Bai Mengli, possesses a celestial spiritual root. The host may expend 1 year of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing for the birth of a child with superior spiritual roots. Ding. The host is detected to be nurturing offspring with spouse by Mengli. Current spouse by Mengli possesses a celestial spiritual root. The host may expend 10 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing for the birth of a child with exceptional spiritual roots. Ding. The host is detected to be nurturing offspring with spouse by Mengli. Current spouse by Mengli possesses a celestial spiritual root. The host may expend 100,000 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing for the birth of a child with immortal roots. Ding. The host is detected to be nurturing offspring with spouse by Mengli. Current spouse by Mengli possesses a celestial spiritual root. The host may expend 100 million years of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing for the birth of a child with white quality fortune. Ding. The host is detected to be nurturing offspring with spouse by Mengli. Current spouse by Mengli possesses a celestial spiritual root. The host may expend 1 billion years of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing for the birth of blue quality fortune. By Mengli, prepare yourself. The momentous event is upon us. Yes, my husband, I am ready. With a beauty poised for bloom, Xuan did not wish to squander this delightful evening and silently resolved, system. I choose to expend 1 billion years of lifespan. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Life essence enhancement successful. Xuan and by Mengli, after a 20-year hiatus, once again engaged in a passionate union, vanishing for 2 days. 3 days later, in the center of the martial plaza of the Qingxuan Sacred Land, by Mengli, adorned in a white gown and wielding the ink cloud sword specially forged for her by Xuan, awaited the unknown in the skies above. Around noon, amidst the tranquil blue sky, dark currents surged as a rift was torn open by an unseen, formidable force. This scene had not been witnessed since 20 years prior. A harbinger of celestial beings descending, much like the time of Xuan and the others' births. As the rift widened to the width of a person, an old acquaintance emerged, albeit with a less than favorable expression. Nangong Jing had originally planned a shopping trip with her sisters after work, only to receive an urgent command from her superior to escort a newly ascended immortal to the Shenzhou celestial domain. Upon recognizing the coordinates, she sighed in resignation, for she had visited this location several times within the past year due to fixed business trips. Upon her arrival, she intended to assert dominance over the lower realm's populace, venting her frustration over the unexpected over time. The pressure of her true immortal realm surged forth, aiming to crush all beneath it. But the results were not as she had anticipated. As her pressure met the Qingxuan Sacred Land, it dissipated as if a cow sinking into the sea. Nangong Jing was taken aback, thinking to herself, this small place possesses a defense array capable of neutralizing my true immortal realm power? How absurd! Unwilling to relent, she once again concentrated her pressure towards the Qingxuan Sacred Land, this time holding nothing back, eager to gauge the capabilities of this outrageous defense array. The array, however, was clearly less composed than before. After a few seconds of resistance, fine cracks began to appear. Bai Mengli could no longer watch idly, knowing that this array had been reinforced by Xuan, specifically to protect the women of the Qingxuan Sacred Land, utilizing numerous extraordinary materials and rare treasures. If Nangong Jing were to damage it, the loss would be catastrophic. Bai Mengli soared from the Qingxuan Sacred Land, channeling her power to assist the great array in withstanding Nangong Jing's pressure. Chapter 72, Master of Mountains and Seas, the women bear children. Nangong Jing immediately recognized Bai Mengli and sensed her recent entry into the true immortal realm. The extraordinary talent of Bai Mengli evoked a sense of admiration. In the realm of Shenzhou, the laws are incomplete, rendering the attainment of true immortality nearly impossible. One can only hope to leave the Shenzhou immortal domain or for someone to unify all under the Shanghai immortal domain, where a small world may exist. And the perfection of the heavenly Tao's laws could allow for the cultivation of true immortality. With Bai Mengli's assistance, the formation of Qingxuan Sect successfully withstood the assault from Nangong Jing. Bai Mengli, with her sword held horizontally in one hand, addressed Nangong Jing with unyielding composure, questioning why the esteemed Nangong sought to destroy her sect's grand formation. Nangong Jing waved her hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly that her actions were merely out of boredom and that her descent to the lower realm was solely to escort Bai Mengli. Bai Mengli's expression turned cold. Even she found Nangong Jing's response unsatisfactory, as it reeked of disdain from the immortals of the upper realm towards the lower realm of Shenzhou. Bai Mengli suppressed her aura. As an immortal from the upper realm, she knew it unwise to act rashly against Nangong Jing. A gentleman avenges himself after 10 years, and it would not be prudent to openly confront her. However, Yi Xian was unfazed by such considerations. Nangong Jing's actions had touched his reverse scale, and he could not swallow his indignation. Yi Xian soared out from the Great Hall, recognizing the need for caution when facing an immortal. He activated all available buffs the moment he emerged. The previously unused primordial world manifested, transforming into a 1-meter diameter black sphere that floated above Yi Xian's head. Nangong Jing turned pale, not due to Yi Xian's cultivation or the array of advanced buffs, but because she was astounded that he possessed a self-contained world. The ability to manifest a world externally indicated a peak golden immortal level of power. She never imagined that this realm concealed an individual of such formidable strength. Nangong Jing had no time to evade as Yi Xian's primordial world bore down upon her, forcefully pinning her to the ground, rendering her immobile. Yi Xian was equally surprised by the swift conclusion of the confrontation. He had anticipated a protracted battle with Nangong Jing, yet it ended in a single round. Bai Mengli was left in a daze. Even after her breakthrough to true immortality, Nangong Jing emanated an unfathomable pressure. This was primarily because Bai Mengli had achieved immortality in the flawed laws of Shenzhou, her foundation not matching that of the upper realm's native Nangong Jing. Furthermore, she had yet to cultivate the techniques and methods available after reaching true immortality, effectively rendering her not even at the first level of true immortality. As Yi Xian gazed at Nangong Jing, pinned beneath the primordial world, he found himself uncertain whether to attribute her defeat to her ineptitude or to the enigmatic nature of the primordial world. Oh, is that not the immortal Nangong? It's been decades. You've certainly let yourself go. Nangong Jing turned her head, racking her memory to recall where she had encountered this man. After some contemplation, she finally arrived at a plausible conjecture. Are you the father of those perfect immortal seedlings? Not too shabby. Indeed, they are all my children, including by Xuan, who was taken away by that Xianxing 2 years ago. The self-contained world, the remnants of the law, the seedlings of supreme quality. So it was. You are the reincarnated golden immortal. Nangong Jing's wild speculation spiraled, crafting an image of Yi Xian as a hidden powerhouse who had reincarnated to pursue some great fortune. Reaching the peak of golden immortality, Yi Xian, amused, immediately adopted a role-playing mode. It seems you are not entirely foolish, having guessed my true identity. Therefore, I can no longer spare you. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he spoke. Nangong Jing, realizing that Yi Xian intended to kill her, was instantly paralyzed with fear, losing the calm demeanor she had previously maintained. Golden immortal, please do not kill me. I am of use. I am willing to follow you. Please spare my life. Her earlier bravado had vanished. She had perceived Yi Xian's true cultivation to be at the early stage of the integration realm. While a self-contained world was a golden immortal's technique, it was limited by Yi Xian's cultivation level, capable only of suppressing her, a true immortal, but not capable of killing her. Bai Mengli conveyed through telepathy that although Nangong Jing was eccentric, she had not harmed anyone from Qingxuan's sacred land. Furthermore, as a being from the upper realm, she might possess some backing. Thus, taking her as a servant was the wisest choice. Yi Xian, heeding Bai Mengli's advice, decided to momentarily restrain his power. Very well, in light of your past kindness towards Mengli, I shall spare your life. However, you shall not return. You will remain here to serve me. With a thought, Yi Xian drew Nangong Jing into the self-contained world, and she was transported back into his body. With the guide no longer present, Bai Mengli was uncertain of the next steps toward ascension. Yet, without ascending, her cultivation could not progress, and she could not save her daughter. Thus, in a closed loop, Bai Mengli chose to ascend. Yi Xian connected with Nangong Jing, who was now trapped within the primordial world. After some interrogation, he finally acquired the method of ascension and some necessary precautions. Yi Xian relayed the information to Bai Mengli, urging her to take care of herself and to avoid attempting to rescue her daughter by Xuan, instructing her to wait for him instead. Yi Xian finally provided Bai Mengli with a sense of security. She nodded in agreement, assuring him that she would heed his words and stay safe in the upper realm. Awaiting his arrival, the unfolding events mirrored the cliches of a dramatic narrative, causing Yi Xian to ponder whether Bai Mengli was merely humoring him. However, he had no recourse. He had never cultivated, and even if he wished to attain immortality in a short span, it was beyond his capabilities. Currently, he could only wait for one of his daughters to achieve an immortal status before he could ascend himself. After a heartfelt farewell, Bai Mengli commenced the ascension process according to the method Yi Xian obtained from Nangong Jing. Ascending to the immortal realm sounded grand, yet the process was surprisingly simple. Bai Mengli merely needed to step through the spatial rift torn open by Nangong Jing to be transported to the immortal realm. The immortal realm was relatively tranquil, divided into three major factions: humans, demons, and spirits. Yet their interactions were not overly hostile, with only occasional large-scale skirmishes resulting in the death of a few immortals. In all honesty, Yi Xian felt uneasy about Bai Mengli venturing to the immortal realm alone. However, she was resolute in her decision, leaving him with no choice but to assist her to the best of his ability. "Mengli, wait for me here. I will return shortly." With that, Yi Xian vanished into thin air, entering the primordial world, his gaze fixed upon Nangong Jing's delicate form, deep in contemplation. "What do you intend to do?" Nangong Jing asked, filled with trepidation. "Ye want similet vikidli." "Fear not. I currently lack the time to deal with you. I merely wish to borrow something." As he spoke, he began to rummage through Nangong Jing's belongings, swiftly stripping her of all her possessions. Faced with Yi Xian's brazen actions, Nangong Jing transitioned from resistance to submission, mentally bracing herself. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Xian ceased his actions. Holding the celestial garments, identity tokens, and various other items he had taken, he departed the primordial world, leaving Nangong Jing alone in desolation. The scene shifted back to Qingxuan sacred land. Yi Xian presented the items he had taken from Nangong Jing to Bai Mengli. "My dear, what are these?" Bai Mengli inquired, examining the somewhat familiar garments with skepticism. Nangong Jing's attire undoubtedly belongs to her affiliated faction, along with the waste token. In times of crisis, utilize this one yet to navigate through challenges. It may prove beneficial. By the way, come here. Leave a drop of your essence blood for me, just in case. Bai Mengli obediently left a drop of her essence blood, embracing Yi Xian deeply before resolutely soaring towards the rift left by Nangong Jing. In the blink of an eye, Bai Mengli completely vanished from the Shenzhou Qianyu, her presence dissipating even from the entire Shanghai Xinyu. Even Yi Xian, employing the Gongxin seed's demonic imprint, could only vaguely sense Bai Mengli's existence, unable to pinpoint her exact location. After Bai Mengli ascended, Yi Xian dismissed the ladies who had come to bid her farewell. In a shift of scene, Yi Xian returned once more to the Xuan world. Nangong Jing was meditating, gathering strength in an attempt to break through this self-contained world and return to the Xinjia. Yi Xian's arrival disrupted Nangong Jing's focus, preventing her from concentrating on her cultivation. She attempted to cover her exposed skin and modesty with her arms, but the limited area of concealment only rendered her more alluring. Xuan apruruchit her slowly, displaying an enticing expression. Frightened, Nangong Jing retreated repeatedly. Within this Xuan world, she had no means to resist should Yi Xian decide to act upon her. "If you don't come any closer," Yi Xian disregarded her alluring warning and continued to advance with a measured gait. "Oh no, what do you intend to do? Please, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll scream for help." Nangong Jing's mind was racing, and she began to speak nonsensically. In this Xuan world, aside from her and Yi Xian, there was no third party to hear her cries for help. Cornered with no escape, Nangong Jing felt Yi Xian's fingers brush against her hair, prompting the system to present a brand new notification for the first time. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for your initial contact with a primal Xianmai spouse, unlocking the Xianmai family system achievement. Current progress, 0. Xianmai family? What is that? System, please explain." Ding! The Xianmai family is a new standard that tracks the number of offspring between the host and women possessing Xianren bloodlines. So it merely counts the number of offspring I have with Xianren. It's not much different from what I already know, just a separate tally. Ding! The host is unaware. Once a cultivator reaches the first level of true immortal, their spiritual roots will merge with their bloodline, transforming into Xianmai. However, offspring born from women bearing Xianmai will inherently possess Xianmai, cultivating at an accelerated rate far beyond ordinary offspring, provided there is sufficient energy. They can be forcibly infused with the essence of the true immortal realm. Is it truly that extraordinary? Initially, Yi Xian thought the offspring of himself and women like Bai Mengli, who possessed spiritual roots, were already remarkable, cultivating from the womb and entering the world with innate prowess, exhibiting a remarkably rapid growth rate. Take Bai Xuan, for instance. Though merely 2 years old, her cultivation already surpassed that of her elder sisters, quickly catching up to her middle-aged sisters, and even overtaking those closer in age like Yi Xuexin within a few years. Now, the emergence of an even more extraordinary Xianmai offspring, born with the body of an immortal, capable of attaining immortality with just energy infusion, is indeed a true second-generation immortal. Now Yi Xian gazed at Nangong Jing with a ravenous desire. After all, who wouldn't he yearn for such formidable offspring? Nangong Jing, I require your assistance. Oh no, what are you planning? Don't touch me. Where can I touch? Be good. Let me see if your development is normal. In the midst of Yi Xian's adeptly multifaceted pursuits, Nangong Jing ultimately fell into his grasp, becoming one of the foundational pillars for the expansion of the Yi family. Ding. Detecting that the host is currently nurturing offspring with the spouse, Nangong Jing, the current spouse S, Nangong Jing, qualification is true immortal Xianmai. The host may consume 1 year of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing the spouse, Nangong Jing, to conceive high-grade spiritual root offspring. Ding. Detecting that the host is currently nurturing offspring with the spouse, Nangong Jing, the current spouse S, Nangong Jing, qualification is true immortal Xianmai. The host may consume 10 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing the spouse, Nangong Jing, to conceive top-grade spiritual root offspring. Ding. Detecting that the host is currently nurturing offspring with the spouse, Nangong Jing, the current spouse S, Nangong Jing, qualification is true immortal Xianmai. The host may consume 100,000 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing the spouse, Nangong Jing, to conceive Xian spiritual root offspring. Ding. Detecting that the host is currently nurturing offspring with the spouse, Nangong Jing, the current spouse S, Nangong Jing, qualification is true immortal Xianmai. The host may consume 100 million years of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing the spouse, Nangong Jing, to conceive offspring of white quality fortune. Ding. Detecting that the host is currently nurturing offspring with the spouse, Nangong Jing, the current spouse S, Nangong Jing, qualification is true immortal Xianmai. The host may consume 1 billion years of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing the spouse, Nangong Jing, to conceive offspring of blue quality fortune. Ding. Detecting that the host is currently nurturing offspring with the spouse, Nangong Jing, the current spouse S, Nangong Jing, qualification is true immortal Xianmai. The host may consume 10 billion years of lifespan to enhance life essence, allowing the spouse, Nangong Jing, to conceive offspring of purple quality fortune. Chapter 73. Do you dare to speak of slaying me? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian immediately opted to expend 10 billion years of lifespan, enhancing the essence of life to produce offspring of purple quality. Nangong Jing, for the first time reaching a pinnacle, bent her delicate fingers with great effort, her nails piercing through Yi Xian's defenses, embedding into his flesh. Scalding golden dragon blood flowed forth, transforming into pure dragon aura that wafted through the air. With fervent eyes, Nangong Jing, whose cultivation method was derived from a golden celestial dragon, found Yi Xian's ancestral dragon blood aura akin to a deadly poison. Just a whiff would leave her yearning for immortality. After Yi Xian vanished for 3 days, he re-emerged, with no one caring about the previous immortal. Over the next year, Yi Xian returned to his former pursuits, tirelessly toiling in the Qingxuan Holy Land. 10 months later, the Qingxuan Holy Land was bustling, with 2 to 3 children born almost daily, leading the women of the Holy Land to cultivate exceptional midwifery skills. Due to the overwhelming number of births, even the naming process became a mental challenge for Yi Xian. Thus, he resorted to the Xinhua dictionary, sequentially selecting a character from the first page to name the children. Appending the surname Yi, Yi Xian commenced naming from the character A and continued until he reached the 251st character. By this point, 2 years had elapsed since the extensive battles in the Shanhai Xinyu. Yi Xuexin conveyed the frontline reports. Although Yi Xian was already aware, he feigned ignorance. Father, Reports from the front line indicate that our human race has suffered significant losses, with only the Taishang Daozuan and Long Yuan remaining to fight fiercely in the borderlands. My sisters wish to go to the front line to slay demons and repay the kindness of our Shenzhou Xinyu. Yi Xian casually spat out the grape seeds fed to him by Lu Qingsno, turning to Yi Xuexin with a grave expression. My dear daughter, there are matters I cannot yet disclose to you, but heed my words. Without my command, no member of the Yi family is permitted to approach the front line. Stay back and focus on reaping the benefits. Should I discover that any member of the Yi family dares to defy my command, I shall immediately sever the father-daughter bond with them. Yi Xuexin, her face a canvas of confusion, was about to argue with Yi Xian when, in an instant, her mouth was silenced by Yi Xian. My dear daughter, you must trust your father. Your Xuanji Anne has given birth, and I must go see her. I shan't say more. Remember, do not allow anyone to approach the front lines. Do you understand? After uttering these words, Yi Xian hastily left without awaiting a response from Yi Xuexin. She could only stamp her foot in frustration and look towards her mother, Lu Qingxue, hoping she might persuade her father to allow her and her sisters to take up arms in service to the nation. Although Lu Qingxue comprehended her daughter's unspoken plea, she feigned ignorance, peeling a grape and feeding it to Yi Xuexin. Xuexin, your father has issued a stern order forbidding you and your sisters from venturing to the front lines. You ought to heed his command and refrain from taking matters into your own hands, lest you provoke him. Yi Xuexin gazed at her mother in disbelief, repeatedly affirming in her mind that this woman before her was indeed her once decisive mother, who had been instrumental in the establishment of the Qingxuan sacred land and had imparted many iron-fisted tactics to her. Mother, you have changed. You were never like this before. Lu Qingxue swallowed a grape, pouting as she replied, Xuexin, I have never changed. Your mother has always been this way. When your father was absent, I had to be strong to protect our family. Now that your father has returned, the responsibility of safeguarding the family naturally falls to him. As his wife and daughter, our duty is to manage our household affairs. Do you understand? Yi Xuexin stared at Lu Qingxue in astonishment, desperately seeking evidence that the woman before her was not her true mother. Unfortunately, the person standing there was indeed Lu Qingxue, and no matter how meticulously Yi Xuexin scrutinized her, she could not discern any flaw. With her request to lead troops in a battle dismissed by Yi Xian, Yi Xuexin had no choice but to leave the Grand Hall in a dejected manner. Meanwhile, deep within the Qingxuan sacred land, Yi Xian was cherishing moments with Li Xuanji, who had just given birth to a little princess. The infant had beautifully inherited Li Xuanji's features, and even in her infancy, it was evident that she would grow into a stunning beauty. Months passed, and Yi Xian publicly declared that he had fathered an abundance of children and, inspired by this, decided to enter seclusion for a while, warning all his daughters not to entertain any rash thoughts of going to the battlefield. If he caught wind of such actions, he would show no mercy. In truth, Yi Xian spent merely a day in seclusion before activating his system to leave stealthily. He had been absent for 2 years, during which she had reached out multiple times without a response. Hearing that she was preparing to launch a final offensive, Yi Xian felt compelled to return to the demon clan to exert some influence. After a day's journey, Yi Xian rejoined the demon clan, and upon his arrival, she was quick to find him. Xuan, where have you been for the past 2 years? Do you have any idea how worried I have been? Seeing Shi, who appeared considerably more haggard, Yi Xian felt a pang of guilt. To fulfill his plans, he had left the demon clan's camp without informing anyone, unaware of the distress it would cause Shi. Shi. Some matters have transpired, and I cannot disclose them to you just yet. But rest assured, I will resolve everything soon. Trust me, all right? Shi's expression was one of astonishment, not solely due to Yi Xian's secrets, but because of his demeanor. In the demon clan, Yi Xian had always addressed her as sister, never by her name. Yet now, as he called her by name, his tone remained as gentle as ever, devoid of any aloofness or indifference. Instead, this behavior fostered a sense of intimacy for Shi. Her mind raced, her eyes reddening, as the buried seeds of hope within her began to sprout. Unsure of how to face Yi Xian, she recognized that her feelings for him had transformed, leaving her uncertain about expressing them. Unable to maintain her composure, she abruptly pushed Yi Xian away and fled from his tent. Yi Xian, perplexed, did not pursue her, as he still had a task at hand. Channeling his energy, he cast a spell towards a corner of the demon clan's camp. He captured a long-hidden mouse, and a shadow darted into his tent, revealing a female member of the cat clan. A demon? Here to gather intelligence? The Catwoman's face was filled with terror as she desperately clawed at Yi Xian's powerful grip around her slender neck. Noticing that she had something to say, Yi Xian released his grip, instead using 4 hands to restrain her limbs, forcing her to hover in midair. Cough, cough, you are Yi Xian, the son-in-law of the floating pagoda spirit sect, right? How did you become the dragon lord of the demon clan? Yi Xian's expression turned icy. This Catwoman recognized him, yet he was certain he had never seen her before. Floating pagoda spirit sect. Son-in-law, a woman. You know me. You are Lin Pinru, the Catwoman exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she recognized a fellow compatriot. It is I, cough cough, it is indeed me, Lin Pinru. Yi Xian found it absurd. He had nearly forgotten about Lin Pinru, a fellow traveler from the Blue Star like himself. The floating pagoda spirit sect had merged into the Qingxuan sacred land, and he had no qualms about the fate of the slaves in the prison. Had he not encountered Lin Pinru again, he might have assumed she had perished. However, Yi Xian was perplexed. Wasn't Lin Pinru a member of the human race? How had she come to exude the aura of the demon clan and disguise herself as a Catwoman lurking within the demon clan's camp? Lin Pinru, why do you turn to the dark side? Why abandon your humanity to become a demon and masquerade as a Catwoman in the demon clan's camp? Are you seeking danger for the thrill of it? Yi Xian's words caused Lin Pinru to shed a few pitiful tears. I did not wish for this. Initially, I had no inkling of what was to come. When the floating pagoda spirit sect disbanded, Lu Qingxue released me. But you know my constitution. A few days of freedom, and I was discovered by the demon sect. I was pursued for several months, spending my days either fleeing or on the run, resulting in my developing muscle tone. Later, while evading the demon sect, I accidentally fell into the demon abyss domain and was chosen by the demon empress. Seeing my natural charm, she invested heavily to transform me into a succubus. Becoming a succubus was one thing. At least I was no longer in danger, and the demon empress hardly monitored me. However, 2 years ago, she sent me on a mission to seduce the newly appointed dragon lord of the demon clan. After enduring countless hardships, I finally made my way into the demon clan, yet I had not seen you, the dragon lord, for 2 whole years. I was about to return to the demon clan when you captured me. Understanding the situation, Yi Xian realized that Lin Pinru was indeed a mix of unfortunate and fortunate. She had escaped the demon sect upon her arrival, but had subsequently been captured and tortured by Lu Qingxue. Then, due to the merger of the floating pagoda spirit sect, she had been released by Lu Qingxue, but was once again targeted by the demon sect. Yet her luck had turned again, leading her from the divine state to the demon abyss domain. This time, she has caught the attention of significant figures. One must admit that Lin Pinru's experiences could fill several volumes of tragic tales typically found in female-oriented narratives. The initial phase of her transmigration could inspire a story titled Transmigrating to the Qingxuan Sect, captured by a domineering sect leader. The part where she was seized by Lu Qingxue could lead to a dark, tragic Yuri drama named Help. I am captured by the Dark Lotus Fairy. Later, one could develop a tale titled Escaping the Demonic Sect. Reborn as the Demon Empress's pet, Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Lin Pinru's journey through transmigration was truly unparalleled. Wait, Lin Pinru, were you perhaps a female-oriented author before you transmigrated? Why does it feel like your experiences mirror female-oriented plots? Lin Pinru glanced at the whimsical Yi Xian, pouting slightly, although she was reluctant to admit it. She had indeed been a struggling female-oriented author on the Zhangxi platform before her transmigration, favoring tales of tragedy and Yuri. Oh, Yige. Please stop with that for now and just untie me. This spell is hurting my hands. Lin Pinru, ever adaptable, immediately adopted a coy tone directed at Yi Xian. Her high-pitched voice nearly gave him goosebumps. In response, Yi Xian conjured an energy whip and gave her a light smack. Stop with the high-pitched voice. I prefer your rebellious demeanor. Lin Pinru winced in pain and could not help but let out a soft whine. Oh, then please let me down. My hands are killing me. With a snap of his fingers, the energy restraints binding Lin Pinru's limbs vanished, causing her to plummet to the ground. Her well-rounded posterior met the ground with a resounding thud. Clutching her behind, Lin Pinru stood up, Her face contorted in pain as she glared at Yi Xian with a fierce expression. Can't you show a bit of tenderness? I'm not that unattractive, am I? Yi Xian cast a brief glance at Lin Pinru, musing, well, you're not bad, I suppose. Forget it. I'm not that interested in you. However, I find the Demon Empress quite intriguing. As a fellow compatriot, I won't only spare your life, but will also return you to the Moya. How does that sound? Am I not loyal? Lin Pinru, puzzled, regarded Yuan. Based on her limited interactions with him, she sensed he had no good intentions in store. What are your conditions? You can't possibly be helping me just because we're fellow compatriots. I don't buy that. Yi Xian concealed his smile and regarded Lin Pinru, the foolish woman, with newfound respect. It seems you're not entirely foolish. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I need you to go to the Moya and act as my undercover agent. Don't even think about refusing. If you dare to refuse, I'll kill you. Yi Xian's turbulent aura conveyed that his words were not to be taken lightly. Lin Pinru's face paled, feeling as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. She had anticipated that Yi Xian had sinister motives, but she never expected him to be so audacious as to order her, a charm demon, to infiltrate the Moya. Rest assured, we are compatriots. As long as you obediently follow my orders, I won't let anything happen to you. Wait a minute, just a moment ago. You were going to kill me. How can you be so shameless? Yi Xian nonchalantly flicked his nails, dismissing her outrage. Such naivety. What is the worth of a thick skin? You. What about me? If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to eliminate you and turn you into a puppet. Chapter 74. Nangong Jing's Concerns and the Method to Control the Heavenly Path. I'll turn you into a puppet and send you back to the Moya. Terrified by the threat, Lin Pinru felt a chill run down her spine, realizing that Yi Xian could indeed commit such monstrous acts. All right, fine, I agree. Now you're being obedient, my good compatriot. Bah, who wants a compatriot like you? In response to Lin Pinru's tantrum, Yi Xian was not angered. Rather, he felt a sense of amusement. He relished watching Lin Pinru become flustered yet unable to retaliate. Her frustration evident. All right, come here and eat this. Yi Xian produced a pitch-black pill that, despite exuding a strange fragrance, was visually unappealing. Lin Pinru's stomach churned at the sight, and she protested. What is this, Yi Xian? You're not expecting me to eat something that looks like it came from you, are you? That is utterly disgusting. Yi Xian delivered a light smack to Lin Pinru's head. What on earth are you thinking? Do you really believe I'm that twisted? This is called the Qingxuan Sect. It is a life-saving concoction made from the blood of 99 types of combined-stage demon herbs, along with a set of tribulation-stage demon bones. There are only 3 in the entire demon realm, a precious item for preserving life. Lin Pinru, skeptical, replied, I'm convinced you're lying. The ingredients of this thing are so sinister. It can't just be for preserving life. There must be other effects you're not disclosing. Lin Pinru glared at Yi Xian, convinced she had seen through his ruse. Although, as Lin Pinru suspected, the Qingxuan Sect did indeed possess other effects. Yi Xian was not one to shy away from confrontation. He was notorious for his audacity, and even when his intentions were uncovered, he remained unfazed. Yi Xian promptly delivered another light smack to Lin Pinru. So you think you're clever, huh? Lin Pinru recognized that Yi Xian was shameless, but she had not anticipated just how brazen he could be. How could he be so unapologetic? She covered her head, still stinging from the 2 smacks, tears of humiliation brimming in her eyes. Crying? That counts as time wasted. Yi Xian, eager to conclude the conversation, pinched Lin Pinru's face and forced the Qingxuan Sect into her mouth, compelling her to swallow. He then channeled energy into her lower abdomen, swiftly integrating the potion's power throughout her body. Once Lin Pinru absorbed the Qingxuan Sect, Yi Xian released her. She collapsed to the ground, her stomach churning. Although the Qingxuan Sect had a pleasant mint flavor, she felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Oh, I forgot to mention. This Qingxuan Sect will only take effect after you're injured. Also, if a non-dragon race consumes it, they must regularly take a neutralizing medicine. Otherwise, the energy within will cause them to explode. Lin Pinru exclaimed, You wretched scoundrel. Don't be like that. This goo isn't toxic. It not only preserves life, but also enhances your cultivation, so it's ultimately beneficial. Plus, you want to have a chance to acquire such a treasure while serving under the Demon Empress in the Moya. Lin Pinru thought to herself that she didn't believe a word he said. She valued her freedom far more than cultivation. All right, follow me. I'll take you back to the Moya. You'll guide me. Lin Pinru remained seated, as if she hadn't heard him. Yixian was not one to indulge this obstinate woman. He swiftly lifted Lin Pinru and exited the tent. Women simply needed training. Had it not been for the necessity of her assistance in infiltrating the Moya to apprehend their forces, he would have thoroughly disciplined Lin Pinru. Yixian sensed the direction and set off towards the Moya's main camp. With Lin Pinru's cultivation at merely the golden core stage, she could hardly endure Yixian's speed, which was akin to that of a true immortal. The skin was torn by the furious winds, leaving fine cracks, only to be restored by the miraculous powers of Qingxuan Yaogudan. The excruciating pain, coupled with a pervasive tingling sensation throughout her body, rendered her in utter torment. After what felt like an eternity, Yixian finally arrived at the demon clan's camp, which was millions of miles away from the demon tribe's main encampment. However, Mo Yuan was not present here. The next leg of the journey would be guided by Lin Pinru. Ye Yuan Genti Patit Lin Pinru, who was on the verge of succumbing to pain, signaling her to lead the way, fearing that Yixian might subject her to another life-threatening flight. Lin Pinru hastily sensed the concealed location of Mo Yuan Tiendi, to the north, at a 15-degree angle. Upon receiving the specific direction, Yixian hurriedly pursued it. The coordinates of Mo Yuan Tiendi were not fixed. They constantly shifted, and only those of pure bloodline within the demon race could perceive its ever-changing position. If missed, the next sensing could lead to the entrance of Mo Yuan Tiendi appearing in an unknown corner of the realm. This was precisely why Lin Pinru had fallen from Shinzhou Tiendi into Mo Yuan Tiendi, where she was captured by the demon queen and transformed into a pure-blood succubus. After enduring another perilous flight for approximately 15 minutes, Yixian finally located the entrance to Mo Yuan Tiendi. He reached out and touched the boundary wall of Mo Yuan Tiendi, and an overwhelming wave of negative emotions surged towards him. A cacophony of demonic whispers filled his ears. "Young man, do you crave power? Kulme, accept me, and I shall bestow upon you boundless strength. Why am I not the chosen one? Why must I rely on a son-in-law to begin my journey? Why must I strive on my own, devoid of celestial providence?" Laughter echoed. "Oh, dear brother, catch me. If you do, I shall grant you your desires." Greed, gluttony, lust, pride, envy, sloth, and wrath, the 7 deadly sins of humanity, incessantly tormented Yixian's mind. He was rendered speechless. He had anticipated the malevolent atmosphere of Mo Yuan Tiendi to be far more potent, only to discover it was merely a cacophony of nagging voices. He had been overly cautious due to the incessant warnings from Ao, Shi, and others about the peculiarities of Mo Yuan Tiendi. With a resounding shout, Yixian shattered the surrounding demonic whispers, causing them to vanish. He cleaned his ears dismissively, flicking away the metaphorical debris. He had committed his share of misdeeds. These voices held no sway over him. Indeed, such influences on one's moral compass only affected those of dubious character. However, Yixian also discerned that the spiritual energy dynamics in Mo Yuan Tiendi were vastly different from those in Shinzhou Tiendi and Wanyao Tiendi. The flow of spiritual energy in Mo Yuan Tiendi was entirely inverted, rendering it impossible for cultivators from the human and demon races to replenish their spiritual energy. Was this what they referred to as inverted spiritual energy? It seemed he truly could not venture in. "Lin Pinru, I shall not escort you further. You may enter alone." Without waiting for her response, Yixian cast her inside. Once he could no longer sense Lin Pinru's presence, he produced a goo worm and attempted to establish contact with her. Hello, Lin Pinru. I forgot to mention that the Qingxuan Yaogu goo will hatch a goo worm within you. I shall use this to reach you henceforth." The little goo worm remained silent for a moment before erupting in fury. "Yixian, how could you be so cruel? Lin Pinru, do you think I cannot manage you?" As soon as Yixian finished speaking, he activated the mother goo to connect with the child goo, beginning to remotely discipline Lin Pinru. Yevuan, what have you done to me?" Yixian feigned ignorance, acting as if he had not heard. After half an hour, Lin Pinru finally conveyed her pleas for mercy. "Yixian, I was wrong. Please stop it. I cannot bear the pain. If I die, who will assist you?" With a teasing tone, Yixian replied, "Call me master. Say Yixian, my master, I was wrong, and promise never to define me again, and I shall let you go." "You, master. Are you certain I instructed you to say it that way? This is your final opportunity. Say it incorrectly, and I shall sever the connection. Master, Xuan, my master, I was wrong, and I promise never to defy you again. Please stop it. Remember, this is the last time, should there be another instance. I shall allow it to torment you to death. Understood. The Mother Gu emitted Lin Pinru's enchanting whispers. A shiver ran down Yi Xian's spine. Her demeanor suggested she had developed some peculiar attributes. Indeed, she was now a succubus. The more he pondered, the more absurd it seemed, and he ultimately refrained from further contemplation. He merely left a message for Lin Pinru to contact him promptly after returning to the Demon Queen. Then stored the Mother Gu and prepared to return to the demon tribe's encampment. However, on his return journey, he encountered a demon army en route to Mo Yuan Tiendi. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Yi Xian could not allow this demon army to escape. A mere skill obliterated the entire army, which consisted of only 3 small demons in the harmonization stage. Naturally, Yi Xian graciously accepted the storage rings left behind by the demons. Upon inspecting the rings, he discovered that this demon army was impoverished. Collectively, they possessed merely over 100 million demon stones, with no elixirs or rare treasures to speak of. Infuriated, Yi Xian reduced the corpses of the demons to ashes. Do not misunderstand. The bodies of the demons, unlike those of the demon race, could not be used for alchemy or forging weapons, nor could they be consumed. Even if Yi Xian chose not to eradicate them, they would gradually transform into negative energy, polluting the surrounding area. After resolving the aftermath, Yi Xian returned to the demon tribe's camp, disappointed. Upon his arrival, he immediately summoned Bai Qingxiu. Elated to learn of Yi Xian's return, Bai Qingxiu hurriedly rushed into his tent. Ah Xian, where have you been these past 2 years? Do you have any idea how worried I have been? Do not inquire. Even if you do, I shall not divulge. I detest women who lack a sense of boundaries, especially those with body odor. Bai Qingxiu's hands trembled slightly. Yi Xian, this rogue, returned only to provoke her once again. Observing Bai Qingxiu's 9 fluffy fox tails bristle, Yi Xian realized he had gone too far with his jest. To prevent further distress to his sister, he quickly shifted his tone. Qingxiu, come here. I was merely joking. You know I cherish you most among the demon race. You scoundrel, I shall bite you to death. Bai Qingxiu transformed back into her true form, a beautiful and spirited 9-tailed white fox, and lunged at Yi Xian, sinking her teeth into his arm. Her sharp fangs pierced his flesh, golden dragon blood oozing forth, filling her mouth with a sweet taste. How is it, Qingxiu? Are you less angry now? Bai Qingxiu shifted back to her human form, cautiously licking the wound on Yi Xian's arm, a mix of pride and guilt in her expression. Why did you not evade? You knew you would be hurt, and I would worry. Yi Xian gently caressed Bai Qingxiu's slightly heaving abdomen. You are the mother of my child. What is one bite? It is not as if you have never bitten me before. Upon hearing Yi Xian utter the word bite, Bai Qingxiu's cheeks flushed crimson. In a fit of frustration, Bai Qingxiu swatted away Xuan's mischievous hand that lingered on her abdomen. I refuse to bite you. Whoever desires it can bite away. Oh, is she truly upset? Meanwhile, while Xuan continued to flirt with Bai Qingxiu, Lin Pinru, who had just returned to the Ma Yuan Tianyu, found herself in less than favorable circumstances. That detestable Xuan. After all, we are compatriots. Why is it that every encounter with him brings misfortune? Lin Pinru reverted to her original form as a Mei Ma, to prevent any misunderstandings from other Ma tribes regarding her catgirl appearance. The Mei Ma holds a unique status in the Ma Yuan Tianyu, being a special breed directly under the command of the Demon Queen. Hence, ordinary Ma beings dare not provoke them. Lin Pinru sensed the aura of the Demon Queen, dragging her weakened body onward. Although the Qingxuan Yaogu would torment her, it simultaneously enhanced her physical constitution. Xuan had only granted her a month. Should Lin Pinru fail to coax the Demon Queen out of the Ma Yuan Tianyu within that time, she would face imminent demise. The scene shifts to the upper realms Yaojia. Within the Wangu Yao Dian, in a secluded hall, a striking green-haired, emerald-eyed tree demoness grasped Hui Tsuitsui's hand. Worry etched across her face. Hui, are you truly intent on bringing this child into the world? Although this embryo exhibits terrifying talent, it has also delayed your recovery. You have returned from your reincarnation for 2 years, yet have only reached the initial stage of Xuan. The master is quite dissatisfied with you. Sister, I understand the dire situation of our Mu Yao lineage, but I genuinely wish to bear this child. Her potential undoubtedly surpasses mine. She is as gifted as our father. Could you please assist me in persuading him? The green-haired tree demon hesitated, finally making a decision that contradicted ancestral tenets. Very well, Hue. I shall assist you this final time. But you must comprehend that the master is a formidable figure at the early stage of Qingxuan. He has invested considerable effort into this endeavor, hoping you would attain the Qingxuan rank to protect our Muyao clan. If you choose to jeopardize his decades-long plans for a mere child, none of us can prevent him if he is unwilling. Hue Tsuitsue nodded earnestly, acknowledging her sister's words. After exchanging pleasantries, the green-haired woman departed from Hue Tsuitsue's palace. Hue Tsitsue caressed her noticeably rounded abdomen, sorrow etched across her features, unable to conceal her distress. She wondered how that foul dragon was faring and when it would be able to cultivate into a celestial being. The scene transitions to the upper realms Xianjia. Bai Mengli had been in the Xianjia for some time, encountering several challenges along the way. Fortunately, armed with the resources obtained from Nangong, she adeptly resolved these predicaments. Thankfully, not all cultivators in the upper realm possess celestial-level prowess. Otherwise, she would have been captured and enslaved long ago. Over the past few days, Bai Mengli gained a clearer understanding of the various factions and power distributions within the upper realm. It is a land of moderate tier, divided among the three races, humans, demons, and devils, into three major sectors, the Xianjia, Yaojia, and Majia. During the ascension process, different races are identified by the heavenly Tao of the upper realm, causing most to be born within their corresponding territories. A rare few unfortunate souls may find themselves misplaced, resulting in catastrophic outcomes. Within the upper realm, although tribulation cultivators are abundant, true Xian-level cultivators rank among the upper echelon of combatants, with Xuan being the pinnacle of that elite class. As for Qingxuan, they are granted titles of respect. Above the Qingxuan are the imperial-level beings, who have remained elusive for ages. Currently, each of the human, demon, and devil races has but one public imperial figure. The human race's sovereign is a female emperor. It has been a staggering 100,000 years since her last appearance. The demon emperor is an ancient dragon known as the ancestor dragon, rumored to be nearing the end of its lifespan. The devil emperor's identity remains a mystery, perhaps known only to the human and demon sovereigns. Upon entering the upper realm, Bai Mengli continued Xuan's strategy, prioritizing survival. She sought out a remote location, retrieved a spatial artifact, and entered seclusion, awaiting Xuan's ascension. Meanwhile, in the Xianjia, within the Liuyan Du, a charming girl of 4 or 5 years was rapidly absorbing the dense, liquid-like celestial energy around her. Breakthrough, the child's delicate voice chimed. With her presence, her aura surged to new heights. Excitedly, the little girl bounded over to a woman clad in a flowing white celestial gown, her large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Senior sister, I've broken through to the He-Ti period. Can I go out and play now? The woman, referred to as senior sister, affectionately patted the girl's head, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Having completed her cultivation task set by their master ahead of schedule, little Xuan was indeed permitted to play. But you must stick close to your senior sister, understand? The little girl, bouncing with glee, exclaimed, I understand. Senior sister, let us go down a mountain to play. All right, let's go. The white-gowned woman doted on the little girl, for she was a precious disciple brought back by their master, a prodigious talent poised to ascend to Qingxuan. Indeed, this little girl was by Xuan, the daughter of Bai Mengli, taken by Xuan over 20 years ago. Bai Xuan is the most talented among Xuan's offspring, possessing the qualities of a blue-fated child, ensuring at least a full mastery of Xuan, with the potential to challenge the Qingxuan rank. Regrettably, Bai Mengli was still undergoing tribulations when she conceived Bai Xuan, failing to fuse her spiritual roots into spiritual veins. Otherwise, Bai Xuan's current cultivation would likely have reached the 3rd or 4th celestial level. As Bai Xuan achieved her breakthrough, Xuan, who was playfully engaged in a game of mutual biting with Bai Qingqiu in the demon camp, felt a response. Ding dong! The host's young daughter has broken through to the initial stage of He-Ti, and her combat power has been doubled and returned to the host. Xuan halted his actions, murmuring, Xuan, has she reached the He-Ti stage so swiftly? She is only 5 years old, yet her cultivation has already caught up. Truly, the talent of a fated child is unparalleled. Noticing Xuan's distraction, Bai Qingxiu leaned close to his ear, whispering playfully, "What are you thinking about? Focus, or my child will be dissatisfied." "No, I merely recalled something suddenly. Let's continue." Half a month later, Xuan contacted Lin Pinru to inquire about the progress of her plans. The response he received was a perfunctory, "It's almost done. I'm urging her." Having once been a reluctant mentor, Xuan immediately deduced that Lin Pinru was slacking off. Her assurance was a clear indication that she had yet to begin. Xuan, not one to indulge her, exerted control over the Yaogu to remotely guide Lin Pinru. Eventually, Lin Pinru could no longer endure and pleaded for mercy. Only after much supplication did Xuan relent to this forgetful woman. "Lin Pinru, my patience is finite. It would be wise for you to comply. I grant you one final 7 days. Within this time, I expect to see the Demon Queen depart the Mo Yuan Tianyu. I understand. I promise to fulfill the task." Thus, after 4 more days of revelry in the demon camp, Ashi informed him that the front lines had detected the demon lord's presence. Xuan was perplexed. He sought the Demon Queen, yet Lin Pinru had managed to coax out the Demon Emperor. Immediately, Xuan reached out to Lin Pinru, eager to clarify whether she had been diligently working these past few days. "Hello, Lin Pinru. What in the world are you doing? Do you no longer desire the Zhanghe medicine? I had instructed you to coax the Mo Ho out, yet you have summoned the Mo Zhu instead. How could you be so careless?" Alas, the Mo Ho is inherently cautious. I'd almost convinced her to personally lead the charge, but unexpectedly, she delegated the matter to the Mo Zhu, leaving me at a loss. "So, you cannot bring the Mo Ho to me, is that it? Then I may have to sever our ties. Oh dear, why not capture the Mo Zhu and then threaten the Mo clan to rescue him? Surely the Mo Ho would come forth to save him." Xuan was puzzled. He had heard that the Mo Zhu and Mo Ho had fallen out due to differing policy views. Why then did Lin Pinru assert that the Mo Ho would still come to the Mo Zhu's aid? Were the entire Mo clan now under the Mo Ho's command? Xuan voiced his doubts, and Lin Pinru fell silent for a few moments, as if organizing her thoughts. It is somewhat accurate. Currently, the Mo Yuan is dictated by the Mo Ho. Although the Mo Zhu and Mo Ho are married, in my observation, their relationship is merely nominal. The Mo Zhu lacks political acumen. His ascension to power relies solely on his pure Tian Mo bloodline and the legacy of the Mo god. The Mo Ho, on the other hand, possesses exceptional talent and political insight, yet her bloodline is not as pure as that of the Mo Zhu. For the Mo clan to sustain its lineage, it must utilize the training methods exclusive to those endowed with the Tian Mo bloodline, such as the Lian Mo Zhu, in conjunction with the treasured 6 paths reincarnation bottle from the Mo Yuan, to capture unclaimed souls and reincarnate them as Mo clan members. The likelihood of Mo clan offspring being born is exceedingly low, necessitating the inefficient conversion of other races into the Mo clan. However, this method of transformation is merely a temporary fix, hence the reliance on the 6 paths reincarnation bottle to create new Mo clan members. Thus, if I capture the Mo Zhu, it effectively disrupts the Mo clan's ability to reproduce. The Mo Ho, in her desperation to rescue this unreliable yet essential Mo Zhu, will undoubtedly emerge from the Mo Yuan to save him, correct? Lin Pinru feared Xuan would hold her accountable, hence she refrained from responding. Indeed, this simplifies matters. I shall procure the Mo Zhu at once. Xuan unilaterally severed his connection with Lin Pinru and set off towards the location where the Mo Zhu was rumored to be. Xuan exerted all his might, flying for 3 hours until he finally discovered the Mo Zhu bullying the weak in a small celestial realm. The Mo Zhu, unwilling to confront the Wan Yao Tianyu and the Shenzhou Tianyu head-on, was quite eager to prey upon the weaker scattered celestial realms. Xuan executed a surprise attack, swiftly capturing the Mo Zhu. The Mo Zhu, taken by surprise, was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, attempting to send a distress signal to the Mo clan's powerful members. Xuan, fearing the Mo Zhu might not seek help, allowed the message to reach the Mo Yuan unimpeded. The dim-witted Mo Zhu, now in Xuan's grasp, remained arrogant, addressing him with disdain. "You demon race, I advise you to release me at once. Do you know who I am? I am the Mo Zhu of the Mo Yuan, the most esteemed Tian Mo in this realm." Having had no prior encounters with the Mo Zhu, Yi Xian's understanding of him was limited. However, this encounter provided Yi Xian with a new perspective on the fool. Yi Xian struck the Mo Zhu's plump face with several powerful blows, shattering his teeth and leaving his face swollen, resembling a balloon. Tell me, are you truly devoid of intelligence? You are my prisoner now, and you dare negotiate with me? The Mo Zhu, frightened by Yi Xian's brutality, had previously thought himself to be capricious and violent, yet he now realized that compared to Yi Xian, he was merely ordinary. Yi Xian pressed down on the Mo Zhu's forehead and began to refine his consciousness and soul. It must be said, the Mo Zhu's bloodline abilities were indeed remarkable. During the process of crafting a puppet, the bloodline of the foreign Tian Mo attempted to escape but was thwarted by Yi Xian. After a brief struggle, the Mo Zhu ceased his resistance, as he had been transformed into a puppet devoid of true consciousness and power. Now, all that remained was to await the Mo Ho's arrival to rescue the Mo Zhu, allowing Yi Xian to capture them both. Yi Xian brought the puppet Mo Zhu to the front lines of the conflict between the Wan Yao Tianyu and the Shenzhou Tianyu, inciting the puppet to provoke both sides as much as possible. The human cultivators and the demon race could hardly tolerate an absurdly ugly Mo clan member taunting them at their doorstep. The human cultivators began to prepare for battle, while the demon race mobilized in a frenzy, their bloodthirsty nature laid bare. The great demons, having received the Mo Zhu's distress signal, brought the Mo clan's finest troops to the scene. In an instant, the final battle was imminent. The three armies clashed, focusing on high-level combat. Under Yi Xian's deliberate manipulation, the human and demon races temporarily united against the Mo clan. The human forces, bolstered by their formations and the heavenly Tao, saw the Taishang Taoist capable of taking on 5 foes, while several of the demon race's tribulation stage leaders were no slouches either. The Mo clan's tribulation stage members were already limited, further hindered by the Mo Zhu's antics. After a day and night of battle, several tribulation stage great demons and great demons from the demon race fell. Yi Xian, growing impatient, finally saw the Mo Ho arrive, albeit tardily, accompanied by a large contingent of elite Mo clan troops and 2 tribulation stage great demons tasked with guarding the Mo Yuan. The Mo Ho possessed an acute sense of perception. Upon seeing the Mo Zhu's condition, she immediately understood she had been ensnared and turned to flee. Unfortunately, she realized this too late, as Yi Xian's grasp had already ensnared her waist. Where do you think you're going? Yi Xian's hand morphed into a dragon claw, gently caressing the Mo Ho's chin. The Mo Ho, filled with dread, felt the weight of his hand and his whispered words in her ear. What do you intend to do? Fear not, Mo Ho. As long as you cooperate with me, I shall not impose any untoward actions upon you. Yi Xian held her chin, gently turning her face toward him. The Mo Ho's eyes were indeed enchanting, and he found himself rather fond of them. Would she be willing to share them with him? Had it not been for the Mo Ho's formidable composure, any ordinary woman would have begun pleading for mercy at this moment. Just a pair of eyes. If you desire them, take them, the Mo Ho said, her gaze intensifying upon Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head. Such beauty is yours, Mo Ho. How could I bear to mar it? My fondness for your eyes means I have other means to obtain them. Suit yourself. Now you may inform me of your intentions. Yi Xian lifted her chin with one hand while the other caressed her neck. It is quite simple. The Mo Ho merely needs to submit to me in front of all the Mo clan in the Mo Yuan. Very well. Ye Yuan posit, astonished by the Mo Ho's decisiveness. However, I must remind you, while I have no issue with your submission, I cannot control the other Mo clan members. Goodness. So you were waiting for me here. Very well. Let us consider an alternative approach. Mo Ho, you shall deactivate the nightmare demon formation of the Mo Yuan, and then bear me a child, who shall become the Mo Jun. How does that sound? The Mo Ho's chest heaved with rage, her fury palpable. The Dragon Lord is truly a lecherous dragon. Even amidst the tumult of war, he is still preoccupied with women. Chapter 76. Crossing the Demon Pass, the Dark Spirit Python Clan. The Dragon Lord's demands are rather excessive. I must ponder this matter further. Yi Xian's expression turned cold as he waved his hand, causing the body of the Demon Lord to explode, unleashing a colossal storm of energy that tore through the void of the starry realm. Both the human and demon factions, as well as the demon race, were significantly affected. Does the Demon Empress still believe I am soft-hearted? At this moment, the Demon Empress was in shock, The Dragon Lord clearly disregarded the opinions of outsiders, acting without consideration even for his own kind, suggesting ulterior motives behind his actions. Your might is formidable. I dare not oppose you. I shall now deactivate the Nightmare Demon Great Formation. I only hope you refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Of course, I trust that the people of Mo Yuan will appreciate the sacrifices of the Demon Empress. The Demon Empress ceased further discourse, utilizing a secret technique to summon the entrance to Mo Yuan, gradually dismantling the Nightmare Demon Protective Array before all present. Before long, a vast continent, imbued with deathly energy and swirling with contrary spiritual essence, came into view. This land was immense, only slightly smaller than the combined territories of Shenzhou and Wanyao. Aoshi flew to Yi Xian and Mo Yan's side. Shinner, what did you discuss with the Demon Empress? Why has she dismantled the protective formation of Mo Yuan? Yi Xian chuckled and shamelessly replied, Sister, the Demon Empress has taken a liking to me at first sight and is willing to cede the position of Demon Lord to me for the sake of her child. I agreed to her request to spare unnecessary casualties for the demon race. Mo Yan internally scolded Yi Xian for his audacity, but refrained from voicing any objections. Although Yi Xian had shielded their conversation from others, she doubted she would be convinced by his fabrications. However, in the next moment, Mo Yan found herself chastised by Aoshi. You shameless demon empress, how dare you covet the ancestral dragon bloodline of my brother? Do you think the supreme bloodline of our demon race is akin to cabbage? Even if you offered 10 Mo Yuans, we would not exchange it. Shinner, let us go. Our demon race need not require your sacrifice. We will breach Mo Yuan ourselves. Let her open the formation for us. Mo Yin exclaimed in frustration. What the hell? You actually believe such nonsense? Yi Xian dismissed Aoshi's hand. Sister, this is not right. The demon lords are also someone else's sons, brothers, and even fathers. As the leader of the demon race and the Dragon Lord, I cannot be so selfish. Yi Xian once again flew back to Mo Yan's side, taking her small hand in his. Having promised the Demon Empress, I cannot go back on my word. I hope you can understand me. Montag Yan was exasperated. How could the Dragon Lord be so shameless? Indeed, in the eyes of a sister, a brother is always the best. She covered her face in tears. Her brother had sacrificed so much for the demon race. He had diligently trained since childhood, marrying over 10 women he barely knew without ever having experienced love. Though he had been absent for the last 2 years, upon his return, his strength had surged, clearly indicating he had secluded himself in rigorous cultivation. Yet now, he was again willing to sacrifice himself to serve that demon empress in order to reduce the demon race's losses. Aoshi was heartbroken. Xuan, you have sacrificed too much for the demon race. I do not even know how to repay you. Yi Xian smiled wryly and shook his head. Sister, with greater power comes greater responsibility. This is what I must do for the demon race. There is no sacrifice involved, and you need not feel guilty. Rest assured, I will return swiftly. I have made arrangements on the human side. You must go to Shenzhou and seek out the Taishang Daozuan. He will assist you in merging the 2 great realms of Wanyao and Shenzhou. Sister, remember, after the merger, the human and demon races must coexist peacefully and engage in trade. We must not allow conflicts to arise. Otherwise, when I return, I will not spare those who disrupt my plans or those demons who cause chaos. Aoshi was taken aback. She had led the army in battle against the humans for 2 years without breaking through their defenses, and now Yi Xian claimed to have resolved the situation for her. I understand. Rest assured, Shinner, I will safeguard our legacy. Qingxiu and the others will await your return. As she spoke these words, her tone was resolute, her aura surging dramatically, suggesting a breakthrough to the perfected stage of the tribulation. Yi Xian contemplated for a moment, leaving only a silhouette for Aoshi, saying nothing, evoking a sense of melancholy akin to the chill of the waters of the Yi River, where a hero departs never to return. The Demon Empress was utterly paralyzed, unable to utter a word. Yi Xian followed the Demon Empress into the realm of Mo Yuan, which, due to the deactivation of the Nightmare Demon Great Formation, was now experiencing a significant outflow of contrary spiritual energy and an influx of righteous essence, the atmosphere of death gradually diminishing, and the breath of life becoming increasingly robust. The territory of Mo Yuan was vast, Yet due to the oppressive atmosphere of the nightmare demon great formation, its liberation was undoubtedly a boon for the realm. Was it not? Observing the flourishing Mo Yuan before her, the demon empress's tone shifted. Indeed, it is a good thing. Yi Xian detected the nuance in Mo Yan's voice and instantly comprehended the situation. It seemed his understanding of the demon empress was rather superficial, having unwittingly become a pawn in her game. A hint of panic flickered across Mo Yan's visage. What does the Dragon Lord mean? Who has the audacity to use the Dragon Lord as a shield? Yi Xian scoffed lightly. That audacious woman stands right before me. Dragon Lord. Mo Yan attempted to argue, but was silenced by Yi Xian's finger pressing against her lips. Yi Xian transformed back into his human form. The demon empress is clever, which I admire, but do not use that cleverness against me again. This time, I will let it slide. However, I am curious as to why the demon empress sought to dismantle the nightmare demon great formation. Mo Yan's expression softened. Although she remained concerned about Yi Xian's true intentions, she recognized that it was wise to acquiesce to his words. Does the Dragon Lord know how I became the demon empress? Yi Xian shook his head. How could he possibly know how Mo Yan ascended to her position when she had only crossed over less than a century ago? While she had been demon empress for tens of thousands of years, the Dragon Lord, born of the noble ancestral dragon bloodline, could not fathom the hardships faced by the lower-tier demons, nor could he grasp the struggles endured by the underprivileged members of the demon race. Outsiders viewed the demon race as invaders from the outer realms, but in truth, they were merely slaves during the invasion of the outer celestial demons. The outer celestial demons cultivated using contrary spiritual energy, establishing the nightmare demon great formation to isolate the righteous energy from the outside world, thus saturating Mo Yuan with contrary essence. Eventually, for reasons unknown, the outer celestial demons retreated, leaving behind the hybrid and ordinary demon races. The hybrids could still cultivate using contrary energy, while the ordinary demons and those of other races who fell into Mo Yuan could not cultivate at all. My father was a genius cultivator from the human race, while my mother hailed from the seductive demon clan of the outer celestial demons. She was assigned to seduce my father, but fell in love with him instead, leading to my birth. Their love was not accepted by the world, and to evade persecution, we sought refuge in a secret realm in the lower realms. Yet the outer celestial demons pursued us relentlessly. My mother sacrificed her life to protect my father and me, allowing us a chance to escape. Severely wounded, my father fled with me, but he succumbed shortly thereafter. As I matured, driven by a thirst for vengeance, I willingly returned to the realm of Mo Yuan to partake in the selection of the demon lord's consort. Drawing upon the exquisite beauty inherited from my mother of the Maimao tribe, I successfully ascended to the position of demon empress. The common folk of Mo Yuan languished in despair, possessing vast lands yet yielding no produce, as the hybrid demon races exploited every ounce of their worth. Subsequently, due to the demon lord's utter incompetence, I seized the opportunity to eliminate the former demon empress, thereby claiming the title for myself and appropriating a significant portion of the demon lord's power. However, the hybrid demons were never truly aligned with my cause. Their support for me stemmed solely from my ability to elevate their fortunes, while my true ambition lay in liberating the realm of Mo Yuan and annihilating all hybrid demons. When I first grasped the secret method to dissolve the nightmarish demon formation, I was overwhelmed with a desire to act immediately, yet I hesitated. For once I unraveled the formation, those who had, until that moment, supported me would turn against me with lethal intent. I awaited an opportunity that never came, until I learned of your existence through a minor demon under my command, realizing that my chance might finally be at hand. However, I did not anticipate the demon lord's departure. It was not orchestrated by me, yet it presented an opportunity for which I ought to be grateful. Yi Xian listened intently as Mo Yan recounted her tale, finally comprehending why, as the demon empress, she sought to dismantle the nightmarish demon formation of Mo Yuan. Her aim had never been to lead the demon race to glory, but rather to entrap them within this land. What if I were to kill you directly? Are you so certain that I would allow you to dissolve the protective barrier of Mo Yuan? I cannot be sure. Every time I encountered the demon lord in a precarious situation, I fled, though your speed was too swift for me to escape. Nonetheless, I had already begun to activate the secret method, Otherwise, how could I have so quickly dismantled the nightmarish demon formation? Yi Xian regarded Mo Yin with admiration. It became evident that regardless of my actions, you would inevitably dismantle the formation, for the demon lord was dead. And only you possessed the knowledge of the secret method. No one could impede you. Once the nightmarish demon formation was dissolved, it would no longer matter whether you survived. For both the human and demon races would unite to strike against the demons, rendering this a predetermined outcome. What if I commanded the demon and human races to refrain from slaying the demons? You would be in a state of panic, wouldn't you? Oh, dear sister. Mo Yan's delicate features immediately manifested a look of alarm. She had not anticipated that Yi Xian, the new dragon lord, would possess no sense of collective honor, acting solely on personal whims. No, please, I implore you, you must eradicate the demon race, annihilate them all, and I will comply with your every wish. Then I shall observe your performance. You already know what I desire, do you not? I find this place rather suitable, desolate, and perfect for combat in the wild. Without hesitation, Mo Yin swiftly shed her garments, preparing to ambush Yi Xian's second brother. My goodness, you are as fervent as a starved woman, truly igniting my passions. Mo Yan's enchanting glances ignited the dormant bloodline of the Maymaw within her. If you do not fancy it, I can assume another form. Would you care to try? No, you are perfect just as you are. I quite adore you. In the wilderness, a man and a woman engaging in indescribable acts was perhaps inevitable. The powerful effects of Mo Yan's dormant Maymaw bloodline, having slumbered for millennia, nearly overwhelmed Yi Xian, particularly due to the intoxicating aroma emanating from her, leaving him dizzy with desire, akin to an intoxicating high. Indeed, the Maymaw are formidable. No wonder my father-in-law was willing to confront the world upon learning of my mother-in-law's heritage. Had I been in his position, I would likely have done the same. While Yi Xian continued his intense duel with Mo Yin, she began to address the aftermath of Yi Xian's actions. The three factions, forcibly mediated by Yi Xian, remained in a state of confusion, unable to act, while the demon and human races commenced their merger. Following this battle, the human race of Shenzhou faced near total annihilation of their tribulation stage. The last visible tribulation stage, the Supreme Taoist, was merely a puppet controlled by Yi Xian. The demon race, too, suffered significant losses, with many powerful demons either perishing or rendered incapacitated for expressing discontent towards Yi Xian as the Dragon Lord. The demon race, however, did not sustain severe losses, but whether they might one day mysteriously perish at home remained uncertain. Thus, the long-separated realms of Shanhai and Xianyu finally achieved unification. She located the Supreme Taoist, and before he could utter a word, the Supreme Taoist began to cooperate with She based on the directives left by Yi Xian. She was astounded. The Supreme Taoist was the foremost figure in the realm of Shenzhou, and his younger brother had unknowingly secured their cooperation, far surpassing the accomplishments of other dragon lords in the history of the demon race. The merger of the realms of Shenzhou and the demon race incited dissatisfaction among many humans and demons, yet both sides suppressed any dissent. The amalgamation of the two realms also affected smaller fragmented continents, compelling them to integrate into the newly unified Shanhai Xianyu. Following the merger, the laws of the heavenly Tao were partially restored. This restoration brought tangible benefits, including the emergence of rare, celestial materials, enhanced cultivation potential, increased density of spiritual energy, and burgeoning spirit stone mines, among countless other advantages that benefited both humans and demons alike. While the outside world surged forward in monumental development, Yi Xian, still engaged in the battle within the realm of Mo Yuan, finally approached the concluding stage. Montaqian, your Maymaw constitution surpasses even the potency of aphrodisiacs. Montaqian, beneath him, gasped for breath, teasingly retorting, "What is Wei Wei Ge? If you are unaware, it matters not. It serves a similar purpose, albeit with less efficacy than you. Enough. I have much to attend to, so this shall suffice. System, present me with options." Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged with the spouse, Mo Yin, in the process of conceiving offspring. The current spouse, Mo Yin, possesses celestial spiritual roots. The host may expend 1 year of lifespan to enhance the offspring's innate talents, allowing the spouse, Mo Yin, to bear a high-quality spiritual root offspring. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged with the spouse, Mo Yin, in the process of conceiving offspring. The current spouse, Mo Yin, possesses celestial spiritual roots. The host may expend 10 years of lifespan to enhance the offspring's innate talents, allowing the spouse, Mo Yin, to bear an exceptional spiritual root offspring. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged with the spouse, Mo Yin, in the process of conceiving offspring. The current spouse, Mo Yin, possesses celestial spiritual roots. The host may expend 100 years of lifespan to enhance the offspring's innate talents, allowing the spouse, Mo Yin, to bear an earthly, spiritual root offspring. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged with the spouse, Mo Yin, in the process of conceiving offspring. The current spouse, Mo Yin, possesses celestial spiritual roots. The host may expend 100,000 years of lifespan to enhance the offspring's innate talents, allowing the spouse, Mo Yin, to bear celestial spiritual root offspring. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged with the spouse, Mo Yin, in the process of conceiving offspring. The current spouse, Mo Yin, possesses celestial spiritual roots. The host may expend 1,000,000 years of lifespan to enhance the offspring's innate talents, allowing the spouse, Mo Yin, to bear a child of white quality fortune. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is currently engaged with the spouse, Mo Yin, in the process of conceiving offspring. The current spouse, Mo Yin, possesses celestial spiritual roots. The host may expend 10,000 years of lifespan to enhance the offspring's innate talents, allowing the spouse, Mo Yin, to bear a child of blue quality fortune. I choose the child of blue quality fortune. Quickly enhance it for me, or I shall burst. Ding! Enhancement complete. Mo Yin, remember our agreement. The position of the demon lord must be reserved for my child. With a subtle twist of her delicate form, the delight within her was palpable. Ah, how exhilarating! It has been ages since I felt such unrestrained joy. Xuan sat cross-legged, preparing to conclude this prolonged transaction. Yet, the previously demure and pliable Mo Yin once again clung to Xuan's robust physique. Can't get enough? Do not underestimate my succubus bloodline. I shall help you restore your vigor. As soon as Mo Yan's words fell, she sprang into action. Xuan's gaze shimmered with intent. Ah, mother, I feel invigorated once more. A week later, Mo Yin brought Xuan to the Demon Abyss Royal Palace, where they encountered the nearly barbecued Lin Pinru. Xuan had been so indulgent in recent days that he almost forgot his little compatriot was still in the Demon Abyss. Extracting the Qingxuan demon bone goo from Lin Pinru's body, the black insect transformed once again into a fragrant black pill. However, Lin Pinru's expression was not one of relief as anticipated. Instead, she gazed hungrily at the pill that had tormented her for days. This pill not only hastens her cultivation speed, but also grants her an almost immortal state, with the sole drawback being that without a neutralizing agent, she would perish. Lin Pinru mused that as long as she had the neutralizing potion, the pill's only adverse effect would vanish for a month, rendering it entirely safe. Initially, she intended to request that Xuan provide her with a neutralizing potion so she could carry this item indefinitely, but with Xuan's swift extraction, it left her empty-handed. Xuan, could you possibly give me another dose of that bone goo next time and provide me with more neutralizing potion for extended use? I feel this item is quite beneficial. Xuan cast a bemused glance at Lin Pinru, who had posed such an odd request, pondering that perhaps she had awakened some peculiar proclivity. You are too strange. I cannot endure this. Please vanish. The farther, the better. A submissive cannot be too excessive. Lin Pinru was ruthlessly dismissed by Xuan, leaving Mo Yin to watch the spectacle. It dawned on her that her little succubus had long been under Xuan's control, a fact she had remained oblivious to. However, the ultimate outcome aligned with her interests, so she was disinclined to quibble with Lin Pinru. A month later, following Xuan's directive, Mo Yin gathered the great demons of the Demon Abyss. They prepared to conspire with Xuan to eliminate all these formidable demons. With the demon lord deceased, the faction loyal to him was utterly disoriented, eagerly seeking an opportunity to align with the demon queen. Thus they attended the assembly with great enthusiasm, while the faction loyal to the demon queen harbored no suspicions, each contemplating how to divide the deceased demon lord's estate. Seated upon the Demon Queen's throne, Mo Yin surveyed the congregation of over 10 great demons standing in the grand hall of the demon abyss, confirming several times that no great demon was absent before immediately coordinating with Yi Xian for a grand maneuver. To prevent the great demons from escaping, Yi Xian had meticulously set up hundreds of confinement arrays within the grand hall to ensure absolute security. Upon the queen's confirmation, she could hardly contain her excitement. "You've won. You may act now." As her words echoed, the hundreds of confinement arrays simultaneously activated, ensnaring the unsuspecting great demons within. The captured great demons were taken aback, immediately hurling curses at Mo Yin. "Demon Queen, we supported you and named you our queen, yet you collude with the demon race to scheme against us. You wretched harlot! I shall avenge the demon lord by killing you and sending you to join him." Amidst the barrage of curses from the imprisoned great demons, an overwhelming aura of authority suddenly descended. Perhaps due to their inherent weakness, none of the great demons could rise to confront Yi Xian. The oppressive pressure intensified second by second, causing their curses to diminish in both volume and vigor. Fearing prolonged complications, Mo Yin urged Yi Xian to swiftly eliminate these great demons. Initially, Yi Xian wished to prolong the moment, relishing the bitter defiance in the eyes of these formidable beings before their demise, an experience too advanced and terrifying for ordinary cultivators. However, for Yi Xian, it was simply splendid. Enough is enough. After their demise, we have further matters to attend to, so do not linger. Yi Xian appeared beside Mo Yin, a playful expression on his face as he chided, "Do not be so profit-driven. Such an attitude will not make you a good mother. It could corrupt your child." Mo Yin pursed her lips. This was quite absurd. Yi Xian was already imparting lessons on parenthood, as if he had raised many children, despite being under 20 years of age. Had Yi Xian been privy to Mo Yan's inner thoughts, he would have retorted with great conviction, "I truly have many children." With Mo Yan's remark, Yi Xian lost interest in continuing the game. His gaze sharpened, and the deathly light emitted from his left eye swiftly extinguished the over 10 trapped great demons. Yet the killing was not over. Yi Xian activated another unique buff, transforming the great demons into corpse puppets akin to the Taishang Daozuan. This was a magnificent display before Mo Yin. Mo Yin marveled at Yi Xian's formidable prowess and was astonished by his extraordinary methods of crafting corpse puppets. This aura, the demon lord was transformed into such a form by you, was he not? Indeed, these corpse puppets are fiercely loyal, though lacking in intellect, capable only of simple communication or self-control. However, they excel in combat, making them suitable for guarding one's home. Well then, you may assign these corpse puppets for your future plans. Do not worry about damaging them, as we can always capture more for refinement. Mo Yin twitched her lips. In Yi Xian's eyes, the tribulation stage seemed as common as cabbage. How could there be so many tribulation stage cultivators in the Shanghai immortal realm for you to capture and refine into corpse puppets? Nevertheless, Mo Yin merely contemplated this internally without confronting Yi Xian. After a brief inquiry into the utilization of corpse puppets, Mo Yin began experimenting on her own. By the time she could manipulate the corpse puppets, evening had descended. As soon as she mastered the skill, she promptly dispatched the corpse puppets to hunt the hybrid demon race of the demon abyss. However, what intrigued Mo Yin most was Yi Xian's ability to suppress numerous tribulation stage beings despite only possessing the cultivation of the integration stage. Although Yi Xian seemed to playfully engage with those in the tribulation stage, his true cultivation was a result of various special buffs combined with the strength of several integration stage cultivators, resulting in a substantial enhancement. Although his foundational cultivation remained confined to the integration stage, the addition of several unique attributes rendered his physical prowess comparable to that of a true immortal. The primary enhancement stemmed from his daughter by Xuan, whose cultivation differed from that of her sisters. She cultivated in the immortal realm, where the laws governing cultivation were complete, and her status was elevated above that of the Shanghai immortal realm. When Bai Xuan's cultivation doubled and augmented Yi Xian, he effectively became an integration stage cultivator with several times the completeness of the laws of the Tao, and his cultivation was constructed upon a complete system, placing him a tier above the native cultivators of the Shanghai immortal realm. Coupled with numerous cross-dire combat buffs, Yi Xian could effortlessly dominate the native tribulation stage cultivators. Just as Yixian could capture Nangong Jing of the true immortal first heaven, he could not harm her, but could only confine her within his dual-eyed space. However, on the day when by Xuan transcends to the first level of the true immortal realm, allowing Xuan to attain double the true immortal cultivation, it would be entirely feasible for Xuan to become invincible in the true immortal realm under the influence of various buffs. Observing Ma Yin's curious gaze, Xuan chose not to explain, for he himself could not articulate the reasons, and it would be inappropriate to disclose that he had a system assisting him. Regardless of whether Ma Yin would believe him, Xuan had no intention of revealing such information. Thus, after indulging in unruly pleasures in Ma Yuan for 15 years, a series of notifications from the system regarding childbirth finally prompted Xuan to gather his resolve and return to the Yao tribe. After all, Bai Qingxiu was finally about to give birth after 18 long years. Xuan vividly recalled the time when Bai Mengli gave birth to Bai Xuan, drawing the attention of the upper realm Xuanxian due to her extraordinary talent. This time, he could not allow such an incident to occur again. Before departing from Ma Yuan, he instructed the heavily pregnant Ma Yin to prepare for the merging of Ma Yuan, ensuring the true return of the Shan Haixinyu. Although Ma Yin harbored concerns about the inability of Ma Yuan, which had only developed normally over the past 15 years, to integrate into the small Shan Haixinyu controlled by both the Yao and Yo clans, Xuan had made the necessary arrangements, leaving her no choice but to comply. Xuan journeyed tirelessly for an entire day, finally returning to the Yao tribe. Inside the Yao Divine Hall, a bustling atmosphere prevailed as every member of the Yao clan eagerly anticipated the birth of a new heir from the Yao Queen Bai Qingxiu. Upon his return, Xuan wasted no time in greeting Ao Shi and immediately escorted Bai Qingxiu into the Chong Tong space, followed by a dozen other expectant Yao consorts. After accommodating the consorts, he also brought in a group of experienced maidservants. Yet, feeling uneasy, Xuan proceeded to set up several layers of concealment formations outside the Yao Divine Hall, ensuring that the risk of detection by the Xuanxian or even Jinxian from the upper realm was entirely mitigated. At this moment, Nangong Jing, a long-term resident of the Chongtong world, was utterly astonished, finally realizing the identity of the father of so many high-quality seedlings in this lower realm. The simultaneous appearance of over 10 pregnant women radiating a faint blue aura was indeed a rare sight even in the upper realm. After all, this indicated that the children in their wombs were at least Xuanxian seedlings, coveted strategic resources sought after by various factions. Just then, Xuan entered, prompting Nangong Jing to eagerly approach him with questions. Xuan, are all these pregnant women your wives? Indeed, is there a problem? If you desire a title, I could grant it to you. Bah, who would want to be your wife? I am a true immortal, and you are not even one. How dare you suggest I become your wife? Nangong Jing retorted disdainfully. Xuan remained unfazed, casually replying, but our esteemed Nangong de Zhenxian cannot even best me at the He Who stage. How weak you truly are. You shameless. Nangong Jing intended to retort against Xuan, yet she could not match his strength. Not only had she lost her essence under Xuan's dominance, but she had also been confined here for over a decade, unable to escape. Strangely, despite feeling a small life growing inside her, she could not sense any information about the child, as if the heavenly secrets had been deliberately obscured, leaving even her, the bearer, oblivious. Reflecting upon the blue aura surrounding Xuan's wives, she could not help but wonder if her child was even more remarkable, merely yet to reveal its potential. Xuan had no time for banter with Nangong Jing, but did take a moment to check on her abdomen, confirming that the child within was developing healthily. After all, the child was the one with the greatest potential among his offspring, and Xuan needed to keep a watchful eye. Once assured that Nangong Jing had not unceremoniously terminated her pregnancy, he departed to find Bai Qingxiu and the others. At this point, Bai Qingxiu's labor was nearing its conclusion, with an experienced midwife perspiring heavily. Your Majesty, push. Just a little more. The little princess's head is already visible. I can't push anymore. Can we not just push it back and try again another time? Midwife, hurry. Quickly fetch another spirit bloodling Zao for the Yao Queen to consume. The delivery room was a flurry of activity, and Xuan, waiting outside, was drenched in sweat. After an hour, the resounding cries of a newborn echoed throughout the Xuan world. Although Xuan had attended many births, even to the point of being present daily for some time, this occasion was different. Not only was the child's talent and lineage significant, But Xuan was also concerned that the multiple layers of concealment he had set up might still fail against the Xuanxian of the Yao tribe. Nevertheless, this time, he managed to maintain his composure, preventing a repeat of the incident when Bai Xuan was claimed by a Xuanxian. As his heart gradually settled, Nangongjing, unable to contain her curiosity, rushed over to witness Xuan's new offspring, seeking to learn from the experience in preparation for her own childbirth. The midwife opened the door, and Xuan entered alongside Nangongjing. Bai Qingxiu was exuberantly showcasing various nourishing treasures, completely oblivious to her role as a mother. However, upon noticing Nangongjing behind Xuan, her expression abruptly froze, her enthusiastic display of treasures halting mid-action, the allure of the 10,000-year-old ginseng fading. Xuan, who is this wild woman? I've never seen her before. Upon entering and approaching the bedside, Xuan paused momentarily, confronted by Qingxiu's inexplicable inquiry. A term he had encountered in his past life on Weibo suddenly surfacing in his mind. Is this postpartum depression I detect? Surely not, Qingxiu. Rest assured, I shall cure you. Seeing Xuan evade her question while spouting incomprehensible words, Bai Qingxiu's expression immediately soured. Xuan, is this woman your new slave? Xuan glanced at Nangongjing and replied playfully, sort of, but let us not worry about her. How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Shall I go capture a couple of pure-blooded descendants from the Feng clan to replenish your strength? I see she is not an ordinary slave. Her cultivation is beyond my perception. Regarding Bai Qingxiu's sudden change in demeanor, Xuan was accustomed to it. Many of his women experience significant emotional fluctuations after childbirth. Would you like to eat a phoenix? Xuan continued to dodge the topic, redirecting the conversation to food. Realizing Xuan intended to feign ignorance, Bai Qingxiu decided not to dwell on it, for such deliberation was futile. I want honey-roasted royal jelly. Very well, I shall prepare it for you this evening. Xuan deftly avoided the topic, successfully assuaging Bai Qingxiu's postpartum anxieties, neglecting even their newly born daughter. Observing the two, Nangongjing felt compelled to remark, though uncertain whether to voice her thoughts. Forget it, I shan't stoop to the level of the natives. Nangongjing turned her attention to the newly born girl, ignored by her parents, was receiving attention from an unfamiliar aunt. The little girl, gumming her fingers, remained quiet after a brief bout of crying following the midwife's firm slap. Nangongjing lifted the unnamed little girl, beginning to examine her roots. Perfect Xuanxian roots? Xuan, what kind of elite stock are you? The fox demon possesses a celestial spiritual root, yet your daughter astonishingly holds a perfect Xianxian root? This must surely be the pinnacle of blue fortune. What have you done that no demon from the demon realm has come to take her away? As Yi Xian and Bai Qingxiu deliberated on what additional dishes to serve that evening, both rolled their eyes in unison. Nangongjing, could you possibly refrain from making such a fuss? It's merely a talent for Xianxian. Is it really that significant? Do you even comprehend what a perfect Xianxian root signifies? This child will undoubtedly reach at least the pinnacle of Xianxian in the future. And if I were to reveal that the child within you possesses at least a golden immortal root, would you perform sit-ups on the spot? Yi Xian's words were startling, rendering Nangongjing utterly astounded. She had presumed that the talent within her was decent, yet she confined her expectations to the realm of Xianxian. Now, with Yi Xian's revelation that her child would possess an unrestricted golden immortal root, she felt as though struck by lightning. How do you know? I cannot even ascertain it myself. How can you be certain? Believe it or not, you will only know for sure once it is born. With her thoughts in disarray, Nangongjing set down the little girl she was holding and placed her hand on her wildly beating heart. The prospect of a child with a golden immortal root was hers. She desperately needed a moment to digest this revelation. Generally, the talents of offspring remain within the limits of their parents, with fortunate bloodline mutations potentially surpassing them. Nangongjing herself possessed a true immortal root of white fortune, and never had she imagined the day would come when she could give birth to a child with a golden immortal root. It felt akin to Qingxuan Huang tampering with high-voltage lines, an overwhelming stroke of luck. Unable to contain her excitement, Nangongjing dashed off in a flurry. Lost in her own elation, Yi Xian paid her no mind, knowing she would not stray far, and continued to indulge in affectionate moments with Bai Qingxiu. In the ensuing days, other demon clan holy maidens, who had also conceived around the same time, began to give birth one after another, adding over 10 little princesses to the demon clan. These princesses of demon bloodlines did not provide Yixian with unexpected physical buffs like the children of the human race. Instead, they primarily contributed the purest maternal demon bloodlines. As for the demon clan, the power of bloodlines is fundamental. However, for Yixian, the power of bloodlines seemed somewhat trivial, as nothing could rival the ancestral dragon bloodline he had acquired early on. Once the last daughter was born, Yixian gathered these daughters together to bestow upon them names, in accordance with their birth order. Yi Yinxing, Yi Yinxue, Yi Yinyu, Yi Yinshi, Yi Yinming, Yi Yinyu, Yi Yinbing, Yi Yinfeng, Yi Yinji, Yi Yinyuan, Yi Yinyan, Yi Yinli, Yi Yinxian, and Yi Yinmo. The little princesses still bear the surname Ao in the demon clan, so I shall refrain from wordiness. To be prudent, Yixian decided that until his daughters had cultivated to the true immortal realm and possessed the ability to protect themselves, they would remain sheltered. Time flew by, and a year swiftly passed. During this year, Mo Yen, following Yixian's orders, incorporated the Mo Yuan heavenly domain into the territory of the Shan Haitian domain. The addition of Mo Yuan heavenly domain rendered the laws of the Shan Haitian domain more complete, leading many cultivators, who had long been unable to break through their bottlenecks, to achieve breakthroughs. Among them, the most significant gains were reaped by the Qingxuan Sacred Land. As Yixian's foundation, the Qingxuan Sacred Land naturally received the largest share of this grand merger, as the daughters with celestial spiritual roots successfully advanced to the tribulation stage half a year prior, with over a dozen tribulation stage cultivators, each possessing the capability to defeat enemies beyond their level. The Qingxuan Sacred Land ascended to become the foremost power within the Shan Haitian domain, surpassing even the overt strength of the demon clan. After all, the Qingxuan Sacred Land is not merely a sect, but a family force interconnected by bloodlines, harmonizing better than any alliance or clan. In no time, all the major forces within the Shan Haitian domain speculated about the identity of the elusive patriarch of the Qingxuan Sacred Land, who had almost never made an appearance. This mysterious patriarch's prominence was only slightly overshadowed by that of the Dragon Lord of the Demon Temple, who unified the Shan Haitian domain. At this moment, the enigmatic patriarch, who also happened to be the Dragon Lord of the Demon Temple, was teaching mathematics to his daughters, who had just turned 1 year old, in the primordial universe. Teaching mathematics to toddlers was a devilish endeavor for Yixian. Fortunately, his daughters were exceptionally gifted. Even with a 9-year compulsory education severely compressed, they managed to learn effectively without hindering their cultivation. Suddenly, surrounded by a group of diminutive figures under 60 centimeters seeking his guidance on solving equations, Yixian sensed a peculiar force awakening within him. All right, today, Daddy is giving you a half-day break. Go find your mothers and play. Daddy has some matters to attend to. Due to Yixian's relentless installation of the mindset of relentless striving in his daughters, upon hearing they had a half-day off, they felt not excitement, but rather disappointment. Nevertheless, in their eyes, their father's commands were absolute, and without hesitation, they dispersed to find their mothers, feeling the peculiar sensation within him intensifying. Yixian hastily departed from the primordial world and arrived at the outer realm of the Shan Haitian domain. The moment Yixian appeared, the previously bright and sunny sky transformed into a darkened expanse, with countless tribulation lightning bolts gathering in the clouds. Due to the perfected laws, cultivators experienced rapid progress, and it was not uncommon for someone to undergo tribulation. However, such a grand and overwhelming tribulation had never occurred before. In an instant, the demons of the Demon Temple became anxious, fearing the impending apocalypse. Ding! The host's offspring by Xuan has successfully broken through to the true immortal realm. The double cultivation bonus has been returned to the host. Then why is there still a need for tribulation lightning? Isn't that overkill? Ding! The Shan Haitian domain has been remerged. The heavenly Tao consciousness has fully awakened, and the host's breakthrough to true immortal has not received its recognition. Deemed as outside of fate, thus posing a threat to the heavenly Tao, resulting in the Shan Haitian Tao's decision to eliminate the host. This damned heavenly Tao is as petty as a jealous woman. If it weren't for me, could it have revived? Now it seeks to harm me, thinking I am a benevolent soul. Ding! Host, please be advised. The Shan Hai Tao has commenced an attack. Before the system's mechanical voice even finished speaking, a pitch-black chaotic tribulation lightning combined with several crimson apocalyptic tribulation bolts, descended straight towards Xuan. Fate, avoider, to be executed. The androgynous voice of the heavenly Tao echoed, and the entire Shanghai Xian domain was filled with countless void mirrors, as the Shanghai Tao intended to publicly execute Xuan as a display of authority. Where the tribulation lightning passed, the void was reduced to nothingness. Just when everyone believed Xuan was doomed, he merely raised his hand lightly, casually swatting at the sky, where a golden-hued Dharma hand materialized between the tribulation lightning and Xuan, sending the bolts back to strike the heavenly Tao vortex. The heavenly Tao, taken by surprise at its own attack being returned, had no time to defend and could only brace itself to receive the very tribulation lightning it had unleashed. Fortunately, the shared origin of the apocalyptic tribulation lightning's energy prevented the heavenly Tao from being too disheveled. In this dramatic reversal, the entire Shanghai Xian domain fell into an eerie silence. Xuan's voice, laced with mockery, floated through the air. Such a feeble heavenly Tao dares to claim it can slay me. The mountain and sea heavenly Tao, deeply enraged by Xuan's mockery in front of all beings of the mountain and sea immortal domain, bellowed, "Fate-evading individual, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance." The resonating tones of the heavenly Tao echoed throughout the realm, infused with an unmistakable fury. Once more, the mountain and sea heavenly Tao gathered its strength, this time conjuring a calamity of thunder far more terrifying than the previous world-destroying tribulation. Although Xuan appeared unperturbed, the cultivators of the entire mountain and sea immortal domain felt a collective unease on his behalf. Our protagonist, Xuan, remained utterly relaxed, leisurely retrieving a tea tray to brew himself a cup of tea. Witnessing such disdain from Xuan, the mountain and sea heavenly Tao became even more frenzied, amassing energy into the impending thunderclouds of tribulation. As the calamity intensified, she approached Xuan, playfully attempting to admonish him to cease his pretentiousness. Yet, before she could impose any reprimand, the long-accumulated thunderbolts of the heavenly Tao struck down with a vengeance. She clenched her fist, her delicate palm pierced by her own nails as faint golden blood seeped through. "Xuaner, you must not come harm." The scene shifted back to Xuan, facing the terrifying thunderbolts rushing towards him, set down his teacup. "I've waited for you so long that my tea has turned cold. However, with a bit of warmth, it is still drinkable." He reignited the spirit flame beneath the teapot, gradually warming the remaining tea. This act of brewing tea was witnessed by all beings in the mountain and sea immortal domain, whether they were demons, humans, or spirits. And their hearts echoed with a singular thought: what a pretentious king. The sheer audacity of the Dragon Lord was astounding. That formidable strike from the mountain and sea heavenly Tao was no trifling matter. Surely, the Dragon Lord could not withstand it. The scene shifted again as a massive, chaotic thunderbolt tore through the void, seemingly intent on shattering Xuan's very being. With a singular finger raised towards the heavens, Xuan emitted a minuscule yet piercing white ray of energy. The colossal clash of energies resulted not in the anticipated explosion or tempest of power, but rather, the chaotic thunderbolt from the mountain and sea heavenly Tao was assimilated upon contact with the white energy, which then rebounded back towards the heavenly Tao. This unforeseen outcome left all in a state of bewilderment, their minds echoing questions of identity and existence. Is this truly a cultivator? Are you not the heavenly Tao? Meanwhile, the mountain and sea heavenly Tao was thrown into disarray, having drawn upon immense natural forces to unleash that chaotic thunderbolt. It found itself incapable of enduring such an overwhelming influx of energy. Before the mountain and sea heavenly Tao could respond, the thunder surged into its consciousness. The terrifying vortex of tribulation clouds, under the relentless onslaught of white divine light, disintegrated within moments, revealing the essence of the heavenly Tao. Xuan swiftly employed his divine abilities to bind the shrouded essence of the heavenly Tao, ensuring it could not escape. The dazed essence of the heavenly Tao possessed no means of resistance and was firmly subdued by Xuan. With one hand, he filled his cup with the now warm tea, while the other hand held aloft the subdued essence for all to witness. Although the mountain and sea heavenly Tao manifested a humanoid form composed entirely of white sacred light, it bore no discernible features, let alone gender. Nonetheless, the beings of the mountain and sea immortal domain gazed upon the heavenly Tao with curiosity, for this was likely a sight they would behold but once in their lifetimes. Seeing Yi Xian's resounding victory and the alleviation of danger, she flew to his side, expressing concern. "Xianer, you are truly remarkable. Even the heavenly Tao cannot harm you in the slightest. Yet, will your humiliation of the heavenly Tao not attract the repercussions of fate?" Yi Xian shook his head, not with certainty of escaping consequences, but with the belief that, should they arise, they would not spell disaster for him. After all, his lifespan was predetermined. As long as he had not exhausted it, the system would ensure his survival. "Do not worry, Sister Shi, I shall be fine. However, I still have much to discuss with this mountain and sea heavenly Tao, so I would appreciate your assistance in tidying things up afterwards." Shi, aware that Yi Xian intended to abdicate responsibility once more, pouted in playful frustration. "You little rascal. Every time, I barely get to speak a few words before you leave me to clean up your mess, gallivanting off on your own. Must you not spend more time with your sister?" Yi Xian was taken aback by Shi's reaction. Typically, she regarded herself as an elder sister, though she occasionally displayed a more delicate demeanor. This was the first time he had seen her sulking. "Sister, you have changed. You've become rather adorable." Realizing her slip of composure, Shi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly turned to flee. With my sister acting like this, I truly wish to be a mischievous younger brother for once." Yi Xian smacked his lips, contemplating before deciding to address the mountain and sea heavenly Tao. He summoned his divine consciousness, tearing open a rift in space, and transported the mountain and sea heavenly Tao back to the origin world. Upon arriving in the origin world, Yi Xian released the heavenly Tao from its bindings. Stripped of its foundational power, the once mighty mountain and sea heavenly Tao was rendered no more formidable than an ordinary child of merely a year old. Upon losing its restraints, the mountain and sea heavenly Tao plummeted to the ground, landing painfully and emitting a cry of anguish. It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" Yi Xian watched in delight as the heavenly Tao rolled on the ground, clutching its rear in distress, unable to contain his laughter. The heavenly Tao, though proud, bore the humiliation of Yi Xian's mirth, enduring the pain while resisting the urge to lose face. After a while, Yi Xian had his fill of laughter and sought out Nangong. Initially, she refused his summons under the pretext of needing to nurture her pregnancy, yet ultimately succumbed to Yi Xian's insistence and rose to fulfill her duties. Nangong arrived swiftly, oblivious to the presence of the heavenly Tao. "Do you have any means to allow me to supplant the essence of the heavenly Tao and become the new heavenly Tao?" Nangong's expression turned peculiar, bewildered by Yi Xian's sudden whim to assume such a burdensome role. "Are you quite all right? Why the sudden desire to become the heavenly Tao? It is not only troublesome but also fraught with limitations, a task more burdensome than beneficial. Must I not indulge in the thought of assuming the role for a bit of fun? When I tire of it, I shall simply pass the mantle to another, embracing the spirit of spontaneity." Nangong was rendered speechless, believing Yi Xian's thoughts to be erratic, as he sought to do everything without dedicating himself to diligent cultivation. "Could you not focus on your cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough to the true immortal realm?" Before Nangong could finish her sentence, Yi Xian dispelled his concealment, revealing his cultivation at the first level of the true immortal realm. Nangong's jaw dropped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Yi Xian. You! When did you break through to the true immortal realm? This is impossible. You have only recently transitioned to the tribulation stage. And for the entire year, you have been preoccupied with frivolities, having not practiced even for a minute. How did you achieve the first level of the true immortal realm?" Yi Xian's pace of breakthrough was nothing short of a challenge to Nangong's worldview. While some prodigies in the upper realms achieved such heights around the age of 20, those individuals hailed from top-tier factions with abundant resources, relentlessly cultivating with unparalleled talent and dedication. Who would dare to resemble Yi Xian, who merely flaunts his web without fishing, idling away his time, yet manages to transcend into the realm of true immortals before reaching a mere century of age? Moreover, Yi Xian has never even ventured to the upper realm. To achieve a breakthrough to true immortal within 10,000 years while cultivating in the lower realm is already a testament to extraordinary talent. Nen Gongjing, born into a prestigious family in the upper realm and endowed with a true immortal spiritual vein, took 2 centuries to attain the true immortal realm and, at the age of 520, still remains at the pinnacle of the first layer of true immortal. If calculated in the context of the Shanhai Xinyu, it equates to approximately 20,000 years to reach the true immortal realm, which is indeed a mark of genius. Yi Xian, with an air of pride, had not intended this. It was merely a consequence of his beloved daughter by Xuan achieving her own breakthrough. Yet, this remains his greatest secret, one he has resolved to keep from all others. Let Nan Gongjing speculate as she wishes. There is no need for such astonishment. Were he to desire a breakthrough, he could achieve enlightenment at any moment without the necessity of seclusion for cultivation, an idea utterly foreign to those devoid of talent. Amidst the display of superiority, Nan Gongjing felt an overwhelming urge to crush the arrogant man before her. Yet fearing the repercussions of her actions, she could only silently reassure herself. After a while, her determination did not waver. After all, this man was the actual father of her child. If the child possessed true immortal potential, relying solely on her and her family, or her sect, would not suffice to protect him. Although she was not in the dire position she once faced 2 decades ago with Bai Mengli, when her life was nearly extinguished, separation from her child seemed inevitable. Presently, her only hope lay in urging Yi Xian to cultivate diligently, praying for his early breakthrough to Xianxin, so that when Yi Xian reached the harmonization stage, he could defeat her at the first layer of true immortal. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to transcend and contend with Xianxin, where the 5th and 6th layers could match even ordinary golden immortals. She did not seek lofty aspirations. She only wished for Yi Xian to protect her child. After an internal struggle, Nan Gongjing earnestly addressed Yi Xian, stating that the situation in the upper realm was intricate and brutal. Although true immortals are powerful, they often find it challenging to safeguard themselves. She expressed uncertainty about how he had managed to shield this small world from the probing eyes of Xianxin and protect the dozen or so seedlings of Xianxin within it. But if her unborn child truly possessed the potential of a golden immortal, neither their current selves nor the forces behind them could ensure his safety. Do you understand? This is all my savings, the essence of cultivation for true immortal practitioners. You may use it freely, but you must promise me to cultivate earnestly. Can you? Yi Xian gazed at the high-grade immortal ring in Nan Gongjing's hand, sensing the genuine feelings she had never revealed to him, and a fleeting pang of guilt stirred within him. However, this sense of guilt was but a momentary flicker in Yi Xian's heart. He firmly grasped Nan Gongjing's hand and nodded solemnly. While unbeknownst to her, he stealthily transferred the high-grade immortal ring containing her entire savings into his possession. I understand. I promise you that I will cultivate diligently to protect you and the children. So can you now tell me the method to replace the heavenly Tao? Just as a wave of comfort and assurance washed over Nan Gongjing, it was swiftly eclipsed by fury directed at Yi Xian. You wretched creature! I will have it out with you. Nan Gongjing, in a fit of rage, threw a punch at Yi Xian, vowing to annihilate the man who had robbed her of her innocence and all her possessions. Hey, if you won't speak, then don't resort to violence. Do you realize you're committing murder against your own husband? Lechman, silence yourself. I'm going to kill you. Oh, so you wish to escalate things? Be careful not to provoke a miscarriage. The one who suffers will be yourself. Ouch. Nan Gongjing, are you a dog? Your bite hurts so much. If you keep this up, I might just retaliate. Observing the playful bickering between the two, the heavenly Tao, which had been neglected for quite some time, found amusement in their antics, only to be inadvertently spotted by Yi Xian, who promptly delivered a slap. The nascent heavenly Tao, mere years old, felt as if it had suffered a tremendous blow and promptly swooned into unconsciousness. Following this playful scuffle, the relationship between Nan Gongjing and Yi Xian, both intricately linked, experienced a swift warming. Exhausted from their playful tussle, Nan Gongjing found herself forcibly embraced by Yi Xian, imprisoned in his arms. Look at you, unable to defeat me. Give up on resistance and obediently follow my arrangements. I assure you that as long as you remain within this small world, I will guarantee that you and the child will not be discovered by those shameless golden immortals. Besides, this child will take at least 100 years to be born. In that time, I will have become a Qianxin. While I may not be able to recklessly slay golden immortals, safeguarding you will be no issue. With no means of escape, Nan Gongjing could only pout in frustration. Since Yi Xian was lenient, and she could not best him, what other choice did she have but to trust him? Do you truly wish to ascend as the heavenly Tao? Nan Gongjing queried, her tone softening. It's not so much a desire as it is a necessity. As long as the will of the heavenly Tao exists in the Shanhai Xinyu, it remains a looming threat. Even if I were to eliminate this heavenly Tao, it would still be reborn, which is why I wish to take its place. So, do you possess a method to control the heavenly Tao? After a moment of contemplation, Nan Gongjing replied, I do. However, this method requires a soul of a true immortal. Yet, the heavenly Tao in the Shanhai Xinyu has only recently emerged. 10 souls from the tribulation stage would suffice. The question is, do you possess them? Surely you cannot kill them on the spot. In the next moment, a demonic soul emerged from within Yi Xian, opening its abyssal maw to release 10 unclaimed souls. These souls were extracted by Yi Xian when he refined figures like the Taishang Daozuan into corpses using the demonic soul buff. Nan Gongjing was rendered speechless. Yi Xian was neither a practitioner of demonic arts nor a soul cultivator. Why would he keep so many souls? 10 souls, all in the tribulation stage. Though their quality is somewhat uneven, should I procure a few of higher quality? Enough, enough. You are neither a soul cultivator nor a demonic cultivator. Why keep so many souls? Truly, I am at a loss for words. This will come in handy, regardless, with the demonic soul present. I fear not the karmic ties of these souls. Nan Gongjing touched the immortal ring on Yi Xian's finger, which contained all her savings. And a small golden rune token slipped out. Yi Xian caught it and examined it closely. This is the method to control the heavenly Tao. Indeed, the Jinwu Qiutianju, a treasure of the Qingxuan Sect, a secret technique used to enslave beings in the lower realm. However, I must advise you that this will affect your cultivation. The power of the heavenly Tao will entangle you with a great deal of karma. It will be wise to find someone trustworthy to wield this on your behalf. Yi Xian concurred. Having recently broken through to the true immortal realm, he would soon need to venture to the upper realm. It was prudent to select someone to oversee the heavenly Tao in his stead. After much contemplation, Yi Xian resolved to entrust the power of the heavenly Tao to the Qingxuan Sect, with the first appointed steward being Yi Yu. Yi Xian indeed held a particular fondness for Yi Yu, stemming from a sense of indebtedness, and her resilient character made her exceptionally suitable for the task. Yi Xian quickly familiarized himself with the Jinwu Qiutianju, then contacted Yi Yu through the system, urging her to return to the Qingxuan sacred land. Upon receiving Yi Xian's command, Yi wasted no time in abandoning her current responsibilities and hurriedly rushed back to the Qingxuan sacred land, traversing through the night. Chapter 080. Under Nan Gongjing's guidance, Yi Xian commenced a ruthless refinement of the Shanhai heavenly Tao. Despite the heavenly Tao's fervent resistance, it ultimately proved futile. As Yi Xian forcibly refined it into a ring, the ring emanated a sacred brilliance, within which lay a new soul, awaiting awakening. This soul was the essence of the Shanhai Tiandao, fused with 10 newly crafted souls from the tribulation phase, representing the will of the heavenly path. Once a practitioner of the Jinwu Qiutianju donned this ring, the soul spirit within would awaken autonomously, assisting its master in executing the powers of the heavenly way. Yi Xian carefully stored the ring and returned to the Shanhai Xinyu, heading straight for the Qingxuan Holy Land. Within a few hours, Yi Xian arrived at the Qingxuan Holy Land and convened a family meeting that was exclusively his own. Sitting at the head of the table, he noticed his daughters taking their seats in anticipation, wondering if he would bestow upon them another boon. Ah, those who could arrive, have you all gathered? All eyes upon me, for I have an announcement. Yi Wei glanced at the attendance list, noting that aside from a few sisters in critical meditation, all were present. Father, aside from those in seclusion, all the sisters are here, please proceed. Yi Xian, shedding his usual playful demeanor, spoke earnestly to his daughters. A few days ago, I transcended into the true immortal realm and shall soon ascend to the upper realm. However, I remain concerned for you and your mother. Thus, I have forged this authority from the heavenly path to protect our Qingxuan sect. Yi Xian released the Tiandao ring, guiding it to fly into Yi Yu's hands. I wish for you to be the first steward, and thereafter, a new steward shall be appointed annually, the selection of whom is entirely up to you. Yi, taken aback, vowed not to disappoint Yi Xian's expectations. Yet, Yi Xuan and the others, who were on the brink of tribulation, felt confusion. Wasn't the Tiandao taken by the Dragon Lord of the Demon Clan? How could it suddenly be refined and end up in our father's possession? Unable to contain her curiosity, Yi Xuan voiced her question, Father, wasn't the Tiandao taken by the Dragon Lord of the Demon Clan? How did it come into your hands? Shouldn't you inform us? Yi Xian had anticipated this inquiry. He had planned to disclose his identity to Ao, Shi, and his daughters before departing, to prevent any conflict among kin. I am a Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord is I. My identity as Ao, Xian among the Demon Clan must remain a secret. After my departure, do not engage in conflict with the Dragon Mother Ao, Shi, understood? Upon uttering these words, the hall fell into a profound silence, so quiet that even a falling hair would echo. My father is the Dragon Lord? The Dragon Lord is my father? Am I human or demon? This revelation left all the daughters in a state of shock. Finally, it made sense why Yi Xian had vehemently opposed their involvement in the war between the demon and human clans. It turned out their father was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. After a brief silence, Yi was the first to accept this astonishing truth, perhaps due to her unique lineage. Father, does that mean the Dragon Mother is also our stepmother? Yi Xian chuckled, nodding and then shaking his head. Not yet, but soon enough, the daughters exclaimed in unison. Father is formidable. The Dragon Mother is a supreme being among the Demon Clan, and our father is set to claim her. Does this mean our Yi family is now the foremost power in Shanghai? At this moment, Yi Xuan recalled that the Dragon Lord seemed to have a complicated relationship with the Demon Empress. Excitedly, she asked, Father, what is your relationship with the Demon Empress Mo Yen? Surely, it isn't merely a friendship? You could say she is your unofficial stepmother. Our youngest sister is already in her womb. Yi Xian quickly shifted the topic, as he too wondered why all his offspring were daughters. Despite the high potential of his children reaching the golden immortal realm, none of his wives had borne him a son. Nevertheless, Yi Xian was unconcerned. The necessity for a son to continue the lineage was diminished by his extended lifespan. While he believed daughters to be far superior to sons, many of his wives were determined to give birth to the first male heir of the Yi family. After discussing matters related to his ascension, Yi Xian lingered in the Qingxuan Holy Land for a time, tending to his wives who were left in solitude, for even the smallest of mosquitoes are still meat. A month later, Yi Xian returned to the Yaoshan Hall, informing Ao, Shi of his impending journey to the upper realm and sharing that he had struck a deal with the mysterious leader of the Qingxuan Holy Land. Yi Xian advised Ao, Shi to collaborate with the Qingxuan Holy Land, assuring her that anyone who violated the agreement would be dealt with accordingly. Ao, Shi, without hesitation, placed her unconditional trust in Yi Xian. A month later, clad in a white robe, Yi Xian sat in a secluded mountain area, no longer concealing his cultivation, allowing his true immortal aura to be drawn to the upper realm. Soon, a rift in space tore open above the mountains, and a grotesque serpent demon emerged. Upon sighting this demon, Yi Xian instinctively felt that this creature was anything but benevolent. The serpent demon exuded a foul stench, a blend of decaying blood and toxic poison, evoking a deep-seated revulsion within him. The serpent demon's sinister gaze fixed on Yi Xian, and it opened its rancid maw, speaking in a decayed tongue, a dragon lineage. How pure your blood is, you must taste exquisite. As the old serpent finished speaking, it transformed into a colossal, putrid serpent, lunging at Yi Xian. A chill ran down Yi Xian's spine. His instincts were indeed correct. This creature was no good. Old by dang, this is your own doing. I had intended to remain low-key, yet you forced my hand. Yi Xian manifested dragon claws, his figure twisting in an uncanny manner as he seized the serpent's vulnerable point. With a powerful grip, he crushed the serpent demon before it could even muster a defense, effectively ending its existence. Though the true immortal serpent demon was in a state of decay, its remains still held value as alchemical materials. Yi Xian carefully preserved the still vibrant serpent head, along with its venom sac and fangs. He then skinned it, extracted the spine, and harvested all the valuable parts from the true immortal serpent demon. The venom sac and fangs could be crafted into poison daggers, while the spine could form a serpentine chainsword, and the skin could be fashioned into inner armor. Seeing that he had ample time, Yi Xian busied himself with crafting these treasures. He produced a complete set of inner armor from the abundant serpent skin, making a total of 100 sets. However, with only one spine available, he crafted a single chain sword, naming it the Qi Lian sword. He also fashioned 2 poison daggers, intending to send one to the demon clan and the other to the Qingxuan Holy Land. As for the 100 sets of inner armor, he decided to return them all to the Qingxuan Holy Land. Given that his earlier daughters, due to their innate talents, had generally low cultivation levels and lacked self-destructive capabilities, this inner armor would protect them from any harm from cultivators below the tribulation phase. As for the Qi Lian sword, Yi Xian retained it for himself to use during his transition to the upper realm. In the Shanghai Xinyu, Yi Xian was unparalleled, yet in the upper realm, circumstances would differ. Although, under the influence of numerous enhancements, he could unleash the combat power of a true immortal at the 5th or even 6th layer, his true immortal cultivation remained at the 1st layer. However, as an experienced strategist, Yi Xian's primary approach is one of caution. Until he possesses absolute strength, he will not hastily reveal his capabilities. When the time feels right, Yi Xian meticulously purges himself of any trace of the corrupting energy from the colossal serpent before stepping into the rift torn open by the serpent demon. The raging energy within the rift assaults Yi Xian fiercely, yet he remains unfazed, relying on the formidable resilience of his physical form. After what seems like an eternity, Yi Xian finally discovers the exit of the rift. With a moment of adjustment, he strides forth through the dimensional breach. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, Uikui quiese dedicate form shadevs. This sensation. Has Ao Xian arrived in the demon realm? Ao Xian, do you not realize that if you delay any longer, the life of your child will be in jeopardy? Knock, knock, knock. The door to Hui Chui Chui's chamber is rapped upon by a handmaid, and a clear voice carries from outside. Saintess, the esteemed one has come to see you. Upon hearing that her father has arrived, Hui Chui Chui's thoughts, which had flown far beyond, are immediately tethered back to reality. I understand. Please have my father wait a moment. I will tidy myself up and come to greet him. The handmaid outside offers no response, as Hui Chui Chui's current situation is evidently precarious. After preparing herself, Hui Chui Chui enters the reception hall to meet her father, the esteemed Hui Yaozun. Hui Yaozun sits regally upon a chair, with a fair and handsome visage, complemented by long, dark green hair that exudes an otherworldly charm. Hui Chui Chui approaches Hui Yaozun and respectfully greets him. Father, you have arrived. Hui Yaozun maintains a stern expression, betraying no emotion. Hui Chui Chui, accustomed to her father's demeanor, acknowledges the tension, understanding that his displeasure is justified given her prior transgressions. She takes a seat opposite him and asserts, Father, if your intention in visiting is still to compel me to abandon my child, my answer remains unchanged. I reiterate, should you attempt to force me to terminate this pregnancy, you will come to regret it. In response to Hui Chui Chui's resolute stance, Hui Yaozun clenches his palm, shattering the armrest of the chair beneath him into splinters. It is worth noting that this chair was crafted from the branches of an ancient, celestial tree, its durability surpassing that of many divine weapons. After a moment of silence, Hui Yaozun finally speaks. Hui Chui Chui, as my daughter, you enjoy the bountiful resources of our Mu Yao clan, and thus have an obligation to contribute to our kin. Are you aware of the dissenting voices within our clan regarding your current cultivation level? For the sake of an unknown child, you are willing to forsake the opportunity to achieve the golden immortal status. Were it not for your lineage, you would have been executed long ago and returned to the earth of our ancestors as nourishment for our clan. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Uikui nods in acknowledgement. If you are aware of the consequences, why do you persist in this course of action? Do you honor me, the Mu Yao clan, and your mother who sacrificed her very life to bring you into this world? Hui Chui Chui shakes her head, but then nods again. I know I have disappointed you, Father, and I recognize my shortcomings towards the entire Mu Yao clan. However, it is precisely because of this child that I have come to understand my mother's intentions when she sacrificed her life for my survival. My mother loved me dearly, and to ensure my existence, she gave everything. I have inherited her will and love for my unborn child, and I am willing to sacrifice my life for her arrival into this world. Hui Yaozun's brow furrows in anger, realizing that his attempts to reason with Hui Chui Chui have been in vain. Stubbornness, I am giving you one final chance. In 1 month, I expect to see you have refined her essence and reclaimed the golden immortal fruit. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. His tone is resolute, delivering what is effectively an ultimatum. Qingxuan remains silent, having anticipated a confrontation with Xuan. Father, since you express such sentiments, it appears our conversation has reached an impasse. Please return. I shall not abandon my child, just as my mother never considered forsaking me. The chair beneath him splintering into fragments. With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he turns away from Qingxuan and departs. Once he has left, Qingxuan's expression darkens with worry. The time granted to her by Xuan is limited to just 1 month, and the prospect of delaying until Xuan matures seems utterly implausible. Now, she can only rely on her own resources. Upon her summons back to the demon realm, Qingxuan had foreseen the challenges ahead and thus prepared an escape route. She employs a secret method to contact her former subordinates from her past life, instructing them to activate the contingency plans she had set in motion. While Qingxuan prepares for her flight, Xuan, who has just arrived in the upper realm, wanders about aimlessly. Xuan had initially intended to contact Bai Mengli, but after attempting to reach her, he discovers that she is in seclusion, her aura concealed to the extent that even he cannot discern it. Her presence is so faint. Could it be that Mengli is situated far from here? He reflects. Indeed, when she ascended, she was accompanied by the likes of Jing, Air, and other celestial beings, while he himself was ushered here by a serpent demon of the celestial realm. It appears that ascension is dictated by bloodlines and species. Could it be that this place is the territory of the upper realm's demon clan? After some deliberation, Xuan realizes he requires additional knowledge to substantiate his hypothesis. He extends his spiritual consciousness, sensing all life forms within the vast forest surrounding him. He discovers that aside from a few demonic beasts at the transformation and integration stages, there is not a single human to be found. In fact, within the range of his spiritual perception, he cannot detect any traces of humanity whatsoever. Unwilling to accept this, Xuan resolves to capture a sentient demonic beast to extract memories and gather intelligence. He employs his magic, selecting a monkey demon and drawing it from a distance of 10,000 meters to stand before him. The monkey demon, possessing the cultivation of the transformation stage, has long since developed its sentience and possesses intellect comparable to that of humans, making it an ideal candidate for information acquisition. Suddenly seized by Xuan, the monkey demon trembles in terror, its entire being emanating a palpable fear of death. Xuan, uninterested in idle conversation, penetrates the monkey demon's consciousness with his divine awareness, extracting a wealth of information. It turns out that the area where Xuan ascended is situated at the very fringes of the upper realm's demon territory. The most formidable beast nearby is merely a first-tier, true immortal tiger demon, while the closest demon city, known as Duyaoguan, lies approximately 1 million miles to the west. Xuan is utterly exasperated. His earlier suspicions have proven correct. This upper realm is indeed divided among the 3 races of humans, demons and devils, each occupying their respective territories. His arrival point is regrettably positioned at the farthest edge from both the celestial and devil realms. How frustrating. He has arrived directly at the border. Xuan finds little interest in this forest and promptly sets off towards Duyaoguan based on the information gleaned from the monkey demon. 1 million miles is neither an insubstantial distance nor a trivial one. However, after 5 hours of rapid travel, Xuan finally approaches the vicinity of Duyaoguan. It must be noted that the resources of the demon realm are indeed incomparable to those of the lower realms. Even a modest checkpoint along the border is more magnificent than the grandest celestial city in the lower realm. As a newcomer, Xuan deems it prudent to maintain a low profile, so he alters his appearance and positions himself at the end of the queue entering the checkpoint. After a brief wait, he finally gains entry to Duyaoguan. Initially, one was required to pay an entrance fee upon entering the Guan. Yet upon recognizing that Xuan belonged to a lineage of pure-blooded dragons, the demonic guards graciously waived the fee for descendants of the great demon clans. Once inside the Guan, Xuan observed that the local customs were remarkably simple and unadulterated, with numerous shops engaged in the slave trade lining the streets. The prevailing hierarchy of power in this realm was significantly more severe than in the Shanghai Xianyu, where, although the demon clans under his command were heavily oppressed, the streets were not rife with the slave trade. As Xuan traversed the bustling thoroughfare, he soon sensed that he was being watched. Cursed be this realm. It was perilously treacherous. On the very first day, he had already drawn attention twice, and he remained oblivious to the intentions of those pursuing him. Suddenly, Xuan quickened his pace, striving to shake off the unseen tail following him. "Brother, what should we do? That young lord of the Qingxuan clan seems to have noticed us. Should we pursue?" Hesitated the demon addressed as brother. "Pursue. It is not every day that a dragon appears in the Guan. We cannot let him escape." The three demons, fearing that Xuan might elude them, hastened to follow. Xuan, not as familiar with the Guan as his pursuers, soon found himself shadowed once more. Frustrated, he thought to himself that even a clay figure would have its limits. Having just arrived, he did not wish to incite trouble. Yet these three were relentless in their pursuit, believing in the principle of, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Xuan resolved to teach these three tailing demons a lesson. He halted abruptly, drew his Qi Lian chain sword, and swung it toward his pursuers. The three demons, who had just caught up, immediately assumed defensive stances, combining their strength to mitigate Xuan's attack. The leader of the trio was overjoyed to witness Xuan's formidable prowess, momentarily rendered speechless. The three demons had all attained the second and third levels of true immortal cultivation, and yet they could only withstand one of Xuan's strikes through their combined efforts, and they even managed to smile in the face of adversity. Xuan, momentarily at a loss for words, swiftly launched another strike, a ferocious wave of sword energy directed at the trio. The demons had no time to respond. They could only hurriedly unite their forces to defend against the onslaught. "Brother, what should we do? That young lord of the Qingxuan clan seems to have misunderstood our intentions." "Misunderstood? That cannot be. Third brother, hurry and explain to the young lord." The three demons once again managed to deflect Xuan's sword energy, but as Xuan raised his sword once more, the youngest, third brother, hastily interjected, "Young lord, please hold. We bear no ill will." Xuan was disinclined to listen, having been pursued for so long. He was not about to relent simply because they now found themselves outmatched. His previous two strikes had merely been tests to gauge whether any powerful beings within the Guan would intervene. Ignoring their pleas, Xuan unleashed another onslaught of 7 or 8 sword energies, aimed squarely at the three demons. The trio was paralyzed with fear. A single wave of Xuan's sword energy was enough to overwhelm them, and facing 7 or 8 at once would surely spell disaster. "Elder Ancestor, save me!" cried the leader in desperation. Just as he called for help, Xuan's sword energy surged forth, engulfing the area in a cloud of thick smoke, followed by the resounding echoes of an explosion. Above in the sky, Xuan remained vigilant, having sensed an exceedingly powerful aura, one potent enough to pose a threat even to him, likely that of Xuanxian. Gripping the Qi Lian sword tightly, he remained poised for action. Cursed be his luck. He had intended to lay low, yet on the very first day, he had already attracted attention. Truly, what misfortune! As the smoke cleared, the three demons, though somewhat battered and bruised, emerged without any severe injuries. Xuan's sword trembled slightly in his hand, ever ready to strike at the suspected Xuanxian. At that moment, an elder clad in a black robe descended from the void, alighting beside the trio and casting a disdainful glance at them, loudly berating them as inept. "Elder, please calm your anger. Elder, please calm your anger. Elder, please calm your anger." The three demons pleaded in unison. Xuan regarded the black-robed elder with a wary gaze. The elder shot a piercing look at the trio before turning to Xuan, addressing him with a disarming smile. "Young lord, please sheathe your sword. You have misjudged my 3 foolish sons. We harbor no malice towards you. We simply wish to invite you as our guest at the Qingxuan clan." Xuan was not so easily deceived by the elder's sweet words and held his Qi Lian sword at the ready. Observing this, the elder had no choice but to reiterate, "Young lord, please exercise caution. I swear by my Tao heart that the Qingxuan clan bears no ill will towards you." As he spoke, a flicker of luminous energy coursed through him, a manifestation of his oath. Seeing this, Xuan slowly replied, "I am curious as to why you wish to invite me to your Qingxuan clan. I have only just arrived and have not provoked your clan in any way." He still gripped the Qi Lian sword tightly, although the elder's oath was generally trustworthy. One can never be too cautious. "No, young lord, you have indeed interacted with members of my Qingxuan clan." "Ah, I see. The guards at the gate were from your clan." The elder's satisfaction with Xuan's insight grew. Indeed, my and Lingmong clan is the foremost family in this Guan, and I am the city lord of this Guan, Yoduan. Xuan was taken aback. He had suspected the elder's status was significant, but to discover he was the very lord of the Guan was unexpected. No wonder the three demons had pursued him so brazenly. No wonder there had been no official intervention to stop him from fighting in the inner city. Clearly, they were all in league together. Yet, Xuan felt no fear. He could simply await the system to revive him if necessary. So, you are the city lord. May I inquire what business you have with me? Xuan's tone remained respectful, neither servile nor arrogant. Yoduan's smile widened with satisfaction. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. This is not the place for our discussion. Why not accompany me to the city lord's mansion, where I shall host a banquet in your honor? Xuan pondered the elder's demeanor, intrigued by his motivations. Very well, I shall accompany you, if only out of respect for your age. Upon hearing Xuan's agreement, Yoduan was elated and swiftly reprimanded the three demons beside him. You three fools, do not keep the young lord waiting. Should you ruin his mood, I shall not be lenient. The three demons, unperturbed, swiftly flew ahead to clear the path for Xuan. Greetings, young lord. I am Yoducong. This is my second brother Yoduxing, and this is my third brother Yoduqi. Please follow us. Xuan found both respect and amusement in the three brothers, who had just been soundly reprimanded by him, yet now treated him with such warmth. This only deepened his curiosity regarding the intentions of the Yodu family. What could possibly inspire such enthusiasm towards him? He was eager to find out. Xuan followed the three brothers, Yoducong, Yoduxing, and Yoduqi, for a considerable distance until they arrived at an ancient tower nestled in the heart of the Guan. Upon reaching the tower, the three brothers halted and graciously made way for Xuan. Young lord, our father awaits you at the top floor. We shall not accompany you further. Please go ahead. Unfazed, Xuan thought to himself, having come this far, how could I possibly fear an ancient tower? Yixin pushed open the door and ascended the wooden stairs leading to the rooftop, a formidable pressure weighing heavily upon his body. Ha! The ascension steps, this old fellow. Yoduan wishes to test me? Very well. I shall shatter these ascension steps. Yixin's powerful physique trembled as he bore the pressure of the ascension steps, steadily making his way up. In less than 15 minutes, he conquered the 1,000 steps, arriving at the pinnacle of the ancient tower. At this moment, Yoduan had long awaited him at the summit. The instant Yixin reached the top, a surge of potent energy surged into his being. Although Yixin could not elevate his cultivation through conventional means, this energy could be converted by the system into years of lifespan. The energy bestowed upon Yixin extended his lifespan by a staggering 10 billion years, illustrating the immense assistance the ascension steps provided to ordinary cultivators. Yoduan nodded in appreciation, recalling that during his own journey to the true immortal realm, he could only ascend to the 800th step, lagging behind Yixin. Yet, he had managed to cultivate to the Xian immortal realm. In his mind, it was merely a matter of time before Yixin ascended to the Xian immortal level, thus reinforcing his resolve to secure this newly emerging prodigy. Young master, your talent is unparalleled. I have never witnessed such brilliance in my lifetime. Please take a seat. In light of the 10 billion years of lifespan energy, Yixin decided to temporarily overlook Yodu and scheming regarding the ascension steps, opting instead to observe his subsequent actions before determining whether to place the Yodu family in his little black book. Yoduan led Yixin into the inner chamber, where a sumptuous feast awaited. However, the focal point was not the banquet. Rather, it was a strikingly beautiful woman, her face concealed by a black veil. Even shrouded, her extraordinary beauty was undeniable, accentuated by an innate grace. Yet Yixin, accustomed to the company of many wives and concubines, retained his composure and did not succumb to distraction at the sight of such a captivating figure. Instead, he became curious about her identity, particularly since the current patriarch of the Yodu family, Yoducong, was absent from this gathering, replaced by a lady. Yixin settled into his seat and inquired of Yoduan, is the lord of Yodu city not inclined to introduce this young lady? Surely, our discussions today pertain to her as well. Yoduan opened a jar of immortal wine, pouring a cup for Yixin, the veiled lady, and himself. With a jovial demeanor, he raised his cup and said, Young master, having successfully traversed the ascension steps, I shall speak candidly. Xian swirled the immortal wine in his cup, casting a knowing glance at Yu Du and before savoring the aromatic drink. Yu Du and then turned to the veiled lady and cheerfully declared, "I wish to propose that you marry my daughter, Yu Du Lan, whether as a wife or a concubine." Xian spat out the wine in his mouth, regarding Yu Du Lan with the incredulity reserved for fraudsters, before glancing back at her seated across from him, internally exclaiming, "What a surprise!" However, Xian understood that fortune rarely falls from the heavens. Even if it did, it would not land squarely upon him. One would have to consider the circumstances from which it fell. In an instant, several melodramatic scenarios flooded Xian's mind. Perhaps Yu Du Lan had been deceived, now pregnant, with the man having fled, compelling the Yu Du family to find a scapegoat to salvage their reputation. Xian set down his cup, gazing sternly at Yu Du. "What do you mean by this, Lord of Yu Du City? I believe it is best for you to speak plainly. Otherwise, I shall take my leave." Yu Du Lan smiled and refilled Xian's cup. "Young master, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain slowly. Rest assured, my Yu Du family harbors no ill intentions toward you. Moreover, you are of the noble bloodline of the Jinlong clan. Surely, you need not fear this." Xian remained silent, indicating for Yu Du and to continue. "Allow me to formally introduce my daughter, Yu Du Lan, who possesses the bloodline of the Yu, Ying, Tun, Tianming. While it may not compare to your lineage, it is nonetheless impressive, and she is destined to achieve the status of Xian Immortal." Xian was not well versed in the bloodlines of the demon clans from the upper realms, so he maintained an air of indifference, knowing full well that it could not surpass his ancestral dragon bloodline. Previously, during the great competition of demon souls held by the Northern Demon Palace, Lan Er secured a place among the top 8, attracting the attention of Jin Peng, the heir of the Golden Winged Rock clan, who has sent a marriage proposal. It is widely known that the Golden Winged Rock clan has always been at odds with the Dragon clan and its associated demon clans. We could not agree to the union, thus rejecting Jin Peng's proposal. However, for reasons unknown, Jin Peng managed to persuade the elder of the Golden Winged Rock clan to stand in his favor, compelling Lan Er's master, the Black Dragon Sovereign, to send her to the Golden Winged Rock clan. The Black Dragon Sovereign was unwilling to compromise, and the dignitaries of the Northern Demon Palace were reluctant to involve themselves in the conflict between the Golden Winged Rock and the Dragon clans. Hence, they proposed that Lan Er seek a marriage alliance with the Jinlong clan, which is why we encountered you on our journey to the Central Continent's Demon Palace. Xian took a sip of the immortal wine and remarked, "So you value my Jinlong clan's bloodline and status, hoping to unite me with Yu Du Lan to silence the other demon lords of the Northern Demon Palace." Yu Du filled Xian's cup once more, noting his lack of opposition, which clearly indicated his desire to appease Xian. "Young master, not only is your bloodline esteemed, but your talent is also unmatched. If Lan Er were to be with you, it would be her great fortune." Xian turned to Yu Du Lan, seeking to gauge her reaction. "Notijing ye quan scrutiny." Yu Du Lan elegantly lifted her hand, brushing aside her hair to unveil her stunning visage. "Young master, are you satisfied with Lan Er?" Du Zulang, true to her name, spoke with a voice akin to a gentle mountain breeze, possessing a soothing quality that calmed the soul. "Miss Yu Du, this matter concerns your reputation. Do you have no thoughts on the subject?" "Young master, you jest. In our demon clan, marriages are arranged by parental consent and the matchmaker's words. Lan Er will heed her father's arrangements. Even if I were to marry into the Golden Winged Rock clan, I would not fear." Xian and Yu Du Lan exchanged a few simple pleasantries, finding her agreeable, at the very least not provoking his disdain. Xian then turned his attention back to Yu Du and Patriarch Yu Du. "Why are the demon lords of the Northern Demon Palace turning a blind eye to this matter? Surely you must have some insight?" Seeing that Xian had grasped so much without rejecting his proposal, Yu Du's confidence surged, and he eagerly divulged what he knew. "Young master, it seems you have been honing your skills in the outside world and have just emerged unaware of Jin Peng. Allow me to enlighten you as to why the other demon lords have chosen to remain passive. Jin Peng is the newly appointed heir of the Golden Winged Rock clan, and while you may have never heard of him before, his talent is indeed remarkable. At the age of 30, he has already attained the realm of true immortal, and there are records of him defeating enemies 3 levels above his own. It is clear that Jin Peng is destined to become the next ancestor of the Golden Winged Rock clan, and the one supporting him in this endeavor is the previous ancestor of the Golden Winged Rock clan, whose strength is formidable. The ancestral power of the Golden-Winged Rock clan surpasses that of the other lords of the Northern Demon Palace, and this matter bears little substantial relation to them or their interests. Furthermore, Jin Peng has secured the top position in the great competition of demon souls, using this momentum to propose marriage, leaving the other demon lords with no legitimate reason to refuse. However, if Lan were to adopt a stance that opposed the Jinshi Dapeng clan, and her noble bloodline made her more suitable for a consort from the Jinlong clan, then these concerns would naturally dissipate. Xuan was acutely aware of the cunning schemes of Yudu and the Black Dragon Sovereign. By engaging in a partnership with him, they could not only evade the machinations of the Jinshi Dapeng clan targeting their Northern Demon Hall's dragon lineage, but also gain the advantage of Xuan's distinguished Jinlong bloodline. According to the ancestral memories passed down from Xuan's lineage, the Jinlong clan was exceedingly rare even in the higher realms, with each member being a supreme five-clawed golden dragon, numbering merely 20 or 30 in total. Among them, the most diluted bloodlines achieved only the late Qingxuan stage, while several held the status of Jinxin Yaozu. The current Yaodi Zulong was the leader of the Jinlong clan, albeit the Zulong had not made an appearance for an extensive duration. It was precisely due to the Zulong's 1,000,000-year absence that the Jinshi Dapeng clan had become so audacious, bullying the dragon lineage of the various demon halls. After careful consideration, Xuan concluded that in order to rapidly develop in the higher realms, he need not wait for his daughters to elevate their strengths before returning the favor. Rather, he could leverage his pure, unmatched Zulong bloodline to forge alliances with the Jinlong clan, compelling various dragon lineages to invest in his future achievements. With this realization, Xuan resolved to assertively approach the Yudu family. Yudu Patriarch, I am willing to assist you with your plans, and you may also benefit from my bloodline. However, I cannot be the sole contributor without seeing any return. I concede that Miss Yudalan is a remarkable companion, yet you must understand how sought after my bloodline is. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Yuduan recognized that their transaction had officially commenced, and it was now time to negotiate with Xuan. Young master, should you choose to marry our Lan as your wife, the Yudu family shall undoubtedly regard you with utmost respect. If you prefer to take her as a concubine, we shall still prepare a generous dowry and present our own bridal gifts. What are your thoughts on this matter? The distinctions between wife and concubine were trivial to Xuan, who had long propagated the notion of equality among his spouses during his time in the Shanghai Xinyu. Furthermore, the influence of the Palace Heart Seed's demonic imprint rendered the labels of wife and concubine inconsequential to him. I am indifferent to the distinction between wife and concubine. I am currently in a critical phase of my journey, having detached from my clan to cultivate, and there are signs of the Zulong's return. In the coming millennia, my family will undertake significant actions, and I require support from those who back me. I trust you comprehend my intent, Yudu Patriarch. Estimating that if he were to bear more children with Jinxian potential, reaching the Jinxian stage within a millennium would pose no difficulty. As for the question of whether the Zulong would indeed return, it was of little consequence. After all, Yudu could not verify such claims. Xuan merely sought to bolster his bargaining power. Yudu, faced with Xuan's propositions, found himself at a crossroads, deliberating whether to fully support Xuan or merely act as an investor. Indeed, Xuan's two half-truths left both Yudalan and Yudu momentarily stunned. As Xuan had articulated, Yudu was aware that he could not substantiate Xuan's assertions regarding the Jinlong clan's impending significant actions or the potential return of the Zulong. He realized that even a black dragon Yaozu would only be able to make vague conjectures about the Jinlong clan's movements, and could not definitively assert the return of the Zulong. After all, if he were to conclude that the Zulong would not return, it would imply that the various dragon clans and dragon lineages would begin to decline, adversely affecting the interests of all dragonkind. Thus, the black dragon Yaozu could only opt to believe in the Zulong's return to the demon realm. As Yudu was thrown into a whirlwind of thoughts, he found himself increasingly uncertain. Although he was a formidable Xinxian expert, those truly engaged in the governance of the demon clans were at least at the Jinxian level, leaving him uncertain of his position. He pondered that should he choose to support Xuan and the Jinlong clan truly orchestrated events to facilitate the Zulong's return, he would not wish to miss the opportunity to elevate his family status. However, should he choose to fully support Xuan, and Xuan's claims about the Jinlong clan's actions and the Zulong's return turn out to be false, then the Yudu family would be irrevocably tied to Xuan, relying solely on his talents to regain their footing. In contrast to Yudu Lan's apprehension, she arrived at her decision more swiftly. Yudu Lan believed that regardless of whether Xuan's assertions about the Jinlong clan's significant actions or the Zulong's return within a millennium held merit, the crux of the matter lay in Xuan's potential future accomplishments. Should Xuan succeed in surpassing the Qingxuan threshold, the Yudu family would greatly benefit from their complete reliance on him. Her understanding of Xuan was limited, but based on his ascent through the Xian stairs and his displayed prowess, she surmised that at the very least, Xuan possessed the potential to reach the late stages of Xian, with ample opportunity to break through to Qingxuan. Observing her father's indecision, Yudu Lan felt compelled to communicate her thoughts to him. Upon hearing her perspective, Yudu Lan found her reasoning more convincing, leading to a substantial shift in his attitude. Young master, is it true that the main clan is indeed preparing for significant actions? Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Even the main clan had been invoked, and yet there were still lingering concerns. What do you suppose brought me to this borderland? Xuan maintained his customary enigmatic demeanor, leaving the answers and truths for Yudu Lan to deduce for himself. Upon reflection, Yudu Lan recognized that he had been distracted by the affairs surrounding the Jinshi Dapeng clan and perhaps too complacent regarding the smoothness of their courtship with the Jinlong clan. He had even overlooked the reason for encountering the exceptionally gifted and powerful youth, Xuan, while traversing the demon border. The more he contemplated, the more he convinced himself that Xuan's two significant claims were indeed credible. Resolutely, he decided to place the Yudu family's future in the hands of this prodigious youth. Young master, might we arrange your union with Lan for tomorrow? Was the patriarch truly resolved? Yudu's celestial ring glimmered as he revealed a treasure wrapped in black leather, presenting it before Xuan and gesturing for him to unveil it. Xuan was uncertain of the nature of the item Yudu Lan had produced, yet he could distinctly sense its extraordinary quality. As he unwrapped the leather, he discovered a material resembling a dragon horn made of black jade. Ding! Material of Jinxian quality, Jiao Tingshu Jiao, can be exchanged for 3,000,000 years of lifespan in the upper realm. The exchange rate for lifespan between the celestial and lower realms is 111 billion years. What a staggering gift! The Jiao Tingshu Jiao can be exchanged for 3,000,000 years of lifespan in the upper realm, equivalent to approximately 3 trillion years in the lower realm. However, upon my arrival in the upper realm, my previously accumulated lifespan in the lower realm has transformed into upper realm lifespan, amounting to just over 100 million years after conversion. And this single dragon horn is worth 3,000,000 years of upper realm lifespan. My 100 million years of upper realm lifespan was accrued over decades in the Shanghai Xinyu, making this item likely the Yudu family's most closely guarded treasure. Yudu's gaze brimmed with anticipation as he looked at Xuan, awaiting his response. Yixian gazed at the black jade dragon horn before him, marveling at the generosity of Yudu. This Jiao Tingshu horn was undoubtedly one of the most treasured artifacts of the Yudu family, and he was willing to present it as a betrothal gift for his union with Yudu Lan. Such sincerity filled Yixian with immense satisfaction. With a slight smile, he reached out to receive the black jade dragon horn. Savoring its unique texture, a wave of inexplicable excitement surged within him. He looked towards Yudu, his eyes shimmering with a bright light, and replied, "Yudu clan leader, this is your heartfelt intention, and I shall graciously accept it. I will certainly arrive on time for the wedding tomorrow." Upon hearing Yixian's response, Yudu's face broke into a satisfied smile as he returned the black jade dragon horn to his celestial ring. Yixian observed him, internally marveling at how willing Yudu was to invest so much for him. As for the specifics of the engagement, I leave it to the clan leader to arrange. Yixian stated, "Very well, leave everything to me." Yudu nodded, then called for Yudu Lan and Yixian to join him for a meal. With both parties in agreement, Yixian merely needed to fulfill his own responsibilities. At the Northern Demon Hall, the Black Dragon Demon Lord, He Yuan, received an urgent message from Yudu stating that the matter concerning the Golden Dragon clan's heir had been resolved. In light of the urgency, he requested that this demon lord serve as a witness for the marriage between Yudu Lan and Yixian at the Duyao Pass the following day. Confused, He Yuan pondered how a mere border city lord like Yudu and could have resolved the matter faster than he, a dignified Dragon Clan demon lord, who had yet to establish contact with a suitable young man from the Golden Dragon Clan. Filled with doubt, He Yuan rushed to Duyao Pass, eager to confirm whether Yudu and had indeed found the heir of the Golden Dragon Clan. Several hours later, concealing his initial stage of golden immortal cultivation, He Yuan arrived at Duyao Pass and secretly met with Yudu and Yuduwen. Where on earth did you find the heir of the Golden Dragon Clan? Take me to verify. Do not tell me you just casually picked a descendant from the Huanglong clan who bears a similar bloodline. Yuduwen, with a serious expression, assured him that he had not made a mistake. Yi Xian's potent dragon aura was unmistakable. Respected He Yuan, rest assured, there is no error. The dragon aura emanating from the young master is unparalleled. Even when compared to your esteemed self, it does not fall short. However, Yuduwen's unwavering confidence only deepened He Yuan's skepticism. Yuduwen had mentioned that the heir from the Golden Dragon Clan had only recently broken through to the initial stage of true immortal, and his bloodline was likely not fully awakened. How could he possess a dragon aura more intense than that of He Yuan, who was already a golden immortal? Disturbed, He Yuan suspected that Yuduwen's heightened sensitivity to dragon aura, as someone who had yet to transform into a dragon, had led to a misjudgment. Enough. I shall see for myself. Lead the way. Observing the situation, Yuduwen hastily guided He Yuan. The two concealed their auras and stealthily approached Yi Xian's residence, beginning their covert observation of him. Feeling the unsettling presence of the two old-timers spying on him, Yi Xian shuddered. What are these two old fellows up to? Could it be that they have taken a liking to dragons? That would indeed be terrifying. Since the Yudu clan leader had brought someone along, Yi Xian suggested, why not reveal yourselves? If you wish to test me, let it be done openly rather than hiding in the shadows. Caught off guard, He Yuan and Yuduwen revealed themselves, their faces flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, Yi Xian was still suppressing his aura, and since he was a product of the system, He Yuan had yet to discern anything amiss. Young master, this esteemed individual is the Black Dragon Demon Lord, He Yuan. I invited him to serve as the witness for your union with Lan'er. He has come to observe you first. I hope I have not interrupted you. Ye Yuan Simukit. Already surmising that He Yuan's visit was primarily due to disbelief in his identity as a descendant of the Golden Dragon Clan and was merely a test. Although he was not an upper realm heir of the Golden Dragon Clan, his bloodline, as the supreme ancestral dragon, was indeed genuine. Far more noble than any Golden Dragon Clan members who could not ascend to the Demon Emperor realm. Therefore, Yi Xian held no fear of He Yuan scrutinizing him. Closing his eyes, Yi Xian opened them again, revealing golden pupils shimmering with crimson flames, showcasing his supreme ancestral dragon bloodline without a hint of concealment. The overwhelming dragon aura enveloped the entire Duyao Pass, a feat only possible due to He Yuan's quick reflexes in attempting to contain it. At that moment, He Yuan was utterly stunned by the sheer intensity of Yi Xian's dragon aura, which seemed boundless. By my ancestral dragon, this is certainly no ordinary dragon aura. He Yuan promptly knelt before Yi Xian, bowing his head in utmost sincerity, each gesture forceful enough to draw blood from his forehead. Yuduwen, taken aback, could not comprehend what was happening and quickly followed suit, kneeling alongside He Yuan. As he knocked his head on the ground, he communicated telepathically, respected He Yuan. What is the meaning of this? Has the young master done something wrong? Receiving no response despite multiple attempts, Yuduwen grew increasingly perplexed. Yi Xian, realizing Yuduwen's confusion, began to shed his annoyance at He Yuan's probing. Enough, my father-in-law is still awaiting your response. Upon Yi Xian's words, he withdrew his dragon aura and bloodline power, allowing the overwhelming dragon aura that enveloped Duyao Pass to gradually dissipate. With Yi Xian's consent, He Yuan ceased his bows and obsequiously remarked, unaware of the Supreme Dragon Clan's heir descending into the demon realm, we, the Dragon Clan, have failed to offer proper welcome. Please pardon our transgressions. Yi Xian remained indifferent, not even sparing a glance at He Yuan, casually responding, let this be the last time. His light-hearted reply felt like a divine blessing to He Yuan, who was overwhelmed with relief. Yuduwen, however, was utterly bewildered. The events unfolding before him had surpassed his understanding. He could not fathom why. Even if Yi Xian were indeed a descendant of the pure-blooded Golden Dragon Clan, He Yuan, a demon lord at the initial stage of Golden Immortal, would behave so humbly before Xuan, who was merely at the initial stage of true immortal? Understanding Yudu An's confusion, He Yuan glanced at Xuan and, upon noticing his lack of reaction, began to explain. Yuduan, are you aware of the true identity of this young master? Overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of an explanation, Yudu An eagerly replied, Respected He Yuan, is the young master not a descendant of the Golden Dragon clan? The Golden Dragon clan? Even AO, how would I to serve this young master as a demon servant? Yudu An's ignorance was understandable, as he had yet to break through to Golden Immortal. Though our demon realm is considered the upper realm by the 3,000 celestial domains, in truth, above us lies the extreme realm, which governs the 3,000 upper realms. This young master, like the Dragon Emperor, hails from the extreme realm, belonging to the supreme ancestral dragon lineage, the most pure-blooded of all dragon clans. Yudu An's mind was overwhelmed by the influx of information, and he realized the gravity of his previous actions towards Xuan. He had dared to contemplate allowing his daughter to taint Xuan's bloodline, a sin unforgivable. Should other dragon clans discover this, they would not even need Xuan to speak. They would annihilate the Yudu family without a trace. Yet, Xuan not only bore no grudge, but instead played along, displaying a magnanimity akin to that of a sage. Yudu hastily sought to rectify the error he had committed against Xuan. Young master, the Yudu family is guilty, and we must atone with our lives. However, l'honneur is innocent. I implore you to show mercy and spare her life. Our entire Yudu clan will forever be grateful for your immense kindness. Xuan has succumbed to the situation, expressing his frustration over the matter, as he had hoped to profit and develop in Yudu. His current line of thought is quite absurd and unnecessary. He does not genuinely hail from the so-called extreme realm, possibly due to his insufficient cultivation level. And there is a lack of relevant information in his inherited memories regarding the extreme realm. What are you trying to accomplish? Zudu Laobi, you do not intend to retract the engagement between Tang Shi Jiao and Yudu Lan, do you? I assure you, it is out of the question. Do not even consider it. Yudu is perplexed. Does Xuan genuinely intend to marry his daughter, Yudu Lan? Young master, Lan'er possesses a lowly bloodline and is unworthy of you. Yudu Lauer, your arrogance is intolerable. I shall grant you one more opportunity to articulate your thoughts. I must marry Yudu Lan by tomorrow. Should you refuse, I will take her by force. Do you comprehend? Or is it that Yudu Lan looks down upon me for not being of the Golden Dragon lineage and is unwilling to marry her me? Yudu is bewildered. He initially thought Xuan was jesting, but now realizes he is earnest about marrying his daughter. What should he do? This dilemma of whether to marry off his daughter or not is overwhelming his mind. Yudu, my patience is finite. Do you wish to be my father-in-law or to see your family erased? Choose swiftly. Yudu's mind is in turmoil. The intense cognitive strain has led him to lose his basic judgment. Young master, if you truly wish to marry Lan'er, it will be the greatest honor for my Yudu family. Congratulations, your family has been preserved. In the presence of Xuan's new identity, Yudu made what may be the wisest decision of his life. Now, it is Black Abyss's turn. Young master, while Lan'er has considerable talent, her bloodline is insufficient. I happen to possess a 6 holy transformation dragon pill, which I present to you. Black Abyss produced a purple crystal box containing a pill adorned with 6 dragon patterns, a sacred item designed to elevate the bloodline level of dragon-type demon races. This dragon pill was originally intended as a reward for himself. Yiv, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted the 6 holy transformation dragon pill without hesitation. By the way, young master, do you require me to convey the news of your impending marriage to other dragon-type demon clans? Xuan pondered. Although they initially aimed for simplicity, he now envisioned another lucrative avenue that would swiftly bolster his power among the demon clans. This involved widely announcing his marriage to the bloodline-weak Yudu Lan within the dragon-type demon community, thereby not only receiving valuable wedding gifts, but also attracting more ambitious families eager to offer their finest daughters for alliance. This approach was both gratifying and secure, ensuring rapid development, aligning perfectly with Xuan's aspirations. Black Abyss, I have made my decision. Postpone the wedding by a week and inform all dragon-type demon clans and families that I welcome anyone to attend my wedding banquet. Do you understand? After issuing these orders to Black Abyss, Xuan dismissed him and Yudu instructing them to focus on the tasks at hand. Following Black Abyss's departure, news of the Ancestor Dragon's marriage and the invitation to the entire Dragon-type demon community spread like wildfire. The other 7 golden immortal powerhouses of the Dragon clan hurriedly sought confirmation from Black Abyss. Black Abyss employed Yi Xian's words to skillfully persuade each of the 7 golden immortals. A week later, the previously isolated Du Yao Pass was inundated with gift-bearing processions from the Dragon clans of the demon race. These caravans had largely responded to the news disseminated by Black Abyss, arriving to partake in the Ancestor Dragon's wedding banquet. While the quality of gifts varied, the sincerity from these smaller dragon clans was evident. Larger clans, particularly those with Xian immortal ancestors, did not miss the opportunity, and a few even forced their way out of seclusion upon receiving the news. Returning to Yi Xian's new residence, Black Abyss reported on the gifts received over the past week. Young Master, in the last week we have received gift from a total of 967 true immortal families, amounting to approximately over 500 million in value. There were 223 Xian immortal families, whose gifts totaled around 7 billion. Lastly, we received 8 gifts from Golden Immortal Forces, valued at 2 billion. These are all the items acquired thus far. We anticipate a further increase of 50 from true immortal families and 40 from Xian immortal families. After completing his report, Black Abyss remained silently by the side. Ding! The conversion ratio of immortal essence to upper realm lifespan is 1 upper realm year to 10 immortal essence. Yi Xian, upon hearing the system's recalibrated conversion ratio, exclaimed in disbelief. The system had indeed changed, becoming far less favorable than before, where it was 1. Now it was an outrageous 1/10. Nevertheless, for Yi Xian, who had just amassed over 3 billion immortal crystals, this was still acceptable, as it was akin to a windfall. Black Abyss, prepare accordingly. I do not wish for any unforeseen events at the wedding tomorrow. Also, arrange for the 6 golden immortals of the dragon lineage to meet with me tomorrow morning. Let me reiterate, I do not want any unexpected occurrences at the wedding ceremony tomorrow night. Do you understand? After clarifying the wedding arrangements with Black Abyss, Yi Xian sent him away. The following morning, Black Abyss arrived at Yi Xian's courtyard with the 7 golden immortals of the Dragon clan for their audience. Black Abyss, does the young master have any dislikes? Please inform us now to avoid inadvertently offending him later, inquired one of the demon lord from the Golden Dragon clan. With the others hastily agreeing, eager to absorb every detail, Black Abyss, anxious about the possibility of missteps leading to his own trouble, quickly compiled a list of Yi Xian's preferences and aversions. I shall tell you, listen closely. The young master has a penchant for wealth and dislikes excessive chatter. Aside from that, there is nothing else for now, so just be mindful. The 7 dragon lords nodded, expressing their gratitude towards Black Abyss, who found his vanity momentarily satisfied. Subsequently, after consulting with Yi Xian, Black Abyss led the dragon lords into the courtyard to meet him. To his surprise, the moment they entered the room, the dragon lords began to fawn over Yi Xian. I, Jin Tian, the current leader of the Golden Dragon clan, pay my respects to your highness. I have prepared 10 sacred Yuan golden dragon pills for you, and I hope you will graciously accept them. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. Jin Tian had shown proper respect, significantly improving his mood. He picked up the treasure box containing the 10 sacred Yuan golden dragon pills, smiled, and acknowledged Jin Tian's gesture. With a beaming countenance, Jin Tian stepped aside, knowing that other demon lords still wished to present their gifts to Yi Xian. The remaining 6 demon lords, in perfect synchrony as if rehearsed, began to offer their gifts to Yi Xian in order of their cultivation levels. Chapter 84. The second demon lord to present a gift also hailed from the Golden Dragon clan, being Jin Tian's twin brother, Jin Di. Old servant Jin Di. I have the honor to meet His Highness, the Dragon Prince. Here are 10 exquisite Hunyuan Longhun herbs, which I specially present to His Highness. I hope you find them to your liking. Yi Xian, with a cheerful smile, received the 10 high-quality Hunyuan Longhun herbs. Although he was unaware of their specific utility, the system had appraised them highly, assuring him of their value. Jin Tian, I shall remember you. These Hunyuan Longhun herbs are precisely what I require. After making his acknowledgement, Yi Xian gestured for Jin Tian to step aside, indicating he should not disturb him any further. Once Jin Tian delivered his gift and heard Yi Xian would remember him, He felt an overwhelming joy but dared not offend Yi Xian's dignity, promptly yielding his position to his younger brother, Jin Mingting. Jin Mingting, following suit, emulated his elder brothers and presented his own offerings. Old servant Jin, Longzhu Jin Mingting. I have the honor to meet His Highness, the Dragon Prince. Your Highness possesses a remarkable presence and grace. You undoubtedly have the potential of a great emperor. I humbly offer you 10 Zulong pills, and I hope you graciously accept them. As the audience continued, it became clear to all that this was a ceremonial display of gift-giving and recognition among the Dragon Lords, seeking to enhance their bloodlines through Yi Xian's dragon aura and elevate their own realms. Yi Xian smiled as he accepted the Zulong pills offered by Jin Mingting, thus tacitly acknowledging him. The fourth Dragon Lord to present his offerings was the formidable Bai Long Yaozuan by Cheng. To curry favor with Yi Xian, this esteemed Yaozuan brought forth 2 significant gifts. Old servant by Cheng, I have the honor to meet your highness. This is the silver-scaled Iron Mother, a specialty of the Bai Long clan, accumulated over millennia, totaling 100 pounds. I hope your highness will not find it lacking. Observing that your highness has just arrived in this realm and may lack maidservants, I boldly recommend my daughter by Qingxuan. Might your highness be willing to consider her? The other Yaozuan were taken aback, whispering amongst themselves, for Bai Cheng had often professed his fondness for his daughter. Yet now he seemed to be offering her up for the sake of his standing. Even Yi Xian found this bewildering. Did Bai Cheng truly desire to barter his own daughter? While Bai Cheng was not unhandsome, one could hardly expect his daughter, Bai Qingxuan, to be any less than attractive. Nevertheless, Yi Xian, driven by a pragmatic mindset, chose to accept this unfamiliar maidservant by Qingxuan. I have received your intentions, and indeed, I am in need of someone to serve me constantly. I shall trouble Miss by Qingxuan. With Yi Xian's approval, Bai Cheng felt as though he had won a grand prize, barely able to contain his excitement. However, he wisely yielded his position to the remaining 3 Yaozuan. Next came the Qinglong Yaozuan Qingming, who seemed taken aback by Cheng extravagant offerings. He pondered whether Yi Xian would be satisfied with his own gift, especially since his numerous offspring were all male dragons, leaving him without a daughter. After some contemplation, recognizing that Bai Cheng had set a high standard with 2 gifts, he feared offering only one would come across as insincere. Thus, Qingming resolved to make an unorthodox decision, one that contradicted familial and ancestral values. Your Highness, may you be blessed. I am Qingming, the clan leader of the Qinglong tribe, and I have prepared 15 ancient dragon soul fruits for your highness. I hope you will not find them wanting. Moreover, having heard from Bai Long's leader that your highness is in need of a female caretaker, I must confess that my wife is exceptionally skilled in tending to others. Should your highness require her services, I shall contact her immediately. The more Qingming spoke, the more audacious he became. While dragonkind is known for its indulgence, his proposition was simply outrageous, causing discomfort among the other dragon lords. They typically adhered to a strict code against such social improprieties, finding it acceptable to admire another's spouse, but unacceptable for that spouse to reciprocate affection. Yi Xian, though intrigued by Qingming's wife, found the proposal too absurd. Was this the new trend he had been unaware of? Rather than directly addressing Qingming's suggestion, he offered him an opportunity to connect with him later. After Qingming completed his offering, he quickly stepped aside, aware that 2 Yaozuan still awaited their turn. The 2 Qinglong clan Yaozuan eagerly approached. Your Highness, we have long admired you, and today's encounter is truly a stroke of fortune. We have prepared seeds of the Bodhi tree for your Highness as our gift, and we hope you will accept them. Yi Xian recognized these 2 as pragmatic individuals, easy to manage and control, and thus readily accepted their offering of Bodhi tree seeds. Having completed their introductions, he encouraged everyone to return to their duties, suggesting that surprises awaited them later that evening. Yi Xian and others retired to rest, anticipating the grand wedding later that night. As night fell, the entire Du Yao Pass was ablaze with celebration. For today marked the auspicious union of the city lord's daughter and the legendary dragon prince. With 8 dragon lords present, none dared to disrupt the proceedings, allowing the wedding to unfold smoothly, culminating in the ceremony and consummation. Yudalan, adorned in a crimson gown and veil, awaited Yi Xian in their chamber. Although their marriage was one of mutual benefit, all requisite elements were in place, including the resolution of threats from the Jinwu clan. Now, another significant matter awaited attention. Yixian opened the chamber door alone, and Lan sensed his presence, her heart racing uncontrollably. Despite her age, she remained untouched, and facing such a momentous occasion made her feel flustered. Yet, Yixian was no novice. After all, he had been through this many times. He lifted her veil, revealing her beauty. Lan, you look stunning. Shall we proceed with the customary rites? Lan, her lips parting slightly, replied with a hint of defiance. Your Highness may come, but I am inexperienced. Yixian chuckled warmly. Fear not, I shall guide you myself. Ding! A notification sounded. Detection indicates that the host is engaging in procreation with spouse, Lan. Current spouse, Lan, possesses a Xianxian spiritual vein. The host may consume 1 year of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling spouse, Lan, to bear offspring with superior spiritual roots. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is engaging in procreation with spouse, Lan. Current spouse, Lan, possesses a Xianxian spiritual vein. The host may consume 10 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling spouse, Lan, to bear offspring with exceptional spiritual roots. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is engaging in procreation with spouse, Lan. Current spouse, Lan, possesses a Xianxian spiritual vein. The host may consume 100 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling spouse, Lan, to bear offspring with earthly, spiritual roots. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is engaging in procreation with spouse, Lan. Current spouse, Lan, possesses a Xianxian spiritual vein. The host may consume 1,000 years of lifespan to enhance life essence, enabling spouse, Lan, to bear offspring with heavenly spiritual roots. The host is detected to be nurturing offspring with their partner, Lan. Currently, the partner, Lan, possesses a mystical Xianxian spiritual vein. The host may consume 10,000 years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing their partner, Lan, to nurture offspring with demonic roots. The system announces, the host is detected to be nurturing offspring with their partner, Lan. Currently, the partner's qualification is a mystical Xianxian spiritual vein. The host may consume 100,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the essence of life, enabling the partner, Lan, to nurture offspring with celestial roots. The system continues. The host is detected to be nurturing offspring with their partner, Lan. Currently, the partner's qualification is a mystical Xianxian spiritual vein. The host may consume 100 million years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the partner, Lan, to nurture offspring with white-quality, auspicious roots. The announcements persist. The host is detected to be nurturing offspring with their partner, Lan. Currently, the partner's qualification is a mystical Xianxian spiritual vein. The host may consume 1 billion years of lifespan to strengthen the essence of life, enabling the partner, Lan, to nurture offspring with blue-quality, auspicious roots. The messages continue. The host is detected to be nurturing offspring with their partner, Lan. Currently, the partner's qualification is a mystical Xianxian spiritual vein. The host may consume 10 billion years of lifespan to enhance the essence of life, allowing the partner, Lan, to nurture offspring with purple-quality, auspicious roots. The announcements proceed. The host is detected to be nurturing offspring with their partner, Lan. Currently, the partner's qualification is a mystical Xianxian spiritual vein. The host may consume 100 billion years of lifespan to strengthen the essence of life, enabling the partner, Lan, to nurture offspring with golden-quality, auspicious roots. A golden-quality, auspicious offspring. If my memory serves me right, white auspicious offspring signify ascension to immortality, blue auspicious offspring indicate ascension to Xianxian, and the purple quality auspicious offspring should represent the cultivation of a golden immortal. If Lan possesses such potential, could she not surpass the golden immortal and ascend to the level of an emperor? Yixian contemplated, reassured that his lifespan energy was sufficient, and thus chose the highest option available. System. I choose to consume 100 billion years to enhance to the emperor-level essence of life. As soon as Yixian's words fell, he felt an extraordinary energy surge within him, as if it were about to burst forth. Goodness, this energy is overwhelmingly potent. I wonder if Lan can withstand it. The energy transferred from Yixian to Yudulan, merging gently without the tumultuous reactions he had previously anticipated. After a fierce struggle, Yixian and Yudulan nestled together and fell into a deep slumber. At this moment, the scene shifted to a resplendent palace within the true Yuan heaven, a realm even higher than the celestial plane. Atop a grand dais sat an exquisitely beautiful woman. As she opened her eyes, an overwhelming aura radiated from her, swiftly expanding outward. Xianer has succeeded. Lower realm? The 1-1-4-5-1-4 demon realm? Since Xianer has triumphed, perhaps it is time to bring him back. After all these years, he has endured enough suffering. Coincidentally, the old patriarch of the dragon clan has passed, leaving behind a daughter who could serve as a childhood bride for Xianer. Who knows, it might prove useful in the future. After contemplating, the woman vanished from the dais, leaving no trace of her departure. The scene shifted back to the Demon Crossing Pass, where Yixian suddenly received a notification that Yu Chui was giving birth. Yixian was taken aback. According to the timeline, the child in Yu Chui's womb should not be due for several more years. A sense of foreboding washed over him regarding Yu Chui's unexpected labor. At that moment, Yu Chui was hidden within a cave, her face contorted in pain, beads of sweat dotting her brow, and the grass beneath her stained with vivid red blood. Clenching her silver teeth, she felt as if they might shatter. Yu Chui had not anticipated that after escaping home, the child within her would be so eager to enter the world. What to do? What to do? My father is still searching for me. Why is the child choosing this moment to be born? In her current state, Yu Chui was unable to flee, as the bloodline power emanating from her newborn would soon lead her father, the Yu Yi Demon Lord, to her location. He would undoubtedly seek to kill the child to extract the golden immortal opportunity, and though he might spare her life due to their familial bond, her cultivation would be irrevocably destroyed. However, the child within her was relentless, stirring within her body and yearning to escape into the fresh air. With no other option, Yu Chui could only pray desperately for the child's father to arrive and rescue them both. Time passed, and an overwhelming phenomenon emerged, with countless golden lights illuminating the world as a tremendous pressure descended from the heavens, dominating all existence. Yet, Yu Chui had no time to concern herself with such matters. Her sole focus was on escaping with her newborn child. She struggled to her feet, shedding her blood-stained garments to wrap the child lovingly. Her eyes reflected a blend of tenderness, sorrow, distress, and a hint of resolution. The child had been born, and indeed, possessed the potential of a golden immortal. However, this child was distinctly of the human race, not a Muyao. Suddenly, outside the cave, hurried footsteps approached. Chapter 85. Yu Chui felt as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Her senses heightened as she focused intently on the cave entrance, unwilling to relax for even a moment. At that moment, a nonchalant voice pierced the air. Mad. You thought escaping while pregnant was tough, but how have you fared even worse after arriving in the upper realm? Hearing that familiar voice, Yu Chui's body trembled violently, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Though the newcomer's tone was filled with dissatisfaction, a wave of warmth surged within her heart. Yixian, observing Yu Chui's tears, furrowed his brow and sighed. Oh dear, you make a mistake and then start crying? It seems you have never encountered true villains. He attempted to ease the tension with a light-hearted remark, hoping to stem her tears. However, Yu Chui's tears flowed like a relentless flood, an outpouring of pent-up emotion. Unable to contain her feelings of relief, she embraced the moment, letting her tears fall freely. For only then could she genuinely experience the joy and comfort of their reunion. As she wept, her tears cascaded like a torrent, spilling forth all her grievances and anguish. Yet, her strength waned, and she ultimately fainted from exhaustion. When she opened her eyes again, a month had passed. There was no alternative. After all, Yu Chui had given birth to a child with the potential of a golden immortal, which had nearly drained her of all her life force and energy, almost costing her life. Had it not been for Yixian's timely arrival, providing her with precious life essence at the critical moment, she would surely have succumbed to the unfolding drama. Upon awakening, Yu Chui's first instinct was to seek her child. Despite knowing that Yixian would protect the child at all costs, she needed to see her offspring with her own eyes to find peace. Finally, Yu Chui located her child, but the sight before her was enough to frighten her greatly. though she had long recognized that this child possessed extraordinary talent, a prodigy of the Qingxuan realm, and that his cultivation speed surpassed the limits of ordinary imagination. The sight before her was still astonishing. This child, having only just been born for a fleeting month, had already reached the initial stage of transcending tribulations. Even more astonishing was the brilliant golden spiritual veins that resembled golden dragons, clearly visible beneath the child's delicate, fair skin, seemingly proclaiming to the world his innate, formidable strength. The energy contained within was incomparably pure, as if the most pristine forces of heaven and earth had coalesced here, merging with the child to an unimaginable degree. It was important to note that this child was meticulously crafted from Yi Xian's own lifespan energy, utilizing nearly 10 million years of mid-tier essence for his gestation. According to the system's description, when this child turned 2 months old, he would be able to attempt breaking free from the confines of the true immortal realm. However, the path of cultivation thereafter would no longer allow for such direct infusion of power to enhance his abilities. During the month that Shui lay unconscious, the situation had undergone tremendous changes, with numerous events unfolding in succession. Not only had the cultivation of his and Yi Xian's daughter escalated rapidly, but other variables were also quietly brewing. Since Yi Xian had not deliberately concealed the unique aura of the child's bloodline, Xuan's father, Kuei Yaozun, sought him out. Regrettably, Kuei Yaozun arrived at an inopportune moment, coinciding with the presence of the 8 dragon lords accompanying Yi Xian. Before he could gather his wits, Kuei Yaozun was swiftly subdued by the black dragon Yaozun, unable to utter even a few harsh words. After a series of compensations, apologies, and pleas for mercy, Yi Xian reluctantly consented to allow him a brief meeting with his child and Shui, only to dismiss Kuei Yaozun without ceremony thereafter. Upon seeing his child, Kuei Yaozun displayed no hint of disappointment. On the contrary, he was overjoyed by the astounding talent exhibited by the child. Initially, he had never anticipated such high potential, even surpassing expectations. More impressively, the child had a father of immense power, capable of commanding the 8 dragon lords. Although he had just paid a hefty sum to the child's father, Kuei Yaozun felt no remorse, even wishing to offer more compensation. When Shui learned of this news, she was left in a state of shock, as if all strength had drained from her. She deeply felt the inequities and disparities of the world, nearly descending into a state of self-imposed isolation. Why was it like this? Was she not the biological daughter of Kuei Yaozun, but rather a foundling? She had always strived tirelessly, yearning to make Kuei Yaozun proud, yet he grew increasingly strict with her, persistently reminding her of the significant responsibility she bore in revitalizing the entire Mu Yao clan. Shui found it unbearable to accept such differential treatment, leading to prolonged periods of agitation. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed for Yi Xian in the upper realm. During this year, life was remarkably tranquil, with no significant events occurring. The system merely informed him that several daughters in the Shanhai Xian you had successfully cultivated to the realm of proving immortality, while those in the Shi Yuan world had also broken through the tribulation stage. Throughout this period, Yi Xian had attempted to search for Bai Mengli, but her whereabouts remained elusive. However, the system's espouse interface indicated that Bai Mengli was in a safe state, allowing Yi Xian to shift his focus away from her. As long as Bai Mengli was safe, he felt at ease. After all, when the time came for their child to be born, Bai Mengli would surely reach out to him. Even if they could not connect, he could easily locate both mother and child through relevant information regarding the child. Time passed, and 5 springs and autumns slipped by. Throughout these 5 years, while minor incidents were frequent, major events were scarce. For instance, in the Shanhai Xianyu, daughters like Yi Xuan, who possessed extraordinary talent, had consecutively ascended to the immortal realm. However, as Yi Xuan and others ascended to the immortal realm, Yi Xian did not seek them out. Instead, he silently enhanced each of their talents, which moved Yi Xuan and the others to tears. They felt as though they could hardly contain their gratitude, wishing to compose a song celebrating their father's greatness. With their father's protection and affection, Yi Xuan and the others felt as cherished treasures, brimming with happiness. Thus, endowed with multiple advantages, Yi Xuan and her companions would undoubtedly be invincible, even in the upper realm. Although it seemed challenging for them to break through to the Qingxuan realm without extraordinary opportunities, they nonetheless contributed significantly to Yi Xian's formidable fighting power. Now, let us speak of the daughters accompanying Yi Xian in the Xuan small world, whose cultivation was also advancing at a remarkable pace. These young girls were still under 10 years old, yet they had already reached the initial stage of integration. With such astonishing cultivation speed, Yi Xian estimated that in less than 18 years, this group of daughters would successfully break through to the Zhenxian realm. By that time, he could confidently allow them to roam freely in the upper realm, teeming with immortals. Furthermore, after 5 years of meticulous nurturing, Cui finally restored her health and even entertained thoughts of having another child. During the daytime, Yi Xian spent delightful moments in the Xuan world with Bai Qingxiu and others. Additionally, he made time to accompany Nan Gongjing, who had entered retirement, to enjoy familial bliss. After leaving the Xuan world, Yi Xian hurried to Yu Dulan to provide her with warm companionship. As night fell, Cui had meticulously prepared a sumptuous feast to reward Yi Xian. Upon seeing the table laden with nourishing ingredients, Yi Xian instantly understood Cui's thoughtful intentions. Since Cui yearned to nurture new life, Yi Xian was naturally inclined to cooperate wholeheartedly. Without hesitation, he embarked on a sweeping feast of the abundant provisions laid before him. Before long, the mountain of supplements on the table had been devoured by both Yi Xian and Cui. After relishing the delicious meal, they proceeded to the pressing matter at hand. Following a night of tireless effort, Yi Xian successfully helped Cui conceive a child of Qingxian quality once more. During this period, Yi Xian remained by Cui's side, attentively caring for her and the child growing within her. As time passed, several years went by, and Yi Xian enjoyed a pleasant existence in the upper realm. During these years, his extraordinarily talented offspring rapidly advanced in their realms, while Yi Xian himself made tremendous progress, achieving the peak of the true immortal realm, merely a step away from entering the Qingxian realm. Throughout these years, Yi Xian had assumed various identities, venturing into the immortal realm to search for his ascended daughters. Upon witnessing their joyful lives, the worries in Yi Xian's heart began to dissipate. However, deep within, his most profound concern remained for his yet-to-be-met daughter, Bai Xian. Finally, after careful disguise, Yi Xian successfully infiltrated the exploration team where Bai Xian was located. During the experience, he silently protected Bai Xian, using his own experience and strength to assist her in achieving remarkable results. Moreover, he secretly bestowed several enhancement effects upon Bai Xian to compensate for the shortcomings he had felt toward her and by Meng Li over the years. Eventually, Bai Xian returned to the Xian Zone, and Yi Xian took his leave. Initially, Yi Xian was consumed with fury, contemplating revenge upon the Xian Zone. But after heartfelt persuasion from Nan Gongjing, he ultimately decided to let them off the hook for the time being. After all, the Xian Zone was a place where dragons lay hidden and tigers crouched, filled with powerful beings. With Yi Xian's current strength, he was not yet capable of dominating the world. Upon returning to the Yaojia, Yi Xian continued to bask in the joyous atmosphere of the splendid estate gifted to him by the 8 dragon lords, relishing the delightful moments spent with his many beloved wives. However, this serene existence was abruptly disrupted by the sudden appearance of an enigmatic woman. At this moment, within the lavish confines of Yi Xian's estate, a graceful and dignified lady, exuding an aura so formidable it seemed to create its own realm, solemnly declared, "I am your mother. You are my son." Yi Xian was momentarily stunned, for the woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother from his life before the Traverse. Yet, he was acutely aware that his mother, Yi Hui, was merely an ordinary mortal, utterly incapable of embodying the presence of this woman, who instilled fear even in him. "No, madam, you must be mistaken. I am an orphan. How could I possibly have a mother?" In response to Yi Xian's skepticism, the noble woman did not exhibit anger, but instead revealed a gentle smile, patiently beginning to recount a story. "Child, your name is Yi Xian, and you once lived on a diminutive planet known as Lanqing. However, 80 years ago, an extraordinary encounter transcended time and space, bringing you to a small world beneath this vast expanse." Yi Xian listened in astonishment, inwardly pondering, "That sounds vaguely familiar. That place does seem to be referred to as Shenzhou Tianyu." Moreover, I believe I did join a sect called Qingxuan Sect, where I awakened a mysterious system known as the Wanjia Dizzy. He found himself engulfed in confusion and astonishment, questioning how this woman could possess such profound knowledge of his past. Just as he was grappling with his thoughts, the lady gently snapped her fingers. In an instant, a dazzling golden light shot forth from within Xuan, transforming into a delightful little girl who gracefully descended to the ground and respectfully knelt before the woman. I am the Wanjia Dizzy System, here to serve the Holy Radiance Empress. Long live the Empress, eternally at the pinnacle of glory. The Empress did not respond to the system, but instead turned with a smile towards Xuan, her expression imbued with boundless affection and warmth, akin to that of a mother gazing at her most cherished child. Her eyes seemed to imprint every detail of Xuan deeply into her heart. Xuan stood in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity as he regarded the holy radiance before him. The woman he had once perceived as an adversary was, in fact, his mother? How could this be? Xuan, now do you believe I am your mother? The Empress's voice was tender yet resolute, as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. Her gaze brimmed with care and love for Xuan, rendering her utterly irresistible. Faced with such a situation, what could Xuan do but acquiesce, denying it was no longer an option? With a deep breath, he attempted to steady himself. After all, the events had unfolded to this point, and he had to accept reality. Mother? Xuan tentatively uttered this unfamiliar yet endearing title, hoping to gauge his significance in the holy radiance's heart. He was uncertain whether she genuinely regarded him as her son or merely sought to exploit him for some ulterior motive. Hearing his call, the holy radiance's eyes sparkled with surprise and emotion. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing an even more benevolent gaze. She tenderly stroked Xuan's hair, her tones softening further. Xuan, I understand that you find it difficult to accept all of this right now, but please trust your mother. Everything is for your own good. I hope you do not hold it against me for not revealing the truth sooner. Her voice carried a hint of guilt and helplessness, yet it was predominantly filled with concern and affection for Xuan. Xuan mused to himself, having a formidable mother might not be such a bad thing. After all, my aspiration is to lead a laid-back life, and having a powerful ally could make it easier to do so. Internally, he pondered, Mother, why have you come to find me now? Or rather, what is your purpose in seeking me out? Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally voiced the question that had been nagging at him. The Holy Radiance Empress smiled gently, as if she had anticipated his inquiry, and replied softly, I have come to take you back to the Xinjia. Otherwise, by the time you return on your own, it will be too late. Xinjia? Ye Wan Ingweedit. A look of confusion crossing his face. What is that place? The Holy Radiance Empress patiently elaborated. Xinjia is the realm where your physical body resides, the ultimate destination among the 3,000 upper realms. It is a land brimming with countless opportunities and challenges. Only in Xinjia can you truly unleash your potential. Furthermore, there are many matters you must confront there, such as the mystery of your lineage and the responsibilities of our family. Upon hearing this, a surge of ambition welled up within Xuan. He realized he bore a significant mission. With this in mind, he resolutely nodded and stated, Very well, Mother. I shall return with you. However, before that, I have some matters to attend to. The Holy Radiance Empress nodded in understanding and indicated that they could wait for him. Grateful for her patience, Xuan turned to leave and prepare for the unfinished tasks that awaited him. This physical form of yours was formed by the Wanjia Dizzy, utilizing the energy within my being. It cannot be considered your true existence, she remarked with a tone filled with nostalgia and regret. When I gave birth to you, an unforeseen incident occurred, due to the competition for excessive fortune. This disruption affected you, who was newly born and still an infant. A flicker of guilt crossed her eyes. Faced with this predicament, I had no choice but to forcibly separate your body from your soul to shield you from the adverse effects of that fortune. Her voice bore a weight of solemnity. Now, your soul's power has grown sufficiently strong to endure the merging with your physical form. Only in this way, Xuan, can you become a complete individual. Her gaze remained steadfast upon Xuan. Upon hearing this, Xuan felt an overwhelming resistance towards the notion of entering the Xinjia as described by the Holy Radiance. He frowned and firmly declared, Mother, I do not wish to leave this place. In both the upper and lower realms, I have many wives by my side, and we are blessed with numerous beloved children. Yi Xian was acutely aware that he might not be able to defy his mother's will. Yet he still sought to advocate for himself. After all, for him, remaining in a familiar environment surrounded by family was far more important than venturing into the unknown Xinjia. The Holy Radiance Empress gently waved her hand, signaling him to cease further argument. It is all right. When you return to the Xinjia, your soul will remain your own. It is merely a matter of reclaiming your true physical form. Once you attain the Emperor realm in Xinjia, you can return to bring them back. With the Holy Radiance's assurance, Yi Xian felt there was little more to say. To continue to press the matter would seem ungrateful. After a brief silence, Yi Xian inquired, "Mother, may I bid farewell to my wives and children?" "Yes, you may." Upon receiving the affirmative response from the Holy Radiance Empress, Yi Xian instinctively focused on his system, intending to send messages to his daughters. However, he quickly realized that the system had already been taken by the Holy Radiance Empress. With no other option, he set out to find Cui personally. After considerable effort, Yi Xian finally located Cui and engaged in a profound conversation with her. During this exchange, he meticulously explained the circumstances surrounding his impending departure and the reasons behind it. After listening, Cui felt immense surprise, yet her reaction was unexpectedly calm, defying Xuan's expectations. Instead of panicking or weeping like most would, she displayed an extraordinary composure that filled Xuan with both relief and admiration, deepening his understanding of her character. Gritting his teeth, Xuan summoned all his strength to expel the origin world from within him. This power, honed over many years of cultivation, was a reservoir of boundless energy and mysteries, but he found himself compelled to relinquish it. He carefully integrated the origin world into Xuan's body, fully aware that she possessed the knowledge to navigate to the lower realm, capable of leading Dulan along and conveying the message to his other wives. Having accomplished this, Xuan returned to the parlor. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he took a deep breath and fixed his determined gaze upon the Holy Radiance Empress, signaling his readiness. The Empress nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, in the next moment, Xuan was suddenly beset by dizziness, his vision blurring, and he promptly lost consciousness. Time passed quietly, and after an uncertain duration, Xuan gradually opened his eyes. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, which were adorned with the opulence of a resplendent palace, the air thick with almost viscous spiritual energy. Is this the true realm? Xuan marveled internally. Everything here seemed so enigmatic and powerful, a stark contrast to both the upper and lower realms. Yet, when he glanced down at his hands, he was taken aback. His hands had become diminutive, akin to those of a child. "Surely, I am not destined to grow anew," he lamented in despair. Moreover, he discovered that his original cultivation and all buffs had vanished without a trace, as though they had been reset. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Xuan fell into contemplation. Was this the price to enter the true realm, or was there a deeper secret concealed within? Angered, he felt as though he had been deceived by the Holy Radiance Empress. At that moment, the Holy Radiance Empress hurriedly arrived, employing an unknown technique to assess the situation. Subsequently, the lost one Jie Dizzy system returned to him, albeit upgraded to the Fortune system. "Xuan, your reproductive efficiency is too low. It is ineffective in the true realm. Thus, I shall grant you an external aid that can seize the fortunes of others. I truly thank you." Just then, another man appeared, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Xuan's father, Lan Xing. Without a doubt, this was his father, Ye Jin. "Quick, let me see my son," Ye Jin exclaimed joyfully, resembling a fool as he scooped up the youthful yet mature-souled Xuan. In that moment, Xuan was certain that this man was indeed his biological father. It seemed that being carefree was indeed a trait passed down through bloodlines. Thus, Xuan found himself embarking upon a new journey in a childlike form, reminiscent of his rebirth among the demon clan. Years slipped by and 5 swiftly passed. During this time, relying on his immensely powerful soul, Xuan once again ascended to the true immortal realm. In the true realm, the levels of cultivators were redefined. Below true immortal was termed as ruling realm, classified as an unremarkable existence. Above true immortal were the realms of Xuan Immortal, Jin Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Saint, Immortal Sovereign, culminating in the Fortune Emperor and the exalted Heavenly Emperor realm. It is noteworthy that Xuan's adoptive parents in the true realm were unparalleled powerhouses at the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor level. However, despite the Holy Radiance Empress and yet Jean having surpassed the heavenly emperor level in cultivation, they had never broken through to the higher realms above due to the constraints of their fruit positions. Initially, Xuan had believed that even having achieved the true immortal realm, ascending to emperor was merely a matter of time. However, upon learning about the hierarchical divisions within the true realm, he was left utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, Xuan continued to cultivate diligently and ultimately succeeded in breaking through to the 9th layer of true immortal. Simultaneously, he received his first opportunity for external training. Upon hearing this, Jean promptly arrived, his speed causing Xuan to question whether he had fallen into a trap set by the Holy Radiance Empress. "Come, son. Let your father take you to the demon clan for a banquet." "A banquet? That is my favorite thing. There must be many beautiful young ladies there." Although Xuan's thoughts were filled with visions of other girls, he maintained a righteous demeanor as he gazed at Jean. "Father, since we are attending a banquet, should we not bring a gift?" Jean smiled mischievously at Xuan, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xuan could not help but scold him playfully. "You little rascal, though young, you are quite astute. What if we cannot recoup the gift money? I have never brought gifts to banquets. My strategy is to enjoy without paying." Jean felt a surge of joy at his father's words, believing that his father truly understood him. "In that case, let us hurry, or we shall miss our chance for free food," he exclaimed, gesturing for Xuan to move quickly. Xuan, understanding his son's eagerness, smiled subtly and employed spatial techniques. The surrounding space rippled, and in the next moment, the two of them found themselves outside the small world. "Father, which relative's house are we going to enjoy? Eat at?" Jean impatiently inquired. Xuan smiled mysteriously, patting his son's shoulder. "Patience, you will know shortly." Jean led Xuan to the boundary of the teleportation array, where a throng of high-ranking immortals gathered. Respectfully bowing to Jean and Xuan, "We welcome Lord Jean. Young master, where are you headed? We can assist with the navigation." Before Xuan could speak, Jean called to a tall, slender demon among the crowd. "Unz, you lazy brat. You are slacking off here again. Change the navigation to Wan Yao Yu. Then go to the outer realm. You are not allowed to return until you slay 1,000 Tianma." The youth named Unz looked despondent as he altered the navigation, pleading, "Please, Lord Realm Master, the outer realm is exceedingly perilous. How long will it take to complete such a task?" He turned to Xuan, hoping this young lord would intercede on his behalf so he could remain in this easygoing position. Xuan observed Unz and then turned to Jean, softly suggesting, "Father, why not send Unz to the mines? He is perpetually idle and combative. Sending him to the mines could be seen as a reward." Hearing Xuan's proposal, Unz felt a flicker of joy within him. Mining was, in fact, a pleasant task for him, where he could command the maidens captured from the lower realm to excavate, or resembling an idyllic retirement. Jean, who had intended to cultivate capable subordinates for Xuan, readily agreed to his son's request. "Then you shall go to the Yanling mine. They're in need of manpower." Upon hearing Jean's affirmative response, Unz hastened to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Realm Master. Thank you, young master." However, Jean could not abide Unz's obsequious demeanor, raising his hand to slap him, sending him flying into the mine. He then led Xuan into the teleportation portal. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the Wan Yao Tian realm. Jean closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the direction of Zhu Long Cheng, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As he had gleaned from the Tianji-2, the dragon ancestor's lifespan had prematurely waned, and the Zulong clan lacked a suitable heir to ascend to the throne of the Dragon Emperor. Consequently, the position of the Dragon Emperor had become an object of desire for many, plunging Zhu Long Cheng into a fierce power struggle at this very moment. "It appears I must hasten my pace. Otherwise, should that fellow, the Dragon Ancestor, completely dissipate, I may miss my opportunity," Yi Xian contemplated inwardly. However, just as he entered Wan Yao Tian, an unexpected system notification chimed. Ding! The host has stepped into the outer realm, Wan Yao Tian, for the first time, successfully taking a small step towards subjugating the heavens. Special reward. Wan Yao Di Shenghua has been placed in the system backpack. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's spirits soared. He quickly delved into his mind to inspect the Yao Di Shenghua, But just as he immersed himself in his observation, Yi Jin abruptly seized him and, without a word, accelerated their flight. Their figures streaked across the sky like lightning, drawing the attention of numerous demon beasts below. In mere moments, Yi Jin brought Yi Xian above Zhu Longcheng. Looking down, Yi Xian was bewildered by the fierce battles unfolding below. Are they truly competing to feast at the earliest opening? Yi Xian murmured, confusion evident in his eyes. Ding! Detected the mother of innate fortune, Ao Lingxi. Age 9, capable of bearing the fortune child type, Long Ao Tian. System, what does mother of fortune mean? Ye wan inwited, perpliet. Ding! The mother of fortune refers to women endowed with formidable luck, whose unique fortunes can be inherited by their offspring. If such women unite with men of equally exceptional fortune, their progeny will become immensely powerful fortune children, the system explained. Ding! Moreover, this system possesses even greater capabilities, enabling the host to usurp the unique fortune of those fortunate individuals by procreating with the mother of fortune, transferring it to the host or their offspring. In other words, the host not only has the chance to take the wife of a fortunate individual they have never met, but may also claim the innate talents of their son, thus nurturing their own fortune child. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a surge of delight. This sensation was simply exquisite. What once required arduous effort to obtain could now be acquired with such ease. Furthermore, with a modicum of diligence, he might cultivate all fortune children across the realms as his own, igniting a fervor within him. Compared to the previous system bestowed by the Holy Radiance Empress, this new system was evidently far more potent and practical. Yi Xian silently rejoiced, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within Zhu Longcheng, as the Zhu clan faced relentless defeat. Despite being the direct descendants of the Zhu, they were compelled to adopt a defensive strategy against the onslaught of several lower dragon clans. Aoli, quickly take the young lady away. She is the designated next dragon emperor by the Zhu. As long as she lives, our clan has a chance to rise again. An elder named Aoli strained to maintain the defensive formation, casting a loving gaze upon the little girl of around 10 years, adorned with a pair of crystalline white dragon horns. The girl was in tears, weeping profusely. Uncle Lee, I don't want to leave. Don't they just want the throne of the Dragon Emperor? I can give it to them. Aoli, suppressing his inner sorrow, used his last ounce of strength to comfort her. Do not fear. Young lady, close your eyes and sleep for a while. When you awaken, everything will be well again. At that time, Uncle Lee will play hide and seek with you. No sooner had he spoken than the crying little dragon girl fell silent, slowly shutting her eyes and drifting into slumber. Her petite form lay limp in Aoli's embrace, as though all vitality had fled. Aoli held the little dragon girl tightly, sadness and determination etched in his gaze. He understood that this farewell might well be eternal. Yet to protect the future hope of the dragon clan, he must ensure the young lady's safe escape from this perilous place. Simultaneously, Aoli continued to fend off enemy attacks with all his might, silently praying for the young lady's safety, hoping she would grow into a formidable dragon emperor and lead the Zhu clan to resurgence. Seeing the little dragon girl asleep, Aoli unleashed a heart-wrenching roar. Aoli, what are you still doing here? Take the clansman and the young lady and flee. The guard named Aoli wiped away his tears. His voice choked as he replied, Father, you must take care. With that, he gritted his teeth and resolutely turned, leading dozens of young prodigies of the Zhu clan towards the random teleportation array within the secret realm. However, just as they were about to step into the teleportation array, a sudden violent tremor shook the ground, shattering the defensive formation in an instant. Dozens of high-ranked golden dragons plummeted to the ground like kites with severed strings, gasping for breath, their fates uncertain. Simultaneously, a formidable dragon breath erupted like a massive cannonball, striking the teleportation array with unerring accuracy. In that instant, the array emitted a blinding radiance before collapsing into ruins. Above the formation, the sky was densely populated with lower dragon clans. At the forefront, a black dragon, fierce and menacing, bared its teeth and proclaimed, "Trying to escape? What do you think you can run?" Aoli, recognizing the gravity of the situation, mustered the strength to rise. His gaze fixed with fury and hatred upon the black dragon, Ao Ing. With all his might, he shouted, You treacherous usurpers dare to rebel and covet the throne of the Dragon Emperor. Do you not fear the wrath of the Dragon Ancestor? You despicable scoundrels shall face the judgment of history. A.O. Li's voice resonated through the air, imbued with an unyielding authority. Yet to A.O. Ing, it was merely a futile struggle before death. With a derisive snort, he retorted, "Oof. What wrath of the Dragon Ancestor? As long as I can attain the throne of the Dragon Emperor and become the Lord of all dragons, what does it matter if I face the Dragon Ancestor?" With that, A.O. Ing abruptly unfurled his wings, leading the lower dragon clans in an assault against A.O. Li, commencing a brutal and bloody battle. The Black Dragon, A.O. Ing, had no desire to engage in verbal sparring with A.O. Li. He swiftly extended his claws, viciously tearing off A.O. Li's dragon head. Since he refused to speak, do not blame me for coming to find you personally. You still hold the Dragon Ancestor in such high regard. Then go and accompany him in the underworld. A.O. Ying's piercing gaze swept over the remaining hundreds of golden dragons, meticulously searching for his target. Despite A.O. Li's desperate attempts to hide, he could not elude A.O. Ying's keen sight. In an instant, A.O. Ing transformed into human form, grasping A.O. Li by the neck as if he were a mere chick, lifting him effortlessly. Then he seized the still sleeping A.O. Lingxi in his other hand. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he confirmed that the throne of the Dragon Emperor lay within the grasp of this little girl. At that moment, A.O. Ing could no longer contain his inner ecstasy, throwing his head back in wild laughter. The throne of the Dragon Emperor comes around every year, and this year, it is finally my turn to claim it. As the scene shifts in the void above Zulong City, Yi Jin continues to accompany Yi Xian to observe the unfolding drama. Yi Xian is perplexed by his father's insistence on bringing him to witness the turmoil within the Dragon Clan, as his thoughts are occupied with seeking out his beloved wife. At that moment, Yi Jin's expression flickers. He perceives the aura of the Dragon Emperor, who should have long since departed this world. Yi Jin, save my daughter. I will reveal to you the secrets I obtained from beyond the heavens. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin feels a jolt of surprise, but quickly regains his composure. He scoffs. Old dragon, are you truly alive or dead? Your soul's essence has seemingly been obliterated, yet you still manage to communicate? The old Dragon Emperor, in an urgent tone, implores Yi Jin, I am dead, but not entirely. I have discovered the reincarnation steel beyond the realms. Enough of this. Save my daughter at once. However, Yi Jin does not hastily respond to the ancestral dragon. Instead, he turns to Yi Xian and inquires, Son, do you desire a wife? Speak up, and I shall secure the finest for you. Yi Xian, taken aback by his father's sudden query, gazes at Yi Jin with confusion, exclaiming, Father, at such a critical moment, you still have a mind to jest. We must prioritize saving lives. Yi Jin chuckles heartily, patting Yi Xian on the shoulder. Patience, my son. This is a matter of great significance and cannot be taken lightly. If you wish for a wife, I shall find you the best one right now. Yi Yuan, shaking his head in resignation, replies, Father, enough of this. Hurry and rescue the Dragon Emperor's daughter. Only then does Yi Jin cease his laughter, nodding in agreement. Very well. We shall first save her. But once this is settled, you must seriously contemplate your lifelong commitment. With that, Yi Jin takes to the skies, with Yi Xian towards the Dragon Emperor's location. Along the way, Yi Jin silently strategizes. He knows that this internal strife within the Dragon Clan conceals a significant conspiracy. Should he uncover the secrets bestowed upon the Dragon Emperor from beyond, he might unravel the mystery at hand. Furthermore, forming an alliance with the Dragon Emperor could prove beneficial for the Yi family. Before long, Yi Jin and Yi Xian arrive at the Dragon Emperor's side. The Dragon Emperor, barely hanging on, glimmers with a flicker of hope upon seeing Yi Jin. Yevin, quickly save my daughter, he manages to utter. Yi Jin promptly intervenes, invoking potent healing arts to stabilize the Dragon Emperor's condition. Subsequently, he glances at the Dragon Princess, who lies pale and unconscious. Rest assured, old dragon, your daughter has merely sustained minor injuries and will recover after a period of rest, Yi Jin reassures him. The Dragon Emperor nods with gratitude and turns his gaze to Yi Jin, stating, Thank you, Yi Jin. I will honor my promise and reveal the secrets I obtained from beyond. Yi Jin smiles slightly, replying, Then we shall discuss it once you have healed. However, before that, You must elucidate the reasons behind this internal conflict within the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor sighs, explaining this turmoil was instigated by those with ulterior motives, seeking to seize control of the Dragon Clan. My injuries prevented me from stopping them. I could only watch as events escalated. Yi Jin furrows his brow, contemplating. It appears that unity within the Dragon Clan is lacking. If this continues, it could adversely affect the entire continent. The Dragon Emperor nods, affirming, indeed. Thus I hope you can assist in quelling this unrest and restoring peace to the Dragon Clan. Yi Jin remained silent for a moment before responding, very well. Ich shall do my utmost. However, I have my own family and faction and cannot dedicate myself entirely to your cause. The Dragon Emperor understands Yi Jin's concerns, saying, I appreciate your willingness. As long as you can offer us support at a crucial moment, I will be deeply grateful. Yi Jin nods in agreement, and they proceed to discuss specific plans and strategies. After determining the general direction, Yi Jin and Yi Xian depart, confident that with collective effort, they can resolve the crisis within the Dragon Clan. For Yi Xian, alongside his anticipation for the future, there's a burgeoning admiration and gratitude towards his father. Aware of his father's whimsical nature, Yi Xian teasingly suggests, then you should arrange the marriage for me. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Emperor solemnly retorts, son, you said it. Do not regret it. At this moment, Yi Jin could no longer contain his inner fury. In a flash, he vanished from sight, reappearing amongst the dragon horde below. With a swift strike, Ao Lingxi was successfully rescued, while Ao Ying, who had been holding her and reveling in the prospect of a future with the Dragon Emperor, became a soul claimed by Yi Jin's blade. Yi Jin embraced his daughter-in-law tightly while defiantly casting a challenging gaze at the astonished dragons, delivering several kicks to Ao Ying's lifeless body, muttering, what do you think you are? How dare you covet my daughter-in-law? Is there anyone else who dares oppose me? Faced with the formidable presence of Yi Jin, the dragon demons recoiled in fear, reluctant to provoke the man capable of slaying a quasi-emperor-level black dragon, Ao Ying. Yet among the crowd, a young black dragon, hiding amidst the throng, fixed its crimson eyes on Yi Jin. This young black dragon was Ao Ying's son, Ao Nige, the heir of the black dragon lineage. Observing Ao Nige's impulsive behavior, the elder black dragon beside him broke into a cold sweat, swiftly striking Ao Nige across the face with a claw and urgently advising Nige, do not act foolishly. Even the clan leader could not withstand that man's strike. What can a mere dragon of the Qi gathering realm like you do? We must learn to endure. Ao Nige, clutching his bruised cheek, stifled his rage and humiliation. Gazing into the elder black dragon's concerned yet helpless eyes, silently vowing, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, today's humiliation shall be avenged in the future. One day, I will make him pay for my father's blood. At this moment, Yi Jin, having sensed Ao Nige's hostile gaze, merely cast a scornful glance at the black dragon of early celestial realm, dismissing it entirely. What has happened? Ao Zi, Ao Shi, were you not also arrogant just moments ago? How have you become so spineless in just a few short years? Yi Jin smirked, his tone laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Ao Zi, Ao Qi, and several other dragons exchanged glances before hastily transforming into human forms and kneeling before Yi Jin. Brother Yi, when did you arrive at the myriad demon heaven? We had no news of your arrival. We are truly sorry for you to witness such disgraceful events. They bowed their heads, trembling with fear. They dared not provoke Yi Jin, a ruthless figure known for his unflinching brutality, having claimed the lives of numerous emperors and countless quasi-emperors. If they could not appease this harbinger of death, they might very well lose their lives today. Yi Jin had initially planned to wait for Ao Zi and the others to make a move before framing them as instigators. But he did not anticipate their utter lack of resolve, kneeling in submission instead. Is this how you carry yourselves? If the Dragon Emperor were still alive, would he tolerate your weakness? He would surely flay your dragon hides for all to see. Yi Jin, while ostensibly reprimanding Ao Zi and Ao Qi, was in fact covertly mocking the Dragon Emperor above. The Dragon Emperor, seething with fury, gritted his teeth, his jaw emitting a crackling sound, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Observing the several subordinate dragon lords on the ground, who knelt in abject surrender before overwhelming power, he felt an intense urge to perform an immediate sit-up. At that moment, the sky was suddenly torn apart, revealing numerous colossal fissures, from which an ancient and authoritative voice emerged. "Ye Jin, do you presume to meddle in the affairs of Wan Yaotian?" Accompanying the voice was a tide of energy akin to a surging tsunami, threatening to engulf the entire world in chaos. Several Dragon Clan quasi-emperors, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly unleashed formidable defensive spells to shield their kin. Cradling Aolingxi, Ye Jin deftly wielded his sword, effortlessly cleaving through the terrifying aura that surged forth. His swordsmanship was transcendent, and with unmatched ferocity, he carved a bottomless chasm on either side, as if to rend the very heavens apart. The assembled emperors of Wan Yao Tian fell into a stunned silence, utterly astonished that Ye Jin had so easily dismantled their combined assault. Should a conflict arise, they feared that several among them would surely fall as casualties. "Ye Jin, you may take the girl, but you must leave the Dragon Emperor's position," one of the Wan Yao Tian emperors declared solemnly. Ye Jin regarded the assembly with a scornful gaze, a hint of disdain gracing his features as he coldly retorted, "A mere Dragon Emperor's position is hardly deserving of my regard. However, since the Dragon Emperor has betrothed his daughter to my son, she must come to the family whole and unharmed. If he cannot even protect his own daughter-in-law, what face would I have to assume the role of father-in-law?" His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority that silenced dissent. Tension hung palpably between the emperors of Wan Yao Tian and Ye Jin, while the dragon demons felt a bitter frustration, caught in the crossfire of divine beings. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the Dragon Emperor gradually solidified his essence and descended with Xuan. He reclaimed his daughter from Ye Jin, murmuring a series of draconic incantations. Momins Late. A radiant golden dragon pattern erupted from Aolingxi's form, landing upon the Dragon Clan's altar. With a sweeping gesture, the Dragon Emperor's essence transferred Aolingxi from his embrace to Xuan's. "Young man of the Ye family, I have entrusted my daughter to you. Do not let me discover that you have wronged her." As Xuan pondered how to engage with the illustrious Aolingxi, the Dragon Emperor unexpectedly delivered her unto him. Xuan quickly assured the Dragon Emperor, "Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, I will safeguard my wife's well-being. Just look at how truly beautiful she is." Observing his son's astute handling of the unexpected situation, Ye Jin could not help but reflect, indeed, a tiger begets no dog. Nevertheless, the Dragon Emperor's intuition warned him that the father and son may not be entirely trustworthy, yet he found himself lacking better alternatives at this moment. Uncertain whether entrusting his daughter to the Ye family was a wise decision, he turned to the emperors of Wan Yao Tian, speaking through gritted teeth, "Gentlemen, the Dragon Emperor's position has been extracted. You should feel satisfied." The emperors, acutely aware that this was the best outcome for Wan Yao Tian, refrained from voicing further demands, collectively conceding, "Very well, Ye Jin, you may depart with the Dragon Maiden. From this point forth, the affairs of the Dragon Clan shall no longer concern your Yushu Dong Tian." In truth, Ye Jin had already received a transmission from the Dragon Emperor, understanding that the extraction of the position was intentional. Thus he felt it inappropriate to further interfere. However, simply departing did not align with his character. So he raised his hand and struck his sword, cleaving a profound chasm in the heart of Zulong City. The left side of the city belonged to Wan Yao Tian's Dragon Clan, while the right was the domain of my virtuous daughter-in-law, Aolingxi, and any uninvited intruders would be dealt with ruthlessly. Upon hearing this proclamation, the emperors seethed with indignation, yet none dared to confront Ye Jin. Despite their fury, these elder statesmen were too intimidated to challenge his authority. After a prolonged standoff, it was the initial speaker, the Yanfeng Emperor, who sought to mediate, stating, "Since the Dragon Emperor harbors no objections, let us proceed as Ye Jin suggests." The quasi-emperors of the Dragon Clan echoed in agreement. "Enough of the quarrel. What business do you outsiders have here? Let this calamity wreak havoc as it pleases. Do not provoke him further." At that moment, the tardy newly ascended Yao Emperor, Shu, finally made his entrance. Gazing upon the ravaged Zulong City and the dismembered form of his former friend Aoing, perhaps emboldened by his recent elevation to emperor, he forgot the terror that Ye Jin had once instilled, and without warning, he launched an attack on Ye Jin. Shudi moved with lightning speed, and while the other emperors wished to intervene, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Shu transformed into a long-necked, treasure-seeking rat, enveloped in an immense surge of metallic power, and lunged at Ye Jin. Ye Jin did not even glance at Shudi. He merely waved his sword casually, A crescent-shaped sword aura, imbued with violent lightning, shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the approaching rat demon. Upon collision, an unfathomable tempest of thunder erupted, centered around Shu Di, threatening to rend the very fabric of reality asunder. Yejin nonchalantly sheathed his sword into the void, casting a scornful glance at the emperors hidden within the rift, tauntingly remarking, "Is this all Wan Yao Tian has to offer? A mere rat as a harbinger of death? You truly are dwindling in prowess." The dozen or so emperors within the rift, witnessing the fate of Shu Di hanging in the balance, were thrown into a state of panic and rushed forth to rescue him. Yejin, do not be so arrogant. We merely wish to avoid conflict. Depart at once, and we shall let bygones be bygones. One emperor barked, his tone betraying his inner trepidation. Yejin, you have openly defied the edict of the 7 realms of Linghua. Even if you possess the cultivation of a heavenly emperor, the Wangudi Dian will not tolerate such behavior. Another emperor chimed in. Preposterous. Were it not for the rampant foreign demons, you lot would have been obliterated long ago. The Dragon Emperor seemed to have a hidden agenda and discreetly transmitted a message to Yejin. Yejin, you must leave quickly. While the Wangudi Dian has yet to arrive, take my daughter and depart. The position is of no use to me. Let remain here in Zulong City, nurtured by dragon energy, until my daughter is of age to reclaim it. Old dragon, do you also perceive me as a petty thief coveting the Dragon Emperor as position? Yejin exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. The Dragon Emperor, embarrassed, retorted, are you not? You made your debut at the Yu Shu Tai Shue at 20, smashed the rankings on your first day, and at 30, led troops against the Qingxuan Sect, ostensibly to pilfer the former divine empress's undergarments. The following year, you spied on the former saintess bathing in Kunlun Shu. Enough, enough. You were there too. Yejin interjected hastily, his face slightly flushed. He never anticipated that the Dragon Emperor would be so thoroughly aware of these matters, yet he still attempted to defend himself. The Dragon Emperor scoffed, spare me your words. The situation is dire. You must swiftly escort my daughter away from here. As for the position of Dragon Emperor, do not entertain such notions. It does not belong to someone like you. Yejin felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. He believed he had been deeply insulted. Though he had engaged in mischievous antics in the past, those days were long gone. He had matured significantly and could hardly fathom being so misunderstood. However, in light of the Dragon Emperor's resolute stance and the pressing situation, Yejin recognized that this was not the time for debate. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to set aside personal grievances for the greater good. Very well, I shall ensure your daughter's safe departure. Nevertheless, Dragon Emperor, one day you will come to understand that I am not as contemptible as you presume. With that, Yejin turned and departed, leading the Dragon Princess away. Vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, the Dragon Emperor seemed poised to say more, but Yejin quickly interrupted, wary of what this old lecherous dragon might reveal next. Yi Xian, who was playing with A.O. Lingxi's small dragon horns, caught Yejin's attention, and he felt a pang of frustration. Xianer, do not bully your wife. When you both grow older, there will be plenty of time for that. For now, come to your father. Upon hearing his father's call, Yi Xian gently handed A.O. Lingxi to a nearby petite dragon wife, speaking with tenderness. Sister, could you kindly look after my wife? I shall return shortly. The petite dragon wife was taken aback. She had never imagined that Yi Xian, the scion of the imperial lineage, would be so courteous to such a small creature, leaving her momentarily speechless. All right, young lord. Yevuan ejujuted a maisiru sitip, sivifti apering beside yevin. Father, what is it you wish to discuss? He inquired respectfully. My son, observe these dragon spirits. You must remember that although our Yi family is powerful, we must not underestimate any foe. These dragon spirits, though inferior in strength, possess their own pride and dignity. We must respect every life, be it human or beast. Only then can we earn respect in return and establish our place in this world. Yejin imparted earnestly. Yi Xian nodded solemnly, understanding his father's wisdom. He recognized that his father was teaching him the principles of humanity, laying a solid foundation for his future path. He resolutely vowed to become a figure as great as his father, possessing not only formidable strength, but also noble character. They dared to bully your wife today. Once you have grown strong, you must eliminate those dragon spirits one by one. Do you understand? accompanied by a crisp notification sound. A message echoed. A person of great fortune has been detected. Black Dragon Ao Nige. Please capture their destiny as soon as possible. Yi Xian felt a surge of joy. This truly is a double blessing. Just moments ago, he unexpectedly acquired a wife with a fortune-bearing mother tripod, and now, the destined individual had conveniently presented themselves. Scanning the array of transformed dragon spirits around him, Yi Xian's gaze fell upon a stout youth from the Black Dragon clan, his skin as dark as coal and radiating an unusual purple glow. Damn this system. Is this entire purple glowing creature the so-called destined individual? The system chimed in again. Destinies are categorized by colors: red, orange, yellow, gold, purple, blue, and white. Red and orange signify high-level fortunes. Gold represents mid-level fortunes, while purple is of a lower tier. However, purple is considered the lowest form of fortune and is not within this system's capture range. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Xian gained a deeper understanding of the destined individual. Yet another question arose in his mind. How on earth am I supposed to capture the destiny of this black creature? Suddenly, a clear notification sounded. As the host currently holds the identity of a dark villain, you can directly eliminate the purple-fortuned individual to seize their destiny. Eliminate directly? Ye Wan Musit. It seemed rather simple. Encountering a destined individual for the first time, he had stumbled upon a soft target. Excitement bubbled within him. Since the solution lay in direct action, he resolved to take advantage of this perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Yi Xian understood that he must not grant Ao Nige, the protagonist burdened with a fate of destruction, any room to grow. And thus he decided to create an atmosphere of tension and seek an appropriate pretext to dispose of Ao Nige right then and there. Yi Xian began to feign an examination of the surrounding dragon clan members, causing thousands of dragon spirits to hold their breath, lowering their heads to the ground, fearful of being the first to draw his attention. Within the mysterious and profound Black Dragon clan, a giant dragon named Ao Nige lurked in the shadows, his face twisted with rage, secretly watching Yi Xian with a furtive glare. The flames of anger burned within him, making it difficult for Ao Nige to remain calm. Yi Jin, that powerful being at the heavenly emperor level, regards me with disdain, but now a mere child at the true immortal first layer dares to look down upon me. As the foremost genius of the Black Dragon clan, his pride had suffered an unprecedented blow. Anger and humiliation intertwined, driving Ao Nige to the brink of fury. He yearned to rush forward and rend Yi Xian to pieces to appease the spirit of his deceased father. Yet, Yi Xian remained aware of Ao Nige's expression out of the corner of his eye, instinctively sensing the shift in his demeanor. Seizing the moment, he deliberately approached Ao Ying's corpse, lifting his foot to unceremoniously step upon the head of the deceased, then swiftly turning to face the Black Dragon clan, provocatively exclaiming, "You insignificant remnants of black serpents dare to covet the position of Dragon Emperor?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Xian forcefully kicked Ao Ying's head towards Ao Nige, then turned back to Yi Jin, confidently asserting, "Father, rest assured, I have taken this to heart. They are merely a bunch of dark mudfish. One day, I will reclaim the Dragon Emperor's throne for Lingxi." Ao Nige, infuriated by the insult to his father's corpse, his identity reduced to that of a mere black mudfish, felt a surge of rage engulf him, his reason consumed by fury. His eyes widened, and his aura became exceedingly violent, akin to a wild beast provoked to wrath. With a twist, Ao Nige transformed into a long, black mist, swirling like a dark cyclone toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian, observing this, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He gestured to Yi Jin not to intervene, for he had been back here with the Holy Radiance Empress for over a decade, and his yearning for battle had long been stifled. Although Ao Nige was merely a black mudfish, he represented a worthy adversary. Yi Jin understood Yi Xian's intent and decided to grant him the opportunity to test his mettle, simultaneously wishing to assess Yi Xian's combat abilities. He took it upon himself to fend off other emperors, ensuring Yi Xian could focus solely on Ao Nige. At this moment, Ao Nige had transformed into a black elongated entity, hovering in mid-air, secretly gathering strength. With a roar, he declared, "Arrogant brat, I will see you dead." Unfazed by Ao Nige's provocation, Yi Xian summoned his weapon. The soul departed, gripping it tightly in his hand. Simultaneously, he activated the Lei Xiang GT within his Wu Xiang GT, instantly radiating a tumultuous brilliance of lightning arcs, transforming him into a formidable deity of thunder. Both majestic and terrifying, Li Han, a fated treasure that accompanied Yi Xian since his birth, manifested as an imperial-grade spear, imbued with boundless mysterious power. Notably, this spear possessed an extraordinary ability to absorb any form of energy, converting it into sustenance that would fortify Yi Xian's Wu Xiang GT. As Ao and I Gu charged forth ferociously, Yi Xian exhibited no trace of fear. He was acutely aware of his adversary's formidable strength, yet he had his own sources of confidence. In an instant, Ao and I Gu transformed into a colossal black dragon, stretching over 100 meters, descending with a nauseating black mist. His speed rivaled that of lightning streaking across the sky, prompting awe among the assembled demons. Meanwhile, those demon emperors who were previously detained by Yi Jin were elated, praising Ao and I's extraordinary talents. However, in contrast to Ao and I's overwhelming presence, Yi Xian appeared somewhat at a disadvantage. This was merely because he had only unleashed 5% of his Wu Xiang Lei Ti. Should he exert his full power, his might would undoubtedly astonish all present. At this moment, facing Ao and I's relentless onslaught, Yi Xian remained composed. He tightly gripped the Li Han spear, his gaze resolute as he focused ahead. In a flash, Ao and I lunged towards Yi Xian, extending his massive dragon claws, concentrating all his might into a singular point. Aiming to deliver a fatal blow, a swirling black storm enveloped his claws, as if seeking to tear apart the very fabric of space. In response to this astonishing strike, Yi Xian finally moved. He deftly evaded Ao and I's attack, and simultaneously thrust the Li Han spear forward, its tip shimmering with brilliant lightning. This strike, seemingly simple, was laden with immense power. As the spear's glow traversed the air, the void rippled in its wake. A tremendous roar echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. As a massive cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield, suddenly a blinding bolt of lightning shot skyward, vanishing in an instant. The ferocious might of thunder swiftly engulfed Ao and I Gu, while a violent storm of spear blossoms dispersed the dense smoke. As the dust settled, the spectators beheld Yi Xian, one hand firmly pressing Ao and I's gigantic head against the ground, while Ao and I's body lay immobilized by the overwhelming force of lightning. Yi Xian bore a contemptuous smile, mocking Ao and I Gu, who, in a state of painful struggle, revealed a profound fear of death in his eyes. The demon emperors, who had previously watched with confidence, could no longer remain seated. They rose,